Black Key Books presents The Chains of Hope by A.R. Knight. Performed by J. Ossing. Chapter 1. The Captive. The rains doused the last of Modeland's fires, turning mass graves into tar-like mires. That was no reprieve for the Vis who'd dragged the bodies into the flames, for they now had to bury those souls a second time. Quick watched over it all, looming on the cliffside road, per Pavard's order. He wore, by that same order, a light Najan robe and his gauntlets, with metal tips sharpened to glistening points. Injuries continued to heal beneath those robes, scabbing and scarring in equal measure after the fight to save Modeland. After several months using the Vis Skars to drive damage away, natural healing left much to be desired. The itching aches weren't pleasant, even if Quick preferred his head without a god's incomprehensible muttering. Despite sharing his wounds with the captives, the hunter showed nothing when the Vis prisoners, those Modeland villagers who hadn't escaped or died in the fight, looked his way. At first they asked questions, and when Quick answered with repeated recitations about their tasks and the penalties for failing them, those pits always had more room. The questions turned to insults, the looks to glares. "But they do the work," said Pavard, the Najan captain and overseer of Modeland's ongoing transformation in the several days since its destruction. She and Quick stood on Modeland's main pier, surrounded now with Najan clippers and frigates receiving supplies, repairs to continue fighting Khants. "They're healing their home, Quick. They're joining the new world." "You say that like vassals of God." Pavard nodded. "It's easier to accept that way." Another spring sunset splashed off them both. "He and Yarvik are as close to divinity as we have now. With the Skars, there's nothing that can stand against them." "Khant still fights?" "For how long? Their ports are blockaded. The other isles aren't protesting. Their queen, I hear, is young and inexperienced." "She has plenty of fire." "You know her?" Quick smiled, glad of a memory to take him away from this place. "She's the bravest woman I've ever met, aside from my own sister." "Then let's hope she's brave enough to surrender." The words drifted off with the evening sea breeze, warming now as spring continued its breach of winter's defenses. People went past them, both Vis and Najan continuing the work. It would go on all night, with these ships leaving off and more replacing them. The distance to war so much shorter here than Kidai, than Noctia, transforming his isle day by day. Which gave rise to a different question. "When I climbed the Great Sauna," Quick asked, "it had been burned, where the Skars grow. Why?" "Do you think, for all these years the Najan have kept the Skar sites sacred, that we've learned nothing? Every isle's Skars flourish under proper care, and the Great Sauna grows its stones best from its own ashes." "You know this how?" Pavard gestured to the ships. "Centuries of knowledge, written and passed down since Demian herself. Our rule isn't random, Quick. The Najan have been the god's stewards since the first Aegis. We're just ensuring that rule now, and that the Skars continue to flow, so we can resist the fiends. Simple, really." "Not to the people in chains." Pavard might have answered that, and Quick would have ignored her response, if a Najan aide hadn't rushed onto the pier. The nattering clerks were the pests of the Najan world, more prone to wearing light purple robes than armor, no volges or chakrams in sight. The man wielded a charcoal pencil and wax tablet instead, the eagerness on his face making Quick twitch. Lately, Najan happiness meant Vis misery. "We have one, Commander," the scribe said. "They're ready for you." "Perfect," Pavard replied. "Lead on." She glanced at Quick. "Vis, here's your chance." That chance sat defiant in the muddy sand at the beach's edge, waves lapping the man's legs as the tide began its creep inland. He wore a ratty weave, a scraggly beard, muscles beneath wrinkled, sun-scarred skin. Ropes tied the man's hands. The Modelan Elder's judging stare found Quick first and stayed there, even as Pavard asked the man why he'd refused to obey orders. "Because I am tired, and the work never ends," the Vis replied. "But your fellows continue to do as asked," Pavard said, pointing across the beach to the pier, flowing with torchlit traffic as the sun hit the horizon. "Why should you receive rest when they do not?" The old man's brow furrowed. "I'm not surprised the Najan are evil, but I am surprised to find they're stupid." Pavard nodded. "Your body looks strong enough, but I'm not unsympathetic to your years. There are different jobs, one's less taxing. You could repair rope, cook meals, clean. I understand you've been offered those jobs and refused. Why?" "Did they not tell you?" "I want to be clear." "Because I am tired." Quick winced. Pavard turned from the man, glared at Quick, as if the elder's words were, somehow, Quick's fault. "This is why we took your isle," Pavard said. "This is why we will take them all. Laziness. There will be a time to rest, when I say so, when Noctia declares it so. Until then, you will match your peers. Modelan will be repaired, and Vis will see a new, brighter day because of your efforts." "Are you talking to him or me?" Quick asked. "Both, except I know what this man will say. I don't want to hear it. Instead, I want you to change his mind. And if he will not change it, make everyone else on this beach, in this city, understand the consequences." "I don't—" Pavard had a finger pointed at Quick's chest. Around her, the several Najan guards stiffened, hands going for blades at belts. Better for close, fast combat than the larger Volges, and Quick knew he'd have those points stabbing him long before he could execute an escape. "Make this man regret his words and return to his duties, or kill him," Pavard said, loud enough for the elder to hear. "Your life belongs to the Najan now, Quick. You will prove it time and time again, and should you fail, you will die like all those bandits I slaughtered to save your brother. And then I will tell Fassel of your treason, and he will ensure your brother's end is even worse than your own." Quick returned Pavard's glare. He didn't know where Wax was, despite Pavard's insistence his brother was on Noctia, within Fassel's reach. Whether Fassel would kill Wax, whether Fassel even knew who Wax was, just for Quick, seemed equally far-fetched. But what were the hunter's options? He'd confronted death on the cliffs up above, found he was not ready to face its dark oblivion yet. That meant doing what it took to live, no matter how much he hated himself for it. Quick was no martyr. His hand slipped into the gauntlets. Pavard stepped aside, clearing the way to the elder. "I recognize you," the old man said. "You fought for us, but now you stand with them?" "I'm doing what it takes to survive," Quick said, stepping closer. The sand cooled between his toes, a feeling the hunter embraced, as he did the salty breeze, the working sounds, and bird calls. Anything to take him away from this place, this moment. You should too. The elder laughed. I've learned, Hunter, that there are better things than surviving. For Pavard, an example had to be seen, and preferably heard. So, long after the old man's laugh had turned to cries, his brave body broken, he survived still. Chapter 2. Under Siege. The last time Yujo watched the Storm's Edge sail away, it had been on Went's southern coast, chased off by a vengeful mob, while the Queen and her cohort sneaked away into a blizzard. The weeks that had followed had been harrowing, but Wax, long missing, flashed in her memory. Wonderful, in a different way. Yujo had, for the first time in her life, grown close to someone, to several someones, outside of those ordered to be her guards. She walked back to the dock, a shimmering spring morning rising without fog on the ocean. Clear skies to the horizon meant Yujo could watch faded shapes dart and dash, a constant war now within view of Kant's itself. Her navy was losing the slow, inevitable conflict. Better ships and captains outclassed by sheer numbers, as Rana, Fodi, and Went craft sailed through seas increasingly free of ice. The Isle of Winds was running out of time. I still can't believe Svard's on a diplomatic mission, said Ami, the fiery Fodi guardian and leader of Noctia's fiend invasion force, one still waiting on the city's outskirts. She walked with Yujo back to the dockside, escorted by several shimmering Kant soldiers. An inspired choice, Yujo. Not one I'd make, but hey, that's why you're the queen. I had to choose him. You wouldn't go. I think if I saw Fassel again, I'd probably gut him, Ami replied. The Went iron blade she wore on her waist looked plenty capable of doing just that. The Guardian's golden faceplate, covering most of her left cheek up to her eyes, glittered in the sunlight, its two emeralds, vis Skars, adding color, even as they kept Ami's scorched body alive. He deserves it. That's why I sent Svard. If Fassel won't take the deal, Svard's going to destroy him. You didn't mention this little side mission. I'm only saying it now that they're gone. The pair reached the dockside, white polished stone and rock giving way to warehouses once stocked with grain and goods for export, now either empty or flush with ballista bolts, crossbow quarrels, rapiers, and armor. I don't think you can get word to Fassel fast enough for it to matter. Ami squared up to the Queen, and Yujo measured their distance. A full stride, with soldiers all around. Even if the Guardian decided her loyalty to the Firewalkers, to her strange deal with Noctia, was worth attacking Yujo right here, Ami wouldn't get her sword drawn before several rapiers skewered her. What's more, Yujo knew Liviere kept at least one Vientes assassin in range at all times. The Queen wouldn't be surprised to learn a crossbow, blow dart, or worse, had its sights on Ami at this moment. I'm not loyal to that bastard, Ami said. I'm trying to get the Firewalkers and all their families a home on the Isles. That's it. That's my goal. Fassel promised us that, which is why I'm here. Fassel breaks his promises, Ami. Yet you're about to make a deal with him, Yujo. Because I don't have a choice. If Fassel breaks this promise, Svard will do what's right. Yujo let the conversation skitter away. She didn't need to bandy vague threats with Ami, not when they had a more important decision to make, one her endless advisor array had spent the last 2 days pushing on her. I'm glad you came this morning, though, because we do have something to talk about. Agreed, but let's do it over breakfast. Your damn city's big. I had to skip mine. Ami's head shook before Yujo finished, and the queen guessed it wasn't meager fish and bread before her. Kant had slimmed to rationed foods, and the queen would make no exception for herself. But tasty enough. Watered-down coffee played partner, devoured at a seaside cafe occupied by sailors and soldiers coming back from or about to leave for bloodier places. Can't put them back to the caves, even if they want to go, Ami said. Not until Fassel agrees. Peace with Kant's, a home for the firewalkers. If he only takes one side of that deal? If he goes back on my friends, Noctia is going to find a very angry, very hot army marching up through their caves. So you will leave then? Ami tilted her head. Want to get rid of me that bad, huh? I want our farmers to go back to their homes. I want my soldiers focused on the Najan, not on the fiends waiting just outside our city. The Guardian didn't grin, didn't shoot back her usual cocky commentary, just looked out over the water. The firewalkers shouldn't be your enemy. I'll keep them away. Promise. That's all I ask. The breakfast should have continued in peace, but Yujo didn't get that anymore. Instead, people streamed in one after another, providing battle reports, largely terrible, and worrisome news. The Vis city, Modelan, had evacuated several days ago, and their refugees were landing across Kant's, washing up here and there in ships often near ruin from Najan attacks. Those people would need clothes, food, a place to stay. For that, at least, Yujo had an answer. Send them to the Najan outpost, Yujo said. It's abandoned, and it'll have room. It'll be warm enough now for the Vis. Sending a bunch of jungle dwellers to the top of a cold spire? Ami laughed, listening from the table's other side. Cruel, Yujo. Better than the bottom of the sea. Ami didn't dispute that point, but the Guardian did blink at the next person, sweaty and exhausted, to come into the cafe. Wearing wet leathers and the gravest expression Yujo had seen all day, the scout took an offered glass of mountain spring water and gulped it down before saying a word. Ogata? Ami asked. I thought I told you to stay with the firewalkers. I left some scouts there. Your fiends won't move without us knowing, Ogata said, breathing out the words. That is why I'm here. The gates are closed. Gates? Yujo asked, noticing Ami's mouth had fallen open. When a Guardian who'd seen as much as Ami looked shocked, that was a bad sign. Ogata laid out the happy truth, though amid all she said, Yujo stuck most on one detail. Wax was alive. Somehow, after vanishing from the storm's edge in a Noctia assault, the Vis renewal had made it to Noctia, descended the wound, and found a way to unite the Skars to close off the fiend portals. Exactly what the Aegis should do, what Demian should have done centuries ago. And, after all this, the Vis stood unharmed. It should have been a time for celebration, and yet Ami looked horrified, even muttered a curse or two as Ogata concluded her story. The scout seemed to share the Guardian's worry, though that didn't stop Ogata from draining several more water glasses. She'd come at a dead sprint after the news arrived that morning, rushing in from Went's usual messenger chain along the cave routes from Hochi's underground enclave. Can one of you tell me why this seems to be a bad thing? Yujo asked. Because not all the fiends are bad, Ami answered, and Ogata nodded. Those worlds Wax closed off are dying. Everything trapped inside them will die too. There were thousands of firewalkers still in Fodi's realm, Yujo. They're not getting out now. The Guardian didn't have to explain the next part. What might happen to the burning army camped in small caves outside Kant's capital once they found out their friends, families were gone, all because a human had decided to slam the door shut. You don't want them taking out their anger on you, Ami said. Nothing you've got here will drive them away." "Then we do two things," Yujo replied, piecing something together on the fly, like a thief that had been caught mid-swipe. "We keep anyone from telling the Firewalkers. I don't know how they'd learn anyway, but nobody mentions this around them. No celebrations, no jeers, no nothing." Yujo secured agreeing nods from Ogata and Ami. "Then, we get ready. Gliders with water, ready to fly. We drop and drench the Firewalkers if they make one move towards the city." Ami folded her hands, put her elbows on the table. "You're not going to murder my friends. If you keep them away from my city and my people, I won't have to." "Avoiding the problem, Yujo?" Yujo maintained her icy stare, a move she'd long since perfected. "Khans shouldn't suffer because Fassel made a bad deal. Get those Firewalkers off my isle or I'll destroy them, Ami. With the Skars we have left, if necessary." Ami gave a dire chuckle. "No, Yujo. If those Firewalkers decide we're the enemy, there's not a place on these isles that won't burn. But I hear your threat. Keep your people away, and I'll get them moving. They'll want to leave this rain behind anyway." The Guardian shifted her look towards Ogata. "You'll have to warn Hochi that a bunch of burning monsters are coming his way, and they won't get happy when they get home. See if you can come up with any ideas on that long walk." "Well," Ogata ventured, "if these gates are like any door I've ever known, maybe what's been shut can be opened again." Chapter 3. War Council. Preparing for a fight with the strongest power on the Isles held a certain fatalistic appeal, one Wax embraced as he tied on his new went leathers and shouldered the satchels stuffed with fresh water and provisions. It'd be a long walk south to Kant's, and no pack animals could make it through the dark below's twisting caverns. The Vis Renewal, closer of the gates, and, if Hochi could be believed, soon-to-be hero of the Seven Isles, began his morning in a dingy room on a stone building's second floor, lit by sallow lanterns. Deep beneath the earth, time stretched and contracted at random, and Wax often guessed the hour less by his environment and more by his body's need to sleep. Though that, too, had become unpredictable. The Skars drank when Wax wasn't paying attention, after they'd exhausted their own slow-filling reserves. Voices whispered in his mind, like conversations happening on his periphery. All nonsense, save for their tones, their rhythms. Wax used to pick out Vis, Tamas, and Fodi based on pitch, but now their cadence told their origins well enough. Fodi's gradual grumbling dominated now, drowning out Tamas's lilting counterharmony, the two disagreeing about whether the lantern could use a little fiery boost or whether the lamplighter making the rounds below ought to be pushed, just a bit, to come up and bring Wax a better light. The Renewal ignored them both, looked down at himself. Save for his Vis tan and the ink sprawling along his arms, neck, and shoulders, Wax could have passed for a somewhat scrawny went. A gear upgrade, so Hochi would say, from the weaves and spears of Wax's home, though all the weight meant Wax would have a hard time swinging along his beloved vines. Not that Wax would be seeing those jungles any time soon, provided Fassel and the Najan were put back in their place, locked into their rocky central isle. That's what he'd be doing once he made it to Kant's, using those Skars to force the Najan to make peace, to give up their conquest, and finally, to let him go home. "You almost ready?" The voice carried with it a whisper of better times, jungle nights and days amid sauna flowers and secreted escapes. Sawi had returned, sending Wax reeling. He'd spent the last season getting to know Yujo, the Queen of Kants, and that bond. "I'm coming," Wax replied. Silly thoughts, those, and ones he could come back to if life and death worked themselves out. I'm not last, am I? Wax, of course you are. Sawi waited for him down below in the building's entry, looking a fair sight better than she had a couple days ago. The Vis and the Went scientist, Annalise, had stumbled out of the caves into the city, Ho-Chi's dreamhold, on life's edge. Freshened up, wearing the same Went gear as Wax, Sawi still wasn't herself. Like Wax, she'd seen things she couldn't forget, and that violence wore itself in a few scars, in the shadows behind her eyes, in the way she always had a hand on the Vis spear at her side. How? Wax asked. It's not that late. I couldn't sleep, and Annalise never seems to. Sawi shrugged, smiled. The scout's been ready since yesterday, to hear Ho-Chi tell it. Okay, well, you're going to have to wait a little longer. Why's that? Wax grinned. There's something I want to try. In Dreamhold Center stood a cathedral, though Wax hadn't heard of any religious tie to the structure. Its domed shape gave it the name, and its uppermost point intersected with the wound's bottom. The long drop from the surface all the way here wasn't crawling with fiends anymore. Now it rattled and hummed with hammers and work. Trade and travel from Noctia and Went, scooting up and down, and getting faster every day, as repairs fixed the damage left behind by Mena's earth-rattling gambit. The cathedral's center held Wax's goal. The dead king loomed, hunched over with his elbows on his knees, clad in battered black armor. Somewhere inside that hulking thing waited history, an ancient hero, and Wax's next test. What, paying your respects? Sawi asked, standing behind him as they crested the steps and went inside. Something like that. Nobody else stood in the stone building, empty save for the dead king and his rock throne. Ho-Chi had mentioned there'd once been war councils here, but the Went warlord had moved all his operations to a nearby cavern. No interruptions, as Wax had hoped. The renewal nudged the Skars awake. Two in particular, Vis and Noctia. The former sang a zesty song, keen to pick out any wound or ailment and attack it. Wax didn't have much of those left, though the Vis Skar found a small bruise from a banged knee. All the stonework here punished missteps, and grew excited. Noctia entered with discordant bangs, hard notes, lacking focus. Wax, staring at the dead king's limp form, provided some. Combining Skars didn't come about by accident. Left to their own devices, the stones would lurch their powers all over the place, causing chaos and sucking Wax's energy till he collapsed. Torny, the Noctia bandit, had once brought a mountain down on them by letting a slew of Went Skars go wild. Standing beneath more than enough rocks to bury him and everyone else, Wax didn't quite want that. Instead, he nudged the Vis away from the bruise and towards the dead king. Let the Skar find its balance, humming its curious, constant tune. If the dead king had been a flower or a wounded soldier, he might have perked up at the attention. The dead king, so far past any life, did nothing. At least until Wax gave the Noctia Skar the go-ahead. The death goddess's stone played its blaring note once, and again when Wax pushed it. The two beats, with more hitting at the right time, fell in with the Vis Skar. Their songs mixed, not in a worthless jumble, but a steady chord. As the sync formed, Wax felt a new awareness, little figments around him in almost all directions. Dots, almost like ideas, waiting for him to reach out and touch them. The biggest one sat before him, all but glowing with the Skars' blended efforts. Wax reached out with the Skars, and the dead king woke with a rattling start. Old flakes fell off the hulk as the dead king straightened. Noctia and Vis played their strengths, at once restoring life and withholding its necessities. Long withered lungs, muscles, and the man's heart knit back together from ancient dust, working once again to breathe, to beat, though no blood flowed through the dead king's veins. "Well, I did not expect that," Sawi muttered behind Wax, and he heard her spear settling into both hands. "What are we doing here, Wax?" "Saying hello," Wax said.
"Hello,"
rasped the dead king, invisible face creaking to look at Wax from behind his visor.
"Who are you?"
"I'm the man who closed the gates," Wax said, "and I'm hoping you can help me destroy a few real nasty people."
"Close the gates."
Wax rattled off the story. Sawi stood behind him, spear ready. The dead king had no reaction until Wax finished, at which point the old warrior sighed, a withered wind.
"Then you did what Demian would not," the dead king said. "What I asked her to."
Wax blinked. "What? Would not?"
"She wouldn't condemn all those creatures to death. She gave them a chance and told us to fight the worst of them. A mistake. When she left, I tried to close those gates and failed. If you succeeded, then I thank you, hero, and I will join your fight against your enemies, though I seem to have lost my sword."
Wax, though, barely heard that last. Demian had refused to seal away the fiends? Had condemned the idea?
"Against whom do we march, hero?"
the dead king rumbled. But Wax let go the Skars, and the ancient warrior fell back to his throne. Once again, nothing more than a relic. The man's words didn't fade so fast. Hero? Wax didn't feel like one. Chapter 4. The Bloody Seas. The bandit was beginning to hate the ocean. Every time Torny took to the waves, it seemed, something terrible happened. Right now, that terrible thing was sharing the ship with Svard, the undying, horrifying barbarian. He stood at the Storm's Edge's prow, that jagged black blade on one shoulder, and his ferrite, Kivi, curled up at his feet. Svard's gray, scar-coated skin, crisped and scraggly beard, and lack of all those things that made a human, well, human, ate at Torny in ways she didn't understand until now, this very moment. "You look sick," signed Bliss, sitting across from her in the dining room. The luxurious space held a long table and windows giving view to the front deck. Instead of meals, though, the table center held several lockboxes. In them, clustered, were about half the Skars Gladring, the dead Najan traitor, had stolen from Noctia. Those stones made up the peace offering to Fassel and Yarvik, intended to buy Kant its independence. Torny wouldn't bet on the Najan power pair accepting. Fassel wasn't the kind to let a winning position die out with anything less than maximum benefit, and it was obvious to anyone who took a look over the ocean that the Purple and Black Fleet had Kants on the edge. "I'm not a fan of undeath," Torny said, still watching Svard.
There's another man I know like Svard, and he's a real bastard.
She'd not pieced together Yarvik's particular game until Svard came into Torny's life. But the same gray sheen, the lack of sleep, and the disdain for food and drink all matched far too well. Yarvik had been leading the nimble fingers seemingly forever.
Svard's on our side, Torny. I'd much rather that than the opposite.
The bandit could agree with that. Usually, having the guy with the big sword on your team was a plus. Her hand went inside her seagoing Kant's robe to the small book, always secure against her chest or thigh. She pulled it out now, waved it at Bliss.
This is our real weapon,
Torny said.
Remember where I got this? How could I forget our frozen run through that city, with everyone chasing us? Exactly, but it was worth it. The diary? This is Yarvik's son,
Torny said.
The only kid Yarvik's ever had, so far as I know, and the man's wanted this diary for a long time. Why? How should I know? Maybe it's the last thing tying Yarvik to humanity. Maybe he just wants to know what his kid thinks of him.
Torny slipped the book away.
The point is, Yarvik told me to get it, and I did, which means we have leverage. If he's as bad as you say, why wouldn't he just kill you and take it?
Torny clicked her tongue.
Because Yarvik has a reputation. You start killing people who get things done for you, suddenly your jobs get left incomplete. He'll have to find another excuse, and my guess is he won't. So he'll push Vassal to a peace with Kantz, all because you have this diary?
Bliss's skeptical look matched how Torny felt about that precise outcome. But that was fine, because she had her bet placed on a different call.
My thinking? Yarvik doesn't want to share power. Rumors had it he tried to get Vassal killed and failed. Settled for this.
Torny drummed her fingers on the table.
I bet Yarvik will offer us a different deal. Take out Vassal, give him the diary, and Kantz gets its reprieve.
That doesn't seem fair.
Fair and Yarvik don't mix. Sooner you accept that, the better off you'll be.
The better off I'll be?
Because you'll be ready when they try to kill each other.
Torny meant the line as a joke, but neither one laughed. Dew, the captain of the Storm's Edge, had them on a straight, short course for Noctia and the Ringed City. Getting there meant sailing along Noctia's southern coast and swinging north into the massive harbor, and getting to Noctia's southern coast meant splitting the Najan blockade. Torny had listened to Dew's speech to his crew that morning. He was hoping that flying the Noctia flag alongside Kantz might deter any overzealous Najan captains. But if Torny had learned anything during her thieving years, it was that everybody loved a good mark, and the Storm's Edge looked like a great one. Flashy, embroidered with Kantz glass, and their silky, shimmering threads to mimic a glistening prism on the sea, the Storm's Edge kept no mystery about who sailed on board, even if Yuja wasn't on the craft this time. Any Najan captain would assume she was. That annoying reality came true as soon as the Storm's Edge left its escorting Kantz cutters behind. Those ships might have hung close if Dew hadn't ordered them to turn around, to spend their lives defending the Isle, rather than adding threat to a peaceful mission. Another short-sighted turn, but Torny again kept her mouth shut. Dew had made it clear he was no fan of bandits, even retired ones. So Torny and Bliss kept their weapons about them. A dagger brace lay on the table near those lockboxes, and Bliss's metal-capped staff rested on the floor near her feet. Easy to grab, then, when the Kant scout's call from the uppermost nest declared 2 Najan caravels were on an intercept. Mild winds made the sailing slow and the seas soft. Torny balanced easy on the deck as she and Bliss joined a couple other combat-ready sailors at the prow. Svard stood there too, as still as ever, and his ferrite continued snoozing. Ahead, the caravels closed across the gray water with little fuss, bobbing into their path. If things kept this way, the storm's edge would be sandwiched, and Tony still had nightmares about the last time they'd been boarded from either side. They'd lost Wax that night.
Hold on!
Dew's shout rolled over the ship, and Tony grabbed the railing as the storm's edge put its beautiful triangle sails to good use, scooting the ship to port. The caravels tried to adjust, their flat, square sails struggling in the slight breeze to handle the turn. The leftward one began a slow loop, when it wouldn't complete in time to catch the storm's edge. As for the other,
"At least he's narrowed it to one,"
Tony said, detaching from the rail and, along with the rest of them, moving to the starboard side.
"Ready for this, Bliss?" "Don't think we have a choice, Torny." "Damn right we don't,"
Torny said, drawing a dagger and waggling it towards the oncoming caravel.
"We'll be moving too fast for anything more than a grapple or two, though."
"Which you'll leave to me,"
Svard said, stomping aft.
"You all have lives to lose. Mine's already gone."
Torny watched the barbarian pass, that waggling dagger going a bit limp. Bliss was nodding to herself, her right hand flicking Torny's way.
"If that's his attitude, maybe Svard's a good one to keep around."
The bandit had to agree. Chapter 5. Hidden Spears. A filthy trust. Quick had earned enough to help some Najan escort a few Modeland captives into the jungle that afternoon in a hunt for early-season mushrooms, herbs, and any other food they might find. Pavard, delivering the detail to Quick after their lunch, suggested the assignment was as much to get his glowering face away from her as any real need for his input, and Quick didn't argue. Avoiding the Najan Navy and its growing domination over his isle might do Quick some good. 15 vis, some among the older or defiant in Modeland who hadn't tried to escape, and others pilfered from the small villages taken by the Najan, were marched by 10 armored soldiers wearing purple and black. That number disparity didn't look so bad, given that the vis were thin, tired, and browbeaten. Quick swallowed the bile rising at the sight, focused instead on the budding jungle around him. This was waking up to spring, and the chilly morning dew had faded against a comfortable sun. Animals hooted and hollered, trees shook their leaves in the wind, and vines extended their tendrils. Another few weeks, and they'd be perfect for swinging. Wax would have been the first one out among them, whooping and laughing his way through the canopy. A snarl drew Quick's attention to a sturdy Najan at the line's front, hitting a vis with the butt of his Volge.
"Keep your satchel off my legs,"
the Najan said, loud enough for the line to hear.
"You've got 2 shoulders. Keep it on 'em. If it hits me again, you'll earn more than a couple bruises."
Leave off 'em, Beltran,"
chuckled another.
"They can barely stand straight as it is."
"Not my fault they chose to fight us, is it?"
"Kill them,"
Quick said.
"and Pavard's not going to be happy. You're all in a war still, remember?"
The whole party turned back to him, the vis giving Quick a look mixing loathing with confusion, while the Najan went with disgust, which, as a traitor to his own isle, Quick probably deserved.
"Keep it moving,"
Beltran finally said, stepping further away from the vis and the lanky man swinging satchel.
"I expect that thing to be full by the time we head back."
Not a soul gave Quick another glance, shared another word, and the hunter liked that just fine. After an hour's walk to the south, stumbling through the shallow foothills, the group found a grove flush with mushrooms that'd make for good stews. The Najan set up a perimeter while the vis stuffed satchels. Quick settled onto a stump, ready to spend more time mulling dark thoughts, when he noticed a particular call amid the jungle's living cacophony. A trill, one repeated every few beats, close enough to sound like a persistent songbird, but a human's voice had a lilt that was hard to hide, at least to one like Quick, who'd been on enough hunts using that very same signal. Quick looked over the vis, continuing to pry mushrooms from the dirt, and saw not a one wondering about the sound. Then again, these were older, starved, and befuddled captives. Not hunters, not warriors ready to make an escape. The trill sounded again, sharper this time, with an extra note added to the end. Quick slipped his hands into his gauntlets. The Najan suspected nothing, most with hands on their vulges, their mouths moving in quiet conversation. Two laughed at a third's joke. Another munched on some bread. A dart began the ambush, flying in from the north and taking poor Beltran in his neck. The gruff guard slapped at the dart like it was some pest, seemed astonished to find a feathered stick instead of a bug. Yet, when Beltran opened his mouth to say something, anything, foam frothed. The real alarm came when, heavy in his Najan armor, the guard crashed to the mossy ground. At once, the mushroom gathering stopped. At once, the Najan called out the alarm. Not that it did the purple and black soldiers any good. As the Najan turned towards Beltran's twitching body, darts sliced in from the other sides. Not all were accurate, bouncing off helmets or shoulder plates, but two more struck home. 7 Najan left, and the Noctia fighters played it smart.
"Shoot again and they die!"
yelled the same one who'd pestered Beltran to stay calm. He backed towards the prisoners in the middle, raising his vulge. The other Najan followed, Quick watching from his stump.
"You can't kill us all before we take them!"
"They won't have to," Quick said, rising. Starved, battered, the Vis might have been, but they had their Isle's spirit within. Almost as one, the prisoners jumped on their captors. Satchels heavy with mushrooms looped around Najan necks and pulled tight. Ragged whoops sounded, and at their yells, the jungle burst to life. An assault by... Quick hesitated, even in his first step with those gauntlets raised. 4. Only 4 Vis dashed with spears raised, coming at the Najan as those soldiers decided their prisoners deserved a painful death. The Najan weren't morons, but trained fighters, and they reacted to the choking ambushes by dropping their vulges, pulling blades free from belts. Those glistening, Fodi-forged, sapphire swords cut deep into the unprotected Vis. The prisoners had numbers, and they grappled with the Najan, but the mushroom grove began to fill with the wrong side's blood. For a foursome, the incoming Vis traded speed for smart stabs, lancing in their feathered spears at gaps in the Najan armor. They scored deep hits, but Quick didn't see a fatality. The purple and black armor was too strong, deflecting those stabs to the sides, gouges left in the thick plate. That armor would have been far too warm in summer, when thin Najan robes would replace heavier defenses. These Vis had picked a time too early, and now Quick would have to rescue them. With a loud whoop, Quick charged at the nearest Najan, one who'd just finished gutting a prisoner and throwing off their satchel. As the Najan turned to his neighbor, raising his blade, Quick struck with an uppercutting slash. His left gauntlet dug into the armpit gap between chest plate and arm sleeve, finding muscle beneath and tearing. The Najan howled. Quick planted his feet and pulled with his left arm, drawing the Najan back across the hunter's planted feet and tripping the soldier. Once he hit the ground, the Najan would have a tough time standing with all that armor weight. Add the prisoners who leaped on the soldier, smashing at his face with rocks and grabbing for his sword, and the man wouldn't find his feet any time soon. The Najan Quick's victim had been about to help, smashed aside a Vis spear, then struck its wielder with a backhanded bash, knocking the Vis to the ground. Rather than go for the kill, the Najan swung the blade back towards Quick. A snap slash that might have taken Quick's head clean off if the hunter hadn't lifted his right gauntlet across his face. The sword skittered off the gauntlet's back, drawing a line in the polished wood and a clean cut along Quick's forearm behind it. The burn only helped Quick focus, and he pushed forward into the swing, shoving the Najan's sword up and back into the Najan's chest. Quick pinned it there with his palms, the gauntlet claws cutting the Najan's chin beneath his helmet. The hunter saw the Najan working his left hand, pulling the knife all those soldiers kept opposite their blade. Pulling a knife no longer there.
"For Vis!"
hissed a prisoner, an older lady with strength enough to jam the blade into the Najan's defenseless neck. The soldier collapsed with a gurgle, and Quick dashed to the next, joining two spears with his claws to cut down a third Najan. As that woman fell, the two remaining Noctia fighters, bleeding and bereft of their weapons, raised their hands, begged for their lives.
"We spared you,"
one blubbered to the prisoners, the Vis quartet who'd started the ambush.
"We didn't take your lives."
Quick gestured at the bodies around the grove, where at least 5 prisoners lay and would never rise again.
"That's sparing us?"
"You attacked first. What were we supposed to do?"
"They can't know we exist,"
whispered one of the Vis spear wielders to Quick.
"The Lyra still stand, but we won't last long if the Najan come looking for us. They have to die."
"Hear that?" Quick said to the Najan pair. "You're already dead because of what you've done to this isle."
"Wait,"
said the blubbering one, his face snot-stained.
"Pavard won't take this. She'll comb the jungle looking for you and all these prisoners. You need us. We can tell a different story."
"Fiends!"
cried the other Najan, as if he'd just stumbled on a miracle.
"Fiends did this, right? You come back with us, corroborate the story. You're the Vis hunter. You got us out alive."
A story that wouldn't work if Quick came back alone. Too suspicious. But then, why would Quick come back at all? The hunter felt eyes on him. Kill the Najan, disappear into the jungle, and... No, that wouldn't help Wax. Killing a few Najan from the shadows till one stuck Quick with a Volge wouldn't either. Annalise always kept her focus on the bigger picture. Maybe it was time for Quick to do the same. "Can you get me to Kant's?" Quick asked the Najan pair. They regarded him, open-mouthed. "Can you?" Quick repeated.
Maybe," said the first. "Pavard would need to order it, and I'm not sure what we'd say."
Quick raised a single gauntlet. Insects buzzed. A prisoner moaned, while another, tearing off his satchel's strap, bandaged a wound.
"I know the captain of the cutter getting restocked right now," said the second. "Met her in the mess hall last night. She wants more fighters. You volunteer, we can sneak you aboard. She'll sail close."
As good a plan as any, with one fatal flaw. Quick moved before the Najan pair, reached out and pulled off their helmets, exposed their heads. "Now, everyone here knows your faces," Quick said. "If you tell what happened here, if you betray me, there will come a time, unknown to you, when your life will end. Painful and slow. Do you understand?" The Najan bought their lives with their nods. Chapter 6. Queen's Wrath. Used to be, Yujo would go through all the steps to fly a glider, anticipating a wonderful jaunt through sunlit skies. A landing in formation near the docks to impress some dignitary, or at a spire-topping chalet to enjoy some sky wine and fruit away from a royal's constant attention. Now she flew to war. Vassal's peace offering would take days, even if the man accepted. In the meantime, the Najan were happy to press their attack. Kant's navy was outnumbered. If Yujo looked to her west, soaring high in the afternoon, she saw ship-to-ship battles playing out far too close to the city's harbor. Arrows, burning pitch, and boarding sorties took one Kant's life after another. So, too, did the place she flew towards at that very moment. Kant's had gliders in the air at all hours these days, looping the isles and ready with signal torches, because the Najan had broken the net. They were landing now, with pillaging in mind.
"See it there?"
shouted Liviere, her former assassin and current bodyguard. He flew off to her left, anchoring a 10-person formation gliding towards the afternoon attack.
"It's the granaries!"
Great storehouses to keep Kant's grown and Tamas-purchased wheat to eat during the winter, among other vegetables, salted meats, and the resources her people relied on now to survive the war. More than a dozen of the huge, squat buildings lay scattered around a broad field, paths leading to and from each one. They'd been spaced out to prevent any accidental fire spread. That distance did little when the arson was intentional. A sharp cliff led from the storehouses down to the seaside, and Yujo saw the clipper trio anchored at the cliff's base. Purple and black Najan flags flapped, and thin lines rising up from those ships spoke of grappling lines hung and climbed. How long had those ships been parked there to let this happen, unseen? Yujo made a note in her stressed mind to ask Liviere to double the glider patrols. As it was, a few Kant's guards and farmers down below engaged the Najan raiders. Outnumbered and pushed back near one of the storehouses, the Kant's fighters couldn't do much as a third storehouse was set ablaze. The Najan looked like little rats, scurrying through the short springtime grasses with their torches, their light leathers.
"Right in their center!"
Yujo called to Liviere, who echoed her words to the formation.
"Surprise and scatter, then destroy! And you, my queen, I'm on the ships!"
Yujo angled her descent towards the cliffside, tugging on the glider's ropes to taper its edges and bring it into a swift dive. A hard drop that would have been fatal to any ordinary pilot, one that didn't have a Kant Skar on her right wrist. The ground rushed up, and Yujo nudged the Skar. Kant's stone obeyed, whistling in Yujo's mind and sending a gust right against her glider's nose. The contraption tilted vertical, putting Yujo's legs straight down into a fall that should have broken her knees. The Kant Skar, again, funneled a geyser's push beneath Yujo, catching her fall and setting the queen on the ground without the slightest bump. As she dropped, Yujo's thumbs pressed in the glider's emergency release, snapping off the harness, keeping her in place. The glider fell off her back as Yujo caught her balance, and she lifted the remaining bar over her head. It'd be a long walk back, but she'd have a victory to relish on the trip. The battlefield came her way. Liviere and his allies had landed with a crossbow lead-in, firing quarrels on a flyover before coming to an easy landing in the fields between the storehouses. Despite the Najan still holding numbers, a fact Yujo didn't like to acknowledge, but Kant's was stretched so thin, the raiders took their arrival as a sign to flee. A few threw their remaining torches at unlit storehouses, tosses too fleeting to get lucky, and the whole 20 or 30 Najan came charging at her. Yujo took those seconds to look to the steep cliff and those waiting ladders. She broke to the edge. 6 grapples and their attendant ladders gouged into the earth, with more spikes hammered in at intervals on the way up. A difficult dislodging for any normal soldier. not for a went Skar. The golden stone picked up Yujo's call and sent several sharp tremors racing down the cliffside. Spikes popped free, raining down on the ships below, accompanied by loose rubble, dirt, and a few unfortunate shrubs. Yujo's breath caught, not because of the beautiful sight, but because she'd extended the Skar a little too far, where it reached for Yujo to fill in the gap. Shoving the Skar back, Yujo steadied herself, then wheeled to face the approaching Najan. They slowed their charge, confused by and suspicious of the single woman standing in their escape route. In their battered leathers, carrying blades and tools instead of volges and chakrams, the raiders kept it light, lacked the Najan's usual polish. One told her to throw the sword aside, lay on the ground, and they'd let her live. Typical Najan bravado.
"Your ladders are gone," Yujo announced. "You're trapped. Surrender now, and I promise you'll keep your heads."
"Or we'll take yours,"
cracked the same one, a man bearing a golden captain's sigil on his breast.
"Kick her over and get to climbing, boys."
The group shouted some infernal Noctia cry and resumed their rush, blades rising high. Yujo cursed, but if the scum wanted to fight, well, Yujo could do that just fine. Behind the Najan, the burning storehouses served up an idea, one the 40 Skar answered. The stone ignited her desperate rage and sought release. The queen gave the power a path. Yujo drew and slashed her rapier across her body as the Najan closed. The 40 Skar sent its power coursing into and beyond her sword. The rapier's point spat a fiery stream, arcing like water into the charging Najan line. Those leathers and the light shirts beneath, so nimble and thin, caught the fire and held onto it, cooking their wearers. Hair and skin alike crackled, and that golden sigil melted, a brand upon a molten body. The first Najan stumbled, fell in flames, and the rest stumbled right into their burning allies. A towering, sweltering wall rose before the queen as she drew her sword back into a ready defense, though nobody found their way through. Her ears rang with the 40 Skar's triumph, and first terrible ash blew into the sky above. Yujo caught her breath, found her bones trembling, and watched the flames die. The third Najan rank stopped before the fires, only for Olivier and his friends to catch them in the back. The rapiers cut right through, and in seconds the Najan raiding party lay captured or killed. Yujo watched the end from one knee, her sword arm resting on the grass. Her breath came shallow enough for Olivier to rush to her side, ask if she was all right.
"I'll survive," Yujo said. "The storehouses?"
"Two lost, a third damaged. What should we do with them?"
Yujo glanced down the cliff at her back. The clippers were starting to pull anchor.
"The Najan will want their soldiers, Olivier. I say we send them home."
The sounds, the hard smacks, as those Najan bodies struck the ships that brought them, haunted Yujo as they rowed back towards the Sky Palace. Carts carried the Khans, and more would gather their gliders. A vengeful defense, but a successful raid for the Najan. Vassal's army had manpower. She'd chosen the storehouses because they were most important, but the rapier forges on Kansa's east side had come under attack earlier that day, and no doubt more places had been hit since. The onslaught was continuous and costly, and Kans couldn't hold out much longer.
"Have you thought about surrender?"
Olivier asked, slouched across from Yujo in the cart. He spoke quiet enough for the words not to spread above the clacking of the wheels, the other conversing soldiers.
"Or is this a fight to the end?"
"Surrendering would mean our end, Olivier,"
Yujo replied.
the Najan would take everything.
Not perhaps our lives, our people,
but our spirit.
Livier threw her a slight grin.
Yujo, I don't believe anyone could take your spirit. I know because I tried to take that and more.
The assassin twisted to look towards the city they approached.
But this isn't about you anymore, or me. There are families starving, soldiers losing their lives in a war we cannot win. That much is clear now.
We're asking Fassel for peace, Livier. I'm trying.
And if he refuses, Yujo, what are you prepared to do?
If Fassel wants Kantz, he will have to take it with his bloody hands.
Yujo rubbed the bracelet on her right wrist. The smooth scars hooked into it.
This is our home. I will never give it up.
Chapter 7. Tunnel Trap. Damning all the fiends to their collapsing worlds wasn't a terrible act, was it? They were monsters, vicious things that could tear apart whole cities. Just as bad, if Mayna's story was true, some would rip apart your soul or devour your memories. The Isles didn't need that, right?
Are you asking me?
Sawi said, as they clambered through a rough, narrow stretch. The Vis Gatherer went second, after the Went Scout, with Wax taking third, and Annalise, the scientist, holding the rear. None of the other Vis who'd made the escape felt the urge to return to Kantz and fight the Najan, and Hochi wouldn't commit any Went soldiers to the effort. The warlord needed Noctia's trade, and was nominally Fassel's ally, which left their trio.
Sorry, just wondering aloud,
Wax said.
I think you did the right thing,
Sawi replied, her form shifting with shadows as lantern light caught cracked geodes and old salt.
The fiends aren't worth saving, Wax. They're monsters.
The old Wax would have agreed. The new tried to find other things to focus on. Thankfully, the dark below obliged. Far from being dull rock, Wax found himself astounded with the life down here. Pools flourished with small fish and vibrant bugs. As they ventured further from Dreamhold, mosses in purples and blues added flair to their walk. Though when Wax tried to scrape some off to carry, the Went Scout forbade him, stating the moss was too valuable to disturb. After an early rush for the stuff plunged the nearby caves into darkness, Hochi had ordered it protected, cultivated. The loamy mushrooms they found here and there, though, were perfect for snacks and soups. The dark below echoed with drips and drops. Scratching claws and paws bounced around too, their scout calling for stops here and there to ensure whatever animal, or fiend, caused the noise was heading away. Avoidance seemed the prime directive once they'd gone more than an hour outside Dreamhold, a policy Hochi meant to keep his people alive, though one plenty of Went ignored in their search for valuable ores. Expeditions to find other missing expeditions were a daily occurrence down here. What stood out most, though, amid their walk, was the ash-black scouring along the walls and floor, as if something, someone, had set a blaze along the tunnels and let it burn. Sections, too, were buttressed and hollowed out, widened for far larger bodies than Wax and any Went soldier needed. When Sawi asked the scout, the Went only said it wasn't anything to worry about.
That's a simplistic view, said Annalise. Fiends are like us, different and perhaps raw, but their value is both unknown and worth exploring.
Value? Wax asked, as Sawi snorted.
Yes. Any creature has different properties. We make coats from furs, get milk from cows. Some fiends might offer up something equally as valuable, or better. Cures for new diseases, new material for clothes, sails, or any number of things. And even if their worlds were dying, there may have been time to send explorers to gather samples. Who knows what the gods left behind in their original homes? Annalise, you're making me sick. I'm only providing another view. Do those possibilities outweigh the lives you likely saved by closing the gates? We can't know.
Annalise took a deeper breath.
But, Wax, it's done. We have to focus on what we can do now, like destroy the Najan and find your brother.
Annalise, Sawi said, as they entered a larger room, a jutting stone pillar in the center.
Don't.
Quick's fate, unknown and likely horrible, preoccupied Wax in his lonelier moments. The hunter hadn't come to the caves, hadn't escaped the assault on Modelan, which meant he'd probably died in the fighting. His brother wasn't one to go peacefully, but at the same time, they'd likely get no real answer, not until they went all the way to Vis to look for Quick's body, or someone who'd seen it. A journey Wax wouldn't be taking for a long time, if he could help it. A man could take only so much trauma in his life.
I'm saying that we can look at the fiends as a dilemma for calmer times,
Annalise replied.
When there's not more pressing violence at hand.
Pressing violence is a great way to describe what we're doing, Wax muttered.
Open war? Bloody conflict? The complete destruction of good isles because of one man's lust for power? Do you prefer any of those? All of them,
Sawi answered.
And Vassal will get what's coming to him, Annalise. I swear it.
Not long ago, the thought of Sawi swearing vengeance against anything worse than a weed would have had Wax laughing. Now, amid the dust, stone, and flickering shadows, the renewal shared her fire. The first night out, away from Dreamhold's raucous distractions, Wax found his bone-tired self nonetheless sitting up in the small side chamber they'd chosen for a campsite. The scout had set tripwires to signal any approaching fiend, and, that done, promptly passed out. Annalise had followed his lead after tinkering with several small devices in lantern light, then deciding the dim glow was hardly good enough for fine work. Which left Sawi and Wax sitting up, sharing a space in relative solitude for the first time in months.
Not too long ago, we'd be sneaking off,
Sawi said, a bit of twinkle in her eye.
Different times,
Wax replied. The Tamas Skar bubbled up, as it often did when something emotional, nostalgic, or just intriguing arose. He shoved it back. This conversation was between him and Sawi, not some long-dead god.
I miss them. Me too.
Sawi scrunched up her bedroll, gripping it tight as she sat in its folds.
Going with Gladring changed everything. Letting Pan pull me along did too.
Wax gave a lone chuckle.
We've been used, Sawi. Our perfect life pulled apart by our friends. Gladring wasn't a friend. But you went with him anyway?
Sawi nodded.
What was I supposed to do, Wax? You'd all left me. I was restless, alone. You chose to stay. Because I didn't know any better.
Now it was Sawi's turn to laugh.
Or maybe I did.
She looked at Wax, eyes big in the lantern light.
You think we could ever get back to that? After all this?
Maybe. But Wax didn't believe the word as he said it, and he knew Sawi could tell.
We loved each other, didn't we?
She said instead, a pleasant sort of sorrow in her voice.
I did. We did. I'll never forget it either. Oh, thanks, Wax. Glad to know I'll always be your happy memory.
That's not... Sawi laughed, a real one this time, a tear or two dangling from her eyes.
It's fine. Like we said, those were our old selves. Those people, they don't exist anymore. Who we are now, well, we'll have to figure it out.
You will,
Wax said. Find someone, I mean. Sawi tilted her head. You saying you already have, Wax?
When the Vis hesitated, Sawi's eyes popped.
Wait, is it that bandit? The one that you said captured you on Fody? No, not her. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with Torny, but I think she's more interested in Bliss than me. Not that I mind. Then who, you scoundrel? Wax smiled. Guess you'll just have to wait and see.
His friend rolled her eyes, then laid down, pulled her blanket over.
I hope I do, Wax.
Oh, yeah?
Why's that? Because if you can find love in all this, then the rest of us are going to be just fine.
2 days passed in the dark, walking those wide tunnels, before their path turned upwards. The scout said they were closing on Kantz, another long day's march, and they'd start to feel the Isle's winds, smell the salty sea air of the beachfront cave they'd be leaving from.
I smell something new,
Annalise said, and when Wax took a strong sniff, paid attention, he could smell it too.
Like something's burning.
The scout slowed, stopped in the wide passage, staring ahead. The other 3 formed up behind him, and Sawi asked what was wrong. The scout shook his head.
We're not the first ones down this tunnel,
the scout said.
Obviously, Annalise added. There's no way this is naturally this wide and smooth.
Right,
the scout continued.
But there's something Hochi didn't mention to you that I wasn't supposed to talk about either. We hoped they'd be gone by now, or the war over. I don't think that's happening.
Spit it out, man,
Sawi said.
Firewalkers came this way. A deal Hochi made with Noctia to give them a home in exchange for fighting Kantz.
The scout retreated a step.
I think they're coming back.
Chapter 8. On the Black Rocks. Over the last 3 days at sea, Torny had discovered something about herself. She rather enjoyed watching Svard cleave through distraught Najan sailors. At first, she and Bliss had been ready to jump in, and the Vis had even knocked a Najan who was scaling the ship's side with her staff. More action than that had been unnecessary, because Svard had turned the ocean red. The barbarian opened every boarding action the same way, standing at the edge, cutting away grapples as quarrel after Najan quarrel stuck itself in his chest, arms, neck, even his eye. That last had been a bit gruesome, but after plucking the dart out and tossing it back towards the man who'd fired it, Svard's eye looked none the worse for wear. A little pocked, like the rest of him, but if Svard was bothered, the man didn't show it. Committing to their stupidity, the Najan didn't take the clues given by their crossbows, instead climbing their remaining grapples, or, in the case of a couple larger Fody ships that matched the Storm's edge in size, walking fat ramps. In either case, Svard stood before them and waved the blade.
Come aboard, and your life is forfeit,
the barbarian announced each time, somehow at once forceful and tired of it all. The Najan didn't listen. Not at first. They would charge with volges, swords, and anything else they had. Robes or armor, it didn't matter. Svard would sweep his blade across like a farmer harvesting wheat with his scythe. Bodies would fly into the sea, lose limbs, or simply fold in half at the barbarian's strength. Any Najan lucky or skilled enough to make it past the barbarian would find themselves butted off the boat by Kivi, or lose a foot to the ferrite's stone jaws. Once the battle cries became wounded shrieks, the Najan's boarding would falter, the next wave realizing just what awaited them. By the third attack, Torny started taking bets with Dew as to how long, how many charges the Najan would try before slinking back and sailing away.
Why aren't they just trying to sink us?
Bliss signed at one point, a question Dew answered by pointing to the dual flags after Torny translated the hand signals.
We're not armed, and we're flying a peaceful flag,
Dew said, the captain smoking some pipeweed, as yet another bloody day dwindled to its end. They were standing atop the ship's top deck, watching Svard and Kivy again looming at the prow.
They're all hunting for glory, and they're getting killed for it. Sinking us wouldn't give them any treasure, and might cost them their command if Vassal finds out what's aboard.
So they're pirates, basically? Exactly,
Torny said.
Worthless pirates trying to scrape a little something from a war they know is going to end soon.
You think so?
Dew asked, his tone suggesting Torny was being naive.
We don't get peace with these Skars. My guess is Kant's is done by summer,
Torny replied with a casual shrug.
I'm just a thief, but I've read enough faces in my life, and when we left Kant's, nobody on those docks believed we were winning. That's enough proof for me.
We'll never surrender. The Queen won't.
Don't act like you know what Yujo's going to do,
Torny countered.
She's not as stone-headed as the rest of you.
Stone-headed? Bliss signed, as Dew blinked.
Made that one up myself,
Torny snapped, then nodded at Dew's pipe.
You have any more of that? Looks like the Najan are finally getting the right idea, which means it'll be a boring night.
The purple-black clippers, cutters, and caravels that had been pursuing the storm's edge from Kans to Noctia were turning away, heading back towards the wind isle. Maybe seeing enough of their sister ships flayed had taught them a lesson, or someone remembered Kans itself was the goal, not one fancy vessel streaking across the sea. Either way, they'd made it through the first gauntlet. The second, Torny had no doubt, would be worse. The ringed city looked rougher every time Torny saw it. Being in war's rush did the city no favors, as Najan flags flew from more pointed rooftops than ever before, obscuring ancient and beautiful carvings. The massive harbor wasn't a bustling cosmopolitan collection from around the Isles, but instead a stiff line of Fodi, Went, and Noctia warships. While fishing boats still braved the seas, they were herded about by patrol craft meant to keep them away from military flotillas. Even the city's noise, which rose as the storm's edge approached, carried metal music rather than the churn of a more diverse civilization.
You don't like it, do you?
Bliss sighed. They stood near Svard and Kivy during this final approach. The Najan clippers racing them had shot ahead, delivering a diplomatic pass to let the Kant's ship through. Those same clippers then returned to pace the storm's edge on its entry, letting Torny finally enjoy an escorted docking.
It's all wrong,
Torny said.
Used to be, Noctia had possibility. It was the center, you know? You'd come here to change your life, or lose a few valuables and realize you were better off back home.
She winked at Bliss before returning to her frown.
The Najan kept to their quarter. You could ignore them, really, if you wanted. Don't think that's happening now. The city isn't fighting them. They can't be that upset. Okay, let me put it a different way. You said you're in some Vis society, right? The Lyra?
Bliss nodded.
Imagine the Lyra marching into your hometown and saying they had to take over. People were going to die otherwise. Fate of the world at stake and all that. The Lyra would never do that. Not the point, but good for you and your noble little isle. Anyway, Vassals convinced them all the Najan are fighting for good, and if you don't like it, then you're bad. That's why all those flags are waving.
Bliss stood silent with that explanation, while Torny checked, again, to make sure the diary was still in her vest pocket. Secured. Hidden. Not like the twin dagger she wore on her waist. More like the small knife in her boot.
When will the flags come down?
Bliss asked.
My guess? When Vassal's dead. Someone will take his place. They might want revenge. Well, we'll have to persuade them to do something different.
Bliss smiled.
You, Torny? You'll persuade them? What, you don't think I can talk nice? People listen when there's a knife up against their neck, Bliss.
No knives found necks when the Storm's Edge docked, not least because Najan soldiers crowded the pier. Dew's ship had been guided to a lone stone line jutting out on the city's north end, well into the Najan quarter. Torny didn't even recognize the small storehouses here, all devoid of merchants, taverns, and the like, and shadowed by craggy cliffs. Overhead, the Najan spires rose high, and Torny guessed more than one ship-obliterating weapon was aimed their way. As Dew lowered the ramp, Svard again took point. They wouldn't be bringing the Skars off the boat, not yet anyway. Discussion first, which meant the barbarian, Bliss, and Torny would depart alone. Yet, when Svard started down the ramp, the Najan called for him to stop.
Guardian,
came calm words from an older woman dressed in a scholar's robe. Age had taken its count on her, but Torny looked past the wrinkles to the necklace on her neck, the stone set inside it.
Before you set your feet again on our isle, which you last left as an ally, you should know that blade must not leave your shoulders.
The woman slipped her way before all the guards.
If its edge tries to take another Najan life, we will not hesitate to finally end yours.
With what? Svard growled in reply. The woman tapped the necklace.
We've had time enough to train some in the stones. You will keep your peace on our shore, Svard.
That, my lady, is more on you than me.
She laughed, then soured.
Yet, now that you are here, I regret I must pass along some unfortunate news. The Aegis, Katya, has passed.
Torny had been a child when the last Aegis died, withered away on the throne. She'd seen Katya ascend, watched the ceremonies from hideaways and hidden alcoves, using the distraction to clean out a few pockets, steal a few apples. Nevertheless, Katya had been hope, and her arrival had been infectious, a new beginning for the Isles. That her life had ended with so little fanfare, not even a grand announcement, left the thief speechless.
How?
Svard asked, the dead man turning ever more gray, faded, and for a moment Torny wondered if he was going to throw the blade away and embrace oblivion then and there.
What killed her?
Doing what she always did, the woman replied. She was saving lives, Svard. Now, come along. Vassal is anxious to speak with all of you, to see if we can't put this awful war behind us.
And yet, as Torny and Bliss joined the barbarian on the dock, with the Najan ranks closing around them in a tight escort, the bandit didn't feel among friends. After all, why would the winners want to end the war? Chapter 9. The Chosen Guard. Quick's Najan prisoners kept their word. Pavard did not. The Najan captain heard the tale of a fiend attack and dismissed the surviving trio, ordering a second expedition out to hunt down the monsters. She did not insist Quick go with them, and that, Quick wondered later, should have been the first clue. He'd left the debrief without suspicion, had a meal while the clipper he'd been taking to Kant continued its repairs, getting stocked with material. Quick drank peach wine, wandered to Modeland's southern beach and watched the waves until long after Sichi rose. Too excited to sleep, too ready to leave this terrible reminder. The hunter did not notice the new vessels, the Najan bodies carried off for burning. A Najan shook him awake, as promised, in the pre-dawn morning. The wine's headache disappeared as Quick snapped his eyes open, found his escape. Pavard kept him in a small Modeland house with a few other Najan, most of whom were still asleep. His guide put a finger to his lips, held up a Najan sailing robe and cap. Quick nodded, rose off the mat, and slipped the robe on over his vis weave. Not much of a disguise, but in the dim morning it might be enough. The guide retreated to the door, the bamboo floor quiet. The man's left hand flicked forward, but Quick wasn't quite ready yet. The hunter went to the wall opposite the mat, where his gauntlets hung from a single peg.
"No,"
the guide whispered, glaring back at Quick.
"They'll give you away."
Quick just shook his head, lifted off the gauntlets. He didn't put them on, but used the same thin rope to tie the weapons to the weave at his waist. The robe's slight disguise would have to do. His guide, accepting the inevitable, mouthed a curse and moved on. Beyond the house, they stepped out into a waking Modeland. Pavard had dumped the Najan at the cliff's base, nearest the port. The fire damage here hadn't been quite as extensive, and rebuilding efforts were already well underway, with felled bamboo and other wood lying in ready piles. The Noctia captain was efficient, demanding, and coupled both with a dead ruthlessness that had prisoners and soldiers alike working without much complaint. Or maybe, by now, it was the threat of Quick's claws that had the vis working to undo their own destruction. That, at least, would end today. Quick kept his head down, followed his guide, ignored his stomach, waking to the scent of cooking fish, boiling coffee from fresh vis cocoa. The waking jungle song called to Quick too, the same wild birds and animals as always, though it came tinted with sorrow this time. The hunter figured this might be the last time he'd see his homeland, and it was more than a little bitter to be sneaking off after a defeat. A defeat that Quick would undo as soon as he reached Kant's, found wax, and helped his brother tear apart the Najan.
"Sneaking doesn't suit you, Quick."
Pavard's voice cut through the morning mist, over the lapping waves. They'd reached the dock, taken the first steps onto its floating wood boards. Quick turned to find the captain standing alone at the pier's end.
"You're a warrior, not a spy. I'm surprised Maseo didn't see that before the end."
Behind him, Quick heard the steps as his guide ran. Alone then, and without pretense. Good.
"She thought she could turn me too,"
Quick said, standing straight. Their pier wasn't busy yet, and Pavard had come alone.
"A fatal mistake. Blinded by sycophants like everyone else on Noctia. Facile too. You, though, are going to help me change that."
That knocked Quick. He'd expected a beating, an escort back to his bed, or maybe a straight execution. Pavard, though, called for none of that, just kept her distance and grew a sly smile.
"I don't understand?"
Quick asked finally. He had no patience for people who baited responses with pauses. Gladring had done the same. When word came of that man's death, Quick hadn't shed a single tear.
"Your Kant's queen has sent her flagship to Noctia. It's carving a terrible path through our fleet, bad enough that I've ordered it to continue unmolested."
Pavard approached now, nodding behind her.
"The ship you are going to take to Kant's has a new destination, and another new passenger."
"You?" Quick could think of no other reason why Pavard would be making this grand appearance, this speech.
This is a backwater isle, Quick. Beautiful, but I won't be stashed here. Not after so long on Fodi's far side. You are my ticket back home.
Pavard kept coming closer. Still no guards, no aimed crossbows. Quick's hands twitched.
Whether that Khan's queen destroys Fassel or dies in the attempt, there will be a vacuum. One I intend to fill, either in the Sky Palace or the Ringed City.
You're telling me this why?
Because you, Quick, will be my bait and my weapon.
Pavard reached, put a hand on Quick's shoulder.
Do this, and I'll see you freed. Do this for me, and Noctia will forget your crimes. You can return to your brother, if he lives, or sail back to Kidai.
So close, and Quick figured he had twice Pavard's weight. A single punch could crack her throat. Yet Pavard's stare held him back. Another Najan promise, one he didn't trust in the least, but it came with a lure, one he couldn't resist. If Yujo's ship was heading for Noctia, Wax was probably on it, and it had been far too long since Quick had seen his brother.
You'll have your weapon,
Quick whispered.
I am not bait.
Pavard's hand drifted from Quick's shoulder, cupped his chin. The hunter stood stunned as Pavard's grin widened, those sharp eyes picking up a different glint than before.
No, Pavard said. I suppose you're not. I'm becoming more and more grateful you didn't die on that cliff, Quick. This would be so much harder without you.
They took to the seas an hour later, Quick given a role as any other sailor, though his lack of seafaring skills quickly set him to swabbing the clipper's deck and running errands for anyone who needed them. Pavard didn't watch Quick much as the day went on, the clipper swinging north around Vis, instead commanding the ship and dashing off missives they passed off to other Najan vessels, heading back to Modelan or towards the fighting near Kantz. Only when nightfall ended Quick's shift did he find his gauntlets moved from his hammock, relocated to the captain's quarters at the ship's aft. The ship's former captain, a harried, battle-hardened woman, took Quick's place, passed along the message with an acid laugh. He found the door unlocked, unsure what to expect. The day had been a whirlwind, hope and suspicion playing together and ending up, somehow, here. Pavard waited inside, sitting in her full regalia at a small table. A skin of peach wine and 2 small wood cups waited. Pavard's bed sat on the cabin's port side, while a straw mat lay the length of the starboard. His gauntlets lay near the ladder.
For your protection,
Pavard said, as Quick stared.
The crew is learning who you are, and there are more than a few who've lost friends to Kantz or your Vis friends. I will not lose my weapon before he can be wielded, so you will stay here when you're not working.
Her tone turned sharp.
And you will be vigilant on deck. A knife between the ribs, a push overboard, is an easy thing on a ship like this.
A lot of trouble to keep me alive.
It will be worth it, Quick, in the end.
She tipped the skin, filled the cups.
Now, have a drink, and tell me more about this Kant's queen and her friends. I need to know whether they're better off alive or otherwise.
Chapter 10. The Wind's Treasure. For once, Yujo saw no smoke rising across her isle. The throne room in the Sky Palace offered views west and south from its vast windows overlooking the city, the glass cleaned every morning by faithful workers. The window Yujo broke during her desperate dive away from Gladring's attack had already been replaced, a perhaps questionable use of wartime resources, now paying off, as Yujo looked over a placid land and sea.
"How long?"
Yujo asked, not bothering to turn around. That she wasn't sitting in the throne while holding an audience might have sparked disapproving rumors, back when Khans had enough time and worthless politicians to spread them. With just Liviere, a handful of advisors, all ironclad in their loyalty, and the man addressing her, one Captain Naro, Yujo figured she didn't have to worry about appearances.
"The Najan haven't said, but many of their ships are returning to ports,"
Naro replied, resplendent in his silver-blue Kant's officer's robe.
"The logistics there will take days at least, possibly a month or more if they're giving sailors leave."
"You don't sound as happy about that as I would expect."
"We don't know why, my queen. The Najan were winning, wearing us out. Why pull back now?"
When her fellow queen had still lived, she'd been mobbed by the advisors every morning. Yujo had been left out of major meetings, sent off to be a figurehead, represent the Khan's crowns and handle lighter, more fun duties. That this kept Yujo from the true levers of power wasn't something she missed, nor something she cared about. A thief out of the gutter, with a nice bed and good food? Who cared about anything else? Yet, just that morning, as it had been since Gladring died not more than a week ago, Yujo had been woken up with breakfast and briefings, suggestions and silent judgment from those delivering the news about her inexperience, her choices, her background. One of those suggestions had been to keep Svard's peacemaking mission a secret. Soldiers believing the war was ending by paying off the Najan might lose morale, even turn against Yujo out of pride. Better, instead, to frame the war's finish, when it came, as Noctia coming to its senses.
"You're in the fighting, Naro,"
Yujo said, measuring her words.
"What do you think is the likeliest reason?"
The captain hesitated. Yujo turned all the way around now, stood between the two thrones, with her back to the glass.
"Speak up, Captain,"
Liviere said from the room's side. He leaned against the glass there, a pose the assassin always seemed to assume, though Yujo figured he could kill someone a dozen different ways.
"Your queen won't kill you for your opinions."
Naro nodded, mustered himself.
"There are two possibilities to me. Either the Najan are exhausted because they've had to move so many soldiers in the last 2 months and were facing rebellion. Unlikely," said one of Yujo's advisors,
a grizzled man who always stank of old fish.
"No army doing so well would lose confidence. We're the last isle standing, and barely at that." "Agreed,"
Naro said.
"Which pushes me towards another line. We know the Najan are trying to gather and use more Skars. We can guess they've been training some soldiers in their use. Perhaps those weapons are ready now. This is a chance to bring those into the field and cut their losses, while driving us to a quick surrender."
Now that was an interesting thought. Vassal crewing his ships with Skar-wielding soldiers was a dangerous, devious idea. If Vassal assumed he would crush Kants quickly, he might throw out the peace offering and bank on conquest. Could Yujo bet on Svard, Torny, and Bliss carrying out the backup mission? Not alone.
"You raise an interesting point,"
Yujo said, stepping away from the glass and towards the captain.
"You say we have a few weeks, maybe more, before the Najan could return these ships to the fight."
"By my estimation, yes."
"Then maybe we need to take your fear and make it our strategy,"
Yujo said, touching her bracelet, letting the Tama Skar bubble up. Around her, impressions faded in from her advisors, from Livier and Naro. Curiosity and skepticism dominated. Time to see how her idea landed.
We have Skars here, too,
Yujo said.
Captain Naro, do you think the Khan's navy has enough soldiers willing to use them?
The captain let slip a slight grin.
We would be thrilled to crush the Najan with any weapon. But, my queen, said the same fishy advisor, the Skars, as you yourself demonstrate, can't be wielded without training. Even if we can pull our sailors back faster than the Najan, how will they learn to control the stones without hurting themselves or the city?
Simple,
Yujo said.
I will teach them. Myself.
Going to the uppermost chambers in the Sky Palace required more than the steps crawling the spires outside. No elevator would bring you up the last levels. The wrapping stairs concluded with a single hallway burrowing through to the mountain's middle. No sconces for lanterns or torches marred its smooth walls, broken only with prisms to ensure sunlight or Sichi's glow reached the hallway's end. A single soldier always stood at the entry, an honorary post until lately, when Gladring had stowed the Skars up here. On that morning, when Svard and Ami ambushed the former Najan tenant, Yujo, Torny, and Bliss had raced up these stairs under cloaks. Gladring's mind-warping had its breaking effects, and the soldiers greeting them had been stupefied, able to swing their rapiers, but losing cohesion with a single strike. Even a missed blow or a stumble on the steps broke Gladring's hold, and the slight resistance crumbled. Yet, when they'd reached this level, the man was dead, and the need to come this far had ended. The next time, Yujo had visited with her guardians to stuff the satchels for the peace offering. Hardly an inspiring task. Now, coming to defend her home? Yujo stood straight and proud before the doorway, a rounded portal etched with swirling waves meant to resemble the Isle's constant winds, and nodded to Livier.
No, my queen, Livier replied. You must open this.
Really?
Livier smiled. They were the only two standing here, the assassin with a large satchel over his back. Yujo had dismissed Naro and her advisors to spread the news, to gather potential Skar trainees, while pushing Kans's people to make all possible fortifications in the quiet days ahead, and to find moments to mourn the Isle's sons and daughters lost in the war.
If you were wounded, or if Kans had no queen, then I would, Livier said. Until that time comes, this place belongs to you, and you alone.
As a former thief, those are tempting words.
They're meant to be.
Livier refocused on the door.
Though any thief attempting this would find their life snuffed out in a moment.
The reason lay in the crests along the door, the glittering spines grafted onto the etched winds. They sparkled like diamonds, but Yujo knew they were Kant's scars instead, broken up and molded into the door, their secret taught only to a few. The former queen had given the key to Yujo, and someday Yujo would do the same to her successors. She stepped up to the door, shut her eyes, and placed her fingers against its rippled surface. The Kant's Skars therein rushed their song her way, threatening to overwhelm her with their rapid chorus. Had they been surprised, all the power might have blown them down the hallway, over the open terrace, and into the air. Livier insisted some poor fools had killed themselves before the Kant's less reputable groups learned their lesson. Yujo, though, caught the song and turned its rhythm on the door, sending the wind currents running along those curves. The pressure turned locks built into the door itself, holding back pins long enough for the door to swing inward, opening to a large chamber several stories tall. As the door moved, light flew in, creating a wonder that never failed to take Yujo's breath away. Kantz loved light tricks almost as much as it loved wind, and as the sunlight flowed past Yujo, it struck hanging glass bars. The prismatic echoes launched at precise angles, hitting mirrors and warming them, expanding gases locked inside, which, in turn, nudged switches. Those released slats at the chamber's top, which slid away to reveal skylights. New light dashed in, bouncing off still more mirrors to cast spotlights on the many alcoves and the central table. All those alcoves held mementos from Kantz's prior rulers, from favored rapiers to books to jewels to one gentle stuffed purple hanako, crafted centuries earlier by a Vis artisan. What it would have taken to build this place, the time and resources, Yujo couldn't fathom. She could, though, agree that the effort had been worth it. Yujo and Livier went to the central table and the chest sitting on it. The very same Kantz lockboxes Gladring had loaded up on Noctia, each lighter now after the peace offering. Enough remained, though, to add a new weapon to Kantz's defense. A risky choice, and one that might bring the war to a new level, but Kantz didn't need to defeat the Najan. Svard, Torny, and Bliss would do that. They had to. No queen, though, would rely on just one plan.
Livier,
Yujo said, as they began shoveling the Skars into the assassin's large satchel.
I have another request.
Speak, and I shall see it done.
Without the fiends, Vassal has no mandate. The Najan have no reason to be on every isle. Do you agree?
It makes some sense, my queen.
And the leaders of these isles, of Rana and Went, Fodi and Tamas, they were independent months ago. I can't imagine they like the Najan's boots on their necks.
Another reasonable assumption.
Can you and your Vientas tell them it's time to shove off Noctia's yoke?
Livier stopped grabbing stones and stared at Yujo, who replied with a devious grin.
You want to cut vassal support across the world?
Livier asked.
I want the Isles to be as they were, independent, not chained to a dictator.
Yujo picked up a Fodi Skar, eyed its ruby glaze.
And if a few small rebellions even our odds, so much the better.
Livier continued staring, before chuckling to himself.
I believe we have all been underestimating you, my queen.
You and everyone else,
Yujo replied.
Send the word to your agents, Livier. It's time the Isles took back their freedom.
Chapter 11. Bladed Deals. The heat arrived first, sucking away Wax's breath and beating sweat well before any firewalker came into view. He, Sawi, Annalise, and their Went scout had settled on the far side of a long, straight section to wait. The scout had suggested hiding, sneaking past the firewalkers and getting on to Kantz, but Wax had refused. They would be marching back to Dreamhold, and when the firewalkers arrived and found their families...
So what are you going to do again?
Sawi asked, standing behind Wax.
What's your plan with these fiends? Because if you're just going to stand up there and say, sorry, I locked most everyone you know into a dying world, don't take it out on me or my friends, you might want to try a different approach. I'm working on it, Wax replied. Then maybe you continue working on it after these firewalkers go by, and we have some more time for your genius to figure it out.
My genius? Sawi just smirked, but behind that grin lay real worry. Sawi hit it well, but the Tamas scar around Wax's neck picked it up. The Went scout seemed buried in fear. Only Annalise snuffed out fear with a dire curiosity. Judging by her campfire stories, the scientist and Danger were familiar friends.
If I might suggest something,
Annalise said, as the heat continued to grow, the ground trembling with approaching footsteps.
Perhaps violent, but if I've learned anything since leaving Went, it's that removing a problem is better than putting it off. Use the Skars, Wax. Destroy these firewalkers. They aren't of our world anyway.
You're saying that?
The scientist?
Sawi asked.
I'd think you'd want to examine. I tried that. At one time, I loved it. Then I was used. I lost my instruments. I became a pawn. And when I found someone, even in all that, they were taken from me because I hadn't tried hard enough.
Hard enough to do what?
On Vis, after I'd escaped Gladring, Deshiva asked me to use the Skars I'd taken to save her hunters, to help them to defeat the Najan. I hesitated. They lost. The Skars belong to Fassel now.
Annalise glared pure venom at the rock floor, lit by the small Went lanterns at their waists.
Don't make my mistake, Wax. A disaster comes our way, and you can stop it. After, we can join up with Kantz and do the same to the Najan. The path is clear.
You agree with her? Wax asked Sawi.
Think I should destroy these fiends?
The Vis frowned, all traces of that smirk long gone.
I think the old us cared more about life. I think I know you well enough, Wax, to say you'd regret this. Or at least it'd haunt you for a long time. I also know you're willing to do what's right, even if it's hard on you.
Well, thanks, but that's not an answer, Sawi. The Vis closed her eyes for a second, set herself.
They don't deserve it. Not their fault the gods screwed up. But it's not ours either. And if these fiends would really destroy us, our friends, and everything they could because they're angry, then we have a duty too. You do, Wax. I'm sorry it's on you, I really am. But I don't think there's any other way.
Wax nodded. Hard to reach a different conclusion. The fiends had no luck, but Wax had friends among those Went back in Dreamhold. They'd given him ale, sung him songs, showed him the Isle's best bar games. Wax wore leathers crafted for him by Went artisans, had satchels stocked with their food. If Wax simply let the firewalkers walk on by, how many of those friends would die? The Skars agreed. Fodi, Rana, and Went frothed as Wax waved Sawi and Annalise back near the scout. He tried to pick out a plan, something that wouldn't crash the cavern down upon them. The Rana Skar found pools, little rivers lurking in nearby rocks. He could pull out that water, douse the firewalkers. That might be enough. If that failed, the Noctia Skar was always ready. Wax could risk a more direct attack. He nudged the Rana Skar, let its running warble suffuse him. Wax stretched out, the cool rush leaving his fingers and toes to snatch at the trickles, the creeks, the channels. He found them, one by one, and took hold. At his yank, they would break through and shower the tunnel, and murder dozens of fiends just looking for a new home. A shadow appeared first, lit by distant flames. The figure strode into the tunnel with confidence, though that advance slowed as they noticed they weren't alone. The shadow turned and whistled something back down the tunnel, before reaching to their waist and drawing a blade. The Rana Skar wanted to drown them. Wax pushed it back, like shoving a headache away.
Better say who you are and what you're doing here, the shadow said. My friends aren't far away, and if I don't give you a pass, these are going to be your last breaths.
Sawi, behind Wax, snorted.
Of course it's her. That'd explain why she wasn't at Dreamhold.
Wax's friend moved ahead of him.
Hey, Ami! Tell your buddies to slow up for a minute and come here. We have to talk.
Sawi? Ami replied, incredulous.
What are you doing here? I figured the Najan had killed you on Vis. After your training, no Najan could touch me.
Ami laughed, striding forward, and the pair wrapped each other in a tight hug. Wax started at Ami's gold faceplate, the shiny Vis scars embedded within. Then again, if the former guardian had survived half of what Sawi said happened on Noctia, a faceplate counted as getting off easy. Annalise followed the Vis, the trio taking a long moment to share that they'd lived this long. The kind of thing Wax wouldn't mind doing with Torny, Yujo, and Bliss someday. Soon.
This is Wax,
Sawi said.
the boyfriend.
Ami nodded, then jabbed a finger in Wax's chest.
What were you thinking, leaving Sawi? She's too damn good for you, and if you think she's going to take you back, I'm here to say.
At Ami's tone, the Noctia Skar whipped to life, intent on sapping the menacing guardian of what life she had. The Death Stone silenced the Rana Skar, begged Wax to let it loose, and the Vis couldn't say a thing to Ami, having to put his every effort on suppressing the Skar.
Ami,
Sawi said, while Annalise laughed, nobody noticing Wax's focus.
We've moved on. That's done.
And you're lucky, Ami said, not once taking her glare off of Wax.
I was about to gut you.
The threat slid as she spoke, the guardian narrowing her look.
What's wrong with you, Vis? You're looking ill.
Don't threaten me, Wax whispered, the Noctia Skar still raging. Ami was so close, it wouldn't take more than a touch.
Back up. What did you say to me?
Ami's hand went to her blade.
Ami, please.
Annalise shoved herself between the two.
Do what he's asking. Why should I?
Sawi joined Annalise, the pair separating Wax and Ami. With the guardian out of sword range, the Noctia Skar quieted, and Wax gave an exhausted sigh.
He's the renewal, Ami,
Sawi said.
He has the scars. He closed the gates. That's this guy? This kid?
Ami looked over Sawi's shoulder.
Younger than I thought.
She lifted her hand away from her blade, gave a look back towards where her charges would be waiting.
What are you four doing here, waiting?
Sawi and Annalise explained as Wax went back to the Rana Skar, again found those streams and cave pools. Given Ami's glowering glare, one that only deepened the more Sawi and Annalise described why Wax ought to drown the firewalkers, being ready with the water was a good idea.
Except you're not going to do that,
Ami said, addressing Wax.
You're not going to hurt my friends because you made a mistake. Instead, you're going to fix it.
Fix it? Wax asked.
You closed the gates. Open them. Easy.
Was it? Wax didn't know. Hadn't tried. Not that he hadn't thought about it. After chatting with the dead king, Wax had pondered the idea, turned it over every night after they'd struck camp. He thought about the dangerous dog-like monsters that had massacred the villages on Vis, the soul-stealing, ragged fiends from Tamas that devoured mines, the giant bubble-like creature on Rana that had almost drowned the outpost.
They'll come back through, Wax said. The fiends will swarm us again, like they were at the end. Their homes are breaking and they're desperate. It's not a trickle anymore. Simple, Ami countered. Just open Fodi's. No others. That's the only one we know for sure has worthwhile fiends in it.
Just Fodi. An easier ask. Wax turned, looked back the way they'd come. Days of travel to get back to Dreamhold, the gates. Momentum lost. Just for the firewalkers. Not when Yujo, when Kantz was under assault.
I don't have time, Wax said. Not right now. You'll have to get them to wait, and then I'll try. Then, After you take up arms against the Najan? You'll probably die, Ami said. Then we'll have nothing. Not acceptable. You don't have a choice.
Ami flashed, the blade at her waist drawing and putting its point at Sawi's neck. The Vis hissed a curse, but didn't move.
There are always choices, Wax.
The Noctia Skar came roaring back, this time carrying a wounded tinge, as reminding Wax the stone was right the first time. Wax ought to let it go now. Finish the Guardian. Remove the threat.
You're right, Ami,
Wax said, the force rushing to his fingertips, demanding to be unleashed. Annalise backed up, telling them both to calm down. Sawi's wide eyes, stock-still stance, only inflamed the Noctia Skar further.
There are always choices, and I've made mine.
Chapter 12. The First Round. War changed things. Torny took that obvious observation to heart as the Najan marched them up through their own quarters from the dock. What had once been a bustling home for scholars and soldiers now bent hard towards the latter. Fresh recruits from across the Isles packed the streets, led this way and that by Najan commanders, who'd likely expected to serve out their years without much conflict, save the occasional fiend or drunken fellow. Smoke joined the soldiers too, stifling Noctia's seaside air with belching black. All the forges lit, and new ones springing up. Some would make curved volges and blades, but Torny saw evidence of other new things too. Sculpted small tubes with triggers, and larger rounded metal things lying across whole cart beds.
What do you think those are?
Bliss signed as they walked, Najan in front and behind.
No idea,
Torny signed back.
Might try to snag one of those small ones.
Don't you dare. Bliss had it right, of course. Going for a random theft while on a diplomatic mission wasn't the best idea. But when was Torny known for the best ideas? Then again, there were other ways to find out.
What's that thing?
Torny asked a trailing Najan guard as they passed by another cart on its way to the port. The man caught Torny's objective, smirked back at her. You'll find out.
It's a weapon, then?
A damn good one.
What's it do?
The Najan squinted at her, then nodded ahead. Your Navy will tell you soon enough.
But you could tell me now.
Torny felt Bliss tug at her robe. The guard wasn't giving her more than a glare now anyway, so Torny flashed a grin and went with the pull.
I was working him,
Torny signed to an eye-rolling Bliss.
He would have given me everything.
You're full of yourself.
Someone has to be.
Bliss laughed as they rounded into another square. The fountain here sprayed precious water, a vain sign on the moisture-strapped aisle. Business hummed beneath more military chants, the morning wearing on to lunch. Fresh, sumptuous smells rose as cafeterias and cafes began their mealtime routines, all of them delightful after the days at sea. Eating without rolling over waves would be a wonderful change, one Torny's stomach wasn't shy of voicing.
I'm hungry too,
Bliss said.
Think Basil will offer us food? He'll probably kill us first. I'd like to see him try.
Torny chuckled. The guards walking with them were watching the hand signals, and Torny noticed they kept their hands near their weapons, as if Torny and Bliss might be planning to jump the Najan right in the middle of 1,000 allies. Ridiculous. The Circle, the Najan's leading collective, sat inside the Najan's main spire. The building shot up too many stories for Torny to count, with jutting offshoots and walkways to other towers. Everything from dormitories to prison cells lay within the Najan towers, all fashioned by Went and Fodi engineers to appease the Najan, Noctia, and their power. That's how it had always been across the Isles. Most wanted to carry on, keep to their passions. If someone else came along and guaranteed that, at the cost of a few minor freedoms, well then, who really cared? Noctia and the Najan had become that protection, and now they were acting on their gradual grasping of every town, city, and land. Everyone was too used to their leadership, their strength, their ambition. Torny sniffed as they walked inside the spire, past broad wood doors held open by yet more guards. For a bandit, she was thinking above her station, above what she needed to concern herself with. Svard would deliver the terms to Fassel, who'd either accept and have them back on the boat to Kantz by the night's end, or the Najan Lord would refuse, in which case they'd all be dead. So Torny instead dedicated the remaining steps down a crowded hall to a circular chamber with an inset center to ranking her favorite foods and drinks, and which she'd try again if the bandit only had one more meal left to live. A far more pleasant diversion. The circle, at least, fulfilled its namesake. Within the room, every chair was occupied. Lanterns glowed behind robed figures, most wearing pins labeling them tenants or ambassadors. Opposite the entry sat 4 chairs, with higher backs than the others. These occupied by gold-fringed robes. 2 adepts, Fassel and Yarvik. Seeing the nimble fingers leader again caused a hitch in Torny's step. One Bliss caught and disguised by wrapping an arm around Torny, pushing the bandit on. With her free right hand, Bliss told Torny to keep herself together.
Easy for you to say,
Torny signed back as they came to a stop behind Svard.
The man who banished you from your home and family isn't sitting right there.
Close enough, Bliss signed back as Fassel bid them a welcome.
What are you talking about?
Svard introduced them all, Torny keeping her head enough to dish Fassel a short bow at the sound of her name. Called her a guardian, which almost made Torny blush, until she remembered that's exactly what she was. Yarvik even gave Torny a nod at the title. More respect than the man had shown her, well, ever.
I mean Fassel,
Bliss signed when the introductions were done, and Svard had fallen into his grumbling layout of the terms, being careful to pitch Kantz as being a fair bit stronger than it actually was.
The man called the renewal, which took me from Vis, and now he's conquered my whole isle. I have no home left. Not quite the same, but I understand.
Bliss's choice to leave might have been optional, sure, but like Torny, she couldn't go back to the world she'd known.
Svard, Fassel said, as the barbarian wound down the offer, trading the Skars for peace between Kantz and the Najan. I thought we had already made a deal. Your fiends burn Kantz until they surrender, and we give them a home on your fiery isle.
The ambassador to Fodi coughed, but when Fassel glared their way, stayed quiet.
Now here you are, working for our enemy. What has changed?
Got tired of killing. Figured there might be a better way.
Fassel laughed.
Tired of killing? You? I think not. With that blade, you ought to be the best fighter on this planet. You could have conquered Kantz alone and returned here a true hero. What a wasted opportunity.
Thankfully, Fassel, I don't give a damn about your opinions.
The man almost growled.
Then perhaps you'll care about this one. Kantz can take its offering and forget it. Toss the stones to the bottom of the ocean for all it matters to me. What Gladring stole is already being replenished.
Before long, that man's betrayal will be as worthless as his loyalty. Vassal, Yarvik said, speaking up for the first time. A hasty refusal might be just that, hasty. A counteroffer might be more appropriate, one that will save lives while preserving our goals. Yes, Vassal grumbled. The Queen's head on a pike would do nicely. He waved off his own words, likely seeing the hate thrown his way from the visiting trio. Oh, it's a joke, that's all. If Yarvik wants to discuss, then discuss we shall. He flicked his hand towards the exit. Without you present. Go on, but not back to your boat. I've had quarters prepared for you three. Vassal scowled at the ferrite. Svard, I assume your pet will stay with you? She's not my pet, the barbarian said, but Kivi's good to share my room. Fine, then go. Enjoy some Noctia hospitality. We'll have your decision in the morning, and you'll be happy to know, once we received word you were on your way, we called off our raids. Your isle is at peace, for now. I pray we keep it that way.
The man's a power-hungry liar,
Torny said later. The four of them gathered down at a dockside tavern in the city called the Rat's Fang. Svard had suggested they slip away from the Najan quarter, so Torny took them through enough twisty back alleys all the way down here. If any Najan third-hand spy or soldier had tracked them this far, well, then they'd hear some surly insults over ale, and not much else. That's known, Svard said, plunking down some Kant's thread in trade for the round. The barkeep, Cheri, gave the barbarian a hug before ordering him to leave the great sword outside. When Svard shook his head at that order, Cheri had held him for a long look before going back to her bar, demand not pressed. What I'm not sure of is whether he'll decide it makes more sense to take our deal or burn Kant's to the ground.
That's not the right question,
Torny said.
You've got to look at what he's got now. 6 of the 7 Isles under his thumb. You think he's going to leave Kant alone? That's not Vassal's style.
Then why'd you come on this mission at all, if you think there's no chance?
Because I don't think Vassal's making the big decisions.
Torny patted the diary, sewn into a chest pocket of her Kant's robe.
Yarvik's the one we really need to convince.
And how are we going to do that?
Leave it to me.
Torny finished her ale, wiped her mouth off with her sleeve.
Speaking of, I'm going to take a little walk. I'll come back here when it's done, and then we'll know whether we're all good or whether we need you to sail us away fast.
You don't want backup? Bliss signed as Torny stood up.
For this?
Torny smiled, leaned in, and gave the Vis a light peck on the cheek.
Best I go alone. Thieves don't like outsiders poking around their hideouts, you know?
What Torny didn't say as she left the Rat's Fang, as she walked towards the city's southeast side, was that, if the knives came out, she didn't want any finding Bliss's heart. Chapter 13. Tension. Pavard did as she promised. For several days at sea, she protected Quick, kept him assigned to out-of-the-way duties, from prepping food to cleaning below deck, though that latter had Quick surfacing more than once to heave over the railing. The Najan vessel didn't glide across the waves like the Kant ships did, and the rough, fast sailing put him in a near constant state of queasiness. Yet that sickness gave Quick an escape in the evenings. Pavard would send Quick back to her cabin, offer up wine and conversation, with an eye towards deeper connections. With Annalise not far from his mind, a flame rekindled in their short time together in Modelan, Quick found himself more than repulsed by someone who'd forced him to beat his fellow Vis, had threatened his death, and made it clear Quick would be a pawn and little more. So Quick found himself feeling ill as the evenings wore on, declaring fatigue, a roiling stomach, a dismal exhaustion, and retreating to the mat on his side. By the third night, Quick declared the games done. Over the same glowers, amid the same wine goblets, after Pavard finished yet another quippy story about slaughtering Rana pirates off Fodi's northern coast, Quick cut the captain off. "Why me, Pavard? Why all of this, now?" Pavard's face set into a captain's usual discipline before breaking into a heavy sigh. She nodded towards the deck door. "Everyone on this ship is a Najan, and everyone is looking to climb the ranks, just like I was. At first, it's not so bad. You're in it together, trying to honor your home isle, your family, and Noctia, all at the same time. As you rise, though, the opportunities dwindle. Only a few advance, and your friends begin to see you as competition." Pavard went back to her wine. Quick let her have the silent drink. "Loyalty, protection, becomes hard to find. I'll need it where we're going, and more so if I succeed." "You think, after what you've made me do, that I'll help you?" "Examples, and I'm sorry for them. Eyes are everywhere, Quick. You know that. I couldn't be soft on a Vis that had injured Najan, not unless I made it seem like I'd broken you, taken you for myself." "Ridiculous." "Is it?" Pavard sniffed. "You're tied to me now. If anything happens to me, you're alone amongst enemies. But if you help me, protect me, I'll use my power to help your brother. I'll even free Vis, if that comes within my reach. Not a choice, Quick. A reality." She gave him a slight smile, made crooked with the wine. "As for the cabin, well, can't blame me for wanting a little fun on the side, can you?" As fast as it came, at Quick's scowl, the smile died. "No harm meant. The rumors are already flying among the crew. We're together, you and I, whether or not you want to be." The Najan ship reached Noctia with Quick's honor intact, and Pavard's affections cooled. The shift made it easier to focus on the ship sailing past the harbor before them, heading for the private Najan docks. "You know that one?" Pavard asked, standing next to Quick and the pilot at the clipper's till. "I see it on your face." "It's a Khan's ship," Quick replied. "Obviously, an ornate one." Pavard let the grin slip. "You said you spent some time with your brother and the Khan's queen. Is that her ship?" Quick said nothing, trying to find a believable lie. "It's important you be honest with me," Pavard continued. "If Khan's has sent an envoy here, then that may change our position. Information we have that our competition does not could be valuable." Over the wine, Pavard had detailed the whispers flying along the Najan command. Namely, that those who wanted to succeed facile ought to make themselves visible. There would be more than a few officers wanting to take over the circle, and most were gathering in Noctia right about now, thanks to a missive sent along in secret, a note left on her pillow back in Modelan. The real reason for Pavard's sudden leap away from Vis. Yarvik was opening the door for glory, and the one who walked through it would find themselves made legend. Quick's role remained the same, so far as he knew. keep Pavard safe, provide information, and, if necessary, lure the Khan's queen somewhere so she could be captured for Pavard's benefit. That he had no intention of doing the last had gone unsaid.
"The Storm's Edge is Yujo's ship," Quick said. "If it's here, so is she."
Pavard nodded. She picked up a pensive edge, said nothing until the clipper docked in Noctia's bursting harbor, filled with warships and working crews. Pavard told Quick to grab his gauntlets, Najan robes, and nothing else.
"Easy. I have nothing more," Quick replied. "Everything I owned was back on Vis, in Kidai."
"Good," Pavard said, watching him from the cabin door. The captain had ditched her gilded commander's robe for a plain soldier's getup, matching Quick in Najan anonymity.
"Then you'll have less to lose."
They wasted little time, eating a fast lunch of light fish, lettuce, and tea at a dockside tavern, before proceeding in a direction Quick didn't expect. Not to the Najan quarter, but a flimsy inn on the harbor's north side, one curled beneath a looming stone apartment tower. Both buildings seemed on the verge of collapse, mossy growths overrunning the chipped blocks. Black smoke spewed from the inn's chimney, its source revealed inside the door as a massive fireplace, burning more plants, mosses, and animal dung than fresh wood. To say Demian's Rest wasn't a wonderful place would be stating the obvious, yet its tables were full of sailors in the afternoon. Some slurped ale, while others, those returning to the sea that evening, indulged in food and fresh water instead. Demian's Rest fulfilled its namesake with pinned-up pictures of the First Aegis, etched signs bearing some of her more famous sayings extolling the isle's fates and fortunes, and Skar replicas inset into the tables. Quick ran his hands over the small stones in the one they chose, nestled into a back corner, and was a tad disappointed no babbling voices rushed into his mind. He wouldn't mind a Vis Skar or two, given what lay ahead. Pavard secured a room with the Najan standard barter, an offering of provisions or other resources from the Najan stores, signed off with the captain's own signature.
"Won't that reveal you're here?" Quick asked.
"By the time that innkeeper redeems that note, our fates will be decided," Pavard replied. "The meeting's this very night."
"The meeting?"
Pavard had switched to black coffee, despite the hour.
"I hope you're ready, Quick. Tonight we learn whether you will be bait or bodyguard."
Without her soldiers, with an anonymous coding, Quick considered dashing away from Pavard as the hours wore on in Demian's Rest. Pavard didn't want to leave, apparently waiting for some sign as to where this meeting was supposed to be. But they both took trips to the inn straight to the sea bathrooms, and every time Pavard went up to the counter to get food or another round of tea, coffee, or water, the opportunity to simply dash out those doors offered itself. Quick stayed. Not from loyalty, pity, or any feelings towards Pavard at all. He was certain that, given the chance, Quick would take those gauntlets and end the Najan captain himself. But leaving, or committing a grisly murder right there in the common room, wouldn't bring Quick any closer to his brother, or even to Yujo. The Khan's queen would probably know where Bliss was, too. Once again, Quick had to put the long-term objective ahead of immediate ambitions. He was starting to hate how often that happened. Pavard grew quiet as the time ticked on, a silence Quick was happy to indulge. They listened to the sailors chatting, the occasional musician taking up a lute or a fiddle on the inn's small stage. The hunter stretched from time to time, but otherwise Quick had nothing more than his thoughts to spend the time. Until Pavard finished her latest coffee, poured into a dingy ceramic mug, with a hard sigh, met Quick's eyes.
"Ready?"
"I think," Quick replied, "I might lose my mind if we spend another hour in this inn.
Pavard laughed, stood. Sorry, we arrived earlier than I thought, and it was better to avoid any eyes. I don't understand why a Najan captain has to be so secretive. You will. Pavard was right on that count. They left the inn and headed upwards, climbing the cobblestones into Noctia's wealthier districts. Pavard didn't seem quite certain of their destination, not the quick-minded to wander. It had turned into a gorgeous sunset, the shadows cast by the spires meeting golden lanterns and highlighting the city's sheer towers. A different sort of grandeur than Vis, but Quick could appreciate the effort laid into the twisting metal, the carved stone statues, all the same. Streets with real signposts, cafes and shops with gilded names, and the pleasant echo of song and laughter. Vis had its charms, but Noctia wasn't just a cold, dismal land. Someday, Quick mused, he'd love to come back here with Annalise, enjoy a day without a blade at his back, a threat or a command over his head. That day was not this one. When they arrived at the upright, clean, and silver-tinged manse serving as Pavard's meeting place, Quick hesitated near the guarded entry. No Najan stood outside the door, but a private soldier, one in plain leathers and a large sap on his belt. He regarded Quick and Pavard with a passionless stare, one so devoid of concern Quick figured the man must have practiced. Nobody could be so stoic, so uncurious as to why an obvious Vis, the Najan robes didn't hide Quick's tattoos along his neck, his wrists, and hands, was walking Noctia's streets in Najan clothes. The man's expression didn't change, though, even when Pavard stepped up and muttered something in his ear. He only shifted to one side and waved Pavard in. Quick followed, and the pair went through a heavy, dark wood door. Inside, a foyer beckoned, one crowded with several bodies all standing around, staring at one another with suspicion. All wore plain Najan robes, but, given Pavard's near-silent curse, Quick guessed they were all playing the same game. As Quick and Pavard made their own way to a stone corner, tucked in beneath a merry, burning sconce, the Najan captain gave Quick a rueful look. Well, Vis, Pavard muttered, bodyguard it is. Chapter 14. Skar Sessions. It was a beautiful afternoon for chaos. Beyond Kantz's usual gusts, the only weather that mattered was likely to come from the stones laid out before Yujo. 8 diamond sparkles, one for each of the officers, standing opposite their queen. They wore all the expressions she could have expected, from nervous to confident to plain curious on their faces, in their stances. Every one wore thick robes with leathers underneath, a warm outfit, but a safe choice. Yujo stood at their head in a courtyard at the Sky Palace's base, the spire stretching up behind her. Ground-level experimenting seemed a better option than playing with winds far up in the sky, despite her advisors cautioning that Najan spies would have an easier time, well, spying from the ground. Better if Vassal sees what we're doing and fears it, than we lose a life to accidents, Yujo said to them that very morning, before sending them scurrying. The courtyard, surrounded by stone walls and meant for garden parties, had otherwise been cleared. No guards patrolled, no tables and chairs set about. Nothing that could be flung by a Skar let loose. Beyond the soldiers themselves, at least. Naro, at least, had done his job. The captain stood in the front of 2 quartets, having recruited another 7 for the first round. If this training went well, Kantz would require plenty more to fill out its navy. Already, Yujo had sent more scavenging parties up to the top peak, where Kantz's Skars formed, to harvest more. Because every ship, if Yujo had her wish, would sail with a Skar-wielding soldier. Kantz would not be outclassed against the Najan. Not anymore.
Before you pick up the stone,
Yujo began, her hand tracing to the bracelet on her right wrist. Every Skar sat on it now, though Yujo hadn't earned Tamas and Noctia. Formalities like those had no point anymore, not in war.
Understand these are conduits to the gods, or what remains of them. You'll hear whispers in your mind, though they won't make sense. You will, though, feel an urge, a longing for what the Skar wants. Your job is to get the Skar to do what you want.
The queen beckoned to the stones. The wind whistled.
Take one apiece. Hold it in your hand,
Yujo said.
If you find it too strange or overwhelming, set it down, and the feeling will vanish. The Skars need your touch. They need you.
The soldiers advanced together, a couple light jokes filling the quiet. Yujo tried to look comforting, how everyone was supposed to do that. Naro, continuing to prove his worth, was the first to take a Skar into his hand. He held up the stone, staring at it, then looked past the thumb-sized diamond and nodded at Yujo. The others followed Naro's lead. None put the stones back on the ground.
Do you hear it?
Yujo asked, as the soldiers returned to their spread formation before her. Nods all around, a few saying, "Yes, Your Highness," a phrase Yujo had been getting used to since returning to Kant's. After months with Wax and the other guardians, she'd fallen out of royal practice. But now, a queen saving her country and looking the part.
Okay,
Yujo said.
The first thing to do is focus on something you want the Skar to do. In our case, I want you to send a breeze through your own hair in the opposite direction of what we're already dealing with.
A few confused expressions told Yujo she needed to add a practical part to her exam, so she lifted the bracelet, pointed to her own hair. She let the Kant Skar loose, its flighty chatter falling into Yujo's request, a nameless urge to dust her hair up. The Skar obliged, and Yujo's hair fluttered against the wind, as if someone had waved a fan nearby. The first cheer came from Naro, but not for Yujo. Another soldier, a guard captain, had sent her own hair twisting up above her shoulders. The queen smiled, pointed.
See? It's not too hard,
Yujo said, as others fell into concentration. Part of her wanted to laugh at all the pensive faces, standing amid the large white stone Kant's used to make its roads and courtyards. They all looked so serious, but to joke at this, what was her isle's next hope in winning the war, wouldn't just be rude. It would be... Another soldier yelped, sliding back a stride and falling on his butt. Another, on the left side, spun around to match her own hair. A third coughed, the gust going right up his nose and mouth instead of over his head.
That's okay,
Yujo shouted as the soldiers started talking, chuckling at one another.
It's not easy yet, but it will be before long.
Only one failed to get the gust directed after a few minutes, and that man only shook his head, stating he didn't trust a weapon he couldn't control. Dropping the Skar back before Yujo, he begged off, and the queen let him go. The rest waited for their next lesson.
Now,
Yujo said,
I want you to mix a command with action. You already know how to summon a gust. Try jumping and letting the Skar catch you. A gentle fall.
Again, Yujo demonstrated. A slight hop, caught by the Kant Skar, and lowered to the ground. She balanced on the stone without bending her knees, as if let down by a friendly cloud. The soldiers went at it again, the 7 jumping, landing, falling as some cushions went awry. Yujo went down the lines, offering advice, encouragement, a lesson she picked up from Dew as the captain trained his sailors to send the best ship on Kantz flying across the seas. Her students looked thrilled, excited, stunned, and Yujo spun, the wind shoving the queen into the air. Yujo's own Kantz Skar rose, wrapped the queen in an air buffer. She bounced once off the stone, rolling to a standing stop, and looking back at her soldiers. They lay scattered around the courtyard, writhing and cursing. A couple were on their knees, the rest on their backs. Worse, up above, one began falling back down, screaming with her arms and legs flailing. Yujo called on the Kantz Skar again, and this time felt the stone leech her own energy. The queen let it drink, the Skar billowing up a cushion beneath the falling soldier and letting her down without a scratch. Gasping for breath, Yujo reached her ranks, saw blood from scrapes and scratches, counted 2 with broken wrists. No deaths, at least. Yet.
A mistake,
Naro said, an hour later, still in the courtyard with Yujo. He had a bandage on his cheek, but otherwise had survived intact. The others had been dismissed. The Skars returned to the lockboxes.
These Skars aren't ready. The soldiers aren't ready. We should find another way.
There isn't another. Not one that can be ready fast enough, Yujo said. Vassal won't hesitate to throw his soldiers at us, and they've had weeks, months to learn the Skars.
Then we do what we can, my queen. But this will hurt our own as much as the enemy.
We need to be better, Naro. Kantz has to be better.
She stood, waved him off.
Go, find some lunch, then call everyone back. We'll continue this afternoon.
Continue? Half of us were hurt bad by that.
You'll meet another Skar. This.
Yujo turned those icy eyes on the captain. A more comfortable glare.
We're fighting for our isle, Naro. We will not give up. We will not relax. And we will not let Noctia win.
Chapter 15. Up and Out. The dark below wasn't a constant. The gods had built the world's foundation on misshaped matter, flushed with running water and air pockets. The engine turning the planet, keeping its ground warm, racked the isles with quakes from time to time, further crumbling and reshaping the caves beneath the surface. Wax found those holes now, with Ami's blade against his neck, and let the Went and Rana Skars engineer the escape.
Hold on,
Wax said.
What?
Ami snapped.
That's not an answer, Wax. Open the gates, or tell me how to do it.
Those pockets and rivulets made a lattice overhead, a chain the Skars linked all the way to the not very distant surface. They were close to Kantz, maybe close enough, and Wax hadn't done much yet today. He could survive this. They could all survive this.
Deep breath,
Wax said, ignoring Ami's threats. Sawi, Annalise, and the Went Scout seemed to catch his tone, all 3 gulping in air. Whether Ami did or not, Wax couldn't see, and it didn't much matter. The Guardian would either figure it out or be buried down here. A waste, but not one Wax could control. He could, though, control the Skars, and he told them, urged them, to break free. Let loose, the stones coursed their power up through Wax, flying their invisible energies up into the stone, the waters overhead. The ceiling shook first, drawing everyone's eyes up. Ami's blade faltered, the Guardian cursing as the first rocks fell. Dust coated their faces, prompting sneezes. At the same time, Wax pushed the went Skar's attention towards the chamber's far end, where Ami had come in, where the distant glow still flickered. A little nudge, a collapsed entry. "Here we go," Wax said. A crack expanded in the cave above them, splitting wide enough to hold their bodies, while, at the same time, the Rana Skar found water beneath their feet. The chilly liquid burst up under them, launching the whole crew like a geyser into the dark. The went Skar raced to meet the charge, shoving Stone aside while they rose, the whole bunch, Wax aside, screaming, cursing, and maybe crying. Wax couldn't tell, couldn't focus on anything beyond putting his every effort into the Skars, like trying to hold a difficult thought, puzzle, or story in his head. Wax gripped the desire and shared it with the Skars, melding their twin melodies into a perfect duet. The Godstones delivered. Water poured in from above as the upward burrow continued cleaving, the last cut bridging the dark below with the ocean. The Rana Skar caught the flood, parting the water around their bodies and looping it beneath, shoving them into the sea. Sunlight cascaded as they rose through the shallow waters. They really were closer to Kant's than even Wax expected. Fish scurried away. Sand billowed as the ocean sought to fill its new hole. Wax broke the surface with a sputtering cough, the Skars dying away as the others bobbed up beside him. As they retreated, the Skars left Wax a leaden shell, emptied of his energy and with a blistering headache, a growling stomach. As the water stopped shoving him up, Wax also began to sink, a worrying prospect as his legs and arms felt too dead to move. He slid beneath the surface, his already spent breath trickling out bubbles into the clean blue. Until an arm pulled Wax back to the surface. The arm swooped under Wax's neck and pulled him against an armored chest. A sharp point again rested on Wax's neck, and he rolled his eyes up to see that gold faceplate, Ami's soaked glare his way. Beneath, Wax felt her legs treading like mad, an absurd pace she couldn't possibly hold. They weren't, though, bobbing in place. Ami, despite her hostage-taking, had a direction to her furious work, dragging Wax through mild waves towards a debris-strewn Kant's beach. Annalise and Sawi, together holding a flailing Went scout, swam after them. "Feel free to help out," Ami snarled, words tight. "Can't," Wax said, a slim whisper above the waves. "Too tired." Ami growled, but said nothing more, kept kicking. Wax watched the sky above, counting the clouds, loving the blue. He hadn't been in the dark below all that long, but going days without the sun, without a horizon, warped the mind, sapped the soul. Abyss didn't belong underground. Without once moving the blade, Ami kicked them close enough to the beach for her feet to find the ground. She continued to drag Wax with her, though she didn't bother holding him up high enough to dodge the waves. They slapped Wax's face every few seconds, leaving him sputtering, but the renewal couldn't convince his body to move, barely to breathe. Much more, and those Skars might have killed him. Noctia's blare rose at that thought, a life-stealing tendril threatening to snatch at Ami. The Skar could siphon her, give Wax all the energy he needed. A tempting idea, but Wax held back. He hadn't done all this just to kill Ami. She wasn't the real enemy here, and Wax figured they'd need every friend they could find, the way things were going. Sawi pulled the sword away from Wax's throat. Ami led her, giving up the hostage game as they gathered on the beach. Ami sheathed the weapon, collapsed to the sand, and shook her head. "Thought I'd left this damn isle, but here I am." "Because he threatened Wax, that's why," Sawi snapped.
He's the one who destroyed 7 entire worlds, Ami shot back. I'm trying to help people who deserve it. That means hard choices, but I'd do it again in a moment. You won't have to, Annalise said. They're gone. The firewalkers. Those tunnels would have flooded. There's no way they would have escaped. No, Wax whispered, and Sawi put her water skin to Wax's lips. The fresh water inside, though, remained pure and tasted like Vissa's own springs. I sealed them off. Meaning what? Ami asked. They'll turn around and come back here. Not if we get to the exit first. Close it. Lock them underground where they can't hurt anyone. So they die in the dark? Some kind of fate you're giving them. I'm giving them time. Wax took another drink, felt Sawi lift him up, put him on her shoulder. I can't open the gates alone, and I'm not abandoning you, Joe. Wax met Ami's stare with one just as hard. If you want to save your fiends, you'll help me save Khan's.
Chapter 16. A Little Murder. The familiar draped itself in a different cloak. Torny trod down the same streets as the evening took hold, but the buildings, the people, the air held an alien feel. Perhaps it was the still thick smoke from forges and smithies running well into evening, both longer in hours and more in number than the last time she'd been on Noctia, just a couple of months prior. Those arms and armors were represented on the streets, too, with Najan soldiers walking, laughing, patrolling enough to draw even with the city's usual crowds. Most wore their purple-black robes, but more than Torny remembered sported full armor, their vulges on display. A reminder the ringed city was at war, but without the fated seriousness she'd witnessed on Kant's. The people here worked, trained, prepared with victory's halo. More smiles, fewer furtive glances. More food, less crying over a son or daughter who wouldn't return. The juggernaut was in good health. That health came by the same measures as Kant's, too. As Torny left behind the docks and their endless effort, the poorer districts offered quiet, darkness, the packed houses, whole families clustered into rooms for cheaper rent, were either empty or occupied by elders, whittling away their day with lonely looks to the street. As to where all those bodies had gone, Torny didn't need to guess. Noctia and the Najan wanted soldiers, demanded labor, and had no qualms about taking the least fortunate to fulfill both needs. The quiet did, at least, make the descent towards the Nimble Fingers seaside cave easier. Passing the worst grottos on the way often poisoned a good mood, but the Najan must have cleared out the caves, as their rocky voids laid empty now. The stairs down had received attention, too, with fresh touch-ups clearing away chips, holes, and broken edges that had signaled a fresh mark for years. The same effort hadn't been applied to the debris-coated beach at its base, awash now with wartime garbage thrown from Noctia's wealthier cliffs. Torny took stock of herself at the stair's bottom, the soft sand at her shoes. She'd debated slipping by her family's old home, a question answered by the nothing she'd accomplished by going there. Some new family likely lived there now, if it even still stood. Instead, Torny counted her knives, daggers, and their placements among her person. The diary remained in her chest pocket. She carried no satchel, no provisions, nothing to qualify her as a citizen out in the city. If a Najan questioned her purpose, Torny could only say she was going to visit someone. Not a friend. Yarvik's lookouts had done their work, though Torny hadn't been trying to hide. As she walked through the sloping rocks, their bends shaping feral shadows in the twilight, Eyes tracked her. More than one whisper slipped by her ears, clipped commands telling this or that killer to hold off their fatal strike. Torny was known. Torny was to live. When she reached the nimble fingers' home, the broad chamber crawling with small fires and sleeping mats for Yarvik's chosen thieves, she found it sparse. Unusual, as the early evening marked a bandit's prime prep time. Crews would be assembling for the night's chosen jobs, tools checked, knives sharpened. Quiet instead. Even the 5 thieves that approached Torny from behind, ahead, and the sides came with curious looks, weapons sheathed.
"The exile returns,"
said the one nearing her front, a smiling ragamuffin who couldn't have been more than 15 summers.
"Yarvik's message came only an hour ago, saying we should look out for you."
Of course the bandit lord would expect her to come. What didn't that man guess?
"I'm here,"
Torny said, making a show of looking around.
"Where's he?"
"Busy,"
the ragamuffin replied.
"Did you bring it?"
"What?"
A slight smile.
"You know what. Your life depends on your answer."
This time, the bandits made their shuffling known. Hands found hilts. Breath slowed. If death was to be done, this crew was ready. Torny was not.
"I have what he wants, but he's not getting it unless I talk to him. In person."
The ragamuffin stared.
"You won't show us?"
"I'll show Yarvik, because he's the one who asked for it."
Next came a squinted inquisition, a test relayed, and, Torny hoped, passed by her silent answer. After the long moment, the ragamuffin sniffed. Hands and clothes shuffled again. The knives remained in their sleeves.
"You'll see him if tonight goes well, and if you help,"
the ragamuffin said.
"Will you?"
"Help with what?"
"Knife work."
Torny snuffed a shiver. Those 2 words labeled a special job. The nimble fingers were more thieves than killers. Bodies attracted the wrong attention. But every so often, a particular person needed to go. Yarvik would declare knife work and select murderers from its crew. If he picked you, refusal wasn't an option, lest you find yourself on the list of targets. The bandit gave the only answer she could. This time, the ringed city unfolded its secret ways before Torny, and she took them one after another, following the ragamuffin and the other bandits. They scaled rooftops, took back alleys, and stuck to dark shadows. Their feet patted on the cobblestones in silence, heels rolling and gait steady. Torny didn't smell the forges anymore, didn't feel the spring chill coming with the night. She was again in the job, listening for Najan soldiers and plotting every next step before the current one finished. They crossed the city to the north as Sichi rose, near but not quite inside the Najan quarter. An estate appeared as their destination, though Torny and her crew didn't approach it from the front. Instead, they went one whole level higher along the ringed city's terraced construction. Looping back, they approached the estate from a neighboring building, leaping onto the latter's roof in a series of near-silent tumbles. Throughout the whole journey, Torny had been slotted in the 3rd position, with 2 thieves ahead and 2 behind, a not accidental spot that put potential daggers at her back as they took another leap onto an empty, dark balcony on the estate's 3rd floor.
"So far, so good,"
the ragamuffin whispered, as the last thief joined them amid a couple chairs and a single table with an unlit but still smoking candle.
"The others are already here."
The bandit's eyes flicked to that candle,
We're following the lead here, covering the main entrance. Anyone makes a run for it, you make sure they don't leave.
Nods all around, Torny included. If Yarvik wanted a couple Noctia nobles dead to give Torny a chance at peace between the isles, that was a moral line the bandit could cross. The ragamuffin went for the balcony door next, all the thieves pressing themselves to the wall alongside him. Invisible if someone stood on the door's other side, but nobody cried out when the ragamuffin slid the thick door along its track. Inside, a messy bed, albeit a real bed, no straw mats here, waited in a bedroom decorated with more art and fine furniture than Torny had seen in a long time. Even Yujo's sky palace wasn't this stuffed. Her fingers itched at all the easy goods, including a jewelry box sitting right there. The ragamuffin left no time to deliberate either, moving not to the closed door leading out, but to a closet. Sichi offered enough light to cast rose shadows about, illuminating a square in the closet's ceiling. Gesturing, the ragamuffin received a boost from the two thieves and pressed the square up and aside. From there, hands were offered and lifts given until the quintet sat in a narrow attic, one that circled the estate's hollow middle, visible through slim rafters designed to guide candle and fire smoke up and out. The ragamuffin replaced the square and guided the group around to the estate's front, where narrow slits, when pulled aside, offered a vent to the outdoors. A well-placed kick could knock that vent out, offer a fast slide down to the front walk, where a skilled bandit could put a dagger right where it belonged. Satisfied, the ragamuffin pointed to the slats and their view down. The bandits would settle in to wait, watch, and act if need be. Torny, as squashed as the rest of them, took a look at the awkward party below. People in vague Najan and Noctia dress milled about as someone played a hard piano with tuneless abandon. Drinks flowed better than the conversation between rivals. A party that nobody expected to attend, but here they were. And there, somehow, standing next to a Najan captain Torny recognized, was Quick. Even as Torny focused on the vis, those tattoos gave him away, despite the Najan robes, the piano reached an awkward, loud conclusion, dropping away to the quiet murmurs of awkward conversation.
There's the sign, the ragamuffin whispered. Blades out, fingers.
Chapter 17. Sudden Strike. Never one for dinner parties in the best of times, Quick found the opening moments of this Noctia gathering more excruciating than the sandy cell he'd been trapped in, not all that far from here. Sure, the food and drink were in copious, fantastic supply, and the music, while a bit jarring, was better than the inn's increasingly inebriated fiddlers. Quick couldn't escape the feeling that nobody wanted to be here. Pavard herself stared around the place, like a Hanoko trying to spot a threat, her eyes darting here and there, while her hand kept a tight grip on Quick's wrist, as though he might disappear forever into the crowd. Quick had no intention of doing any such thing, and if he had any choice in the matter, he would have stayed right there in the foyer until an escape out the front door might be justified.
This was supposed to be a private meeting, Pavard whispered. The message said to come alone, and now I'm damn glad I didn't.
A private meeting with who?
Yarvik.
The bandit lord? Quick hadn't met the fabled thief, only knew of him through Torny and her repeated, curse-laden depictions of the man as a conniving killer. Yarvik had twisted Gladring, too, prompting the tenant to go off on the wild ride that had led them both to Kant's, where, so far as Quick knew, Gladring still hunkered down in open rebellion against his former home. Whether Yarvik would know of Quick's role in Gladring's escape, would hold it against the hunter, Quick had no idea. Some chances, though, were better not taken.
Vassal's co-commandant,
Pavard whispered back, neither one looking at the other. Quick noticed Pavard had maneuvered their backs against the foyer's wall, leaning into Quick as if they were engaged in some secret conversation. Which, Quick supposed, they were.
Everyone knows the power sharing won't last. The question is, who's going to kill the other first? And you think Vassal's going to lose?
Pavard sniffed.
Yarvik's been around forever. Everyone who's gone up against him and his thieves winds up dead. It's why they're still plaguing the city. Nobody wants to wipe them out because they're all scared.
Are you?
Yes. I hoped Yarvik might let me take Vassal's spot. Beneath him, of course, with Vassal out of the way.
You're telling me this why? Pavard's grip grew tighter.
Because, before we die, I want you to understand why.
What? A change fell over the Najan captain, those suspicious lines relaxing into a near stupor. She threw Quick a wan smile, broke away from him, and walked into the next room. Quick, blinking, followed. Their new home had all the luxuries Quick never knew, from gilded paintings to finished wood furnishings to heaping plates of fruits and pastries. Several wine bottles had been opened, and Pavard was hard at work filling 2 goblets. She spun, handed one to him, and clinked the glasses.
It's obvious, isn't it?
Pavard said, not bothering to keep quiet anymore, and drawing hard looks from the others in the room, all as drab and confused as Quick. The piano player, hammering away in the corner, took no notice.
Nobody's planned to be at a party, yet we were all invited. Everyone around you is a Najan leader. All of us viable contenders, if Vassal fell.
Pavard spun her glass, named each of the others in the room, to frowns, slight blushes, and one muttered curse.
Why would Yarvik gather all of us? Coordinated treason?
Pavard laughed, downed the goblet in a single gulp.
No. I think he's done with us all. Done with the old Najan. In with the new nimble fingers.
Quite a theory, Pavard, said an older man who'd been sitting on an ochred divan, munching some nutty dessert. Why bother doing it all at once, in one place? He could have poisoned our drinks or slit our throats here and there as he wanted to.
To show he can? To keep anyone from getting suspicious?
Pavard jiggled her empty goblet at the man.
You're normally at sea, aren't you, Admiral? Now you're separated from your loyal sailors and your ships. An easy kill. As am I. As are all of us.
If you're right, then we should all leave.
Yes, we should,
Pavard said, then made her way back to the wine, poured a fresh glass. The older man stood.
But I doubt any of us will.
I think you've lost your mind, the Admiral grumbled. It's clear, though, there's nothing to be gained here.
He took one step away from the divan towards the foyer's front door. Pavard came swirling back, took Quick's arm, and pulled him after the Admiral. As they left the room, the piano player reached a rough ending to his played piece, a hard hammer and a sudden stop ringing through the building. Ahead, as the Admiral strode towards the main door, a man dropped from the second floor, landed in a crouch, and shoved a dagger upwards into the Admiral's back. The Admiral made a strangled sound, twitching as the assassin withdrew the knife, before plunging it back in a second time. By the time the Admiral hit the floor, he was dead. And Quick had both gauntlets on. Pavard tore a lantern holding sconce off the wall, scattering sparks as the assassin whirled their way. The man wore a black fabric mask, hiding everything save his eyes, which tracked to the gauntlets, the poor odds. As screams and curses broke out across the house, the assassin took a step back, raised the dagger in a defensive cross.
"We have to leave,"
Pavard hissed, moving towards the door. Quick matched her, putting the solid stone wall at their backs.
"He'll wait for his friends."
"There'll be more outside," Quick muttered. A hunter recognized a trap.
"Then we'll cut through them."
The assassin reached into his cloak with his offhand, pulled out a throwing knife, took aim as Pavard stepped over the Admiral's body in its bloody pool. Quick guessed a Noctia thief hadn't fought against someone with gauntlets before, and lunged forward off his left foot, seemingly putting himself right in the assassin's knife aim. The killer must have loved his luck, twitching his left arm forward, only for Quick to bounce off his right foot in a sidestep. The thrown knife skittered by Quick's right shoulder, bouncing off the stone wall at his back. The hunter completed the three-step, evasive approach with another left foot step, this time matching the stomp with an overhand slash with his gauntlet on the same hand. The assassin, out of position with the knife throw, tried to get the dagger in the way. The gauntlet, heavier, swinging downward, gouged the thief's forearm and pulled the dagger free of the man's hand with its tines. Defenseless, the assassin made one gargled gasp as Quick's right-handed follow-through sent the man to Noctia's great beyond. Behind the assassin's falling body lay the back half of the manse, and shapes writhed in the shadows beyond. Metal clashed, though the screams were dying down. Furniture shattered, and a burning scent wafted in. A lantern or candle knocked into the wrong thing.
"Come on, Quick! Now!"
Pavard snapped, and Quick turned to see her, sconce held ready, dashed through the exit. Quick padded after, clearing the foyer as Pavard made it halfway to the street, the small gate now closed and unguarded. A click came from above, and Pavard danced right, the quarrel meant for her glancing off the stones. Another bandit rolled before Quick, dropping to the ground and breaking right for Pavard, daggers drawn. The hunter broke into pursuit as Pavard raised her sconce, but Quick's rescue attempt faltered when another body landed on his back, dropping him to the ground. The hunter's chin scraped on stone, his shoulders and elbows banging hard. He expected to feel a dagger, a knife, or something worse in his gut at any moment.
"Stay down, you moron,"
a surprising voice hissed.
"You're not the target."
Torny released Quick, and the hunter wriggled free. 1,000 questions swept in, but those could be asked later, after Pavard was... The Najan captain growled, the noise coupling with clashes as she battered away dagger strikes with the sconce. Pavard's work hadn't been perfect. Red lines colored her arms, but she kept up the back pedal, drawing closer to the gate and keeping her would-be killer from a final blow.
"Quick, please!"
the captain called as she saw the hunter stand.
"Don't,"
Torny said from Quick's back.
"They won't hurt you if you keep out of it."
"That's the thing, Torny," Quick said, watching as Pavard smacked away another strike. The captain's back was almost against the gate now, where she'd be trapped.
"I've already killed one." "You didn't know. I can cover for you."
As Pavard hit the gate's back, her assassin pulled a nifty move, feinting in with his right to draw the sconce. The captain tried to buy some room with a kick, but the assassin angled the dagger deep into Pavard's leg. She cried out, put her right arm over the gate's railing, holding her up as the killer's dagger withdrew.
"This isn't right,"
Quick said, and started forward.
"She's not your friend, Quick."
She saved Wax.
Torny grabbed Quick's shoulder, held him.
She's already dead, Quick. Let it be.
The hunter saw that clear enough. Pavard's last feeble strike with the sconce on the assassin's shoulder, the killer pressing within Pavard's reach, and delivering her end with a neat, final strike. The captain collapsed, and Quick looked away before her eyes could find his. The nightmares would be bad enough as it was. Chapter 18. Reunion. The wine tasted better when her isle wasn't burning, but Yujo figured she might not make it through a single glass. Her body ached right along with her head, muscles sore, and her soul dragging. It had been a long day with Naro's chosen, muddling through the Khan's Skars. Nobody had died, though several had broken bones and other rough injuries. Yujo had passed out Skars for the night, another lesson that might get the crew back out the following morning, if Yujo was well enough to join them. She sipped the wine in her suite, not far from the throne room in the Sky Palace, with similar tall windows looking down over her wartime charge. Kant embraced the short peace, with people dancing in the streets and the air, even this late at night, glimmering as gliders took to the breezy skies. Those nighttime flights could bring you so close to Sichi, the stars. Someday, Yujo would show Wax, if he still lived. Nobody shared the room with her. Yujo had dismissed the advisors an hour ago, after their deluge of damage reports from across the aisle threatened to drown what little good feeling she had left. The city might be celebrating, but Noctia's raids everywhere else meant hard work. And all for what? Dew should have had them on Noctia by now, assuming the Storm's Edge hadn't been sunk by some enterprising Najan captain. Naro, becoming her default trusted resource for naval reports, had mentioned seeing the purple flags in pursuit of Yujo's ship. Hopefully, Svard, Bliss, and Torny had fended off those attacks. Hopefully, they'd make Fassel see reason. If not, then Kants would fight and fight on until it became a smoldering ruin.
This wasn't what I wanted,
Yujo said to herself, her wine glass a good listener. There was a guard outside her room, a servant who'd be happy to fetch another bottle if Yujo requested it. But with Livier off managing the missives to the other isles, Yujo preferred to keep to herself. All the advisors had worked for the other queen first, the one who'd tried to use Kansa's Queen's Guard, an elite force now decimated thanks to the former queen's excursion to Noctia and its devastating end, to kill Yujo. Her trust in those graying old hacks didn't go far, but war meant the time to turn over to Yujo's help was lacking. Afterward, Yujo would relish kicking them all down the spire.
Now that's motivation to survive, the queen said, chuckling to herself. Spite the ones who wanted me dead, deliver Kants in a way they never thought I could.
A good thought to end on. Yujo nudged the Skar awake as she sipped the last of her wine, urged the stone to let the drink's buzz linger while it attacked her little cuts, bruises from the day's training, her aching bones from the same. Then, after Yujo was well asleep, the Skar could neutralize the wine too, giving her a refreshing wake-up. Ready again to lead Kants against the world. The knock bringing Yujo to life came with a servant's polite cadence, and it was followed by a servant's polite message.
Kants has some unusual visitors.
A glider scout, confirming the Firewalker fiends had descended back into the dark below, delivered different news. A small party had been sighted on the northern beaches last night, huddled around a fire. The glider didn't think he'd been seen, but had swooped close enough in the darkness to catch a good view. 3 women, 2 men, carrying weapons and wearing armor, though most of their material had been strewn about the beach. Why? Yujo asked, back now on her throne. A Khan's robe kept Yujo warm on the bright morning, coupled with Fisk coffee, some of the last on the aisle. A luxury, but one Yujo wrote off as deserved, given all the stress, the risk, the weight on her shoulders.
What's the point of laying out their equipment?
My best guess, the glider pilot replied.
A shipwreck. They swam ashore, laid their gear out to dry overnight.
Yujo frowned. The glider pilot kept his head bowed.
Let me understand. You woke me up early to note a few strangers had appeared on the Isle? You think that's important enough for my attention?
The glider pilot straightened, flushed.
I thought they could be Najan spies, my queen. My commander told me to let you know right away, since Livier isn't...
The man stopped, took a deep breath.
They look strange. Their leathers weren't Noctia, but looked like Went, from what I could tell. But two had tattoos along their shoulders, up near their faces. I hadn't seen any like that before.
You got all this from a pass?
Several, and not just me, the glider pilot said. After I came back, we sent another 2 gliders out overnight and this morning. They're still cleaning up, so I volunteered. What I'm saying is confirmed.
Tattoos? Went leathers?
Yujo looked around the room at the clueless stares coming back her way. No help would be coming from them.
What do you suggest?
Yujo asked the glider.
Another look, Highness, the glider pilot replied. We can try to capture them, learn what they're doing here.
Then do that, and tell me when you have them.
Yujo stood, fired a glare around the room.
Don't the rest of you have work to do? We have a war to win.
Naro's band confronted the day with as much enthusiasm as they could muster. Most still looked tired. The ones with broken bones had begged off, the Skars stealing so much of their energy that they couldn't even get out of bed. Nevertheless, Yujo went right back into it, using the Skars again to summon small gusts, make assisted leaps, sustain a breeze long enough to give a sail some extra oomph. Today, at least, nobody left with major wounds. Yujo let them go in the late afternoon, allowing a full day off tomorrow. They'd need it, with most of them, despite their hard military careers, dragging. The last thing Yujo needed was someone losing their grip on the Skars, letting the stones break loose, and... The Queen shuddered, thinking back to Torny's Went avalanche. Could a Skar summon up a tornado or a hurricane, blow her entire isle into the sea? The shudder turned into a baleful grin. At least, if that happened, she wouldn't have to worry about the war anymore.
With a smile like that, I hope you're thinking about me.
Yujo whipped around so fast the world went blurry for a moment. But right there, leaning on a young woman Yujo didn't know, but whose tattoos said Vis, stood Wax. Haggard, drawn, but with those same bright eyes and cocky grin. A familiar necklace around his neck, too.
How?
Yujo asked, walking towards them, dazed.
How are you here?
Turns out your gliders and those geysers make a mean combination. They swooped in this morning with their swords out, but we convinced them we knew you, Wax said, then nodded to his carrier as Yujo neared. This is Sawi, my, friend. The name matched a memory, but before Yujo could dredge up just what it meant, Wax broke off from the Vis and wrapped his arms around the Queen, round her padded leathers, all sweaty and scratched from the day's work. And even though her legs wanted to fold with Wax's added weight, Yujo kept herself standing. She wouldn't fall now, and neither would Kant's. The world's greatest weapon had returned. Chapter 19. A Reversal.
Adventure had its place, but Wax sure didn't mind waking up on a fluffy mattress, one stuffed with feathers and sewn by Kant's artisans. Nor did he mind the sunshine glinting through the windows, which looked onto a city, an ocean, a whole world from a wondrous view he'd seen yesterday from a glider's bar. The best part of it all, though, lay sleeping at his side. He'd last seen Yujo striding off to fight Najan's soldiers on roiling seas. Wax had been captured that night, knocked out and forced into survival and servitude, only to get the last scars he'd needed from the former Aegis herself. Scars he'd used to trap hundreds, thousands, millions of fiends in their decaying worlds. Wax winced. Somehow, closing the gates seemed less like an achievement when he wasn't surrounded by Hochi's beer-slinging, appreciative warriors. The table next to the bed, a glass inlaid piece, had 2 necklaces on top, their clasps joined together. One had belonged to Katya, that former Aegis, who'd burned the last of her life to save some Noctia soldiers. Saved people, just like she'd always done. Those soldiers now were probably training to invade Kant's. Funny how things worked.
Feeling better?
Yujo asked, a bit dreamy.
Much.
Wax looked at her bare back, the tops of her shoulders. No inked lines telling her stories, marking her place in Kant's society. Alien, almost, to see something so clear and clean. If Yujo had been Vis, though, she'd have been a hunter. Like Deshiva. He reached out, traced the hunter's sign on her shoulder. Yujo flinched, then relaxed as Wax finished the lines.
That tickles.
If you were really getting that mark, it wouldn't, Wax said, their voices quiet. The door to Yujo's chambers was thick and shut, yet the moment demanded soft tones.
It would hurt, but it would be a good pain.
Yujo turned over, returned Wax's touch, tracing his lines.
Like these.
Everyone.
Know something funny? Is it really funny, Wax, or just you being you?
I'm always me, Yujo, Wax smiled. In a few months, at summer's end, I'll get my role.
Role?
Hunter, gatherer, maker, Wax said. There's a few others, but it'll define my place in Kidai, our society. The elders consider everyone and what they've done, who they are. You get assigned.
Sounds rigid.
Yujo continued tracing, running along Wax's family inks, his wavy markings noting Wax's reputation as an expert on the vines. The lines are blurred.
Do you have a symbol for the Aegis?
No idea.
How about lucky?
Wax laughed, saw Yujo's pressed lips as she withdrew her hand, and killed the chuckle fast.
I've barely known you, Wax,
Yujo said.
But thinking I'd never see your stupid smile anymore, that I'd never hold you close.
I know.
Good. Because if you ever leave like that again, the Isles might not survive it.
This time, when Wax laughed, Yujo joined in. Ami had no good moods. She'd been surly the night before, when everyone else took in the wine, the fresh fish, the springtime vegetables, with happy gusto. The morning hadn't improved her disposition, the guardian glowering at the group as they ate their way through eggs, fluffy cakes, and the last of Yujo's Vis coffee.
This is normal for her,
Annalise said to Yujo.
Her default mode is angry.
Agreed, Sawi added.
Don't let it get to you.
Wax let the Tama Skar listen in as Sawi spoke, feeling more than a little relief as the stone continued to confirm neither Yujo nor Sawi seemed to bubble with jealousy, anger, or anything other than congeniality towards one another. While Sawi had made it clear back in the tunnels that the romance she and Wax had been locked in just a few months ago was over, Wax wasn't sure how Yujo might react. The Queen, apparently, couldn't care less.
But she has a good reason, Yujo said. Ami made a promise to the Firewalkers, and unless I've read her very wrong, she's not one to give up a promise lightly.
Damn right, Ami said. They deserve a home, and they definitely don't deserve to be trapped in those caves.
They eat rock, Ami. Wax tried levity. They're probably gorging themselves on all sorts of delicious stones. That crack earned Wax a glare from everyone at the table, prompting a muttered apology and a return to his eggs. Those, at least, didn't judge him as he skewered their gooey goodness with his fork.
But even if we gave them a home,
Yujo said, returning to the fiends,
it wouldn't matter without the rest, right? There's not enough Firewalkers to, I don't know, start families?
They had families. Have them, over there,
Ami said.
I can't go back to the 20 Firewalkers I've got and say, hey, you're the last of your species. Better get making some babies.
Sawi snorted.
Wax did try to reopen the gates, Annalise said. It didn't work.
Wasn't strong enough, Wax cut in. Easier to close them, I guess, than the other way around.
Taking energy is always easier than creating it. You said the Skars improve one another. Exponentially, even.
Annalise spoke like she knew every word in advance, almost like a prepared speech.
If every Skar has its own supply, then the answer is simple. You already know how to conduct the Skars to your desired outcome. We get you more Skars, then you can reopen the gates.
Gates that are buried beneath a ton of collapsed cave.
Use some of those went Skars to free them first, Annalise said. You could even do that, take time to rest, and then reopen the gates.
You make it sound so simple, Sawi sniffed. Come on, Wax. This'll be easy.
We have Skars,
Yujo said, but the way she spoke suggested the gift wasn't about to be freely given. Ami's deepening glare confirmed the same.
But you just got here. You can't take our best weapons and go running back to the dark below. Kant is in a war for its survival. We need those Skars.
Ami sighed, loud, exaggerated.
Where have I heard this before? Oh, right, facile. Defeat my enemy, and I'll let you save some innocent lives. Glad to see there's no difference between you two. Don't compare me to that bastard. Then don't be like him.
Yujo countered that, claiming Ami was the one working with Facile in the first place, which earned a yell from Sawi, shocked Ami would go back to the same side that had tried to have them killed. Ami then repeated Gladring's bloody end, and soon the whole breakfast evolved into one story after another. They'd shared most of these over the campfire on the Kant's beach, but here, amid the glittering finery, the food, the attendants, the same accusations, surprises, and indignations caught new life. Almost as if, when they weren't concerned about their next meal or whether they were about to kill each other, smaller things mattered more. Wax found his attention drifting away from the arguments to Annalise, who kept her mouth mostly shut, her mind obviously elsewhere. She sat across the large table from Wax, and when a brief lull in the caustic conversation rose, Wax asked the scientist straight out for her thoughts.
I think, Annalise said, we can solve everyone's problems in a single stroke.
The scientist bounded forward from there, her ideas picking up speed as she spun through them, one after another. Ami laughed, a single hard chuckle at the stunned silence when Annalise wrapped up.
Well, I guess we know now why Gladring dragged you away from Went. Hope you're right, Annalise, because if you're wrong, none of us are going to be around to fix things.
Chapter 20. Moonlit Treason. Improvise. The first lesson any thief learns, because nothing goes as planned. Ever. Torny pulled Quick back towards the mansion, trying to get his attention away from the dying lights of the woman he'd been escorting. The Najan's face seemed familiar, but in the dark frenzy of the moment, Torny couldn't place her. Not that it mattered. She was dead, and the daggers that had ended her would be seeking fresh blood soon. "What's happening?" Quick asked again, shock sharpening his words. "Is this a slaughter?"
"Power struggle," Torny replied. "Not one you're a part of."
Quick didn't resist as she steered him, hand on the hunter's muscle-bound shoulder, an odd feel to a thief whose friends tended towards the scrawny, to the mansion's side and the downward slope endemic to Noctia. "You are?"
"For the moment. We'll get you away from here, and then we'll talk."
The screams and shouts from inside the building died away. Yarvik's bandits did the job swiftly, if not so silently, as the nimble fingers might prefer. From what Torny saw, the Najan higher-ups inside weren't all morons, hadn't all forsaken their swordplay for pens and fine wine. Still, numbers and surprise turned the odds fatal. "I thought you were thieves, not killers," Quick said, hustling towards the low wall and his freedom.
"We're what we need to be,"
Torny snapped.
"Quick, here's what you need to do. Go over this wall, head down to the docks, find the storm's edge. Dio will get you aboard, keep you safe till we figure all this out."
"Wax isn't here, is he?" Torny started to say no. Started to say she'd last seen Wax with Najan soldiers, hauling Quick's brother away. That might prompt more questions, take the night in a direction the bandit didn't want it going. Not right now.
"No."
Simple. Quick didn't seem to like it, but he shut up, gauged the low wall and his leap over it. "Okay, Torny. Don't take too long." Torny gave Quick a little shove, tried to send the hunter on his way, only for a sharp whistle to turn them both around. Standing there, daggers drawn, were two bandits. The one who'd invited Torny on this little murder mission, and the one who delivered the death blow to Quick's Najan friend. "Don't think you're letting this guy get away, Torny. That's not the rules," said the leader, the ragamuffin. "All the Najan get gutted."
"He's not a Najan,"
Torny snarled.
"He's an innocent. Nothing to do with all this."
"Look at all that ink," said the other assassin. "The man's a vis. Torny's probably right. Doesn't matter. He's a witness now."
"To what?" Quick asked.
"For who?"
The two bandits looked at one another. Quick raised his claws, and Torny gave the man space. Nodded at the weapons.
"You really want to try those?"
Torny asked.
"Yarvik's not going to care. He doesn't know Quick exists anyway."
Another shared glance. The ragamuffin lowered his knives, then pointed one over Quick's shoulder, to the city beyond.
"Get going, then. Torny's buying your life with her own. She gauges it wrong, her throat's getting cut this time."
The ragamuffin grinned.
"That diary won't buy you another exile, Torny. This one's it."
"Fine,"
she said.
"Quick, go."
The reasons for escape were multiplying. Smoke curled from the mansion, leaking past windows. Orange picked up inside, telltale flickers of a fire meant to hide evidence. Two more killers were already dragging the Najan woman back up the walk. She'd get thrown inside, burned up with all the rest. No knife wounds, and plenty of plausible deniability. A Yarvik special. The hunter gave Torny one more questioning look, to which she flicked her head towards the far-off ocean. Quick didn't push, turned and leapt over the wall, vanished into the red-light Sichi night.
"Time to go?"
Torny asked the ragamuffin.
"Past time," the bandit said. "We caught them all, no thanks to you."
I saved your friend from getting carved to pieces by that vis, Torny said. But if you want to settle any score, let's do that back home.
Leaving a successful job always carried a vicious elation. Torny had once again sliced up society's rules, laws, norms, and come away with a win. That this win meant a burning home and a whole slew of bodies tainted the victory only slightly. Those bodies all belonged to Najan leaders, and Kant's, Torny's current allegiance, would benefit. The thieves didn't take the same dancing route back home. Instead, the crew split into twos and threes, walking different roads and keeping their hoods up, knives hidden. A calm retreat made necessary as Najan guards responded to the growing fire in high numbers. Anyone dashing away from that disaster would become a suspect. Nighttime wanderers? Well, there were plenty of those. Torny paired herself, by command, with the same two who'd been outside the mansion. After the order, their at-odds conversation, Torny wasn't too surprised to find them heading in the wrong direction, towards the Najan quarter, rather than the Nimble Fingers home in the south side grotto. They hiked up steep cobblestone streets, eschewing the steps on the side for the slight bragging rights of keeping to the harder, smoother middle. Torny's hands never left her cloak and the knives within. A good outcome never precluded a killing on the way home, though most of those were meant to reduce share splits or finish off a thief whose time had come. Torny still had something to offer, so she had an idea of where the ragamuffin was taking her. The destination sat less than a block before the first Najan gate. That they weren't going to try some play to get by the guards offered some relief. That their destination was, instead, a slim stone pottery shop gave no better answers. A sign suggested the place produced commissioned wares for high prices. When the ragamuffin approached the narrow door, one flanked by box windows, each displaying a vase too ornate for anything useful, the thief pulled out a key and jiggled it in the lock. A moron might ask questions here. Torny kept quiet. Sichi's rose light barely penetrated the shops inside, a few faint shadows casting over a floor crowded with counters. Pieces ready for painting, for selling, sat along the walls as shadows. A sole workspace occupied the room's center, as if the artisan wanted any customers or someone peeking through the window to see the beauty as it was made. "We're waiting here," the ragamuffin said, as Torny followed him inside. The other bandit shut the door behind them, leaned back against it. No slipping away, then.
"Waiting for who?"
Torny asked. The ragamuffin just smiled, then laughed. "Good thing you turned up tonight, Torny. Made this part much easier."
"What part?"
"We knew you'd come back home, but if you didn't, we were going to come find you after the killings. Would have come into your bedroom. Maybe you had to deal with your friends." The ragamuffin's grin only grew. "See, Yarvik's wanting you, and you alone."
"He'd kill my friends to talk to me?"
"Talk?" The ragamuffin laughed again. "Torny, there's going to be a lot more than talking going on here. You've got one chance, way I see it, to walk out of this place. And it's going to cost you."
"How much?"
A click sounded from the building's back, the side facing the slope and the ocean. The ragamuffin shut up, stepped aside, though Torny noted the bandit at her back stayed right where he was. Yarvik emerged into the shallow shadows, looking like he always had. Black-brimmed hat, ragged clothes that belonged more on a beggar than a bandit lord, and a face so white it put snow to shame. Sallow skin, legs and arms thinner than Torny's own, the man nevertheless strode with an untouchable arrogance, a vibe that had Torny envious, even if she found Yarvik a disgusting animal in every other way. That animal grinned at Torny now, that mouth flush with false teeth, especially those glittering opals, those noctia Skars.
I believe you have something for me,
Yarvik said, a raspy voice, like shredding paper.
It will buy your life, Torny, but your friends will cost far more.
Chapter 21. Alleyway Escape. Run to the docks. Easy advice in Noctia, where all you needed to do to find the port was head down the slope. Quick landed on the low wall's other side, the mansion behind him breaking into open flames. Torny's fate seemed beyond him now, so Quick focused forward on the smaller house standing before him. To his left ran the main avenue, a small metal fence gating Quick off. The house had been dark, but the mansion's problems seemed to have found another audience, as a lantern sparked to life on the floor above Quick. Time to move. The hunter went right, his Najan robes fluttering. The gauntlets hung heavy on his wrists, things he should probably remove, and would, once he'd evaded discovery by panicking Noctia natives. As it was, he planted wrapped palms covered with carved, metal-tipped wood gauntlets on the fence, and vaulted. Noctia's cobblestone streets were worth admiring during the day, when their traction let carts and people move up and down the steep aisle without issue. At night, those stones made for a heavy and loud landing, Quick's boots scuffing as he planted his feet and found his direction. Houses rose on either side of the avenue, their sharp-pointed roofs angling down to barrels to save Noctia's sparse rain. Lanterns hung here and there, offering an orange contrast to Sichi's welcome pink glow. That light, now, put Quick in the open, with the first calls of general alarm rising around the neighborhood. Hunting prey in the jungle required a certain sort of stealth. Quick utilized little from that experience here, as he scrambled to undo his gauntlets before the first guards found him. A hard push overcame the tie linking the gauntlet to his wrist and forearm, dropping one to the street, and a moment later, the other. Quick picked them up, looked down at his robe for a place to put them. Of course, the Najan didn't have massive pockets to hold those gauntlets. Instead, Quick undid the ties, rewrapped them along his belt, hanging one gauntlet on either side of his waist, and looked up to find a drawn bulge in his chest, a curious Najan guard staring at him. Others, including a fire brigade, ran past, water pails dripping as they went. Soon they'd find the bodies, and the night wouldn't just be a fiery one.
Strange thing to be holding in Noctia,
the guard said, as Quick stood up, keeping his hands free.
You're wearing Najan robes, but those aren't a Najan's weapons.
This, Quick said.
Recruited.
The Najan frowned.
Already bringing you up here?
The frown faded to a more pure puzzlement.
Haven't heard anything about a Vis division, nor you boys getting to keep your jungle weapons. Who's your commander?
The guard had made a mistake. He'd let the Volge slip aside as he talked, the edge a hair less lethal than it had been a moment ago. The fire brigade continued past, no eyes on Quick. A chance. He'd been in Najan captivity long enough. Bare fist hit the Najan's chin, unprotected by a helmet worn more for image than real defense. The man fell, the Volge going out wide, where a well-placed follow-up kick sent it sliding across the stones. Quick offered nothing more, dashing off along the stones. He cursed that flight a moment later, when the guard, apparently not lost to the world, belted out a bleary alarm. Eyes venturing into the night, curious about the fire, looked Quick's way, rendering any return to a sedate dock descent impossible. Instead, he broke right, leaving the street behind for another back alley. Crated supplies stuffed this one, a curiosity sated by the side door bearing a sundry shops decal. Quick tried the door, found it locked. Bash it down? No, the noise would only trap him further.
Hey! You!
The Najan at the alley's entrance was not the one Quick had laid out, and was not alone. The hunter snarled and stepped right, around more stacked boxes. The stones back here weren't so well laid as those on the street, their corroded pocks scattering dirt as Quick retreated towards the shop's rear. No escape waited there, just a retaining wall, its mortared stones providing support to the house on the shop's backside. Another black metal fence sprang up at the wall's top, hard spikes giving evidence Quick wasn't, perhaps, the first disreputable person to try this path. On his left, the shop offered nothing more, a dull corner without handholds, windows, or options. To the right, a higher wall, a bulky stone blockade sealing the shop off from the next higher level and the house sitting there.
I'm telling you,
the Najan said, coming closer with caution, bulge now out and pointed forward.
There's no way out of here save with us. Come without violence, and we'll set this whole thing straight. You might even keep your head.
That's a bargain, Quick muttered, continuing to seek an out and not finding one. How about a different deal? The hunter spun on his heel, jamming his hands into those gauntlets. He wouldn't have time to tie the strings tight, but they'd fight well enough for what he needed. Quick raised them both, crossed before him, in what the hunter hoped was an intimidating display. At least the Najan hesitated. Then the man tapped the other behind him, and the second Najan unlimbered a chakram from his back. Without room to dodge, that razor disc could flay Quick. He had no Skars this time. Beyond the two Najan, more were crowding the street. More water pails rushed by, but the growing number of guards meant any barreling breakthrough wouldn't get Quick far. He'd made a poor choice to duck in here, and now he'd have to live with it. Thankfully, Quick had something he could bargain with. A gift from Torrent.
Okay,
said Quick, as the chakram thrower set his stance. The hunter dropped his gauntlets.
I surrender, but you should know I didn't start that fire.
The Najan didn't wait this time, rushing forward as Quick's claws hit the ground. The soldier swung his volge, hitting Quick's stomach with the butt and doubling the hunter over. Spots flashed before Quick's eyes, and he grunted as the second Najan grabbed his neck, drove him forward.
Take my gauntlets, please,
Quick gasped as they pushed him along, out of the alley and into the street.
I'll need them when Fassel sets me free.
The Najan laughed, but the one holding his neck did ask another to grab the weapons.
Fassel,
said the first, walking before Quick with his volge ready.
Keep the circle out of your mouth. They have no time for worthless scum like you.
His captor was, unfortunately, right. Quick wasn't taken to Fassel's quarters, despite his repeated protests that he had valuable information. Instead, they stuffed him in a prison tower, locked into a cell with a single narrow slit window to the outside. They took his robe and left Quick with a ratty shift, no blanket, and a straw mat that reeked of mold. The tower sang, despite the late hour, the songs of the other prisoners, crying for food, water, or family. The hunter said nothing, only sliding towards the window, where the drifting fresh air made the cell bearable, and closed his eyes. Not tonight, maybe, but tomorrow. Fassel, or someone close to him, would hear Quick's story, and when they did, the hunter would pounce. Pavard had brought Quick here to help her rise. Instead, if not in quite the way she planned, he would ensure Fassel's fall. Chapter 22. At the Peak. A morning spent preparing, an afternoon spent climbing. A classic Kant's day, and one Yujo embraced as the sun slid down the horizon. They'd swapped spires around lunch, taking several gliders through the mountain canyons to Kant's center. The tallest spire on Kant's waited there, a gray and white line lunging into the sky. Its cascading cliffs weren't marred by stairs. Visitors had to learn the rope lines, master ice picks and boots with spikes. A journey meant to teach any renewal what those first conquerors of Kant's had to learn. Wax and Yujo would not get that lesson today. The gliders were a shortcut Yujo added on to Annalise's plan. At once a fast way to get from the Sky Palace to the central spire, and a chance to acclimate, just a little, to the mode of transport they'd be taking on a much longer trip, if things went right. Paired gliders were larger, clunkier things. The two riders strapped in alongside one another, and both had to coordinate the step off into the air. Yujo's partner on the morning ride, Sawi, did that well enough, retaining the lessons from their flight off Kant's northern beaches to make the travel easy. Wax, Ami, and Annalise each paired with another Kant's glider pilot, both spending their flight getting a better lesson on how to keep the finicky flyers level and soaring with the wind.
You used to do this every day?
Sawi asked as they rode the currents towards the central spire. Fluffy clouds and cool weather made for pleasant travel. Their satchels, filled with food and climbing gear, sat above them on the latticed netting. Wax and Annalise were behind, but only a few minutes.
Seems magical. Almost as magical as swinging on the vines through the Vis jungle,
Yujo replied.
At least there's fewer trees to hit up here. A mountain will hurt you just the same.
Sawi laughed.
Guess it would. Thankfully, it looks like I have a good pilot. We'd use these to escape marks after taking their stuff. The wealthiest people on Kant's all live on smaller spires. It's a sign of status to be high. You mean before you were a queen?
Sawi, her face hidden behind a flying scarf and slim goggles used for anything longer than a quick hop.
2 years. That's how long I shared the thrones before Fassel called the renewal. Up till then, I was just like Torny. We found wealthier targets, cased their estates, their farms, their factories, and made off with what we could. On the spires, if you could grab a glider, your escape was made. Wouldn't they see you? Even if Sichi was out, following another glider at night is as hard as convincing Wax to do something smart.
Another Vis laugh. Yujo swung them left, giving a smaller spire plenty of space. Below them, spring's verdant evidence spread along the valley. Trees and bushes flowered all through the clefts and cliffs. Birds were building nests. Critters emerged and scampered, their shadowed shapes like specks dashing here and there.
I was going to say you're lucky to have him,
Sawi said,
but I think he's the lucky one.
Definitely. Yujo blunted the word with a smile, though Sawi might not have seen it.
We help each other. Not too many others understand the Skars, or the pressure. That's why I'm surprised you're coming with us. I thought the Queen would have more important things going on than this. Saving the world? Taking the fight to my isle's enemy? You know what I mean.
Yujo did, at that. Ruling an isle wasn't just a war. She had disagreements to decide. Production priorities. More ships, more gliders, more weapons, to set. And the many bickering personalities among her advisors and Kant's leaders to control. All among more mundane things, like deciding dinner menus and naming new vessels.
I've always prioritized. Ruthlessly,
Yujo said.
That's what I'm doing now. Everything else, beyond stopping Noctia, can be handled by someone else. I'm not a naval officer or a military commander. I'm not a logistics expert or someone who can give a grand speech. But I know the Skars, and I know how to fight. So that's what I'm doing. I wish I'd had your courage a few seasons ago.
The central spire rose as they rounded another curl. Yujo aiming for and catching a marked geyser to give their glider more lift. Kant's glider pilots painted trees and rocks a bright red where air geysers emerged, and a skilled flyer could keep themselves going around the aisle indefinitely by hitting those puffs. All Yujo wanted to do now was land as high up that central spire as possible.
My home picked me as a gatherer, someone who'd grab fruits and material to build, cultivate the city,
Sawi said.
It's not a bad role. You don't have a hunter's honor, maybe, but you're safe, valued. But it would have been boring.
The Vis kept on spinning her story as they flew the last minutes, Yujo bringing them in for a soft landing at a sparse stone terrace. The spots spaced the spire, giving incoming gliders options. Wax and Annalise, flying with pros, made it to the one above Yujo and Sawi, meaning the two women would have to hike up narrow clefts to meet them. That Gladring had pounced on a confused, bored young woman didn't surprise Yujo. The man had been a born manipulator, but in this case, bringing Sawi beyond the fruit trees and the harvest was a lucky twist, and Yujo said so as they drew out their satchels, put on their climbing gear.
If we make it out of this alive, I'll agree with you,
Sawi said. With satchels on their backs, the glider folded up and waiting for their return, Yujo and Sawi did just that. They each had a pick looped about one wrist, hands wrapped in hard gloves. Those flying scarves wrapped around their necks tighter now, that warmth essential as they climbed higher. No fires up here, and no wood to make them either. Just bits of falling snow not yet melted, their silver and blue Kant's robes, and determination. The three glider pilots stayed with the flyers, popping up small tents to last the night while the foursome continued on up. Thick cords, all painted a bright green to give them away, let the crew hike up the jagged spire. This high, ice still clustered between crags, the spire far from a sheer perfect thing, instead marred by weather, time, and the flails of less experienced adventurers.
I thought I wouldn't have to do this one,
Wax said, trailing Yujo, with Sawi, Ami, and Annalise holding the rear.
I have 2 Kant's Skars already, you know.
Not enough to get us there, Yujo replied.
And I'm not taking the only Skars my soldiers can use just before Noctia attacks again.
I get the reason. I'm just grumbling. Yujo smiled as she slapped the pick into the next rock, the stone cracking as the diamond-tipped tool gave Yujo enough hold to breathe for a minute. Gauge the distance to the next landing, the last one. They'd reach it just before dark took too much hold.
Wax, save your grumbling for dinner, because tonight's going to be dry.
What? I just came through the dark below. I need good food, Yujo. Need it.
Sorry, it's the renewal's curse, I'm afraid.
Yujo heaved herself up to the next line, kicking hard with her boots to lock them into the snowy cliff. The wind whipped up here, and her face had long since gone into a searing numbness, but Yujo found herself wanting to howl in free delight regardless. This high, everything seemed distant. Noctia, Kant's, the war. But not the Skars. They remained, bubbling in her mind as ever.
Don't worry,
Yujo said, starting up the next rope line, the last one of the day.
You'll get your chance soon enough.
Chapter 23. New Skars, New Ideas. After bland food and a night spent curled up in bedrolls, tentless, while wind slashed around them, Wax was only too happy to get back to the climb. A cold and cloudy day greeted them, the sun failing to ease the gray morass. Flakes filtered down, what had become rain not too far below. The view dwarfed the beautiful one from the great sauna's top, Kant's many spires rising like stone fingers from the green and brown far below. A closer look showed twinkling stars nestled about, catching the leaking light and drawing it into a dazzle.
Sky diamonds,
Yujo said, as they sipped tea around a fire conjured by the Fodi Skar and sustained by thin brush gathered from sheltered cavities.
You want to make a good living on Kants? You take up harvesting those things. Why didn't you?
Annalise asked.
Because being a thief was easier.
Sawi snorted. Always a team player, Sawi. Being nervous about the two of them getting to know one another had to go down as one of Wax's dumber fears. Both women were practical, were smart, were driven. They wouldn't let Wax get in the way of their friendship, or their goals. Which was a good reminder. Thankfully, they were on Wax's side. 2 more ropes brought the foursome to a broad set of slab steps, with nothing save a very, very long fall on either side. The lead-in, a craggy stone spot, looked like it had once had better care, but cracked tiles and collapsing edges said that care had dwindled.
The Najan did what they had to do, and no more,
Yujo said, kicking a rogue rock away. It bounced over the cliff and into oblivion. Hopefully, nothing waited down below.
They'd hire Kant's fools here and there to go gather the Skars, never risking their own soldiers or learning how to master the spire.
Sounds like home, Wax said.
You can do 2 things with power, Annalise added. Either use it to achieve more yourself, or force others to do your work for you. The Najan do both.
For now, Ami muttered, their reckoning is coming soon enough. At the last step, a square stone gate rose, trebling Wax's height, and bordered by stacked gray rocks on either side. The gate's blocks were wind-sheared, smoothed save for flecked lines here and there, hollowed out by the endless gusts. Yujo led them to the gate's shadow before stopping, staring into the swirling blizzard beyond. The weather back on the steps hadn't been so vicious.
We call this the God's Gate,
Yujo said.
Beyond here is where Kant keeps her Skars. It's also where renewals get hurt or die. Ready?
With that preamble, Wax said, how could we not be? The swirling snow wasn't a blizzard, but a constant shuffling of the flakes, both snow and broken stone, dust, and anything else Kants could catch inside the great bowl at the spire's top. Wax shaded his eyes, protected by gliding goggles, as he peered into the whiteout. Bits clustered in his hair, his robes, his gloves, building up and forcing shakes here and there, lest his living bulwark see him buried. The others were much the same, with Annalise taking a step back into the gate's protection.
I'll wait until you find the path,
she yelled over the roaring winds. Smart move.
Look close and you'll see the stones,
Yujo shouted.
There's a path between most. Narrow, but it's there. Take your time, walk careful, and don't fall into the holes. They're too deep to survive. This is madness,
Sawi said, huddling up with the other 2 on the small lip beyond the gate.
There's no way.
Don't be a coward now, Sawi,
Ami snarled, doing her best to just take the constant onslaught, her golden faceplate a beacon amid the blizzard.
I didn't keep you alive for you to give up here.
Every renewal trial had looked ridiculous at first, an impossible or close to it challenge. Settle in, though, and you could find a way. Yujo had already done this, as the Queen was now telling Sawi, so they could... The Kant Skar babbled, its skittering tune bringing with it an easy recommendation. Their problem lay with the wind, and the wind was at the Skar's mercy. As was, Wax realized, just about every Skar's challenge. Make your way to the Skar, and its power would see you safely home. Perhaps they could cheat. Yujo shifted towards the lip's far side, gauging a first step, when Wax called for her to stop, As the queen hesitated, Wax let the Count's Skar breathe. It reached out through his hands, feet, hair, to catch the swirling wind and quiet its bluster. The snow and dust stopped, as if someone had frozen the flakes in time before they fluttered to the ground. The debris cleared. The bowl revealed its easy secrets. Simple lines connecting the rocky, small spires at random, yet making their way, bit by bit, to the bowl's center.
See?
Wax said, the Count's Skar continuing to sing in his mind.
Easy.
Brilliant, Annalise muttered, coming up alongside Wax.
But how long can you and the Skar keep this up?
Let's not find out, shall we? The Count's Skars grew on a diamond tree, one jutting up from the bowl's center. Yujo declared it Kant's eye, the tree itself the god's last tear frozen as it dropped. The Skars dangled from the branches like tiny fruits, enough to pack several small pouches. The quartet plucked the Skars, dropped them inside, and, just as Wax was beginning to drag, jogged back along the paths to the god's gate. Relieving the Count's Skar of its mission brought Wax's own body to a half-life, and he reached out, found Yujo's shoulder to support himself. Sawi yanked some dried fruit from her satchel, handed it to Wax, and, along with some mountain fresh water, the renewal recovered enough stamina to make his way down the steps, the ropes, to their makeshift campsite the night before. They took a long lunch, with Annalise going over the plan's next stage.
You think it's really possible, even with the Skars?
Sawi asked.
I mean, I went along with this because I don't have any other ideas, but still. What do you think?
Annalise asked Wax and Yujo.
You're the ones who know the stones. Can you do this?
If I didn't think we could, Yujo said, then we wouldn't be here. Look, Ami added, I've seen the stones do incredible things. Giving those gliders a little kick has to be among the least of them. What I'm wondering, though, is how we're going to survive it. Food, water, any storm. That, Wax said, is going to be the trick. But you're all about impossible odds, right? Aren't you excited to try? I'm excited to jam a blade into Fassel's gut and get my firewalkers their home. If that means strapping myself to one of your kites for a couple days, then I'm in. Good, Yujo declared. Then get some sleep, as best we can. Tomorrow we head back and get ready for the most absurd, impossible thing the Isles have ever seen, Sawi said. For something Fassel and Yarvik will never expect, Wax finished. The Skars, at least, found this very exciting. Chapter 24. A Thief's Task. Confronting her father, at least her adoptive one, always seemed better in the abstract than reality. Torny, ever since laying hands on the diary back in that estate on Went, how long ago did that feel now? Had imagined this meeting approximately 1,000,000 times. She'd imagined them on a cliff, in the Thieves' Grotto, at the abandoned husk where Torny's real family had lived in her youngest days. Never in a closed pottery shop, but how often did dreams play out like you expected? Yet there was Yarvik's hand, extended in its ghostly pale glory, tinted pink from Sichi's leaked light. The man's skin didn't sag with age, hadn't changed a bit since the day Torny had first met him, when she'd snagged a mango from some Vis trader's cart. A groomed thief from that point on, upgraded to banditry as she learned to use the knife, to take a life with it. All at Yarvik's instruction. She owed him that much. Torny pulled the diary from her chest pocket, beneath her leathers, and set the book, creased around the edges and sporting a new stain or two from its long adventures around the Isles, into Yarvik's hand. He didn't move his prize at first, just looked at it for a long moment, then back up to Torny.
"This is his?"
Yarvik asked, his rasp growing thinner.
"You're sure?"
Read it,
Torny replied.
"You could have written it."
A dangerous query. Yarvik hadn't forbade her from reading the diary, but he also didn't tell her to do so. If she'd... Torny stopped. Double-think with the Bandit Lord was a quick way to die, or lose your mind chasing shadows. Confidence was a better ally here.
Read it.
Yarvik nodded, pulled the book back, opened its front cover. The other two thieves, the ragamuffin who'd intercepted Torny upon her arrival to Yarvik's grotto, and the one who'd put a dagger into the Najan captain, Pavard, closed ranks near Torny. Their shifting tossed up leftover dust in the shop, a swirling rose cloud rising in the dead air as Yarvik paged through the diary's beginning. For long seconds, nobody said anything. The only sounds, Yarvik's page turning, and the muffled night noises of the ringed city. Hopefully, Quick had escaped. Torny hadn't left him in a great spot, but if the Vis had come here with her, Quick's life would have likely been forfeit, or used for something even worse than Pavard's guard.
"Do you know what it's like?"
Yarvik said into the quiet, not raising his gaze from the pages.
"To love someone and know they hate you in return."
You.
Yarvik raised his eyes off the book.
"Me?"
You're not that dumb, Yarvik. You gave me a purpose, taught me most of what I knew. Your approval was everything. And then you threw me away.
"I didn't throw you away. You failed."
People fail, Yarvik. That doesn't mean you can't give them another chance.
"And so I did, when you proved you were worthy of one."
The Bandit Lord fell back to the diary, turned another page before closing it, slipped it inside his own coat pocket. The man had always eschewed the robes and hadn't started wearing them now, despite his Najan position. A shirt, coat, shabby trousers, and a wide hat, all bearing marks of hard work.
"I've lived longer than 12 lives, yet I am drawn more to the short one in these pages than my own memories,"
the Bandit Lord mused, then nodded at Torny.
"Unless you've improved your forgery skills, I believe this is exactly what I asked for. You have my gratitude."
Introspection over, Torny shrugged.
He wasn't happy to lose it.
"I'm sure he wasn't, but I am happier to have it."
Yarvik waved at the two thieves over Torny's shoulder.
"You can leave now. Prepare the next part. Well done tonight."
Both bandits gave short bows before slipping out the door. No concerns about leaving Yarvik alone with Torny. They knew he was the deadliest one in the room, and that Torny knew it too.
"Come with me, Torny,"
Yarvik said, heading towards the shop's rear.
"I'd like to discuss our relationship a little more."
Don't call it that.
"What?"
A relationship.
Yarvik smiled, a sick, slight turn.
"If that's what you wish."
Taking a dead lantern off a nearby shelf, Yarvik pressed his hand against the glass. A spark appeared from nowhere, catching the wick and lighting the thing. Impossible, unless Yarvik had added more Skars to his arsenal. Torny didn't ask. Yarvik could have walked in with a lit lantern. That he hadn't meant he wanted Torny to understand she was even more outclassed than she'd known. The Bandit Lord led Torny beyond piled supplies, paints, and customer lists. He located a small stair heading upward. Climbing the solid steps led to a crowded attic. half filled with what looked like finished works. Stuff either yet to sell or waiting for its owner to take possession. Yarvik didn't say a word during the walk, kept his back turned to Torni the whole way, almost inviting her to try a stab, but Torni didn't once let her hands drift to her dagger hilts. She'd not come here for suicide. The attic had another pull-down ladder, one Yarvik reached with a slight, undignified hop. With a yank, the ladder came down and opened a small hatch in the roof. He climbed it first, and Torni followed. Noctia's steep roofs would have made a viewing like this difficult most anywhere, but the potter had put slim, studded boards outside the door, 2 apiece on either side. One for feet, one for sitting. Yarvik took the left, Torni the right. The ringed city sprawled beneath them, lanterns lit and bustling. Torni hunted for the mansion they'd just come from, found it by the smoky remnants of a doused fire. A quick response, and no spread. Noctia Najan efficiency at its finest.
"This man owes me," Yarvik said, "but I refuse to take any payment. Instead, I can come here on any evening I ask. It's a relationship that works for us both."
What did you do to get him in your debt?
A rival sought to undercut my friend's market. I saw to it that those efforts failed.
Killed him in his sleep or something?
Yarvik, arms folded, chuckled.
No, I gave the rival a better location in the city's southern side. The pottery there is more for real uses than for decoration. But his business thrives, and Noctia is better for it.
You're a regular hero, Yarvik.
I am what this city, this isle, needs, Torni. I'm not corrupted by life's short length or a need for treasure. I seek to elevate those who deserve it and help those who need it.
By slitting throats and robbing the wealthy.
You're not half bad at either of those things.
Didn't say I was. Just not sure I agree that your methods are all noble.
Yes, and I'm sure plenty will say my intentions do not excuse my tactics, or some such nonsense. But I didn't bring you up here to litigate my life.
Yarvik swept a hand across the view.
I understand you have a new master.
Yarvik clearly knew already, so Torni told him about Yujo, about Wax, the peace mission to Fassel. Through it all, Yarvik nodded here and there, otherwise kept quiet until she finished.
Then I would ask you a favor,
Yarvik said.
When Fassel is out of the way, I will accept Kansa's peace offering. We will recall the Najan forces from all the isles. They will be disbanded.
Disbanded?
We are changing the world. Better to begin fresh than keep the rot around. We called much of it tonight. I will lead Noctia beneath a new banner. The other isles will do as they wish.
Torni narrowed her eyes.
As they wish? That's not like you.
Everyone can change, Torni. Even those as old as I am.
Okay, but you haven't actually told me the favor yet.
When the time comes, I do not expect the Najan to give up quietly, even if Fassel is removed. Your friend, the one who, like me, evades death. Take the Skars. Hold them until the revolution is complete. Those stones are the one thing that could ruin us.
Yarvik gave Torni a soft stare, almost loving, if the man were capable of such a thing.
Will you do this? For me? For the Isles?
Chapter 25. Interrogation. At some point, Quick must have fallen asleep, because a woman shrouded in a Najan robe sat across from him now. She watched him, a wax tablet in her hands, a ready charcoal pen. Despite being in a cell, the barred door behind her was shut, with a man Quick's size, who just socked a guard on his way to getting captured. Her sunk shoulders and soft smile suggested fear was far away. Quick noted her healthy, clear, and wrinkle-free skin, a sort that would have marked a younger woman, but her posture and sharp stare spoke of earned experience. Anyway, Quick thought her older than she looked, which put her as either wealthy or in a position powerful enough to afford healthy food, creams, and care. All this came together to put Quick on a confused alert. He'd been expecting the hangman, not an interrogator.
"You've had quite the journey, Quick,"
the woman said, her sharp, clipped accent marking her a Rana by birth, if not by allegiance.
"A Vis hunter, a Najan recruit, before disappearing with a traitor, only to turn up here again. A murderer, an experiment, and the brother of the Vis renewal. Do I have it right so far?"
"Close enough."
"Good. I always like to see my sources paying off."
"Who are those?"
"Anyone who needs an extra slice of bread to make it through the day."
The woman settled back into her smile as she spoke, never resting in another expression.
"My name is Kavasa, and, after a few fortunate accidents, I am the new third-hand tenant."
"Maceo's replacement?"
"The next in an ongoing line. Replacements imply more of the same. I am different, which is why I'm here to offer you a chance."
"A chance at what?"
"Questions, Quick. You give me answers, and I will give you the same in return. A fair trade, and one I think you will find useful."
"Don't care what you think," Quick said, crossing his arms. "I'm stuck in a Najan cell. What good's information going to do me?"
"When all you have is your thoughts, wouldn't you want those to be happier ones?"
Quick scowled, but the irritation faded as fast as it appeared. What was the point? If he tried to jump her, Kavasa would probably gut him and leave him bleeding out on the cell floor. Even if Quick made it through her, the door was shut, and Kavasa probably didn't have a key. Besides, Quick did have questions. If Kavasa could answer them, well, that might indeed be useful. "Where's my brother?" Quick asked first.
"I regret to say we aren't sure,"
Kavasa answered, a bold admission. If she'd wanted to twist Quick around, she might have said he writhed in a cell above, ready to be killed if the hunter didn't cooperate.
"The last I heard, he descended down the wound with the Aegis's Skars after she died, back when the earthquakes hit."
"He went into the dark below?"
"And hasn't come out, so far as we know."
Kavasa held up a single finger from the hand with the charcoal pen.
"Now, the Went have a growing settlement at the wound's base. They've said Wax performed a miracle down there, sealed away the fiends. An interesting accomplishment."
"What?" Sowie hadn't mentioned that back on Vis. But then, maybe Wax hadn't arrived yet. Sowie had described the gates and Ami's obsession with them. Had Wax managed to... Quick sighed, grinned. His brother had somehow pulled off what every Aegis had failed to do.
"You're right to be proud of him," Kavasa said. "I wish we knew where he was, so we could give him the celebration he deserves."
Quick snorted. If that were true, Vassal wouldn't be stomping his purple cloaks all over the Isles. Kavasa said nothing to that, just held her smile She jotted something on the tablet. Quick watched, waited until she looked up, tilted her head to his right.
My turn?
Kavasa asked. You're making the rules.
So I am. Tell me first about why you were caught. There was a mansion nearby that was burned. Many bodies were found. Were you mixed up in that?
No, not directly, Quick said. I didn't start the fire, and I damn sure didn't kill anybody.
But you were there.
Not a question, but a confirmation. Pavard brought me. She wanted protection. Kavasa prodded for more, and Quick gave it. Described the attack on the mansion. The nimble finger assassins.
Nimble fingers? Cassava asked. You're certain?
I knew one, Quick answered. Pavard thought it might be a trap. Clear the way to take control.
Yarvik is always scheming.
Cassava's look went distant as she scratched away on the tablet. She refocused with a snap, a thin smile.
Tell me more about Pavard, about your story.
The Najan captain's fears, hopes, their passage from Vis all the way to Noctia. Kavasa scratched on the tablet here and there, didn't say a single word. For a hunter who wasn't used to talking all that much, the dismal circumstances prompted a deluge. He raged about Modeland's scouring, Pavard's forced beatings of the Vis, before veering further back into Gladrun's betrayal and their escape from the island.
He left the queen to die?
Cassava asked. Gladrun was always looking for the next risk, Quick replied. I hated that, leaving her, more than anything else.
Even Modeland?
War is one thing. Even as a hunter, I know that. But leaving someone to drown out there?
Well, that is one thing you don't have to worry about, Cassava said. I intend to be fair to you, and thanks for your cooperation. She slipped the tablet inside her robes. I believe I have what I need.
For the first time, her smile slipped into a sad line.
Unfortunately, you have committed numerous crimes, Quick. You fought the Najan, killed our soldiers. And, I believe, you would do so again if set free. All of this means your life, under Noctia law, is forfeit.
Again, Quick considered the rising rush, the panicked assault, and again he dismissed it. By this point, after sitting so long, his legs were half asleep anyway. He'd be more likely to stumble up and fall into the cell wall than make a convincing attack on Cassava. So, you're going to kill me now? Quick asked.
If you wish, Cassava replied. But I'd prefer you choose. There are 3 methods I will recommend, and you can pick one.
Why not a knife to my neck?
Because we're civilized, and some poor guard would have to clean up your cell.
Cassava wrinkled her nose.
Surely you're aware of how messy it is when a life is taken.
When Quick just gawked at her, wondering how she could talk about death like some spilled water, the tenant continued.
We can poison a drink for you. We'll do it randomly, so you won't know. A little agony while the substance takes hold, but a bloodless death in the end.
Cassava held up 2 fingers.
Or we can throw you into the sea, with weighted chains, of course, to ensure the outcome. Drowning, as I understand it, is quite terrible, but a few gulps might end things fast.
A 3rd finger joined its brothers.
Last, a traditional execution. Hanging, an audience. It should not surprise you that Fassel would prefer this one, an example made. I can overrule it for you.
How to die? On Vis, a hunter's death ought to come by one of 2 ways. If you still had the strength, the best was to set off into the jungle at your twilight, alone in search of one last quarry. That you would never return was accepted, expected, admired. The other, if disease or wounds took their toll, was to drink a particular mixture that would put you to sleep, never to wake. You took those final sips, surrounded by family and friends. If Quick could have neither of those, then he would stand for his isle. A mark of independence, courage. "Give me the rope," Quick said. Cassava nodded, any surprise at the hunter's choice well hidden.
"As it stands, you're not the only prisoner awaiting an end to their life," Cassava said, standing. "Tomorrow morning you will find your end, Quick. I hope it is a peaceful one."
The tenant pushed open the cell door, not locked after all, a detail that made Quick twitch, before slipping out and locking it behind her. Cassava didn't look back at the hunter as she walked away, and without her conversation, the prison's desperate song, its shouts and clambers, conquered the quiet. Chapter 26. Flight Preparation. The captain did not want the responsibility. Yujo hadn't ever seen such a mix of fear and disgust as when she laid the burden on Naro's capable shoulders. He waved his hands about the empty throne room, save Livier watching near the entry, and complained about the names he didn't know, the policies he didn't understand, the power he would have to wield.
"And you think I did?"
Yujo said, stopping the mania in full swing.
"When the Queen put the crown on my head, I was much younger than you, with a life spent stealing food from wealthier houses. Yet I'm still here."
"You did so well, the old queen tried to have you killed."
"She had other reasons. Wrong ones, but reasons," Yujo grinned. "Don't worry, Naro. Someone will be trying to kill you too. Many someones."
"Even better."
The captain looked between the thrones, as if he might try a leap through the windows. Something better attempted with a Count Skar at your disposal than without.
"Why me, when there are more experienced officers? When you have, at my last count, 1,000 advisors here, willing to take the reins?"
"2 reasons," Yujo said. "First, because I know and trust you more than the older admirals. They worked for my predecessor. You work for me. Second, because you don't want this."
"That's a good thing?"
"A very good thing, because you'll give it back when I return."
Naro squinted at her.
"You haven't even told me where you're going."
"You don't need to know, especially if the Najan prove themselves more capable than you, an outcome I hope doesn't come to pass."
Naro, sensing his imminent defeat, dropped the defense, sagged before his trained spine found itself, and he straightened, bowed.
"As you wish, my queen. When will the operation begin?"
"Tomorrow," Yujo said. "You will join me for the morning address, when I will cede power to you. Then, Khans will be yours."
"Until your return."
Yujo nodded, dismissed the captain. When he'd left, throwing only 2 looks back in search of a prank, a joke, a resolution that had all been a misunderstanding, Livier replaced Naro before Yujo's throne.
"The missives have been delivered," Livier stated. "None have been rejected. My friends gather the other isles are feeling Najan pressure and finding it not to their liking."
"Good. If this doesn't work, then perhaps Khans won't stand alone."
"Just what are you planning, Yujo?"
"That depends, Livier,"
Yujo said, her icy eyes locking on the assassin.
"Are you willing to come along?"
The assassin, green around the edges, stared off the terrace's edge in resolute silence. Their glider had been packed, prepped. Spares for just about everything hung in lumps around the massive wings. Meant for aisle-wide mail runs and urgent deliveries, the big haulers were as sturdy a construct as Kuntz knew how to make, and Yujo was going to test them well beyond their limits. Around their level of the Sky Palace, near its absolute top, were 2 other terraces dominated in much the same way as this one. 2 nervous flyers, a huge glider, and a collection of Kant's Skars, among other supplies. Yujo had checked the list, the packed satchels tied to the glider's thin wood and metal membranes. Fodi supplied that last bit, a newer technique that had let those gliders go from flimsy flyers to sturdy craft with endless utility. Those lava-sucking smiths promised amazing results. If they didn't deliver, Yujo and Livier would be very, very dead.
"Saying your last prayers?"
Yujo asked the assassin, putting on her goggles, the flight cap. They each wore the thickest robes Kant's offered, with undershirts and shifts beneath, and the queen felt like a bulky boulder rather than a person, but better that than freeze.
"Is Kant's listening?"
"I hope so," Livier said, continuing to look into the early morning light. "For all the work I've done, Yujo, I thought I'd stop finding new ways to die."
"We're not going to die, Livier. Not on this thing."
"It's never flown so far. Nobody has. Ever." People had tried, of course. Daredevils and deluded fools seeking fame. Gliders didn't go far over the open sea, where strange winds and storms would blow any ordinary pilot well off course. Kant's inventors were fiddling with crank-powered engines to try and give a flyer some control, but those introduced more problems, and were too new to try here. Besides,
"Nobody's done it like we're going to," Yujo said. "Come on, it's almost time."
"Can't be late to this, can we?"
"You want to die? Flying alone's the way to do it."
That nudged Livier in the right direction, and soon enough the assassin joined Yujo in hooking up to the glider. Normally, with a glider this large, assistants would help walk it to the edge and thrust it over. Yujo didn't want any extra word sneaking out to Najan's spies, though, so they stood alone on their terrace, waiting, until a certain whoop carried through the air.
"That's the signal,"
Yujo said, taking a deep breath. Her body tingled with the same excitement she'd felt when pulling a job, when taking her first step into a Skar's hold deep within the Isles. This was adventure, pure and simple.
"Ready?"
"Always, my queen."
"So formal, Livier,"
Yujo said, letting the Kant Skar take its first rush.
"On this flight, on this mission, call me by my name."
"Yujo?" The Kant Skar rustled up the wind, took Yujo's command, and pushed the gust against the glider's wings. The silver tarps, sewn like Kant's sails in their prismatic, glittering perfection, took the push and billowed. The glider creaked, began nudging forward. Yujo and Livier walked with it, their chests leaning into the supporting wood beams.
"That's it, since the day I was born."
"What a day that must have been," Livier muttered as they neared the edge, one step at a time. The Kant Skar continued its mild push. Yujo couldn't let it siphon too much energy at the start. Had to keep it in control. "Do you think your parents knew they were birthing a queen?"
"I don't know. I never knew them."
"I'm sorry to hear that. The Isles aren't always a happy place." Yujo sniffed, felt the glider take the first tip off the edge. They began to fall forward.
"Did your parents expect an assassin?"
"Of course," Livier said, his pitch rising as they fell off the terrace, the Kant Skar dying as the two Kant's pilots pulled back on their guiding ropes, leveling the glider from its dive. They angled westward, towards two other similar shapes, shadows racing towards the sun. "They were vientas too, Yujo. Keeping Kant safe is the family business."
"Well, I'm glad you're here, Livier,"
Yujo said, the wind, the sharp air taking them as they lifted their legs and hooked their feet over the back boards, settled into the position they'd be holding until they arrived, or died.
"Kant needs you now, more than ever.
Chapter 27. Sky. The scientist did the flying. Wax did the joking. A good dynamic, bolstered by Wax's confidence with the Skar, which he let sing here and there to keep the glider soaring along the clear blue sky. A few minutes put the pair, followed by Ami and Sawi, then Yujo and Livier, off Kansa's shore and over the open sea. The vast, deep blue expanse, surrounded by clean horizon, ought to have sent Wax, used to views obstructed by jungle trees, into some sort of nervous breakdown.
That's what we've seen, Annalise continued, with went workers taken from the mountains and put on ships. It's a negative reaction to open space.
Lot of this in these studies of yours?
There would be if you ever came up north.
I've been to Went, Annalise. It's about as fun as this glider. Despite the crack, Wax enjoyed the layout so far. His hands and wrists rested on padded grips, the sturdy bar beneath them bridging the glider's width. Satchels nested above, beneath the prismatic Kant's wing. Water skins lay in between Wax and Annalise, placed close enough so the Vis could bend down whenever he felt like taking a sip. Other flying accommodations were less glamorous, like cinched waistcloths to draw up when the need arose, or the fruit and vegetable paste on Wax's left side, drinkable through a reed straw should Wax get hungry. Those little niggles were hardly worth complaining over, given the flight should cut the time to reach Noctia from several days to, well, a single one. Najan ships wouldn't patrol the skies either, and the late spring weather meant cool but not frigid air for flying. For his third time in a glider, Wax had found a good flight. And all that open space didn't bother Wax in the least.
You came to Went in the dead of winter, Annalise said. That's like saying Vis is stifling in the summer.
The scientist had her hair and face bundled up behind goggles and beneath a cap. She wore thicker robes than Wax, who preferred feeling the air on his skin, even if it was chilly enough to draw up the little bumps. A bracer on Annalise's left wrist held several Skars in a line, the scientist's own design. One she'd finished back on Vis, of all places, for Deshiva, after starting it on Noctia for Gladring. One of many digressions Annalise would fall into, given the chance. Over the last couple days since meeting the scientist, Wax had found her quiet among groups, observing and waiting to interject until she'd found something to add. One-on-one, though, brought out her voice, and the scientist would jabber endlessly about this and that. For someone with less curiosity, Wax could see it being annoying. For him, Annalise drowned out the Skar's constant noise.
"And you'll have to show us around at a better time," Wax said. "We'll make it a big trip. All of us."
Annalise would know who Wax meant there, and her silence, the look ahead towards the hazy horizon, confirmed it. She told Wax about Quick, their flash-fire connection, and how it kept getting severed by a terrible chance. With odds putting Quick's current place somewhere beneath the dirt in conquered Modeland, mentioning his brother always put Annalise off.
"You know he's alive, right?" Wax continued. "There's no way Quick would let some Najan kill him."
"They killed plenty of your Vis,"
Annalise replied, without meeting Wax's eyes. With the goggles guarding their faces, a shared look probably wouldn't have helped anyway.
"Your hunters are brave, Wax, but you're used to fighting animals, not an army."
Which would be why Vis had fallen fast. Why Wax was sitting in this glider, screaming towards Noctia. He had his motivations, but Annalise?
"Quick told you to go to Vis to protect you, right?"
Wax asked.
"Our options were limited."
"Okay, but you went. You stayed. You could have taken another ship to Fodi, and from there back to Went."
"Because I realized just doing the research wasn't enough anymore. I'd played with practical devices on Went, made these neat weapons, tools, only for the Skars to blow them all away."
Annalise shook her head.
Why use a device to spit fire when you can do it with a thought instead? Worse, why help anyone wield that kind of power? You're helping me. Us. Because you're not Vassal and Gladring.
Annalise shifted, now looked at Wax through those glass lenses settled in wood frames, wrapped with a ribbon around her ears.
You're trying to help the Isles. If that changes, I'll stop helping you too.
Guess that's one more reason to avoid going all evil.
A laugh, then a frown.
Be careful with that word, Wax. Gladring thought he was saving the Isles, and I'd bet he believed that to the very end. Vassal might too. Grand labels confuse things. Remove the emotion. Look at the data.
Like a scientist. Guess I shouldn't be surprised.
We are the best, Wax.
The gliders carried on through the morning, quiet and constant in their progress. They navigated by the sun, pitching its place on the west and north as a guide to Noctia. Annalise handled that job, every so often tilting the glider's nose up to reset their position. Wax would dip into the Kant's Skar, send a gust up, then they'd reorient.
I'd say it's a good pace,
Annalise said after the latest correction.
But it's hard to tell how fast we're going. The ocean's not a static measure.
The ships are, though.
The vessels had been dwindling as they left Kant's further and further behind. Yet from those early tracks, Annalise had estimated their speed as almost 10 times as fast as the sailing ships. More than fast enough to make the journey to Noctia in a day. But when on the day they'd actually arrive was the real question. Nobody wanted to fly at night, when clouds or Sichi laying low might mean drifting over Noctia entirely.
That was then, this is now, the scientist said. We're not being pulled by an ox, but pushed by the wind. It's not dependable.
That's why we have the Skars.
Annalise flicked her head back, and Wax looked over his shoulder at the trailing gliders. So far, they'd all stayed close together, kept at about the same altitude. When Wax used the Kant's Skar to give their glider a boost, the others noticed and did the same.
You're worried?
Wax said.
Why? I've been playing with Skars for seasons now. So has you, Joe. You taught Ami and Sawi yourself. We're the best on the Isles at this.
I hope you're right.
On the Isles, sailing routes tracked the wind's general direction. From Fodi, you could sail easily eastward by cutting along Noctia's southern coast. Journeying back with any speed meant following Vis's lines in the opposite direction, dashing north once you'd hit your mark. Annalise had explained all this while outlining the risks, as they were attempting to cross the west to east winds in their direct shot to Noctia. When those winds would hit, if they would, was anyone's guess. For hours, the breeze stayed quiet, with the Kant's Skars used to shove the gliders upward as needed, to kiss their momentum forward. As the sun dipped into the mid-afternoon, now on their eastern side, the air began to shift. The glider bucked, and Annalise tilted them further north, catching the shifting wind on their wing and using it like a sail to propel them forward, if not as straight as before.
Here we go,
the scientist muttered, barely audible over the wind.
Ready,
Wax replied, and so were the singing Kant's Skars.
Just keep us pointed in the right direction, and we'll be fine.
A nice idea, a hopeful one. A dream shattered not 3 breaths later, when Ami's curse carried through the air. Wax and Annalise both turned, saw the middle glider flipping, plunging towards the roiling sea. Chapter 28. Errant Justice. They signed in silence for an hour after Torny returned. Bliss insisted on it, refusing to let Torny drop off to sleep until she'd explained what had happened to the Vis's satisfaction. Bliss wanted to go to the Storm's Edge straight away to find Quick, and Torny couldn't convince her otherwise, which was how they wound up on the dock, staring at the dark ship as dawn crept closer. Diu's appointed watch stared at them from the prow, stating in dreary terms that Quick hadn't made his way there.
Where else would he be?
Bliss sighed, looking back at the ringed city, as if, by squinting hard enough, she might convince her brother to appear.
Anywhere, Bliss,
Torny said.
But if I had to guess, he didn't make it away from the mansion.
Bliss stiffened.
Dead? Who knows? Quick's a fighter. Maybe he swung those claws at the wrong guard.
At Bliss's blanching, those beautiful hands going tight around her staff, Torny reconsidered. The last thing she wanted tonight was Bliss striking off on a one-woman war.
Look, the Najan like their ceremonies, okay? Vassal wants his opponents and his friends to know when he's caught an enemy. If Quick's not here, he's probably in a Najan cell, or getting interrogated about who started the killings. Won't that lead them to you? Me?
Torny laughed, gave Bliss a gentle push back down the dock. If they didn't dally, the bandit might get an hour or two of sleep yet. The energy from all the action was wearing down, and Torny did not want to face the day so exhausted.
Yarvik strung this whole thing together. If Quick's in the Najan compound, you can bet Yarvik's controlling who's interrogating him. He'll keep Quick from getting into too much trouble. Why? Why what? Why would Yarvik care about Quick? He wouldn't, but...
Torny stopped herself, muttered a curse. Yarvik would be just as likely to slit Quick's throat as Vassal would be to hang the hunter. Neither one needed Quick alive.
Okay, I'm changing my mind. Your brother's probably in trouble. Then we have to find him.
Way back, in Fodi's lava-blasted wastes, Quick had done his damn best to drive Torny and Bliss apart. The Vis had wanted Torny tossed out, executed by Pavard and her Najan crew. That gap hadn't really healed, though Rana had served to patch it. Now Quick was getting the treatment he'd hoped for Torny, and the bandit was supposed to care? Supposed to throw herself and Bliss into harm's way? Just for Bliss's brother? Her brother. Torny spat another curse. A better one. Svard didn't like how a prison break would reflect on their peace agreement. The barbarian, stirred from his endless stare out his room's window, grumbled his way down to the inn's dining room. The pallid, scar-coated man looked so hideously out of place, wearing a light robe and carrying his huge blade, that Torny would have mocked him for it, if Bliss wasn't snuffing out all joy with her dire frowns and furrowed brows.
I'm not asking you if we can do it,
Bliss signed as they sat around a squat table, the innkeeper kind enough to serve up some rice gruel and watery coffee. A few other early risers, dock workers from the looks of them, filled out the space.
I'm going up there now, and I'm going to find him.
Kivy, curled up beneath the table at their feet, snorted.
How?
Svard echoed the ferrite's question, making Torny wonder whether she'd learned to parse Kivy's words after the last week in the rock lizard's company.
The Najan quarter's not small, and they won't like you wandering everywhere.
I'll ask.
Bliss nodded at Svard.
I mean, you'll ask.
That earned a raised, flimsy eyebrow. Svard's remaining hair was brittle, every wayward bump or breeze casting a little more of it to the winds, never to grow back. The barbarian's once great beard had been hollowed out, creating an unsettling addition to Svard's harrowing appearance.
I'll ask them where they've stashed a Vis hunter. They'll tell me to go throw myself in the ocean.
You'll have to scare them with that sword. Svard,
Torny cut in.
I think we can make this simple. You and I know where the Najan prison towers are. We get inside, we head that way, see if we can get Bliss a chance to see her brother. Maybe he's not there, maybe Quick got lost, or too drunk, or boarded the wrong boat. But if he's in a cell, we'll crack him out.
And bring all the Najan down on us.
No, Torny said, arriving at an idea she'd avoided because, well, you didn't put yourself in debt to Yarvik unless there was no other choice.
Once we know where he is, I'll get Yarvik to cut him loose.
Now that, Svard said, pointing a finger at Torny, is the first smart idea I've heard all day. Let the thief free your brother.
With that, Svard, who had no gruel to eat, pushed himself back from the table. Bliss, who'd barely touched her food, copied the move, leaving Torny staring at her own bowl, plenty still inside. Svard either didn't notice or didn't care, stomping off towards the exit, so Torny did the only thing she could, shoveled down a few mouthfuls, washed it down with her own coffee and Bliss's. Disgusting, but she hadn't found that sleep, and the day promised one headache after another. The streets were on edge. Najan patrolled in force, every other body seeming cloaked in a purple robe, carrying a volge. The gold-trimmed editions, normally reserved for seafaring patrols, made appearances too, vassal calling out the reserves. Anyone not sailing off to war was apparently tasked with glaring at passers-by. Torny brushed it all off, seeing as her years among the thieving underclass had taught her to ignore every scowl, every judging sneer. Half the Najan jokers trying to look so scary here were local ruffians anyway, pressed into service by Fassel's demands and promised rewards. Torny's knives could make quick work if any acted on their expressions, but none did. Noctia was tight after last night's killings, but it hadn't exploded. Yet. Svard bought their entry into the Najan quarter with Fassel's promised audience. They had to wait for an assigned guide, some miserable toady all too eager to talk up Svard's past role as a guardian. The man didn't start off with a jaunt to the Circle's meeting chambers, though, instead leading them right into a growing crowd at the first square. Torny would have asked the guide just where they were going, but she didn't have to. The gallows stood tall over the heads before her, wood painted black, with 5 nooses hanging in a line, drew the eyes well enough.
A hanging?
Bliss signed, as the crowd squeezed them in, though Svard and Kivy found themselves with breathing room, courtesy of the barbarian's blade.
Noctia does this still? It's a show, remember? Fassel wants his enemies to know this could happen to them,
Torny said, folding her arms.
Gruesome crap.
A bell chimed the hour, and with it, the crowd shifted. Torny rose up on her tiptoes, caught a line coming in from the right. 5 hooded forms, ropes tying their wrists. Najan voices rose, jeers coupled with angry, bitter invective. Hate, Torny realized, came from the idea these 5 must have done last night's murdering. Yarvik's ambush had slain some of the Najan's most loved leaders. Not surprising the chosen scapegoats would get a traitor's treatment. 4 of the prisoners, an equal split between women and men, clad in spare linens, walked like Noctia regulars. Patsies thrown to their death by Yarvik, or perhaps Fassel, upgrading more minor sentences to capital ones. So far as Torny knew, so far as she believed, the nimble fingers had escaped last night without a loss. Then again, killing someone in revenge for another's crime was a tried-and-true Najan staple. The 5th, though, caught Torny's breath. The thin clothes had no sleeves, did nothing to hide the tattoos running down Quick's muscled arms. When Torny felt Bliss's hand grab her wrist, she knew Bliss had seen them too. And no sister would let her brother hang, especially not Bliss.
We fight,
Bliss signed, clear enough for Svard to see it too. And while the barbarian wasn't an expert on Bliss's hand signals, her expression made it clear enough.
Guessing Khan's isn't getting its piece then,
Svard muttered.
What's that?
Their guide asked.
My friend,
Svard said, putting his offhand on the small man's shoulder.
I suggest you leave. This square is about to become a very bad place to be.
Chapter 29. A Hanging. The Najan didn't give Quick breakfast. Nothing more than water, served with a remark about wasting resources on the dead. The hunter hadn't slept, just rotated between the thin straw and the floor all through the night. He'd expected another visitor, maybe even Facile, coming to gloat or press for more information, but nobody arrived. The shouts, the laughter, the slap as the guards at the cell block's end played their cards were the only sounds keeping him company. A man might go mad left to that for long, so when they came to put the hood over Quick, to change him to a clean linen shift, Quick accepted their ministrations without remark, with relief. Less so were the ropes tied around his hands and shoved into his mouth. Another set around his feet, forcing a shuffle. No running, no last words, no chance to call out some martyring anthem. Quick would die silent, still, and in the dark. His feet, bare, and his ears gave the hunter some idea of where he was. The tower's stone gave way to the street's cobbles. Prisoner laments morphed into a crowd's curiosity, a few jeers mixed in, though the early hour screened the more violent of the bunch. The Najan guiding him, and several others, claimed their morning execution was a blessing, that things tended to get worse as the day went on.
Dying with stale beer and rotten tomatoes on you is as bad as it gets,
one guard, suffused with an endless supply of joviality, noted as they approached a square, given away by the growing vocal throng. Quick considered the man's words, wondered what charmed life the Najan had led to put misery's apex with a little wet and some vegetable stain. The Vis had seen a village torn apart by the fiends, poor people shredded in their homes, the streets. He'd witnessed the Rana outpost, the bubble fiend's acid spray melting skin. A hanging might not be pleasant, but it would be fast and final. As deaths went in the aisles, this ranked far from the worst. The hunter, though, refused to let his last thoughts be so morbid. Instead, as the guide brought them up the steps to the gallows platform, the wood sanded so smoothly, steps level, such care taken for grim business, Quick drew up better memories. Like when his father, before a love of food dragged away the ability, taught Quick how to swing on a vine. A cool day, climbing the tree, walking out on a branch. Thick ferns blanketed the ground, planted and grown to give young Vis a safe spot to practice. Fat vines hung, and Quick's father grabbed one, brought it over to Quick, showed the young hunter where to grab it and how to release it. That same day, Quick had received his first Vis rope, too, with the claw catcher on the end. A happy day, followed by so many more.
"Here we have a traitor,"
the guide's voice rang out, drawing Quick back to the present. Though Quick couldn't see the man, he must have been standing not a stride away.
"Once a Najan recruit, this man put his isle before all of us. He murdered a tenant, slaughtered our brave soldiers in cowardly ambushes. Death is the least this one deserves, but as he has begged for mercy and asked forgiveness, we will show the Najan can be kind. Death, but not torture, not starvation or whipping. The Circle demands we pay for our crimes, but they are not monsters."
Throughout the man's speech, the crowd's noise rose and fell. When he finished, the man went on to the next. Quick counted 5 victims, his own place third among them. The others didn't have their crimes specified. Like Quick, they were declared traitors, thieves, and killers. their sentences declared merciful in light of their grievous offenses. What Quick's fellow prisoners felt about their fates went unknown. The ropes gagging their mouths were tight enough to muffle speech, loose enough to let Quick breathe, though his spit had soaked the coil, and the dripping back into his mouth made the hunter cough. Not a dignified way to face his last moments. But then, Quick didn't want to face his final moments. Not now, not ever. The same fear that had gripped him on the cliff over Modeland rushed back, a cold grip on his gut, his lungs. Despite the gag, Quick tried to shout, a wordless moan dying against the crowd's anticipatory roar. The hunter worked his wrists against the ropes, tried to squeeze his hands through, but the Najan did their jobs well. Cuts and sores were all Quick earned for his efforts. The Najan strode before Quick, walking along the gallows, while another soldier came behind, tying the nooses into place. When Quick heard footsteps in front, he lunged, a frantic headbutt, met with a calm hand pushing him back into place. The crowd roared. He tried the reverse when the other Najan came to set the rope around his neck, found a strong hand catching Quick again, holding him still.
Die with some honor, jungle dweller,
hissed the Najan. What did honor matter now? The noose scratched Quick's neck, dry and tight. The hunter had no doubt it would hold, and he fought harder, earning nothing for it. He gasped, breathing fast. Quick still had too much to do, too many promises left unfulfilled. He'd told Wax he would get the Najan behind his brother, and how badly had Quick failed at that? To die with that as his legacy. A click, a shunt, as the Najan pulled the lever. The gallows shook, the trap doors beneath their feet dropping away. Quick tried to spread his legs, find a grip on the sides. Caught nothing but air. The noose pressed up on his neck as his weight bore down. Panic clenched. Spots rose. He tried to vomit, the contents sticking in his throat. The hunter fought and failed. And hit the gallows, bumping off the wood and onto the stones below. The noose relaxed, Quick retching, gasping into the dark hood. Screaming, shouting all around him, the ground shaking, his feet ran this way and that. Details slid in, and Quick ignored them, holding only to one fact as his heart raced, his body shook. He wasn't dead. He wasn't dead. How? The question and its shock pierced Panic's icy veil, drawing Quick into the current moment. Not that he could do much with it, the hood still covering his face, hands and feet tied. Had Vassal or Yarvik staged this whole thing as a ploy meant to break Quick's spirit? Was the third hand behind this? Or had the rope holding him unraveled? An accident that, as soon as the dead prisoners were cleared, would see him return to the gallows. Except the crowd. Those weren't shouts of predatory, vicious glee. Fear, pain, flight. Quick had heard those sounds too, in Modeland. But how? Something cut the rope, binding Quick's hands, his feet, in 2 strokes. The hunter would have moved both, but the limbs were numb with lost feeling. Next came the hood, ripped off to reveal a face Quick hadn't seen in far, far too long. "Hello, brother," Bliss sighed, using a simple knife to cut away Quick's disgusting gag, her offhand signing. "Looked like you needed some help." Quick coughed out a laugh, almost a cry. Somehow, she'd found him. Somehow, just as he'd rescued Bliss after her hunt on Viss, she'd done the same for him. He wanted to tell her, started to say the words as Bliss threw the ropes away. Before he'd spoken one, a crossbow quarrel slammed into Bliss's shoulder, spinning her to the ground. Chapter 30. Kissing the Sea. The Skar cut loose. Yujo felt the air change, the natural wind growing in as the afternoon set over the open ocean. She corrected, tugging on the glider to point further northward, letting the wind shove them along. Ami and Sawi, the greenest glider pilots, didn't make the adjustment. They flew ahead of Yujo and Livier, slotted behind Wax and Annalise. The shifting wind shoved them downward, and Ami reacted like Yujo might have years ago. She panicked, called on the Khan's Skar, and let the Godstone try to save them. Gusts roiled, air shoved in wild directions, puffs strong enough to force Yujo and Livier, the latter adding his muttered curses to Ami's shouted ones, to twist their glider off course. The Queen steered east, away from Noctia and with the natural wind, to escape the unnatural gusts. "They're falling," Livier said, the assassin's cold, calculating tone doing nothing to help the situation. Yujo twisted to look over her left shoulder and saw Ami's glider caught in a spiral, its frame twisted by the battling winds. They'd plunge into the sea in a few moments, and with their arms and legs slotted into the glider, get sucked under right after. Certain death, even with Ami's Vis Skars. "Then we are too," Yujo snapped, pushing their glider into a pursuing dive. The ocean sprawled before them, the waves without end. Without the urgency, Yujo might have lost herself in that lapping blue morass until she crashed right into it. Ami's helpful shouts kept that urge at bay. Tugging on the steering ropes, Yujo tucked the glider's right point in, twisting their craft back west and right into the wind. With the glider's nose still angled down, the breeze pushed them further down, speeding up the dive and letting them close with the haphazard fall ahead. Ami and Sawi still twisted in the maelstrom brought up by their Khan's Skar, the stone seeming to think saving the pair meant launching strong gusts in every direction. Their glider lurched and spun, snapped and jerked. In another, less dire situation, Yujo would have found the sight funny. Wax, renewal and supposed savior of the Isles, was trying to turn around, a dwindling shape far above and too distant to help. Not that Yujo needed it. "Keep us angled towards them," Yujo said. "Don't let that stone blow us away." "You say that like it's easy." "It will be." Yujo dipped into her own Khan's Skar, found the windstone's staccato cadence, and urged it forth. Not to create wind, but to contain it. The stone pulsed, a tickling feel sprawling from her hands, feet, body, to wrap the space around the glider and send the air billowing into the glider's wing. As they neared the swirling, distressed pair, Yujo bid the Skar to expand its influence, all while she shouted at Ami to clamp down on her own. The Guardian was nothing if not responsive, the gusts dying as Yujo gave the order. The Queen's Khan's Skar replaced Ami's wild one, pushing both gliders forward with a gentle breeze. A tactic that might have worked to get them, barely, to Noctia, if Ami and Sawi still had a healthy glider. With a damaged one? "We're still falling!" Ami's call came in clear, as Yujo and Livier drifted over the other two. "It's not working anymore!" The why was obvious. A split crossbar and whipping guide ropes. Ami and Sawi both had their grips on the glider's cargo netting rather than the damaged metal. The glider stabilized just enough to give them a chance at a landing without broken bones, shattered skulls. "We'll catch you," Yujo said, not loud enough for Ami to hear, but Livier sure did, going by his astonished response. "You can't risk yourself for these two, however important they are," Livier said, as Yujo dipped back into the Khan's Skar, giving the stone a new idea. "You're Khan's last queen. If you die, our isle has nobody. You can't—"
Can and will, Livier. Now shut up and help.
The windstone leapt at Yujo's urge, giving up its gentle glide for a hard launch upward from below. Yujo's glider shuddered, while Ami and Sawi's leapt skyward. An ugly ascent, but one that brought the damaged glider close enough to Yujo's own for the queen to let go the central bar.
What are you doing?
Livier asked.
Just keep us heading straight, and pray Noctia's not too far away.
Scrunching up, Yujo slipped beneath the bar, keeping her feet in the locks behind her. The Khan's Skar sang, Yujo feeling the first licks as the stone began taking the queen's energy to supplement its own. A problem for later, if they survived. Leaning down, Yujo reached out with both hands, all while pushing the Khan's Skar to give just a little more effort, a bigger boost. The Skar responded, drinking deep, and Yujo felt her legs go weak, her eyes blur, but Ami's glider lofted further, shot out ahead far enough to bring the queen's outstretched hands behind the machine's damaged wing. The glider's tail and its opportunity waited, one Yujo snared with a double grip. The two gliders, shoved along by the Khan's Skar, were linked so long as Yujo could keep the hold. The tiniest space existed between their wings, the silver blue about all Yujo could see now. Staying upside down, with the Khan's Skar sapping her strength, wasn't a tenable position, and Yujo made that known by calling first Ami, then Sawi's name. Below, far too close, the waves continued their endless journey. The Vis made the scramble back, unstrapping herself amid the wind and putting hand after hand, foot after foot, along their glider's fractured skeleton. The cargo netting proved Sawi's salvation, holding the glider's frame together and giving her grips to turn and approach Yujo's precarious position.
Ropes!
Yujo said, her voice already thin and getting close to a rasp.
Tie us together! What ropes?
Sawi asked, then answered her own question. The Vis, hanging from the cargo netting, reached up to the scabbard tied into the cargo netting. With a pull, Sawi yanked the went blade free. What had been a difficult climb with all 4 limbs went to near impossible with only 3, while trying to keep from stabbing herself with the drawn sword. If they couldn't tie the gliders together, though, Ami and Sawi would be dead when the Khan's Skar faltered. That had to be motivation enough. The Vis slid her hand along the blade, grabbing again near its point, only to throw the weapon forward like an awkward dart. Yujo, blood thundering in her head, all but drowning out the Khan's Skar, didn't see where it went, but saw first 1, then 2 steering ropes come flying back toward Sawi. The Vis caught them both in a single hand, then looped her feet through the blue cargo netting, stretching back towards Yujo. Sawi tossed the first rope's end at the queen, who caught it, handed it up towards Livier. The assassin had enough instinct to take the offered end and tie it around their glider's central fuselage, the beam running front to back, holding everything together. Yujo, continuing to bend forward, kept her grip on Sawi and Ami's own tail, while the Vis, twisting, tied the second rope to the first and tested the knot.
Leave off,
Sawi said over the wind.
It'll hold.
Are you sure?
Of course I am. If it wasn't, I'd never let you go.
Yujo stifled a laugh, let her hands relax, and tried to straighten. The rope stretched, pulled tight. Sawi and Ami's glider would have swung under, but Yujo told the Khan's Skar to push hard. The wind roared, their glider leveled out, and the pair kept shooting forward. A hand grabbed Yujo's back and pulled, bringing the queen back to their glider's center bar, where Yujo found her hold.
I'm beginning to realize,
Livier said, as Yujo struggled to stay awake,
just how wrong our old queen was. You are a credit to our Isle, Highness, and I'm honored to fly with you.
Yujo would have answered, but the Skar had taken her voice, was taking everything else, and when she slipped into the dark, the stone's wind died with her. Chapter 31. The Crater's Way. Air travel, for all its swiftness, wasn't winning Wax over. He and Annalise tried to pull their glider around and down to help, somehow, with the mess Yujo, Sawi, and the others were dealing with. That simple move put their glider on the wind's bad side, rattling its frame and sending their calm ride into sudden jerks and drops as the pair tugged on the guiding ropes, whisked energy from the Kant's Skars, and generally panicked.
Thankfully, they don't need our help,
Annalise said, once they'd straightened the glider out again over the sapphire blue ocean, heading west towards Noctia. Below, the other two gliders now seemed attached to one another, with Sawi's form the last in sight, making her way beneath her glider's wing.
Because I'm not sure we would have been worth anything.
At least we didn't crash, Wax replied, watching the mangled, bound gliders find their equilibrium. They're really low.
Gliders, Wax. They won't rise without a geyser or the Skars.
They have those. The Skars, I mean.
How much of themselves did they have to give? From what I've seen, the Skars drain fast when under heavy use. Yujo and Ami, maybe Sawi too, could be exhausted right now. Livier isn't adept with the Skars. They need a place to land.
Want me to use the Went Skar and make one? Annalise turned a quizzical eye at Wax.
Could you? Something that large?
At the idea, the Went Skar gurgled to life. The gem had a deep tone, but as Wax imagined a stony rock jutting up from the sea, the Skar didn't dismiss the idea or shrink away. Possible, but probably not a real solution, especially as a better target lay on the horizon. Noctia appeared, first as a gradual graying against the blue sky, a winding smudge. The shade grew deeper as they approached, definition on the isle's rocky, sloping sides giving away the harsh land left by the goddess of death. Here, though, Noctia would be granting them life, at least a little.
They won't top those cliffs,
Annalise said, as the gliders drifted on, the coupled pair slowly sinking towards the water.
If they even last that long.
You think we have the height? Annalise confirmed their glider's trajectory was good to clear the steep cliffs at the ocean's edge, their craggy bastions a friend to rubble and light scrub brush. Waves lapped Noctia's eastern coast lightly, their scattered froth building a misty line near the surface. Gulls and other seafaring birds took flight as the gliders neared, some wheeling in to get a closer look, seeing if there was anything to snag off the cargo netting. Not that Wax paid much attention. Instead, his own eyes glazed as he reached for the Kant's Skar, summoned up its song, and sent it rushing towards the tide gliders. A gentle lofting, billowing the two wings. The gliders drifted higher, putting them on course to clear the cliffs.
Nice work,
Annalise said, pulling the guide ropes to bring their own glider towards the coast.
You realize this is the wrong side, right? We land here, it's a long walk to the ringed city.
Don't think we have a choice.
We don't, unless we leave them behind.
Wax laughed, his attention split between the Kant's Skar and the conversation. You and me, Annalise? Barreling into Fassel's home all alone?
With your Skars, it might be enough. I didn't travel all around the Isles gathering these things just to blow people up. You might have to.
Wax didn't answer that, however right Annalise was. The Skars were weapons, and Wax had used them that way already, but every time felt a little like he was betraying Pan. A life spent to try and save the world shouldn't be honored by its destruction. Well, he didn't have to confront that quandary now. Instead, Wax urged the Kant's Skar further, felt the stone start to sap his energy to bring the coupled gliders higher still. Noctia's coast screamed in, the wind's flapping sound merging with crashing waves, bird song. The sun lay behind them, blasting Noctia's rocky land with clear light. As good a landing condition as Wax could want.
Going to raise us in 5,
Annalise murmured. They crossed the cliff. The 2 gliders below crested the gap with too little space, but when Wax didn't see the craft explode, bodies fly out, he released a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. One last push then, and the Skar furled the air before the gliders into a rising push, sending the 2 craft into a brief upward stall, killing their speed and setting them down in a mangled heap amid the stones and brittle bushes.
"Here we go!"
Annalise called, just as Wax released the Skar, his arms leaden and his legs aching. Their glider swept higher, losing its speed in a wobbly approach to the sloping Noctia rocks. Wax reached, undid the clasps holding in his thighs. Both pilots swung their bodies lower, began pedaling their legs as the glider neared ground. The first footfall sent tremors, as did the second, rock and stone crunching beneath their glider's weight, the supplies resting above doing more harm than good to their tired bones, numbed muscles. The glider's front end found no friend in the rising slope, nudging into the rocks, bending with a creak and a crack as their remaining momentum stalled out. Bars bent, the beautiful Kant's glide wing tearing as its frame warped. But their momentum played out. Wax's steps kept hitting, and the pair stood still before their ruined aircraft, supplies jumbled, but intact.
"Not the prettiest,"
Annalise said, unclipping herself.
"but I think, given the circumstances, not bad."
"Annalise," Wax replied, "we just flew to Noctia in a day. That's incredible." He stepped free of the ropes, stumbled astride down the slope. "Get the supplies free, would you? I'm going to see if they need help."
"You're the one with the scars,"
Annalise threw back.
"Go save some lives, hero."
The hero label didn't feel very appropriate as Wax stumbled towards the glider wreck. After relying on the Skar for so long, he felt like he'd spent several days journeying through the Vis jungle, with burning muscles, a dry throat, and a headache unlikely to fade soon. All minor problems, though, compared to where he was going. No screams or calls for help came from the crash, but Wax spent every fumbling step playing through nightmares. Maybe the glider's frames had skewered Yujo and Sawi, or the cargo, those weapons, had slipped free in the impact and mashed Ami. Livier could have landed wrong on his legs, the assassin rendered crippled on the coast, far from help. Sure, they had some Vis scars, and the stones could crawl just about anyone back from injury, but serious wounds took days, time they didn't have. Then again, if they were hurt too badly, the clock might not matter. All 6 of them had flown out here because all 6 were necessary to give the plan a chance. The glider pair tilted towards Wax, those big wings blocking the ocean view and anything else beyond. He swung left, calling out Yujo and Sawi's names as he did, only to round the wings and skid to a stop. There, without concern, worked Ami and Livier. The pair were cutting out the supplies, arranging the satchels, while Sawi sat with Yujo, holding the queen's head against her shoulder and pushing a water-skin's nub to Yujo's mouth. Aside from a few scratches, nobody had suffered so much as a broken bone. Yujo was exhausted, and Sawi, who'd taken a turn with the Skar on the final approach, wasn't much better. But they weren't dead.
"No big deal,"
Ami said, catching Wax's dumbfounded look.
"We're pros, Wax. This was easy."
Sawi laughed as Wax sat down, stunned, on the stone.
"This from the Guardian who didn't stop cursing the entire way." It's cathartic.
Ami looped a third satchel over her shoulder before stopping, looking at the tired trio.
You know, it's getting late in the day. There's no towns nearby. Think we ought to set camp here for the night. Make some plans for how we'll get across this damn isle.
I second the idea, Livier said, turning to tear at the glider wings. While Noctia may have little in local resources, these sails will burn fine. I hope, Wax, you have enough left to use a 40 Skar?
Wax didn't, but Annalise did. And, of all the stones, the scientist said she was most familiar with the fire-flinging ones. Her attempt gave them a roaring blaze that singed Wax's eyebrows before dwindling to a friendly flame they used to boil up some water and warm their hands as Noctia's cool night set in. Yujo slept fast, and Sawi joined her soon after, leaving the other four. Wax warded off sleep's demands with a stiff tea, courtesy of the scientist's herbal knowledge, to mix and match new ideas. Ami voted for a straight push, up and through the crater, past the wound. Along with it being the shortest route, Ami figured they could send word to Hochi using the rope network spanning the wound's length. Get the Went to send up help, or at least get ready for the gates to reopen.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to learn the fiends are coming back,
Annalise said.
We don't know that,
Wax said.
This is all a hope, not a certainty. Just get Fodi's gate, at least.
Ami worked a whetstone, getting the party's blades back to gleaming, her every word punctuated by the sliding rock on metal.
That's the one that really matters.
To you, Annalise replied.
I want them all. Who knows what could be behind those gates? There might be fiends like the Firewalkers in the other worlds, smart ones who could really help us, but who haven't stumbled on their gate yet. Running out of time, then. From what I've seen, the gods didn't do a good job setting up their spots to last. Even more important that we explore them while we still can. We won't get another chance.
Wax shook his head.
You're all getting ahead of yourselves. The Skars and Vassal first. Then we see about the fiends.
Going around the coast, either south or north, marked the other options. Both would take time, make it easy for Noctia to pounce. That reality made it easy to jump in with Ami's suggestion, and by the time Livier, otherwise quiet, announced he would keep watch, the group was decided. A forward thrust, right into Fassel's heart. Chapter 32. Execution's End. Bloodless, quick, and well-suited to speeches. Those were the reasons the Najan gave for hangings. So far, Torny counted, Quick's would-be execution scored 1 for 3, with the executioner getting his time to blather on about crimes, treason and otherwise, committed by the quintet waiting at the gallows. When Svard bellowed and brought forth the black blade, though, the other 2 goals failed hard. The trio's snap strategy kicked off when Torny darted forward, tossing elbows, slipping beneath arms and between bodies, right up to the wood stage. The executioner, a flappy man flanked in his duties by 2 Najan in full armor, helmets closed to keep any vengeance seekers from guessing their identities, pulled the gallows lever. Clanks, clunks, a shunt, and the victims dropped. Torny jumped, hit the gallows with her arms above the lip, drawn daggers flat against the wood. She swung her left leg over, rolled onto the surface, saw a black iron Najan sword hacking at her, and snapped her daggers up to block. The pair crossed, caught the sword between their sharp sides, and held it long enough for Torny to see the armored slate glare as the guard leaned into his blow. So heavy, so focused, so easily twisted. The bandit let her left shoulder drop against the gallows, pushed with her right, and slid the offending sword towards her left dagger's scant hilt. The guard, all that armor boosting his weight by amounts Torny didn't want to guess, fell with the blow, losing his footing while Torny pushed the man to her left. The sword brushed her Kant's robe as it swept by to bite into the wood, the guard rolling over it and off the gallows. Torny didn't watch the landing, instead twisting to her right and slashing with the dagger, invisible time ticking in her head. The knife cut through the rope waiting there, just over Quick's bulging, choking head, and sent the hunter tumbling below.
"He's all yours, Bliss,"
Torny called, before stepping forward, cutting the next rope in line. Saving lives, creating chaos, all in a good day's work. The motion gave Torny a hot minute to survey the scene, and what a calamity the square had turned into. The crowd, mostly Najan savoring their morning drinks, snacks, before heading to more important work, fled in all directions. Some organized themselves, faced off with Svard in a dance already proving bloody. Shops and Najan buildings around the square alternately served as shelter or disgorged drafted guards dashing out into a fight they didn't understand. The executioner and his second soldier had fled the platform, ditching into the crowd. So much for dedication to duty. The Najan weren't all blunders, though, and Torny heard the first shouted calls for archers, for exits to close off. They were in enemy territory, and staying still in this square would mean their deaths. Torny cut another rope, then followed it down, dropping beneath the gallows and turning back to see Quick, freed by Bliss, standing. Saw Bliss take a crossbow quarrel to the shoulder, the hit spinning her around. The strike stole Torny's breath, ripped it away in a mortal panic. For all the near death they'd played against, the Skar-driven disasters to the Fodi Ferrites, the Kant's assassins, and the Najan soldiers, this one hit clear, hard. A second followed, struck Quick's back as the hunter wrapped himself around his sister. The bolt buried deep, but if Quick felt the thing, he didn't show it.
"This way!"
Torny yelled, the fight's focus sapping the panic before it could take hold.
"We have to leave!"
Over her call, Svard's challenges continued, the barbarian earning his name, his legend. Could the man really take all comers, stand there for hours, days, and battle every single Najan? Something Torny would have liked to watch any other time. Quick and Bliss, still standing, though blood streamed down both, shuffled Torny's way, the bandit looking out from under the gallows towards a hurried Najan formation taking shape at the square's northwest exit, precisely the one they needed to use. 5 Najan settled in, loading up crossbows, including the shooter. Fleeing crowds continued to press around them. The reason, Torny figured, they all hadn't been riddled yet. Those runners would clear before long.
"Follow me,"
Torny said. She didn't bother asking if they had the strength. There wasn't another option. To stand here was to die. The bandit broke out at a run, trying to zig and zag with their daggers drawn. The crowds thinned. The Najan raised their crossbows. Far too distant yet, the cobblestones slick with spilled coffees and teas. The sun clear, no wind. Torny had no cover, no chance. She did, though, have a friend. Kivy, showing once again the Ferrite was no fool, had listened to their strategy and found her place in it. She barreled around the square's edge into the Najan formation. The Ferrite wasn't huge, but she knocked one crossbowman into the next before leaping onto the captain and bearing him to the ground. The sight of their fellows getting assaulted by a foreign rock lizard, understandably, drew the attention of the remaining 2, and gave Torny a chance to close the distance. As Kivy clawed the captain, Torny threw her leading dagger at the crossbowman. These weren't her throwing knives, weren't weighted for the task, but the daggers were long, sharp, and Torny's throw cut the Najan robes, planted the weapon in the shooter's leg. The man yelped, reached for the dagger, while his friend, the last pristine Najan, realized the bigger threat and swung his crossbow back towards Torny. Too late. Without armor, the bandit's dagger found an easy home in the Najan's chest, Torny's momentum driving and dropping the man. She withdrew the dagger as he fell, the edges cutting bone before finding a quick breath, only to plunge into the man Torny had already stuck with her thrown weapon. This stab went straight, clean, and put an end to the Najan's worries. Kivy, who'd bashed the captain to senselessness, rounded on the other two Najan, righting themselves after the ferrite's first charge. Faced with bloody death, the pair did the proper thing, dropping their crossbows and fleeing. Kivy snorted at the turn, gave Torny a glance, before scrabbling off into the square, past the approaching Quick and Bliss. To where? Torny almost called the ferrite back before she saw Kivy's destination, the charging ranks of more Najan, these with volges and crossbows drawn. That Kivy wouldn't survive a one-against-dozen encounter seemed obvious, but the lizard charged anyway. Torny would make the sacrifice worth it.
"Faster!"
Torny called, as if that would make any difference, but it felt good to shout. She recovered her thrown dagger as Quick and Bliss shuffled past, the trio cutting to the street's right side, where overhangs, benches, and the detritus of life in the Najan quarter gave them some cover. The bandit sheathed her knives, tried to put on a look of panic as they fled. Behind, Svard's hollering continued. Ahead lay only cobblestones and flapping purple-black flags. The trade tenant's tower. Yarvik had given Torny the directions when he delivered his order, and the trio made their wounded way there. The bandit plucked the quarrel from Quick's back, while the hunter did the same to the one in Bliss's shoulder. The bleeding wasn't pretty, was everywhere, but bearing Najan bolts would only bring more. A bloody wound could have come from anywhere. Bliss had gone pallid, wasn't trying to sign, and leaned more and more on Quick until the hunter picked her up, despite the bloody bolt still in his own back. They passed Najan guards rushing towards the square, the trio's departure from the same serving as a sort of disguise. A few yelled that they should head to the Najan hospital, find help for the wounds, which Torny declared were caused by Kant's assassins. That the trio would make no such move was foregone. Where they were heading would be Vis Skars, and those little stones would do more than any Najan doctor could. The tenant's tower stood tall, its blocked stone rising to a Najan spire, rain gutters descending all the way beneath the surface to the vast reservoirs beneath the city. Torny sighted the main wood door, its steps empty. Given an attack, it made some sense to leave a tower like this one undefended. Unless you knew what was inside. Torny led them up the thin gray stone steps, pushed the door open. Nobody defended the carpeted hallway, portraits and flickering lanterns decorating the walls. Almost homey, if you preferred gloomy power. Voices trailed up and down, bouncing off the walls. More curiosity than chaos. Again, if you believe you're invincible, then nothing ought to scare you. By the day's end, Torny figured Fassel would be disabused of that notion. Behind her, Quick and his sister followed, the hunter going quiet, save for pained grunts, hard breaths. After what had probably been an awful night in a Najan prison, summoning up the energy to carry Bliss all these blocks with a bolt in his back must have taken something. Another time, Torny. Focus. The bandit loped forward, keeping her dagger sheathed. They could parade under innocence for a time yet. She passed empty rooms, some with doors open and others closed. Nobody accosted them, and even the central stair was devoid of defense, though Torny heard conversation coming from far above. A planned retreat, maybe? Force any attacker to scale the tower to find hostages or victims?
Down, Quick said. That's where it is, if you're going where I think you are.
You know?
I can guess.
The hunter nodded down the stairs.
It's a good choice. We can use them.
Torny didn't bother bandying more words. The The flowing red said enough. She descended, saw 2 robed Najan guards with volges drawn before a single door. 2 chairs and a table, one bearing a water jug and some odd game, suggested the guards didn't normally hold such fierce looks, such drawn, sharp weapons. They didn't call out a challenge, though. Said nothing until Torny, Quick, and Bliss had reached their level. By that point, Torny figured something had changed.
"We were told you might be coming,"
one guard said, voice heavy and straight. Relaying an order, nothing more.
"You're going to leave the weapons here and follow us."
When Torny just glared, the guard lifted his grizzled look past her.
"You'll get your scars if you obey. You'll die if you don't."
"I'm not becoming a prisoner again," Quick said, as Torny was about to announce the opposite.
"Damn your threats."
Torny swapped to a curse, stepping back and drawing her daggers, as Quick set Bliss on the steps. The hunter, blood dripping to the floor around his feet, glared at the 2 Najan. The guards hesitated for one long second, perhaps giving the group a chance to change their minds, then aimed their volges.
"Good choice,"
said the same guard.
"I was hoping today wouldn't be so boring."
Chapter 33. Across the Rocks. The quarrel's bite left a leaking hole. Quick felt his own life dribble down his back, soaking his shift, dripping to the stone step at his feet. Beside him, leaning against the wall, Bliss looked even worse. Her Kant's robe bore red stains all along her arm, down her left side, creating a mosaic with the silver and blue that might have been beautiful under any other circumstances. As it was, Quick shelved the pain, as he had so many times before, and raised his naked fists. The twin Najan guards before them, protecting a familiar hallway, readied their volges. They'd asked for prisoners, but Quick had allowed that to happen once on these stairs already, had allowed the ropes to bind his hands more times than he could have believed in the last year. Never again. That fear of death haunting his soul fell back at the conviction, and Quick breathed easy, bared his teeth like a Hanoko confronting fresh prey. Torny, to his right, drew her daggers amid fresh curses. Let her panic. Quick broke ahead first, pushing on the step to leap at the Najan pair. Flanked by 2 lanterns over the Najan's shoulders, the hall behind them the lone exit from a circular landing otherwise occupied by a small table and 2 chairs, the Najan didn't have much room to move. Neither did Quick, which ought to put the advantage against the unarmed Viss. But Quick wasn't just a brawler. He was a hunter. The jump didn't carry Quick right into the raised volges, but to his left, up to the stacked stone wall. The Najan twisted their volges to track, an easy move, and one Quick countered by planting his left foot on that stone wall, kicking off hard to the right. A snapped dive cut the hunter's forward momentum and left the Najan stabbing empty space. Quick rolled onto the ground, passing before the 2 Najan and winding up near the table. Both guards missed their halting thrusts, then broke to chase their enemies. The one who'd addressed Quick angled for Torny, while the other advanced on Quick, Volge already jutting out for a strike into Quick's wounded back. The hunter gripped a chair's legs and swung the furniture back across his body, blasting the Volge as it lunged in. The curved spear bent to Quick's left, the hunter continuing his swing, knocking the Volge aside. Quick pushed ahead, shoving the Volge's haft against the Najan, the hunter's strength more than matching the guard's own. The Najan retreated a step, grunting, before dropping his right hand to the sheathed blade at his waist, the other gripping the Volge as Quick crammed it against his neck. An easy gutting, so Quick changed the play, popped the chair up instead of forward, the wood lip crashing against the Najan's chin. The man's eyes crossed at the crack, the half-drawn blade forgotten as the Najan stumbled back further, back now against the curved wall. On Quick's left, Torny danced, those daggers unable to get within the Najan's reach, but she hadn't died yet either, giving Quick time, which was all he needed. The hunter dropped the chair, the Najan's Volge dipping as the guard swung it back towards Quick. The hunter raised his leg and stepped on the spear's haft, shoving it out of the Najan's hands. Slurring a curse, the guard again reached for that blade, drew it as Quick approached. The hunter snatched, snared the guard's drawing left hand, the sword not freed, and now pinned to the wall like its wielder. The Najan punched Quick with his other hand, gloved but weak. A strike to Quick's shoulder that had the hunter laughing. Quick returned the hit first to the Najan's unprotected neck, skinning his hand on the Najan's helmet, but striking above the robe, stealing breath and nerves. Quick followed up the strike with a second, the Najan gurgling and going limp in his grasp. His sword clattered to the ground near the stairs, at Bliss's feet, though his sister didn't look capable of using it. The hunter flung the man away and screamed. Hot fire ran along his side. Quick glanced to his left, saw the Volge retreating from its slashing swipe. The Najan reversed his grip, starting a return swing. Behind him, lying against the stones in her own bloody pool, was Torny, that dagger dance apparently defeated. Quick backpedaled, falling away from the Najan and evading a second slash. The Najan didn't advance so fast, instead readying himself, dark eyes shadowed by the helmet. Standing in the landing center, the guard could catch Quick just about anywhere with the Volge, save if Quick turned and ran down the hallway. But that would mean abandoning Bliss, leaving Torny to die. Not a choice Quick could make. Instead, the hunter slipped his left foot beneath the dead Najan's dropped Volge. He kicked it up, caught it with both hands. Quick's side and back continued to bleed, to burn, but the Vis found his stance anyway.
"Brave, fighting a Najan with their own weapon," the guard said, though his words held no superiority now. Only caution, respect. "Your friends are dead, Vis. Soon you will be too." The claim fractured Quick's focus, drew his look to the right, where Bliss continued to lean against the wall. She hadn't fallen, though, not yet. Her eyes, too, were open and glossed with death. Behind the Najan, Torny struggled to hold her wounded stomach. A fast stab, hard for Quick's chest, and one the hunter deflected into another curving cut against his left shoulder. The Najan withdrew the Volge into a downward retreating slash, one Quick pushed aside, rushing forward to close the distance, just like he had with the Najan's friend. This one wasn't so stupid. The Najan sidestepped the rush, leaning into his Volge while backing away, keeping Quick from closing. In a moment, Quick occupied the center, while the Najan stood near the table, with Torny to Quick's right and Bliss at his back. The Najan continued to move, circling Quick while stabbing, lunging with fast cuts. Quick tried to defend, but he wasn't a Volge expert, and his reactions, the blocking haft, came late again and again. The worst slices missed, but more cuts added to Quick's ongoing bloody streams. A slow death, safe for the Najan. The guard continued around the room, past the hallway, near the stairs. Quick knocked aside another thrust, then, snarling, threw his Volge at the Najan. The spear glanced off the man's robe, hitting the wall behind and falling to the floor. Weaponless, a wounded mess, Quick backed up to the table's side, held it at his back with both hands. "Giving up?" the Najan said, taking a step forward, keeping that Volge ready. "Or accepting your fate?" "My fate is with my family." The Najan stared, gave the slightest shrug, and gasped as a sword emerged through his chest.
The man crumpled forward, hit the stone floor with a ringing clang far too loud to ignore. Behind him, soaked anew, stood Bliss, breathing hard, then retching over the fallen Najan's corpse. Quick didn't rush to her side, but Torny's, crouching over the bandit and taking a measure of her wounds, or rather, wound. A deep stab to her stomach. Dark and, Quick guessed, likely fatal.
"Oh, stop it,"
Torny croaked, red spittle leaking with the words.
"I'll be fine. Just need a minute."
"You need more than a minute," Quick said, sliding his arms beneath the bandit. "You need Skars. Now."
"Well, lucky me. I hear there's some real close."
Quick didn't reply, just moved. Ran over the Najan bodies into the hallway. Bliss followed. Neither had the energy, the need to sign to one another. They both understood the stakes, the dwindling time. The Vis bashed open the first door on the right, the one he recalled, had nightmares about. Swinging open, the door revealed the open staircase along the wall to the left, cells lining its descent. Ones that might have held prisoners, fiends, or worse, for Skar testing, and that now were empty. Lanterns dazzled bright between each one, kept fresh and flickering, providing a hopeful hint that Fassel hadn't moved the Skars from their chosen storeroom. That hope took another shock as Quick began running down the steps, his glance turning to the room's core. Back when Ami and Annalise ran the place, they'd split the Skars among cases around the room, each one locked and protected. A central workbench served to build new weapons, craft experiments. All that remained. Even the Skars and their glittering stones seemed where they used to be, replenished after Gladring's thievery by Najan efforts to mine the things from across the aisles. The workbench, that stone slab, still lay ready too. What changed was the experiment on offer, and the ones driving it.
"No,"
Torny muttered, her head lolling against Quick's arm as they descended the steps.
"I don't believe it."
Tied to the workbench, arms and legs roped together, lay the bandit lord himself. Yarvik, without his hat, his many tricks. Paler than a ghost. Two Najan guards stood nearby, one handing what looked like pliers, those Fodi tools, to a third-hand shadow. Behind that killer, near a set of familiar stairs heading down, stood a man Quick did recognize, one adopting a hard scowl as he noticed the intruders. Fassel wasn't the only onlooker, though his robe had the most golden patches. Straps around his shoulders suggested armor beneath, and a necklace at his neck glittered with scars. Next to him was a familiar face, Kavasa, who'd interrogated Quick the night before. With them were several more Najan guards, along with a couple wrapped skulkers Quick recognized from his short stint in Maceo's service. In short, they were outnumbered, and, as Fassel gestured for the guards, the third-hand killers to take care of Quick, Torny, and Bliss, very, very dead. Chapter 34. Grand Delusions. Sleeping on rocks, without bedrolls, the gliders couldn't handle the weight, meant Yujo woke up with the Vis Skar around her wrist, already singing its song. Her back ached, her mind fogged. The dawn sky had found clouds somewhere, their swift gait overhead promising a weather-filled day. Her nose offered a better start, picking up the smoldering brush fire and cooking breakfast. The food itself, dried and light vegetables, smoked Kant's fish, fit well above usual campfire fare. Definitely above what Yujo had eaten during their scurries around Went and Tamas. 4 of them ate. Using knives meant just as much for stabbing, while Wax, who'd taken the first watch, slept until the sun rose above the horizon, Ami and Annalise tore apart the gliders and scattered their bits over the cliffs into the sea, hiding their arrival from any wandering Najan patrols. That none had found them yet suggested again that the Najan had deep flaws or wild overconfidence. Did Vassal really not think any Isle, much less Kant's, would try an incursion? A sneak attack? Or maybe Vassal just didn't care, believed no Isle could penetrate the ringed city, even if they did land on Noctia. On that count, Vassal was still right.
"Get up, Vis,"
Ami said, returning to the camp. Yujo watched as the Guardian gave Wax a gentle nudge with her foot.
"Day's wasting away, and we've a long walk ahead."
Yujo softened Wax's bleary awakening with a flat rock covered in food.
"Eat up, Renewal. Might be the last good meal we get for a while."
3 satchels apiece, plus their weapons, weighed their steps. Yujo and Wax took the middle, while Ami led, and Annalise and Sawi trailed, a line formed by necessity as their path wound up Noctia's crater cliffside. Livier followed at a farther distance, a tactic the assassin declared would help him deter any pursuers. Beyond the brush, the gray and black rocks leered and leaned, forming shallow and sneaking paths around and above. They used hands and feet both to climb, with Wax and Yujo calling on the went Skar if the path reached a dead-end cliff. More than one minor landslide rippled down the Noctia cliffside, marking a clear enough disturbance for anyone watching.
"They won't know why,"
Ami said after the first, the dust cloud blowing away.
"Nobody's suspecting the Skars, which means they won't suspect us. We keep going."
Yujo wasn't quite sure how Ami had taken over the mission, but in the hour since landing on Noctia, the former Guardian had been dishing out orders, and nobody bothered protesting them. Maybe because Ami offered clarity, an easy path to follow, when everyone had other problems on their minds. Or because she's really good at this, Wax offered when Yujo pointed it out to him, the pair well behind Ami's leading climb. The Guardian demanded the distance, in case a misplaced handhold required a retreat or dislodged a rock. "She went all over the Isles with the Aegis, right? She's going to know how to get us there." They worked their way over a large boulder, each offering hands and help to the other in turn. The Kant's climbing boots they'd worn on the gliders paid off here, the spikes driven into the soles working to catch on the stone. The same couldn't be said for their Kant's robes, which, while thinner than the winter versions, were already earning holes from scrapes amid the rough rocks. But if a few worn clothes were the worst of their problems, Yujo would be pretty damn thrilled.
"And then she'll step aside when it's our turn?"
Wax laughed. "Our turn? You mean when we get the Skars? I think Ami might ditch us by then, go after Vassal."
"Which leaves us with Sawi and Annalise?"
Yujo glanced back at the trailing duo, matching Ami's distance in front. "You heard Sawi's stories. They can fight." Wax, above Yujo on the boulder's top, turned and offered an arm to help her. The queen accepted, and with a grunt, Wax heaved her up. "Besides, I'll have you, too." Yujo's eyes flashed.
"I thought I'd be helping you with the Skars."
Wax fell silent, and they both watched Ami, a ways above them, as she picked through a narrow path upwards between 2 jutting black cliffs. Moss clung to the shaded undersides, pale yellow lichen adding a musty scent to Noctia's arid air. The ocean, not all that distant, sprawled in every other direction as the isle ended in its steep cliffs.
"When I closed the gates, I had to bring the Skars into concert with each other, timing their efforts,"
Wax said.
"I don't know how to do that with something else." "Cooperation, Wax. That's what you're talking about. We do that all the time. This would be different, like thinking the same thing, but in rhythm."
Yujo wanted to reach out to her own Skars right then, test Wax's theory and prove that she could do the same. But drawing up a bunch of elemental forces while standing high atop a boulder killed the idea. No squashing herself and her friends to make a point.
Then show me, Yujo said. When we get to a safer place, show me how to do it. We can't risk all this on one person, even if that one person's pretty cool.
Wax laughed again, moving to follow Ami as the Guardian hollered that she'd found the next resting point, one of those cliffs, a good target for lunch.
I thought the main point of all this was destroying Facile,
Wax said as they began picking their way up, pebbles and dirt getting underneath Yujo's fingernails.
For Kant's, maybe. But if we don't find a way to save those fiends, I think Ami might kill us all.
It's strange, isn't it, that we're having to save the fiends at all?
Wax mused, sliding his foot up to snag the next hold. Yujo closed her eyes as dust fell on her face, fought off a sneeze.
The gods were so powerful, but they couldn't make their worlds last?
Ever think that's why they came here? They realized something wasn't right about their homes?
Something they couldn't fix?
Maybe not, Yujo said. With ours, they came together to make it. From what Ami said about the other worlds, where the fiends come from, they're broken in different ways, not whole.
You think our world's, what, whole?
Isn't it?
Wax slipped, caught himself, and cursed. They were nearing Ami's split cliffs, the shade welcome against a sun growing warmer every minute.
We're fighting each other,
Wax said.
The isles, and even among the isles. They're too small, but the ocean stretches on, further than anyone's ever gone. Isn't that weird?
A little?
I'm saying maybe the gods meant to do more.
And they didn't because Vis and Noctia had a fight, and they all died?
Yujo sniffed.
Quite the revelation you're having, Wax.
The Skars are telling me everything.
What, really?
Joking.
Again, Wax reached the cliff, turned and laid down on his chest to offer Yujo his hand. The queen took it, scrambled up the rest of the way. Ami had already laid out some provisions from her satchel, more fish and carrots. The Kant's way.
What are you two talking about?
The fiery guardian said as they joined her.
Creation of the universe, how the gods are a bunch of morons,
Wax replied.
Obviously,
Ami said.
But now we get to fix their mistakes. Why do you think it's just the Isles and a bunch of water?
Yujo asked Ami. Ami bit into a carrot, crunching through the thick orange. Chewed it, her eyes going distant and indicating that the answer would be coming once Ami cooked it up just right. That moment came as Yujo was well into her own bites, the guardian leaning in like she was about to spell out a secret.
Because,
Ami started, meeting both Wax and Yujo's eyes in turn.
The gods screwed up, and now we get to make it right. You're going to use those stones, Wax. Or Yujo. I don't really care, but you're going to use them to do what the gods couldn't. You're going to transform more than the Isles. You're going to remake the world.
Chapter 35. The Watch. Ami's momentous proclamation faded into the familiar drudgery of mealtime and marching, the afternoon crawling towards evening with more handholds, kicked rocks, and higher altitude. Scaling sauna trees, with their thorny handholds and thick branches, was so much easier than the sleuthing climb through narrow clefts and over sharp edges. Noctia's stone hid its secrets well, especially as the sun slid to the crater's far side, bathing them in shadow. The ringed city's mountain-cutting tunnel saved so much time off the trek, a value Wax didn't comprehend until, soaked in sweat despite the chill, hands and feet only fending off blisters thanks to the vis Skar, he found the toothy top well out of reach. Again, Ami found a friendly cliff to hunker into, tugging at roots and bushes to gather material for a fire, as Wax and Yujo reached her.
"How much more?"
Wax asked the Guardian, as Yujo bent over the gathered fuel. The Queen dipped into her 40 Skar, letting it spark the collected debris alight.
"Another day of this, and I might just give up."
"Don't know," Ami said.
"Never made this journey myself, because it's a dumb one."
Seeing Wax's confused look, she continued.
"Anyone wanting to go to the Ringed City ought to just sail there, rather than walk across the crater."
Of course, as they were invading, were declared enemies of Noctia, that sort of entry didn't quite work. Sawi and Annalise caught up as Wax and Yujo drank water, dug into provisions already beginning to look slim. The vis gatherer frowned at the fire, burning with vigor, and asked whether that wouldn't be giving them away.
"On the crater's inside, I'll grant you that point,"
Ami said, the Guardian rubbing her legs, feet, hanging over the cliff's edge.
"Nobody lives on this side of the isle, for obvious reasons, so there's nobody spying on us."
Wax agreed with Ami's assessment. With sunset's orange hues lingering overhead, the ocean sprawling to the east took on a shadowed cast. The distance they'd gone, all that blasted stone, merged into a gray-black morass. A listless breeze sprang up and died just as fast. No birds, no animals broke the odd silence. The goddess of death didn't make much of a home for herself.
"Livier's still coming?"
Yujo asked the later pair.
"He kept dipping further and further back,"
Annalise said, already scribbling on another paper pad. She'd asked for the rare devices, and Yujo had delivered, pulling them from the Khan's royal stores, and now the scientist always seemed to be writing with her charcoal pencils.
"I wanted to ask why, but when I called once, he didn't reply."
Yujo turned to the cliff's edge, and Wax joined her, both looking down into the gloom. Saw nothing save shadows. No assassin.
"If night falls, he's going to have a hard time getting up here,"
Wax noted.
"Livier's going to be fine,"
Yujo replied.
"He pursued us through everything."
"Not quite," Wax grinned. "We slipped him on Went, remember?" Those had been good days in Harrow's Edge, on Went's northeastern edge, after their escape from the Najan outpost. Chilly hours in the ox cart trundling east, taking turns at the reins, learning how to keep the animals in control, while discovering, too, that there was something between him and Yujo. Hands finding hands beneath blankets along the rolling, frozen tundra.
"There,"
Yujo said, pointing down the cliff. Kant Silver, lying still, below.
"That's him, but he's not moving."
The Queen called out Livier's name, but the robe didn't shift, any body beneath hidden in shadow. Wax echoed the call, the other three leaving the fire to join their look.
"Think he fell?"
Sawi asked, when the shape continued to stay still.
"Livier wouldn't fall,"
Yujo said.
"Something's wrong."
Something wrong would mean a descent to rescue the man. A dicey idea in the dark, but one Wax found himself volunteering for in the silence. Sawi seconded, stating that she and Wax were the best climbers in the group after all their years on Vis.
"The rest of us will keep watch,"
Ami stated, not contesting Sawi's assessment.
"If Livier's hurt, whatever caused it might still be out there."
Going down was, at least, easier than climbing. The steep slope was still a slope, meaning Wax was able to catch himself when he missed a mark, when a foot slid, or his palm couldn't quite keep the grip. That last happened more times than he cared to admit, drawing more than one quip from Sawi, at first mocking, and then curious, concerned. Exhausted, Wax said, as they neared where Livier's robe must have been, the pair drawing together on a boulder. You collect your scrapes and cuts. They heal the old, natural way. Mine vanish fast because the Skar won't stop working. Sawi, face little more than a silhouette as twilight turned to night's deep blue, chuckled. You're saying being healthy is killing you? Guess so. Then let me lead. Sawi did just that, creeping ahead of Wax. She whispered Livier's name, received no response. Wax glanced up, saw 3 heads looking down, the fire lighting the shadows in orange. Not that his friends would be much use all the way up there, but knowing they could call an alarm was soothing. Wax, Sawi said, and the Vis saw she was holding the Count's robe, no Livier inside it. He's not here, but look, it's bloody. Wax saw a splotch lower on the robe, near the waist, though it looked black without much light. Still, big enough to suggest a stabbing. Well, that's not good. Wax cast a look around the dark stones, piled up along the cliffs around them. Endless nooks, crevices, places to hide. Not sure we ought to be calling out his name anymore either. Then what? Aren't you the hunter? Me? I'm younger than you. Never made that jump. Sure, given another year, Wax would have tried for the hunter's ranks. He had the knack for traveling through the trees, but tracking prey? Not exactly something he'd learned to do. Didn't need those skills to grab the next vine and see where it took you. No better time than now, Sawi said, dropping the robe back on the rock. It's either that or we climb back up and hope Livier appears. I'm voting for that option. Really, Wax? Really, Sawi. Whatever took Livier, if he's dead, might still be out here. Otherwise, we're going to hurt ourselves scrambling around in the dark. Don't mean to sound cold, but what we're here to do is more important. When did you get so heartless, Wax? Wax folded his arms, leaned against the rock. I don't know, Sawi. Maybe when I watched Pan die. When people continued trying to use me. When I kept getting told one life doesn't matter balanced against the fiends, the Isles, all this. He shifted his tone, his target. Why'd you abandon Quick, Sawi? Leave him in Modeland? Because we had no chance. The Najan were everywhere. See? Sucks when the odds are against you, doesn't it? That's cruel, Wax. Just being fair. If Sawi had a stronger comeback, she didn't get to deliver it. A shape rose behind her, like the shadows themselves coalescing into a man. One with a raised hand, a knife catching starlight as it came toward Sawi's shoulder. Dive! Wax said, and the Vis did, the old instinct still sharp. The knife flashed through the space where Sawi had been, the gatherer rolling hard into the rock. Wax didn't wait. The desperation, anger, and fear in that moment, causing Noctia's Skar to bang awake. Wax let it, the dark lightning lancing from his hand to strike the shadow, drive the man back and over the ledge. He heard the thump too soon after, a reminder the cliffs here didn't promise a killing descent. Coming with that knowledge, with the steps he took toward Sawi, was Noctia's hunger, and its benefits. Wax's exhaustion melted away as that black lightning returned what it stole to him. A little of death's drink, and Wax was renewed, ready. Good thing, because more of those shadows rose and dropped down, creating a forest of knives, all pointing towards him. Chapter 36. Gutted. For all the agonizing pain that came with a Vold strike to the stomach, Torny found some pleasure in Quick's carry. Bliss's brother had strength aplenty, and Torny hadn't been lofted like this since possibly ever. She kept her hands pressed to the wound in her stomach, hoped it was just blood seeping through her fingers and nothing more important. The pain held its awful constant, but she could push it away, hold it at bay. Especially when they barged into the Skar chamber, and Torny had her first real look at the betrayal on display. The third hand had Yarvik captive, with vassal, guards, and a woman dressed in tenant's robes looming over the bandit lord. The same man who, not 12 hours ago, had been telling Torny of his planned takeover on a Najan roof. He now lay on a stone dais, hands and legs tied to the corners, looking less like a god to be and more like a poor experiment. A bad outcome for Torny and her friends, seeing as Yarvik's survival was going to buy their lives, and peace for Kant's. Vassal's order for their deaths, as Quick stood on the stone stair beside flickering lanterns, sharpened Torny's focus, which turned from Yarvik to the Skars scattered in their respective cases below.
"Throw me,"
Torny said, as Bliss, wounded in her shoulder, squeezed past with a stolen Volge. The Vis woman swished the weapon towards the oncoming third-hand trio, slowing their drawn knife advance.
"Throw you?"
Quick replied, stepping back as Vassal urged his forces on, the Najan leader sounding almost bored.
"Throw you where?"
"On the wet Skars,"
Torny said, laying back into Quick's arms. Sitting up meant a slicing agony across her middle, unbearable for more than a minute at a time.
"The golden stones."
The bandit figured Quick might doubt her ask, might try for some other, less insane solution, but the hunter wasn't one for debate. Just as Torny's head returned to Quick's left arm and its relative comfort, Torny lurched up and through the air, though she didn't tumble. Smart of Quick to keep her wound away from the landing. Not that Torny didn't scream. Eyes drew her way, including Yarvik's, stuck on the dais. Eternity seemed to pass as she drifted through the air, arms and legs going wide while she fell. Her stomach had just started its leap up Torny's throat when she struck, her butt and legs mashing through the framed glass holding the Skars. Fresh cuts dragged along the pants beneath her Kant's robe as Torny landed amidst the Skars, their podium falling at the impact, scattering the golden stones across the floor. Like a child grabbing for toys, Torny ignored the indignity and the new pains to snatch the Skars. Vassal yelled for the guards to take her, an order distracted by Quick's own leap down. The Vis hunter didn't quite follow Torny's trajectory, instead falling on a Najan guard who turned to obey Vassal's newest command. On the stairs, Bliss tried a forward slash, a pitiable strike with her shoulder wound, but the swing kept the third hand's attention. And Torny knew no more. The went Skars flooded her, washing her up in their cascading thrum. She held 4 or 5 across her hands, clutched the stones to her chest as they reached out and found all the stone and tried to bend it to her will, to their own. Obliterate it, the Skars said. Demolish the tower and bury Torny's enemies. Or crack the blocks beneath their feet and seal the stone back above them, locking the fools into the rock forever. Those ideas merged with too many others, the Skars competing with each other for her attention. Torny gave it to none save the bandit lord on the dais, the one who'd always been there as long as Torny had lived and for long before. Chancing sticking Vassal's foot in a rock wouldn't save them, and burying everyone alive beneath rubble was the kind of play Torny wasn't yet ready for. Instead, she set Yarvik free. 2 slick, small blocks dropped from the room's ceiling, plunging with sharp edges and landing right on the ropes binding Yarvik's hands and feet. The rope snapped as the first Najan guard reached Torny, the man's Volge drawing back for an easy stab. Yarvik grabbed the weapon's haft, Fassel's warning blunted by the third-hand leader, who grabbed her commander and pulled him towards descending stairs to Torny's right. Yarvik's tug turned the Najan around, letting the bandit lord reach forward, draw the blade from the Najan's waist, and gut the man with it. As the Najan stumbled back, Torny felt elation from the Skars. A grin light her own lips.
"Don't let them get away,"
Yarvik hissed, whirling the Volge in his right hand back behind, slashing across the guard tussling with Quick. The cut stunned the Najan, letting Quick grab the soldier's skull and bash it into the nearby wall.
"Fassel can't escape again."
The went Skars heard Torny's call as Fassel and the third-hand leader dropped down the stairs. They reached out, looking to smash the steps, bury the pair in rubble, but as the first stones began to dislodge, the Skars wavered. Their voices, in Torny's head, lost their beat, sputtering in confusion. Torny herself didn't understand, tried to will the Skars back to action, only to find her own voice lacking. Her throat wet with warm blood, matching the pool she realized, now, she sat in. Glass shards and those golden stones soaked beside her ruined Kant's robe, the first strike to her gut far from remedied, taking its final toll. Well, she'd done it now. A bandit wasn't supposed to get into fights like these. Yarvik, cursing, rolled off the dais. He spared Torny a frowning look, the gray pale face doing her no favors, adding no fond memories with its scalding disappointment. In the next second, Yarvik disappeared down the same stairs, pursuing Fassel. The kind of loyalty she ought to expect from him, really. More surprising were the three forms dashing by after Yarvik, one bearing a light wound on one arm, the third hand pursuing its quarry, their own leaders.
"Let them go,"
Quick's voice echoing.
"Torny's hurt bad."
Such concern from the Vis hunter. Quick had always treated Torny with a kind of disgusted disdain. So how nice was this? Yet it wasn't Quick's face appearing first, as Torny realized she'd fallen back, her head lying in her own spreading pool. The Skars had stopped talking, a mystery solved when Torny felt new stones pressed into her hands, different and urgent whispers taking charge. Fingers flashed before her eyes, familiar symbols, routines.
"This Skars. You have to stay with us, Torny. Stay."
Stay? Torny wanted to laugh, but her throat choked instead, a wet spray. Still, the bandit wasn't going anywhere. Couldn't, really, in this condition.
"Here,"
Quick said, pressing a torn bundle of Najan robe against Torny's gut wound.
"Hold this to try and slow the bleeding. Give the Skars time to work."
Bliss must have signed something Torny couldn't see, because Quick replied that he wasn't staying. Not here. Not now.
"Yarvik went after Fassel. Down there,"
Quick said in a growl.
"One of them's going to survive, but they won't be in great shape. It's our best chance to stop them."
Quick's head came into view, the hunter's visage a mash of anger and sadness.
"Torny, live. Help my sister, and run."
With that, the hunter disappeared down the stairs after the others, leaving Torny to die with the only one she'd ever loved. Something poetic in that, wasn't there? Chapter 37. The Lords at War. Not for the first time, if hopefully for the last, Quick attempted to put aside the awful for an act of vengeance. He descended the stairs, falling into the hunter's guise with every step. He'd considered snatching Vis Skars on his way out, wanting to send their fast healing at the quarrel wound in his back, the Volge gashes along his side and legs, but left the stones behind. The Skars would steal his energy to knit the wounds, and Quick needed every bit. His quarry, Vassal and Yarvik, lay somewhere below, in a grotto Quick knew too well. The curling stairs, wrought with treaded metal, shivered at his steps, held to the hollowed rock by thick bolts. That the stairs didn't shake more meant the Najan and the pursuing Yarvik had already left the steps behind. Quick didn't move faster. The grotto held no easy exits save this one, a deliberate design to keep the Skar testing secret, the fiends it used confined. To escape meant to swim, and Quick couldn't see either Vassal or Yarvik taking to the cold waters for a sloppy getaway, especially when victory here meant sole rule of the Isle's most powerful military force. And what would happen when both of these monsters died here, tonight? Pavard had offered a measure on that, those nights on the roiling waves spent in conversation when she realized her control over Quick did not extend to physical pleasures. She had mused on the succession line, the tenets and adepts who would struggle to take over when Vassal died. That the Najan would splinter along loyalties to their local commanders seemed likely. That the Isles would break into their individualities, a near certainty. That Vis would regain its freedom, all but guaranteed. Quick broke a feral grin against the pain as he neared the stairs' bottom, placing footfalls with measured weight to keep quiet. Deshiva, who'd escaped Modeland's conquest aboard a Vis vessel and headed to Kant's, would return at the head of hunters, meet up with Alira, and drive the Najan into the sea. The dream faded as Quick reached the sandy bottom and the two bodies lying there, gutted and slashed across the throats, their vulges and swords scattered. Yarvik's swift handiwork. Quick hadn't heard a sound. Around and above him, night cast the grotto in darkness. The torches maintained while he'd been prisoner here with Annalise andAmi's experiments had been left to Founder, with the only light coming from Sichi's pink, what little of it leaked back this far. Lapping waves and the distant bustle of the ringed city melded with salty tang on Quick's tongue. Or maybe that was blood seeping in, a wound deeper than Quick wanted to believe. Either way, keeping low, Quick patted onto the sand. He leaned, picked up a vulge. The hunter had little experience with swords, but a vulge he could manage, even if it was heavier and invited tricks with its curling tip that Quick couldn't employ. But a vulge could stab from the shadows as well as any other weapon. The caverns held several directions, and a mordant bent pulled Quick to the right, towards the cage he'd been stuck in for days. A chance to mock that prison from the outside, or break its bars further. Quick might have ventured that direction, save for a derisive laugh, Vassal's tone, coming from the westward tunnel. The one leading to the sea, and the same pier Quick and Annalise had jumped from so long ago to dodge Vassal's cleansing attack on Gladring's operation. Clinging to the walls, noting the fiend-killing traps built into the caves had been disarmed. Had Vassal used one to stick Yarvik, Quick would have been forced to admire the circle's leader. Quick slunk to the cave's end. Beyond, on the small, empty beach, waited a standoff. Vassal stood with Cassava, the third-hand leader, their backs to the pier and the waves beyond. Yarvik, even more disheveled than usual, faced them with a single wet blade. Blood dripped from its point. "I would have thought," Vassal was saying, as Quick approached, "that you had a better plan than chaos, Yarvik. That all this was in service of something more than destruction." "Hardly destruction. A reset. A chance for the people, free of fiends, to decide what they want for themselves. While you loom over them like a wrathful god. As the gods loom over us, even in death." Yarvik's rasp slithered like the waves.
I would keep the boundaries, ensure no great power emerged, assist those in need.
He pointed the blade at Vassal.
Your quest for power has gone too far. You would rule. I would guide. I would keep Noctia alive,
Vassal countered, his left hand twitching towards the third-hand leader, who drew twin sword breakers, their tips split into curling edges meant to grasp and sever blades from her back.
Without the fiends, our isle has few resources. Blasted stone isn't worth much. The other isles will turn on us, leave us to rot. Before Demian, Noctia was a waste, and to that, without me, it will return.
Quick couldn't see Yarvik's face, but he saw the man reach up with his left hand, point to a mouth no longer holding particular teeth.
Let me guess. You get to stay in power forever. Just like you, Vassal replied. Now, the night is getting on, and I would much prefer to take back my Skars. If you won't accept exile, then I will be happy to end your too long life. Choose, Yarvik.
The Bandit Lord's decision came without words, the man giving a harsh snarl and launching forward. Sand scattered at his press, Yarvik making it one step, two, before Vassal's raised hand launched a fiery gout. Bright yellow and orange, enough to make Quick wince, enveloped Yarvik, blasting him to the ground. As Yarvik fell back, the man's right arm whipped forward, the sword whirling, only to be knocked aside by Cassava. Vassal's fire found tinder in Yarvik's ragged cloak, the bandit leader seeking to snuff them out with a forward roll into a small dune. Cassava dashed to take advantage, a long knife flashing in, ready to spear Yarvik's gut as he stood, ash and sand falling away. The bandit lord didn't bother to deflect, took the stab in the chest and laughed, grabbed Cassava by the neck, and threw her into the softer sand where the farthest surf lapped her body.
Just you and me now, Vassal,
Yarvik said, pulling Cassava's knife from his chest. No blood dripped from the blade, sparkling rose in Sichi's light.
Two power-hungry bastards dueling for our isle's future. The difference, Vassal countered, even as he retreated to the pier's edge, is that I want what's best for Noctia. You want what's best for you. A matter of opinion.
Yarvik burst forward, sand flying, long knife held high. Quick kept to the left side shadows as best he could, staying low beneath the rocky cliffs as the undying lord charged, a subtle approach gaining stealth by the impossible show going on before him. Vassal met the blow with another Skar, a sudden gust catching Yarvik's foot and spinning the man through the air. He crashed into the sand as Vassal squatted, his hands on his robed knees. Exhaustion didn't buy victory. Yarvik rose, shook off the sand, pointed the knife as Vassal reached out with a hand. A wave to Yarvik's right rose high, its broad length focusing into a single thrust to slam the bandit, push him up and over to land not far from Quick, crumpled and wet in the mud. The man's legs and arms seemed bent at terrible angles, belying the wave's force. Yet Yarvik twitched still, rolled and rose, a shambling wreck.
You'll run out soon,
Yarvik shuddered through the words.
Your Skars will dwindle long before mine, and then your guts will decorate this beach, Vassal. I swear it.
Vassal, though, didn't seem intimidated. Despite his own hard breaths, his faltering steps, the man strode towards Yarvik. He raised a hand again, and Yarvik found his halting walk stopped. The muddy sand at Yarvik's feet had hardened fast around the bandit's ankles. The bandit lord raised the long knife, adjusting the grip for a throw.
See, Yarvik, I've had to adapt every day to survive among the Najan,
Vassal snarled, continuing to close.
I've had to seize every advantage, had to pick battles, lose some to win others. That is a lesson you've never had to learn.
The bandit threw the dagger, a limp launch with his busted shoulder, an elbow at the wrong angle. The knife flew anyway, close enough to Vassal, who glared at the blade, stopped it with a sweaty stare, a hard wind that ruffled Quick's hair. The knife flung back, jammed itself in Yarvik's shoulder. And while Quick couldn't see Yarvik's face, he caught the stiffened spine, the shiver among the man's battered body as shock set in, the realization that, for all his power, for all his long, long years, Yarvik was overmatched. The revelation didn't burden him long. Vassal, not a stride away from Yarvik, spread both hands, and blue-green flames enveloped the bandit lord. With his feet sealed, his bones broken, there was no rolling this time. No evasion. Just annihilation. Yarvik crumpled into the sand as the fire dwindled, flickering. Vassal wavered on the sand, watching, as Cassava stumbled to his side. Both exhausted, distracted.
Once more, Vassal whispered. Until he is only ashes, I will not believe he's dead.
Quick set his shoulders, planted his right foot, as fire again spat from Vassal's hand onto Yarvik. The hunter launched the Volge, stretching his shoulder, ignoring the stings across his bloody skin. The missile flew true, striking Vassal in his chest. The fire disappeared at once, Vassal staggering back, slipping in the wet sand, and collapsing. Cassava stared at the Volge in her commander's chest, painted pink in Sichi's light, as if it had appeared by magic. Yarvik smoldered amid the dunes.
You,
Cassava said, as Quick emerged from the cave. The hunter bent, scooped up a rock in his right hand.
Of course you.
Cassava drew her twin sword breakers from their backside sheaths as she walked towards him. Quick slowed, stopped. Distance was essential to survival.
I'm not here for you,
Quick said, raising the rock, though that didn't stop her approach.
Vassal and Yarvik are poison to the Isles. You know that.
I know one man gave me and my family all they have today,
the woman replied, though she paused near Yarvik's flickering body. Without taking her eyes off Quick, she rolled the sword breaker in her right hand, jammed it down on Yarvik's corpse. A deserved finale.
I know you are taking that away. My daughter's security, my parents' care. The Ringed City's most fierce champion lies in the dirt behind me. I cannot let that stand unanswered.
He attacked my Isles, killed my friends,
and saved mine.
Quick nodded as she withdrew the sword breaker, leveled it at him.
Then there's no other way.
The Najan will know who avenged their leader, Cassava answered. Death comes quick. Best be ready.
The hunter was, but not now, not tonight. Quick kicked his foot through the sand, throwing up a cloud into the woman's face. He spun with the kick, dug his heels into the dirt, and ran. Back to the stairs, the tower, the Skars, and, with any luck, some help. Chapter 38. Shadow Slayers. The assassin struck, and Yujo could do damn little about it. She watched, with Ami and Annalise, as Wax and Sawi were surrounded. The pair retreated into a narrow cleft, and the assassins followed, their dark robes turning aside Sichi's light, making them appear as blurs in the night. Wax and Sawi both had swords, but neither, in Yujo's estimation, was worth much as a blade master. That they'd find death fast seemed certain, and Yujo twisted towards the downward climb, ready to race. "No," Ami snapped, grabbing Yujo's hand. "You'll never make it in time." "Then I'll jump. The Khan's Skar can catch me." "Float in the air without cover? You'll find knives in your throat." Ami, silhouetted by the small fire, shimmered. Anger, disappointment, and cold experience racked her narrowed eyes, set her frown. Either Wax uses the Skars to get them out alive, or he doesn't. That's on him. What we need to do is prepare for when they come after us. "Or not," Annalise, still staring over the edge, murmured. Annalise followed up her cryptic couple words with more excited descriptions, turning into real action, as Yujo returned to the cliff edge and its downward view. Another shadow had joined the others, only instead of a closing circle, this one caused havoc. The figure darted and dashed, threw glinting darts, and followed up with a thin, thrusted blade. The assassins whirled, put on a sudden defensive, forming a four-person line against the cleft's block. To Yujo's left, hidden from sight, Wax and Sawi would be making their stand. At the right, along a path ending in a sharp rock in Livier's silver robe, stood the fresh figure and the other two. "Guess Livier's not dead," Ami said, putting their common suspicion into words. "Yet," Annalise answered, as the two assassins broke towards the Conscientis. One charged right in, clanging a sword in at Livier and forcing the Cons to block. The other bounded up the mountain, cutting around for a diving strike at Livier's left shoulder. The killer, blade going high, jumped into the plummeting strike and flew far, far afield, launched out and over the cliff into the great night beyond. "What was that?" Annalise asked. Ami caught Yujo's eye, noticed the queen's hard breathing. The Khan's Skar had reacted fast to her request, but the distance, the force to push the assassin far enough to ensure a fatal end. Yujo took a minute to recover, watching as Livier batted, feinted, and finished his opponent. Opposite, Wax and Sawi did the smart thing, keeping their would-be killers at a static distance, whether through threatening swords or buffeting Skars. Either way, the two shadows took in their poor odds and fled, scrambling down the mountainside. With any luck, they'd fall and break their legs, or their skulls. Livier emerged last around the cliffside fire, once more wearing his bloody robe. He favored his right side, a wound caused by a well-placed throwing knife. He ditched the robe in the dark, fled back down the mountain, and feigned a collapse. "The third hand has always been too confident," Livier said, holding Yujo's vis Skar while the five of them sat around the fire, their night's rest ruined. "They assume death when they shouldn't, which is why too many of Fassel's enemies are still alive." "They looked plenty deadly to me," Wax said, leaning against Yujo's shoulder, his eyes half-lidded. Sawi had helped him back up. The Skars he'd been using to blow gales, shift the earth, and eventually strike fear into the assassins' hearts had drained Wax to listless levels. "Another couple seconds and we would have been done." "I'd give us 4 seconds," Sawi said. "We had swords." Livier chuckled dryly as he stared into the fire. "They didn't expect you.
Their prize, almost alone in the dark. That surprise cost them. But 2 escaped, Ami said. I'm betting there are more coming. The Guardian flicked her look back towards Kant's, the Sichi-lit sky. The Najan have spies. They may have seen us preparing the gliders, sent a team to ambush us. She turned back to the group, cast a stare around. Vassal knows we're here. They're going to prepare. We need to take back the initiative. Livier nodded. We have to keep going. Tonight, tomorrow. Light rests, then on. We do that, we'll arrive with nothing left, Annalise said. They'll mop us up. Svard's there. He'll keep us safe, Ami replied. The man can't die, doesn't sleep. I have contacts in the city as well. One's loyal to Kant's, Livier added. If we can make the city unseen, Vassal won't find us until we're ready. So, it's the journey then, Yujo said. We have to cross the crater, and fast. A hard thing at night. We are not all experienced climbers, and any torchlight gives us away. Yujo nodded. The truth pushed an idea she'd been playing with, ever since the climb had become steeper, more arduous. When Ami pointed out how much faster the Noctia tunnel on the crater's far side made the trip. I have an answer, Yujo said, turning to Wax. I need your went Skars. Why? If Noctia knows we're here, then we can turn to something better than surprise. Yujo took the 2 golden stones Wax handed over. Fear. She stood, a short hour later, at another, smaller cliff several handholds up from their chosen campsite. Ami waited behind Yujo, ready to grab the queen if this terrible idea went too far in the wrong direction. That the Guardian showed no worry, hadn't thrown doubt on Yujo's plan, gave the queen a little confidence. That the went Skars bubbled with enthusiasm gave her more. Yujo gave the stones the command, told them to do what Torni had done back on Went, to move the earth and rend it apart. Torni hadn't known what she was asking, had given in to the Skars' own wild urges, but Yujo reined in their flaring excitement, focused it on the rock before her, told the Skars to burrow, to dig all the way through the crater to the other side. Now came the hard part. The Skars lashed out at the rocks, breaking and scattering stones into the air, or to Yujo's own feet. Behind her, Ami cursed. Yujo closed her eyes, focused on the Skars and their song, the beat that Wax had said was the secret to unifying the Godstones. The Went rocks rang out a pattern, yes, deep staccato bangs intertwined with swift rustles whenever a Skar made a lunge for the crater wall. Like molding clay, Yujo bade one Skar slow down its digging rake, only to release the effort at the same time the second Skar lashed at the stone. Together, the effort shoved upwards a whole section, carving out a cave-like entry into the mountainside and mashing the border tight together, pulverizing rock, clay, rubble into a sturdy arch. Yujo reached for the third Skar next, tamping it down until the other 2, still in sync, ran for their next chunk. The queen released the held Skar, told it to go, and as her knees buckled, the earth roared before her. The tunnel shot deeper, into darkness, the Went Skars again plastering the moved debris into a ceiling, a smoothed floor and walls. Carry me in, Yujo said, her voice cracking, but Ami heard it well enough. We have to keep going now. The Guardian didn't ask questions. She scooped Yujo up as the queen's legs went numb, as her shoulders shook with strain. The Went Skars thrashed and thrashed again, every time digging further through the crater in long shots. A tunnel,
made raw and pure, but a tunnel nonetheless. When Ami announced she could see the Leloon flowers, when Yujo felt a breeze coming against her face, and the went Skars, still hungry for more, found their target diffused, only then did the queen accept her broken muscles, her exhausted soul, and fade again into the unconscious. Chapter 39. Opened Gates. Wax slept. For the rest of that harrowed night, and far into the following day, and Yujo slept longer still, lying in the tunnel she'd made with the went Skars. The other four took turns watching both ends, but the third hand attempted no other attacks. From the crater, no Najan force marched to greet them. It was as if the desire to deal death had disappeared. A strange turn, but one Wax welcomed as he watched the sun descend across the vast crater. Another clear night on its way, cool and easy to walk with Sichi's light. The wound's center, a place where Wax had almost died not all that long ago, was an easy jaunt away. Despite the earthquakes, new construction already eclipsed the wound itself. The Aegis's stone throne, so long a visceral prison, had disappeared, replaced with carts and stacked crates, with scribblers noting deals and deliveries. Hochi's Went City, deep below, was already excavating before the fiends had been sealed, and in the days since Wax had staunched that monstrous flow, commerce ran wild. Wax didn't need to get close to see all this, to sense it. The sounds were enough. The hammering, drilling, shouting, and endless creaks of pulleys sending rope lifts up and down the long shaft. All hours, unceasing. Enough to drive Ami to curses and Sawi to mutter about more pleasant jungle noises back home. It was right there, Wax said, sharing the tunnel's smooth exit with Sawi, munching on the last of the dried fish brought from Kant's. They'd been ditching the emptied satchels along the climb, a trail now also marked by third-hand bodies. See that patch, without the flowers? All me. I thought it was that Rana captain. Oh, she triggered all the earthquakes, set off those went explosives. But me, I made that landslide to get us down. Saved Katya. Wax drew up a sad smile. Then, because she's the Aegis, she saved everyone else. Then you had to go one-up her. She taught me how. I bet if she'd had the chance, Katya could have done it. Any of them could have. But they didn't. Sawi drummed her fingers on the rock. Behind them, the others were packing up their satchels. Livier wouldn't let anyone wake Yujo, not till the last moment. Now we're going to reverse all that, so you say? Take what the gods didn't finish and do it our own way. Wax nodded. If there's one lesson I've learned from all this, Sawi, it's that nobody really knows a damn thing. You find what you want and fight hard for it, and you help your friends do the same, because what else is there? The gods sure didn't know. And you want to bring the fiends back. I don't want all those lives on my conscience. Pans is enough. Wax glanced at her. What do you want? Here, out of this. Sawi didn't answer for a long breath, the two of them looking out over the closed, almost black flowers. Before Gladring, before this renewal, I think I would have been happy with a Vis life, Sawi said. Scaling the trees, getting the fruit, dancing, laughing, with you, Bliss, and everyone else. Now, I don't think that will be enough. I want to make my own mark. With that sword? Sawi laughed. No, gods no. I've seen enough blood, and I'm betting there'll be more. But while Gladring was awful, he also taught me a lot about getting people to support what's right.
This has been an afterthought among the Isles for a long time, Wax. I want to change that. Kid-Eye should be a jewel, not a stop between Const and Fody. I hope you get that chance.
Ami approached, stood alongside the pair.
And I hope we get down this steep section before nightfall. Ready?
With the fish gone, the water skin refreshed with a little boost from the run of Skar, Wax blended a full stomach with sore muscles, a head full of sing-song Skars, and the soggy soul of someone far from their preferred habits. Not an ideal way to march into enemy territory, but Wax couldn't complain. Yujo looked far worse. The Const's queen, even after sleeping nearly a whole day, leaned on Livier as the assassin walked her to the tunnel's exit. Discolored bags hung beneath her eyes, and while the Const's robe covered her skin, Wax saw fresh gray hairs mixed in among Yujo's curls. Odd wrinkles, too, lingered along her face, as if she'd aged years overnight. The Skars extracted their price.
Anything else you're feeling?
Asked Annalise, matching the queen step for shambling step, scribbling away.
Everything is important.
Why? Yujo said, her voice as thin as Wax had ever heard it. Like Katya's, before the fall.
What does it matter? The rate of decay. What you just did, this tunnel, building it with tools would take months, possibly a year or more. If we can find out how much of a toll it takes, whether that strain is permanent, it could revolutionize the Isles.
Doesn't feel like a revolution I'd want.
Wax moved between the two, gave Annalise a look that said maybe the research could wait. The scientist seemed to take the hint, though the way she bit at the end of her charcoal pencil said plenty of questions remained unanswered. Annalise didn't get to ask them on the march either, with Ami again taking the lead and the column spreading out. Livier returned to his place at the end, with Yujo and Wax just ahead. Sawi and Annalise stayed near Ami this time, all picking their way down the comparatively gentle slope, black rock coated with the budding flowers. All this, the leftovers of one god stabbing another. Hands kept close to blades as darkness deepened, and Sichi turned the crater into a purple-pink beauty. Torches and lanterns stained that picture in the wound's middle, as did the continuing noise of business. No ambush from the Third Hand or the Najan came. Instead, the group made the wound's middle well before midnight and continued right on, the merchants and Najan working there, giving them looks, but not raising a volge in attack, defense, or even a question.
Because they know who we are,
Livier said, their column bunching up into a group as they went past crates, barrels, and goods on the move.
Something's changed since last night, and the signal went out fast.
I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or not,
Ami replied, the Guardian adopting a permanent scowl as they began the walk up to the tunnel towards the ringed city.
A good fight's a lot easier to understand. Given our condition, a good fight is the last thing we want. You, maybe. Think Svard might have struck the deal?
Wax asked Yujo, who'd spent most of the march in a haze.
Just in time for us? Either that, or there's been some other miracle,
Yujo slurred, leaning harder on Wax now. They'd planned on making right for the Skars, barreling into Najan territory by force if need be, reaching the stones and holding strong until Wax could remake the world. Once the Firewalkers had been freed, cowing the Najan with their burning force would be easy enough, or so Ami said. But, given his heavy legs and Yujo's depleted form, Wax angled for the backup plan instead. Livier's closest safe house was a good walk away, past the Najan quarter and into the city, a perilous stretch, save for a strange change. The Najan guarding the tower at the tunnel's far side didn't even ask who they were, just waved the group along. Yet, as they began their slow descent along the western cliff path, Wax swore he saw a runner well ahead of their group, streaking into the Najan fortifications below.
"They'll be waiting now," Ami said, "letting us get all the way inside. Trapped." "You're being paranoid," Sawi replied. "This is the Najan. Vassal. They could have riddled us with arrows as soon as we approached that guard tower. He's not Gladring. He doesn't play these games. He wants power at all costs. If he's letting us get this far, it's because he thinks it benefits him somehow." "Maybe it does," Wax said. "Maybe we can all come together on this."
That hope wavered, though, as they walked through the open arch leading into the Najan quarter. Sichi's light red glow splashed on stone, lantern, and purple robes. The barracks, smithies, and stores along the cobblestone streets were shut, their fronts guarded by soldiers waiting, staring. Ami asked one a question, received only a gruff reply to continue forward. Every other soldier she asked repeated the same. A silent vigil, one they walked until the 6 of them entered the Najan quarter's central square, its largest. Annalise gasped first, and Ami's curse followed fast. Blood lay splattered in thick pools across the stones. The air stank of death, though the bodies had been removed. A broken gallows sat in the square's center, several of the nooses cut, the ropes twisting in the chill breeze. Standing on those gallows, hands clasped and eyes bright, was Fassel. He stood alone, and his narrow, sharp face spoke nothing of death, anger, terror. Sadness instead. A different look from the scheming that Wax remembered, and one turned even more strange when Fassel sat, dangling his legs off the gallows edge like a child. He beckoned them to approach, and with an army around them, what else could Wax and the others do? "Welcome," Fassel said, his voice weak. The man's hand drifted to his chest, resting there for a moment, as if to gather himself. "Please, after so much death, after so much destruction, can we please have peace?" Chapter 40. A Prison for Peace. Quick reappeared like a filthy ghost, blood and dirt coating what little remained of his prisoner's shift. The Vis tattoos seemed to glow in the Skar chamber's light, or maybe that was an effect of Torny's dwindling will. She slumped against a wall while Bliss tended to her, wrapping wounds in torn cloth, while the Vis herself still bled from the first crossbow bolt. Vis Skars scrabbled madly through Torny's mind, too, adding their skittering song as they sapped first their power and then reached for her own. Bliss, though, had solved that particular riddle. The Vis had scooped the Vis Skars into a pile, swapping the stones out as they ran through their built-up power before they could dig into Torny's last remnants. Every switch silenced a voice and added a new one, a little boost at life's end. "Damn clever, you know that?" Torny muttered, as Bliss swapped out another Skar fistful. "Obviously," Bliss signed back. A rumbling sound came from the stairs, and Quick lurched, putting one hand on the dais, even as he dropped the went Skars from the other. The golden stones bounced away, one resting on the crushed stone blocking the stairs up, the same Quick had just taken. "That ought to buy us some time," Quick said, taking several more Vis Skars from Bliss's bunch and holding them tight. "Yarvik and Fassel are dead." The man sighed as their power washed him, and Torny almost giggled at the sight, because she couldn't believe his words. Quick must have seen the look, because he continued, describing Yarvik's torched body and his vold strike to Fassel's chest. "You weren't there," Torny said, as Quick rapped his description, as Bliss helped the bandit to her shaking feet.
When Ami said how she'd finally killed Gladring. Head off the shoulders. Nothing else is guaranteed.
If I'd stayed for that, I'd be dead too. Cassava still lives.
Then it's time to go, Bliss signed. Back to the storm's edge. You think we can make it that far?
Torny said, as they stumbled towards the stairs.
Love your optimism, Bliss. Svard will clear the way.
The idea that the old barbarian was somehow still fighting out there seemed ludicrous. Even if that black blade and its Noctia scars let Svard take a few bad hits and stay standing, there was a whole Najan army here. They'd batter him to bits, literally bury him in crossbow bolts. Torny felt worse about Kivy, as the ferrite would probably stay with Svard to the end. Yet, exhausted, on death's edge, Torny couldn't argue with Bliss or anyone else. Keeping her feet moving up those stone stairs, into the hallway, and up to the tower's entry was about all Torny could focus on. Bliss and Quick didn't do much else either, though the latter did mutter a prayer to Vis, as if that god could or would do anything for them. Calamity silenced the Najan, or at least those who didn't have a Volge to wield. The trade tenant's tower stood in near silence, save for doors slamming and locks turning. Did the purple and black have a plan for invasion? Was every scholar supposed to seal themselves up in the nearest room and wait for rescue? The absurd notion of someone invading Noctia replaced itself with a more obvious answer, as the trio patted their bloodied feet along the carpet towards the front door. Seeking shelter when disaster struck would have been a plan for fiends, those terrors that could break into the ringed city on a bad day. Ironic, perhaps, that the Najan had been forced to this after Wax had quelled those monsters. Torny grinned. Their little group, causing as much panic as some giant monster.
Ready?
Bliss signed at the door. She alone carried a weapon, a Noctia sword stolen off a fallen guard back in the Skar room, as if the short blade would be enough to carve their way out.
Go,
Quick growled. Putting her healthy shoulder into the push, Bliss shoved the door aside and let in the noontime light. Rather than a deserted street, or one piled high with Svard-sliced corpses, Najan rank-and-file soldiers filled the space before them. Crossbows up and aimed. Standing in their middle, a healthy distance between him and the nearest shoulders, his blade grasped in both hands, crimson soaking his shoulders, was Svard. At his feet, nicked and scrapped, still bright-eyed, sat Kivy.
I couldn't do it,
Svard rumbled as the door swung aside.
They were going to kill Kivy, and I couldn't let them.
Bliss froze, and Torny felt Quick stiffen behind her. The Vis might have pulled some Skars, might have some stupid idea in mind, and Torny put that to rest by stepping forward. Her head ached. Bliss's last batch of Vis Skars had exhausted themselves, and now suckered Torny at her own cost. But the bandit could spin this. One last time.
We tried,
Torny announced to the Najan.
But we were too late. Yarvik killed Vassal. We knew he would try, and we destroyed him for it. I'm sorry.
A noise, a choked laugh, wet and harsh, prompted Torny to turn around. Quick and Bliss did too, all three finding Vassal, as thin with his own life force as any of them, leaning on Cassava. The man looked a breath away from death, yet those hard eyes were clear, and his voice even more so, as he ordered the lot of them taken in.
Not dead, Svard,
Vassal continued, Najan guards running up and grabbing Bliss, Quick, Torny.
I've learned that trying to kill you all is more costly than it's worth. The damned Kant's queens made a flight to this isle, And if she wants peace, if she wants an end to all this bloodshed, then I'll give it to her.
Vassal closed his eyes for a long second, opened them with a slow nod to himself.
Get them cleaned up. No more souls die today. Our city and our people have suffered enough.
Torny blinked, her arms held fast by her newest Najan captors. That Vassal lived wasn't a surprise. The man always seemed to survive. But peace? No retribution? That didn't make any sense, and no answers found their way to Torny's tired mind as the Najan marched them off to another tower, another cell. The bandit was asleep before she hit the bed. Chapter 41. The New Path. That they were prisoners was no illusion. That Quick and the others were given food, water, and attention from Najan doctors was similarly real. Vassal had a floor cleared in the designated tower, the same one Quick had stayed in during his initial Najan tenure, and each of the foursome, along with Kivy, received a room. Torny elected to stay with Bliss, and otherwise ended any thought of a breakaway scheme by shutting their door. Svard offered Quick little more than a dead-eyed nod before retreating to his own room with Kivy in tow. What the barbarian was thinking remained elusive, but the man's near silence since their surrender to Vassal said enough. Peace with Kantz. Apparently the real objective for Quick's sister, and one achieved with bloody surprise. What that meant for Vis and the Najan troops occupying Quick's home remained unknown, a question Quick could offer after he took a long rest, ate well, and tried to accept that his thrown Volge hadn't put Vassal down permanently. Since Quick himself had survived a stabbing thanks to the Vis scars, meant the hunter shouldn't have been surprised to see Vassal standing there, but it had been a hard throw, a mortal launch. Torny's quip about beheadings being the only sure path to victory wasn't funny. Getting close enough to someone like Vassal to deliver a decapitation would be near impossible, which meant the Isle's most dangerous, most powerful, were also almost invincible. Those discomforting thoughts played out between restless dreams until an early morning knock roused Quick from his hard cot. A clean shift, his skin tight with bandages, and a scratchy Rana wool blanket totaled up Quick's possessions. Vassal had demanded, and received, all their stolen scars, and Quick's gauntlets had been gone since Pavard's deadly party. But the hunter rose at the knock, feeling better than he had since Modelan. A prisoner, yes, but without a blade held to his neck. The small window above his mat suggested a clouded, dismal dawn, a future defied when Quick opened the door to see someone he'd held too briefly waiting there. Someone who could have died fleeing Modelan, among the fiends and treacherous caverns in the dark below, who—
"Genuine surprise,"
Annalise murmured, a smile erasing the exhausted trappings about her.
"That's wonder enough with you."
"How?" Quick asked, gulping out the words, stepping back to give Annalise room to slip by. She wore an adventurer's gear, though Quick noted empty sheaths at her waist. No gadgets or hidden blades to draw. Not a war-torn rescue, then, but a joining in the cells. Odd relief came with the realization. Quick wouldn't have to drag his battered body into another fight. Could, instead, ask questions. Annalise gave answers, too, all while slipping off the accessories, the thick boots, the layered leathers meant to keep her safe from swords and gliding risks alike. Fresh water and simple pastries arrived in a small basket, ones they both devoured, while Annalise swapped tale-telling responsibilities to Quick. After, when Quick at first thought to leave and go in search of his brother, Annalise stopped him, said Wax and Yujo were likely asleep, wouldn't be waking for some time. They all needed rest. What would come next could wait. And when Annalise turned her tired eyes towards the cot, suggested they return to its scant covers and share, just for a little bit, each other, Quick was happy to put Fassel, the Skars, and the fate of his isle far from his mind. Fassel gave them 2 days, said it would take that long to corral his tenants, to recover the streets from the fighting before. Yarvik's nimble fingers were being hunted throughout the ringed city, a brutal task Fassel directed personally. When Quick and Annalise left their room that afternoon, clad in fresh purple Najan robes, they found Wax and Yujo still asleep. Ami, Svard, Torny, Bliss, and Sawi had ventured with a Najan escort back to the storm's edge to retrieve the Skars and fulfill Kantz's part of the deal. Livier refused to leave Yujo's door, the man seeming to sleep standing up, his eyes open, which left Quick and Annalise alone to wander, except Annalise had a very specific goal, as if the morning's rest had returned not only her energy, but her sense of self. Annalise went straight to the trade tenant's tower. Their Najan escort, 2 soldiers and a beady scholar, didn't question her, even when Annalise stated she wanted to go inside to the Skars.
Fassel is fine with that, so long as you do not take or touch the stones, the scholar replied. He added that your things have been left untouched. Smart man, Annalise said, and at Quick's confused look, she laughed. Use one of my devices the wrong way, and you might wind up dead. Gladdering knew that. Maybe he told Fassel.
Returning to the Skar chamber had Quick shivering. The blood stains had been cleared from the main tower, but descending the stairs into the guarded hallway meant witnessing the stained stones. Deep crimson drops. Annalise's bouncy mood dimmed as the marks became too obvious to ignore.
Yours?
She asked. Some. The scientist held her frown, but didn't say anything else, save to reach out and hold Quick's hand. Squeeze hard. An odd gesture. Vis preferred clasped wrists and close hugs between partners, but Quick would take it. That fell as they reached the Skars' central circular room. Annalise ignored the shimmering stones back in their locked cases, the one crashed by Torny's falling body already replaced, and went to an unremarkable chest at the room's back right side. It sat beneath tool shelves and near a workbench, the one where, Annalise explained, she burrowed Skar-holding slots into weapons, armor, and other things to test their abilities. Opening the chest, Annalise rummaged, while Quick, rubbing his arms, took in the Skars. Without death's presence and a battle's rush, the stones glittered in a different light. Beautiful, but also ordinary, like any other gemstone or shiny metal.
Here we go,
Annalise said, pulling out a curved tube with insets along the barrel and a nozzle at one end.
This was going to be the next project.
She stared at it for a long moment, then glanced at the watching scholar and the 2 guards.
Mind if I keep this?
What is it? The scholar asked.
We can't let you have any weapons.
Annalise pointed the thing at the room ceiling, pulled a clicking trigger near her hand. Nothing happened.
Useless without the Skars,
Annalise said.
See? It's just my favorite of the bunch.
The scholar shrugged.
Keep it, then, but I will tell Fassel what you've taken. I'm sure he won't mind.
Annalise turned towards the downward stairs, ones both buried and reopened with wet Skar work.
Can we visit the beach?
Quick blinked. The beach? The grotto? He told Annalise what had happened down there. Did she want to see Yarvik's body? The scholar and guards, who either didn't know or didn't care, didn't object. They all meandered down, Annalise leading the way to her former testing grounds. Afternoon sun and salty air permeated the caves, making the whole venture feel far more relaxed than Quick thought it would be. Maybe this was just a jaunt to see the ocean. Their watchers stayed a good distance behind Annalise and Quick, continuing to give the pair space. Basil seemed to be on a quest to rebuild goodwill, though neither Annalise nor Quick suspected that would remain the case. Quick had heard Vassal declare Noctia's weakening stance to Yarvik, make clear the risks the Najan would take by letting the other isles go free. That Vassal would change his mind after a near-death encounter seemed too convenient. Annalise approached the scarred beach where the battle had taken place with halting steps. Quick took her slow strides at first as the mark of someone surprised at the scar devastation, the glassy patches of torched sand, the blown rocks, the bloody patches not yet washed away by the waves. As with most of his first impressions, this was a mistake.
"Stay close,"
Annalise said, her voice a whisper. The tube device she'd taken from the chest rested in a robe pocket, bumping against Quick's thigh as he closed.
"I'm going to fall in a minute.
What?
When I do, lean to help me up and give me cover."
An earlier, younger version of Quick might have kept asking questions. This one knew to keep his mouth shut and do what Annalise asked. The fall came sudden, a drop to one knee in the sand. Annalise added a curse, and Quick looked down, trying to feign concern, and saw just where Annalise had fallen. A blackened divot lay at their feet, scorched bones half covered in sand. The few ashes not yet blown away by the breeze twitched. Flies buzzed off at the sudden move, but slower bugs failed to make their getaway, instead continuing to munch on a corpse Vassal had either forgotten about or left behind. Yarvik's skull, burned almost clean, lay near Quick's feet. Grains buried the bandit lord, but Annalise shoved her right hand into the skull's gaping mouth, digging. Digging for what, Quick understood, when her hand came back with several old teeth and one black stone.
"Not all of them,"
Annalise whispered, slipping the scar into her pocket.
"They took his front teeth, but missed the back."
"How did you know?"
"Gladring told me. Yarvik lived through these scars. 6 implanted as his teeth fell out. I hoped."
Before Quick could ask another question, approaching steps silenced them both. The scholar, asking now if they needed help.
"No,"
Annalise said, standing, throwing the scholar a shaky smile.
"I just didn't expect this."
The scholar, looking at Yarvik's body, frowned.
"All traitors should be food for the bugs, and nothing more."
The man brightened, looked back up towards the Najan quarter above them, stretching over the rocky cliffs.
"Speaking of food, the dinner hour nears, and Vassal would like you all to share his table tonight."
Chapter 42. Dinner at the World's End. How do you wake up in the arms of a man you're growing to love? Yes, love. Yujo wouldn't lie to herself about that anymore. While in the house of your greatest enemy. Yujo balanced that question in the blurry evening, lying squeezed with a still snoozing wax in the small room granted them by the ever-generous, ever-conniving Vassal. When Ami and Wax agreed to the man's offer, Vassal sitting there on the gallows, Yujo had been barely walking. Creating the tunnel had dragged her for nearly 2 days, and her pounding headache meant the suffering wasn't yet done. Normally, the vis scar on her bracelet would have chased off that irritation, but its absence marked the second reason why Yujo lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling in seething confusion. Her scars were gone. Wax's too. Stripped off and put in a locked box, so Vassal claimed, a price to keep the peace. When Yujo and Wax boarded her ship and returned to Kant's, they could have the scars back. What hadn't been said, what Yujo planned to do, was take the damn stones when she had the chance. Wax would need his own if he wanted to save the fiends, and the rest of the Noctia Skars besides. Would Vassal's ceasefire accept that sort of twist? Yujo wasn't betting on it. Her reverie didn't last much longer. With a knock, a cracked door slipping fresh robes into the room, along with water and crackers. The Najan delivering the goods gave them 15 minutes to get ready before Vassal's dinner would begin.
Vassal gets to request, but I don't get to refuse?
Yujo called back, but her voice wasn't up to the task, faltering without earning a response.
What are you talking about?
Wax asked, shifting, waking. Yujo took her thin pillow, gave the vis a light whack.
Get up, Wax. You've got some sweet talking to do.
The Najan quarter didn't feel kind to the Khan's queen, with suspicious eyes watching Yujo and her group, as they, all clothed in deep purple Najan robes, walked the cobblestones behind a guide and several guards. Only Svard still held his blade, a concession allowed by roping the man's hands to the sword with a grip that forced the weapon's point down. The sword had also been blunted, a sheath tied around its glistening black edge. Everyone else walked with their hands free, their moods a mix of curiosity and, Yujo almost laughed, hope. Sawi and Ami carried satchels stuffed with the Skars returned from Kant's, a gift to Vassal that stuck in Yujo's craw. She'd learned about the desperate strike to the Skar chambers, Torny's deal with Yarvik that had gone so terribly wrong as to leave the bandit lord dead. Well beyond what Yujo had wanted her makeshift diplomats to do, but maybe that was a lesson in ruling. Don't send a barbarian, a bandit, and a vis hunter to make a deal.
Don't look so sour, my queen, Livier said, the assassin sticking closer to her side than Wax. We're saving lives today. Always a reason to smile.
Coming from you, Livier, I find that hard to take seriously.
Oh, I always believed my work saved far more lives than it took.
Yujo laughed, a sound rising over the rest of the group's murmurs.
Someday, you'll have to teach me how you found that outlook. I could use it right now.
It would be my absolute pleasure.
Whatever their reputation, the Najan escorts kept Yujo and her friends safe. Svard's murderous swing through the quarter 2 days earlier must have left plenty wanting harsher vengeance for friends or partners, but not a soul attempted an assassination or a confrontation. Yujo could have deserved the same, and she knew plenty of Najan soldiers now lay rotting on the ocean's floor after fighting with Kant's ships. Yet they walked, unaccosted, right into the Circle's central tower. Waiting scholars accepted the Skar satchels, disappearing with the stones without another word. Nobody protested, because what could they do? Their path didn't take them to the Circle's audience chambers, but rather up a single flight on wrapping, burgundy-carpeted stairs to a large dining room. The cherrywood table in the room's center was round, with places set for Yujo and her companions, as well as Vassal, the third-hand leader, and several other tenants. Najan guards stood near the doors, and a hollow above in the room's pointed ceiling suggested an archer spying with a loaded crossbow. Vassal was already seated, as were his Najan invitees, and the man didn't bother standing when Yujo and the others walked in. He gestured at the chairs, told them to please pick their own seats. Tamas wine and fresh Rana water were available and poured in swift fashion into stone goblets at their seats, nobody needing to ask, getting to choose what they wanted. Yujo watched Wax settle into his chair, sit straight, and take the first wine sip in just the right way. She'd taught him well, and the vis remembered. A little victory on this strange day.
The food will arrive in due course, Vassal said, as everyone collected themselves. Before it does, I would prefer we dispense with the details.
He turned towards Yujo, who sat between Wax and Livier.
I accept your proposed deal. The Skars have been returned, and Kans will be left to her own rule. After tonight's meal, I will send out the word, and our navy will retreat." "And this?" Wax asked into the space. "What about our isle?" "The treaty is with Kans," Vassal replied. "But I would prefer Vis's troublesome Lyra give up their endless harassment. Can you convince them to put aside their spears?" "They'll never," Wax started, but Yujo cut him off. Vassal had opened an opportunity, and she couldn't let Wax fumble it. "We can," Yujo said, "but we need a favor, and you need to keep a promise." Bliss was signing something furiously to her brother, but Yujo ignored it. This and its occupation could be renegotiated later. The Skars and the fiends came first, for reasons beyond those monsters and their need for homes. Vassal gave Yujo the window, retreating to his wine and waiting for her to continue. "You told Ami and Svard that you would grant the Firewalkers a home," Yujo began. "But those might not be the only fiends among the worlds the gods left behind to need a place to live, a rescue from disaster, not of their own making." The words fell into line with the Queen's practiced tone, measured and striding from one point to the next. Yujo retold, in faster terms, how Wax shut the gates, how the Firewalkers signaled innovation that couldn't be lost, and how dooming so many creatures to death was both cruel and irresponsible. With her friends watching, Yujo stacked the rational blocks so high that, when it came time to make the request, the full weight tumbled over Vassal and his tenants and adepts. "All we need is a chance, with the Skars you've gathered, to bring the fiends into a home of their own," Yujo said, branching into the plan they'd bantered about over campfires on Noctia and wine on Kants. "Wax can give them a new isle, one apart from ours, large enough to keep those fiends who can't reason contained, and for those who can, space to make a home." "He would command a god's power?" asked one of the tenants. "What if he makes a mistake? Nobody has done this before. He could bury Noctia, or any isle." "Won't happen," Wax countered. "I control the Skars, not the other way around." "Hubris," claimed an adept. "This is ludicrous, risking everything for the sake of some fiends." The arguments burst into back and forth counters, largely between Wax and Vassal's lieutenants. Vassal himself stayed quiet, listening with a slight smile and catching Yujo's eye, as if to say, "This is what we rulers must deal with." On this, at least, Yujo had to agree with the Najan leader. Advisors loved to hear themselves talk, needed to make even specious arguments just to get their voices out there. And the only way to end it was... The slap cut the words off, and the scrape of chair on stone pulled the table's looks as one to Ami, now standing over them. Her gold faceplate shone warm in the lantern light, but her scowl promised nothing quite so comfortable. "Yujo made a request. I will make a promise," Ami said. "Either you give Wax a chance with those Skars, or I will spend every minute of my long, long life gathering fiends, fighters, and every weapon I can muster, and throwing it against your purple robes. You won't have peace. You'll lose the ones you love every day, just like me." Ami turned her glare on Vassal. "We're doing this tomorrow." A power play, and one Yujo would have expected Vassal to turn into a shouting match, a contest of wills right there around the table. Instead, Vassal waved his wine glass, shrugged, and agreed. "As you like, Ami." "Wax," Vassal said.
I look forward to seeing your miracle. For all our sakes, I hope it works as you intend.
Chapter 43. Changed Plans. If asked, Wax would have been happy to expound on the many differences between Khan's and Noctia royal cuisine. The Wind Isle preferred its foods closer to those of Vis, with fruits and light breads, plenty of grassy vegetables and thin meats. Noctia borrowed more from Went and Fodi, heavier meals, flushed with thick sauces, wines, and layered pastas. Vassal's table was no different, and Wax took his time enjoying the gluttonous salmon steaks and cheesy noodles, while Yujo and Vassal bartered their positions, negotiated their ocean-going borders. The Vis wasn't the only one disinterested in the conversation. Vassal's various lieutenants seemed engrossed, several noting down on wax tablets every little line agreed to by the pair. But outside Liviere, everyone else Wax knew at the table whispered to neighboring ears, or picked their food apart. Sitting next to Yujo put Wax into a terrible muddle, wanting to feign some attention for Yujo's sake. But come on, was he really supposed to care about Khan's and Noctia trading rights? Bliss gave him an out. His sister, several spots away, caught Wax's eye and threw him a subtle sign, asking if he needed help. That prompted the pair into a back and forth, all conducted between bites, through polite nods, and out the meal's other side. Once again, Wax was forced to reckon with who his sister had become in the months since their adventure began. She'd dodged death as many times as Wax had, but kept leaping back into it, even without the fateful press of something like the renewal. She insisted she never believed Wax had died, and would have come after him, but Bliss didn't know how to sail, much less have a ship of her own to pursue the Noctia who'd taken Wax off the storm's edge not all that long ago. Wax didn't hold any grudge. Yujo had survived, Khan's had fought to a stalemate, and he'd learned how to use the Skars from the Aegis herself. Not a bad trade. The Vis continued telling his gate-closing tale to Bliss when they returned, with a Najan escort, to their tower. Vassal had, at length, declared the dinner finished, noted, too, that, after breakfast the next day, Wax would be allowed to attempt his world-wrecking technique with the Skars. Till then, they were encouraged to have a restful evening. All locked within their tower, of course. Their floor, like most, had a circular landing foyer, with the steps coming up and, on the opposite side, continuing to the next level. 2 tables and enough stocky wood chairs to hold most of the group occupied the lantern-lit space, along with portraits of Najan Wax neither knew nor cared to know. Wax and Bliss occupied one of those tables when Ami and Svard, the black blade up on the barbarian's left shoulder, returned from the tower's entry bearing an ale barrel between 2 of them. Kivi followed, snorting in evident excitement. "She drinks ale?" Wax asked, as the pair set the barrel between the tables. Ami disappeared back down to gather up flagons, while Svard took his own seat, planting the blade into the stones at his feet.
Kivi can swim in lava, Svard replied. Ale's nothing to her.
"But I thought you didn't drink anymore,"
Bliss signed, brow furrowed.
They don't know that.
Wax frowned. Who? The Najan? Mugs clanked as Ami wound her way up the stairs. Svard gave Wax a sly wink, a scary move coming from someone wearing as many battle wounds as the barbarian. Of all the shocks, seeing Svard again had thrown Wax the most. The muscle-bound jungle hermit had been replaced by an ash-gray boulder who insisted he'd long ago be dead, save for the sword he wore. Svard no longer grumbled about the Aegis or dreams of adventure, but sat silent and watchful. No ale, and if Wax recalled right, the man hadn't touched the food at dinner either. Yujo promised to tell him later what had happened, and Wax would hold her to it. The queen emerged with the others, filling in the seats at the tables, while Ami filled up the flagons. She handed one to each of them, Svard and Wax accepted. When the Vis glanced at the other mugs, trying to hint at the obvious, Ami shook her head. "A toast," the Guardian announced, "to the Khan's queen for ending a war." She raised her mug. "And, of course, to Quick for starting it." The Vis hunter flushed, murmured that it was Gladring who'd done the misdeeds, not him, but the others only laughed. Annalise, standing next to Quick with a hand on the sitting hunter's shoulder, did neither. Nor did she take more than a sip from her flagon. While Sawi, who'd pulled up at Wax's table, and Bliss signed their own quick mockeries back and forth, the scientist remained serious. What was going on? Wax tried to catch Yujo's eye, but the queen was in deep, downing her own ale with Livier. The assassin was rehashing some detail from dinner, sipping lightly. Still, Wax began parceling out the ones who had a stake in Ami's game, filtering it to the two old guardians and Annalise. Everyone else dug into the drinks, the promise of a night's rest without a blade to the back, or worse. Svard shifted to the side, gave Ami room to stand, then leaned down near Wax's ear. "You're not drinking, Wax, because you're getting your shot at the Skars tonight. Don't you dare do something stupid like react. Vassal likely has eyes and ears on us right now." Instead, Wax frowned, shook his head. "I don't feel sick. Give me an ale, Ami." The Guardian stood away, narrowed her eyes, but when Wax repeated the ask, she understood. Maybe they thought Wax, without a vis Skar, was an easy drunk, but he could pretend to drink with the best of them. And if Vassal had eyes on this impromptu party, Wax going without would be a big sign something was off. Ami gave him a mug of the golden stuff, nodded toward Svard, and Wax scooted his chair over near the slate barbarian. "Vassal's never one to trust," Svard murmured, as Ami broke into another loud, rousing story, this one covering Gladring's end and Ami's own glorious place in it. "Quick, let us know if Vassal's thinking the Najan need to take the world now, while it's weak, before the Isles realize they don't need his Volges without the fiends." "But I'd be giving the fiends right back." "Even if he thinks you'll succeed, Vassal's got a world order he knows now, one he's ruling. Why risk it?" "So you think he'll what?" Wax broke, drank another sip, pasted a smile on his face as Ami detailed Svard's dispatching of Gladring's single soldier. "Kill me?" "He'll be ready to, at least. So we're going tonight." "Like now? How?" Svard let a grin spread his cold blue lips, the cracked skin split by too many small cuts that'd never heal. "Ferrites are hungry creatures, Wax. I'll knock on your door later. Be ready." Svard put a hand on the Vis's shoulder. "Ami made a promise to those firewalkers, and if there's one thing I know about her, she keeps her damn word." Chapter 44. Improvised Escapes. With the fighting, the recovery, the reunions, and the dinner demands, Torny's first reckoning with a new reality came with the ale Ami handed to her. The drink's malty flavor opened a doorway to similar Noctia nights in the Nimble Fingers caves near the southern sea, where at hours nearer dawn than dark, thieves would slink back and bandy their rewards over beverages. Another night still alive, and with scores to show off. Those had been the best times, and ones often done with Yarvik watching, pale and distant, despite being around the same few fires as the rest of them. All the same, the bandit lord, ever present and unaging, felt like a security blanket. The Najan wouldn't come after them so long as Yarvik was around, the rumors went. Vassal and the others were too scared. Without Yarvik, though, the nimble fingers were doomed and damned. Vassal had said as much at the dinner, during a break in their diplomatic back and forth. Talking mostly to Livier and Ami, Vassal had retold Yarvik's downfall. That the bandit lord had been responsible for slaughtering so many Najan officers was obvious. That Yarvik would still accept a summons the next day and come sauntering in, confident and composed, was too much to bear. Najan soldiers and third-hand assassins had been ready, but what Yarvik really underestimated, according to Vassal, was the same Skars the man used to stay alive. Vassal used the stones to seal Yarvik's feet to the floor, to bludgeon his mind into a stupor. Tying his hands and bringing him to the Skar chamber for some stone-stealing dental work had been the next step, one so rudely interrupted by Torny, Quick, and Bliss. Yarvik's final death came in similar fashion, underestimating a Fodi Skar's ability to turn just about anything to ash.
He knew how to counter every weapon, save the oldest ones in the Isles, Vassal had said, laughing in his dry cackle. We pulled the teeth later, of course, and my third hand is delivering a much-deserved final end to the nimble fingers as we eat. Noctia will, at last, be rid of those thieves.
Yujo had interjected something then about conch merchants getting some of their stolen merchandise returned, and the conversation slipped back to its core, leaving Torny with a gnarled stomach all the way till right that moment. Hold the Skar chamber, and I will take care of Vassal. That's what Yarvik had said, what Torny had been trying to do after saving Quick from an untimely death, and she'd succeeded, but without Yarvik. No nimble finger ambush, no uprising ever came. Now they'd all die or flee, and she'd be left here, a thief who'd escaped the net. Would Yarvik's son on Went ever really know? You're lost tonight, Bliss signed, coming over from the table with her brother, the Vis's seat taken now by Ami. Those two, and Svard, had their heads buried in conversation over their mugs, but Torny couldn't quite rouse herself to try and eavesdrop. You didn't talk much at dinner either. Just thinking, Torny said, turning her mug slow, just to do something with her hands. About? You've never lost a parent, right? Bliss shook her head. I've lost 3 now, and none of them have been perfect, but they were mine. Are you sad? I'm not sure yet. She threw a half-smile at Bliss. Yarvik wasn't a hero, but he took in a lot of this isle's neediest people, gave them a chance when nobody else did. I don't think Vassal's going to step up. Torny swirled her mug again. A lot of people are dying tonight, Bliss. People I knew. People I shared a job with just a couple nights ago. It's going to create a void. Torny hadn't planned the speech, yet it flowed anyway, a trail blazing itself as Torny found what she needed to say. I'm going to ask Vassal to let me stand in Yarvik's stead. At Bliss's look, Torny's smile widened. Not as a thief, obviously. I mean to look out for everyone the city's leaving behind. Try to give them a path forward. Like what you and your brothers did for me, back on Fodi. What does that even mean? Settled on an idea, Torny ran with it. Ideas flying in as she started answering Bliss's question. A back-and-forth stream that went through one mug of ale and into the second, before a shadow dropped over their table. Ami, no longer wearing a victor's broad grin or a celebrant's cheer. Last one, Ami said, as Torny fell silent, and Bliss stopped signing her hands. I have a job for you, and it needs doing now. Their prison tower had something near a dozen floors, and Vassal had stuck the Kantz group in the middle. 2 doors gated the stairs, ascending and descending, opening here and there as Najan guards and runners needed to deliver food, water, or other supplies to the chosen floor. As Ami wrapped up the makeshift party, delivering whispered missives to the various people in turn, the central circle cleared out, save for Torny, who'd made a quick detour to her shared room with Bliss to change into a warmer Najan robe, one with enough pockets. What Ami had asked for wouldn't be easy, and Torny might have refused out of hand, except she'd seen Wax's look, and the decision already made by that fool. Torny hadn't been able to save Yarvik, a man she owed nothing, but she'd damn well do better by Wax. So she stood before the door leading up, testing the keyhole and the handle. A stiff and simple job, one Torny's usual tools, sitting now on the storm's edge, would be able to crack without much effort. As she lacked those, Torny would have to resort to blunter methods. The ale barrel Ami had requisitioned came with metal rings along its top and bottom, and Svard had used his black blade and a bit of subtle slice work to carve a small bit free. That bit rested in Torny's hands, which she'd wrapped in pieces of torn fabric to keep the jagged slice from cutting her. Torny jammed, covering the keyhole with her frame, that metal line into the lock, and worked it. A twist here, a jab there, and Torny broke pieces off, grinding her would-be lockpick into a good enough key. A better-made lock might have withstood her brute force efforts, but the Najan treated their cushier towers just like everywhere else did. Good enough to stop a passerby, and little more. Torny felt the tremor as the ring caught the simple slider, and she pressed on her end, tugging the lock out of place with a click. The bandit stepped back, swung the door wide. The next level sat dim, a few lanterns lit and giving clues to its status. Too dark for common prisoners, too wasteful for a level left empty. Torny nodded at nothing. Step 1, done. Now came the more dangerous step 2. She crept through the door, pulling it shut behind her, leaving the lock unturned. Rolling her bare feet, Torny came to the next level's center, found it much the same as their own, save a few giveaways. The tables had plates and glasses, a few flecks from a dinner long devoured and left for later cleanup, but too recent to collect flies, to spoil. Several satchels, too, sat against the wall. Ami had suggested Fassel would set spies upon them, and the most convenient location to keep tabs on a group like theirs would be from above. Not a single soul had descended the tower during the ale-driven party, which meant any listeners would still be up here. And Torny would find them. Every level sported a ring wrapping around the center, with a single hallway leading to the cells. An easy way to prevent backstabs in the event of an escape, and one that made Torny's job simpler. She padded along the stones, hoping Wax, Sawi, and Yujo were fulfilling their end of the bargain. A lover's quarrel, juicy bait for anyone. Wax's voice carried through the thin floors as Torny hit the outer ring, coming from her left. Shifting the lockpick to her right hand, Torny went to the first cell. This one would be connected right to Wax's below by the common latrines running down the tower and eventually out to sea. A convenient chance to listen if anyone wanted to risk their eavesdropping spoiled by an awful surprise. Fassel's spies, all 3 of them, apparently assumed the risk of a prisoner further up the tower using the same shaft was worth catching the drama. Torny, upon hearing Wax's frantic excuses to Yujo about how he'd never love anyone like her again, had to agree with the spies. The Vis, Tamas trained, was putting on a good show, and the 3 skinflint third-hand spies Torny saw were all glued to the words. Pulling back into the ring, Torny reached over her head, lifted the hanging lantern off its hook. The orange light danced along the stones, drawing a confused noise from the cell. The spies would be turning as one now, wondering. Good. Whirling around the corner, Torny whipped the lantern and its burning oil at the spying trio, all three with their curious faces right in her target line. The fiery globe struck the first, scattering searing sparks all over the other two. Glass followed, and in their curses, cries, Torny pursued. The lockpick wasn't an ideal weapon, but sharp, broken metal served just fine against confused targets. Torny eschewed the first spy, the one devastated by the lantern's initial impact, aiming her initial thrust at the leftmost one, who'd managed to draw a dagger while brushing his arm over his burnt face. That dagger had no chance to thrust, Torny meeting the dropping arm with a straight-on lance with her lockpick. The bandit took the pick hard. Torny felt warmth spray, and she didn't bother trying to tug the pick free. Instead, she reached for the spy's dagger hand, grabbing the dead man's wrist and swinging it across her stomach. The dagger brushed her own robe before plunging into the middle spy, the one reeling most from the crashing lantern. The third-hand dagger dug in deep, leaving Torny facing a single enemy, one with two daggers drawn and bleeding, but clearly coming her way. The wiry man shifted, cutting off Torny's escape from the cell and back to the ringing hallway. Not exactly how Torny had planned it.
"I was disappointed," the spy growled, "when I wasn't chosen to cut some nimble-finger necks. Looks like I'll get my wish after all."
Behind the spy, a fresh shadow loomed, giving Torny fiery hope, and she faltered the Najan with a toothy grin.
You might want to make another.
Chapter 45. God's Weapon. The hunter watched Torny disappear up the stairs. Sending the bandit alone against who knew how many spies seemed a risk, but given their numbers, and the chances anyone flubbing a stealth mission might cause the spies to sound a premature alarm, well, Quick didn't argue. A guilty tinge rang back to his first encounters with Torny, their constant arguments about what was right, wrong, and who needed knives in their backs. The bandit wouldn't ever be Quick's favorite person. Anyone so cavalier with stealing as a means to survive had a limit to his approval, but Torny had saved his life back in Noctia, had earned his trust. So had the person walking down the stairs now, heading towards the tower's lower level. Annalise, clad in Najan robes like every single one of them, rapped hard on the downward door. As she knocked, Quick stepped into the center floor, positioned himself behind Annalise. He sidestepped out of view as the door opened, a curious Najan guard asking Annalise what she needed this late at night.
Traitors,
Annalise said.
They're planning to betray Fassel.
To make a Najan scurry, tell them Fassel was under threat. The guards, the two of them tasked with holding the lower level and serving as aides, messengers, and caretakers for the Kant's group, asked Annalise for more details, following her up the steps, and pulling their attention in the wrong direction. Neither guard carried a volge. Both wore crude iron blades on their hips. Backwater gear for soldiers assumed not to see fighting. They'd left their helmets off, most of their armor too. Ale wafted off their breath. The night after a struck treaty ought to be a quiet one, and their lack of vigilance would cost them. Quick dropped down, landing on the stairs and drawing both guards into an awkward turn. The hunter had two fists, and each one found a face. Annalise did her part, cracking the guard on the left with a strange device, slamming the butt of its handle onto the reeling man's head. That left Quick an open follow-up on the other, the man coughing, back pressed to the stair as he reached for his blade. Quick caught the drawing wrist with his right hand, put his left to the guard's throat, and squeezed. The guard's eyes rolled back. He twitched.
Don't kill him,
Annalise said, hard.
They don't deserve to die.
They work for Fassel, Quick replied, the guard falling limp.
So did both of us once, please.
Quick glanced at Annalise, confirmed her look was genuine. He dropped the guard, now unconscious like his partner.
The Najan murdered Vis,
Quick muttered, stripping the guards of their swords. He handed one to Annalise, who held it with little confidence, but held it all the same.
They deserve no mercy.
But we'll give it to them anyway,
Annalise replied.
because we can be better.
Strange words from a scientist. Aren't you supposed to be about the data, not the emotions?
For my experiments, yes. This is not one.
Quick might have bantered further, but the time for conversation had been with the ale. The drink's lingering effects lay light on Quick's shoulders. He'd had a single mug only, as the hunter turned back to the stairs and descended to the level below. Late snacks, nuts, fruit, and a simple game sat on the abandoned table. If the cells here were occupied, Quick heard nothing. The downward door was locked.
Keep going,
Quick said, not looking back to see if Annalise followed. Her steps were loud enough, the went not accustomed to sneaking. A child on Vis learned to keep her feet light almost as soon as she could walk. If Quick and Annalise had any of their own, he would teach them. Quick broke off the thought, hiding a smile by staring right at the door. He began testing the keys, wondering at his own presumptions. Just because they'd shared a few moments, had been brought together by conflict, and, as much as Quick hated it, Gladring's schemes, didn't mean they could find treetop bliss together. But it didn't mean they couldn't either. The door opened with a gentle creak. The same lanterns as on every floor glowed. A guard called out a jeer, asking if someone named Falg had decided he wanted that second ale after all. The mocking laughter died fast as Quick walked into view.
"What are you doing here?"
asked one of the Najan trio, the same who'd spoken first. An older man, greasy cards in his hands. Behind and beside him sat two others, equally nonplussed. Ale spotted the table, along with notes of goods to barter and bets.
"Isn't it past your bedtime?"
"Not mine," Quick said, striding off the steps, towards the table. "Yours, though."
"What?"
Quick cracked the man in the temple, dropping him. The other two reacted fast, kicking away from the table. The nearer one stumbled as he stood, ale deadened dexterity, betraying him into a fall. Quick snapped a kick, and the man joined his friend. The third ran for the hallway and the windows beyond. A shouted alarm from there would wake half the quarter, doom the escape before it could begin. A black flash, the lightning's opposite, split Quick's vision. The fleeing man dropped, shriveled into his robe. Quick approached the fallen Najan, lifted up the robe's collar to confirm what he could already see. The guard was more than dead. He'd withered, skin fading fast from a healthy brown to a dead gray, even more pallid than Svard. Hair lay about in clumps, seeming to have leapt from the man's body in an instant. The man's gut had emptied, fouling the robes and leaving Quick to drop the cloth, look back at Annalise. The scientist breathed like she'd gone for a run. Her face held a flush, her eyes wide and alert. She stood strong on the steps, looking at the device in her hands.
"What was that?"
Quick asked, returning to the first guard and drawing off the man's keys. Set them on the stones for those who'd follow. The Najan weapons were already hanging on a rack, ready if anyone had time to reach them.
"He's beyond dead, Annalise."
"I didn't know that would happen,"
Annalise murmured, more to herself than Quick.
"Wasn't sure it would work, but he was going to call the alarm. I had to."
Quick came closer, put a hand on Annalise. She flinched at his touch.
"It's okay,"
Quick tried.
"We knew there would be more death. Saving the Isles and those fiends will have a cost."
I know. It's not that."
Annalise lifted her wet eyes from the device to Quick.
Quick, I liked it. It felt so good. All my aches, my exhaustion, everything is perfect.
She gulped.
I don't know what I've created, Quick, but I want you to promise me, if something happens to me, if this doesn't go well, that you'll destroy this device. Smash it into 1,000 pieces.
Why?
Because if the wrong person finds it, so many are going to die.
Chapter 46. Whispered Ruin. Ami laid out the stakes over ale in one whispered conversation after another, claiming Fassel would certainly betray the group the next day. With Svard and Sawi backing up the assertion, nobody argued much. Only Livier and Yujo, who had the most to lose with Kanz's fresh peace treaty, muttered about caution. But even the assassin agreed Fassel always acted in his own interests first, last, and in between. Which led to makeshift planning. The group shifted between chairs and the two tables, as if in some ritual, exchanging partners and ideas. Ami broke up the mix every now and then with a boisterous laugh, reminding people to shuffle in some casual conversation in between their betrayal of the Isle's most powerful person. Wax wasn't sure who first suggested the torn lovers play, that he, Sawi, and Yujo should put on a verbal show for the spies Fassel almost certainly had watching or listening in the tower. The Vis did, though, want to object, to find just about any other way to distract. Sawi and Yujo, though, with mad grins, pushed the plan to fruition. So Wax had gone with it, had put himself in Sawi's cell to wait for her, only for Yujo to walk in first and demand to know just what Wax was doing there, alone. Sawi, of course, joined after another minute of frantic, improvised excuses, drawing Yujo's icy suspicion. The Queen had either taken more from their Tamas play acting than Wax had realized, or there was some truth to the way she questioned both Sawi and Wax, how she probed whether they had ever loved one another, and floated that Wax should never be allowed to go back to Vis at all. When crackling glass echoed down the toilet chute, Wax gave the first relieved sigh, collapsing onto Sawi's bed as the two women broke into soft laughter. "You're good at this," Sawi said to Yujo, the latter making a quick signal out into the hallway. "A queen has a million faces," Yujo said, then smiled a heart-searing look at Wax. "Including a few she keeps for special occasions." Sawi muffled a laugh as Yujo locked eyes with Wax, then shook her head ever so slightly. "Of course, those have to be earned." "How?" Yujo bounced upright, all business again. "By saving those fiends, Wax. Obviously." "Obviously," the Vis murmured, as more noises, unpleasant ones, came down the chute. "Hopefully Torny's okay up there." Bliss would be running to Torny's aid now, while Quick and Annalise opened the descent. A strict order to give chances for denials should the Najan respond faster than expected. Those excuses would already be hard to pass, though. The act was on, and Wax would find himself molding the Skars tonight. Was he up to it, after a heavy dinner, wine, and some ale? A question he'd consider on the move. Ami and Svard appeared outside the cell's door, waving for Wax to get moving. Sawi, Yujo, and Livier would play cleanup, ensuring any leftovers remained tied or locked away, while Bliss and Torny concluded their spy sweep. Their quintet would join up with Wax's at the Skar Tower, potentially acting as surprise reinforcements if the Najan played a smarter game than they had thus far. All in all, not bad for a fly-by-night concoction, especially when Wax saw the bodies, unconscious, on the stairs and in the level below. Quick and Annalise had already continued on, their work ringing out in muffled thumps and occasional yelps from lower levels. "They're not bad," Ami said, third in their line, with Kivi taking the lead and Wax at the back. "Better than I would have expected." "Quick's a hunter," Wax replied. "Prey is prey."
It's not him so much as the scientist. Annalise always shied away from the fiends when we were here.
Svard glanced back as they descended to the second level, nearing the entrance now. War changes everyone, Ami.
If I want philosophy, I'll ask someone still alive, Svard.
The barbarian just chuckled, walked down to find more incapacitated guards. At least, that's what Wax thought, until Svard whispered for them both to stop. Kivy, in front, batted one of the downed bodies aside with her front claw. The shape rolled over, revealing withered skin and bones, as if the man had his insides drained out.
What happened to him?
Wax asked, the trio clustering on the landing beneath the lantern light. Below, the now familiar sounds of surprise rose as Quick and Annalise continued their quiet rampage.
That's not my brother's work.
I've an idea, Ami said, and Svard nodded.
Maybe that war on Vis really did change her.
Ami had the chance to ask Annalise the question directly on the next level, as Quick and the scientist waited for the trio to catch up. The last guards had been neutralized, save any waiting outside the tower's only exit. Quick himself had some bloody knuckles, but was otherwise unharmed. Annalise seemed almost radiant, buzzing with energy and talking fast, blurting out the queasy details of her device and the Noctia Skar embedded within. The mystery solved, Wax put his hand on his throat, where the necklace and its scars used to be. He'd used the black stones down below to sap a fiend of its life, and had felt the same thing Annalise embraced now. Knew the rush and how addicting it could be. Even so, summoning a Noctia Skar to action took effort, required thought. Annalise had captured that same soul-siphoning power into a simple trigger pull.
I know,
Annalise said, at Wax's expression, while Quick began creeping towards the front door. A carpeted hallway, walls covered, as so many were in Noctia, with portraits, blunted his steps.
It's not right. I'll destroy it when we're done. I promise.
Kivy and Svard fell in behind Quick, the three making no more noise than the Noctia breeze outside. Svard didn't even need to breathe, a realization that made Wax shiver. Noctia was a strange isle, and its Skar equally so. He'd take Yujo's offer to go back to Kant's after this, as at least the Windy Spires made sense.
Could be useful, though, Ami murmured. If Wax here brings back the fiends, might be a few who could be put down with something like this.
Annalise sparked up at the suggestion.
Definitely. And this is a small one. I could...
Stop, Wax said, putting a hand on the device as Annalise held it near her waist.
It's not right. Don't use it. Not unless there's no other way. Of course, Wax.
But that flare still shone in her eyes, a dream realized. Quick opened the main door, drawing one sleepy guard's attention. The hunter grabbed the man, dragged him inside, while Svard shut the door again. They didn't have to knock this one out. The man cooperated without protest, letting his arms be bound, his mouth gagged. Svard dropped him back at the table on the landing's lowest level. That Torny, Bliss, Sawi, Yujo, and Liviere hadn't yet caught up to them was a bit concerning, but Ami insisted they couldn't wait. A shift change would happen at some point, or a courier delivering a midnight snack, and their break would be discovered. Speed, now, was everything. Quick took the lead again, easing the tower's door open into one of Noctia's rare drizzly nights. The Isle's rainy season was fast approaching, and this early preview slicked the streets and misted the air, turning the Najan Quarter's rising stone towers and their attendant lanterns into a slick, blurry beauty.
Lucky,
Ami muttered, sticking by Wax as Quick and Kivy made the first steps onto the street.
The rain will keep people inside. Fewer eyes wondering what we're up to.
That prediction held true as the group meandered in a line towards the tower, spacing out enough to keep those few eyes poking around from wondering why a large group was wandering the streets. Ami stayed close to Wax, and Kivy vanished down back alleys, climbing the walls and sticking to shadows. Familiar anticipation welled, the same lovely tension Wax felt when tracking a Hanako or getting ready to leap into the open jungle air. It hadn't been long, but he missed the Skars and their constant chatter, their musical bursts when something captured their interest. An empty mind was a boring one, quiet and afraid. Wax just hadn't known how boring, how quiet, until he'd found the stones. The Skar Tower offered no defense out front, not a single guard on the steps. Most towers didn't have watches, especially not ones holding criminals, so Quick's easy entry wasn't surprising. The hunter slipped inside the door as Wax and Ami rounded the block behind him, the pair watching as Sfard followed, the big sword as well hidden as possible beneath the Najan robes. After the barbarian vanished inside, Kivy appearing from seemingly nowhere to scamper up and in with him, Ami and Wax made their slow walk near the tower, turning to climb the steps. "You first," Ami whispered. Wax reached for the handle, pulled, and heard the fighting before he saw it. Quick, Sfard, and Kivy stood staunch in the hallway's middle, facing Najan Volges and crossbows aimed their way. The Najan captain called for a surrender, only for Sfard to throw his robe aside and point the blade at the soldiers. "Never again," the Fodi warrior growled, and the dead man broke into a wild charge, Black Blade leading the way. Chapter 47. The Deadly Mire. Swords, knives, and secreted flasks dominated the trove taken from the downed Najan guards. Sawi, Yujo, and Liviere went behind the first group, dragging and dumping the surviving Najan in the cells. An idea crafted by the assassin, who argued the longer any alarm could be prevented, the better. After sealing away the guards, they would continue on to the trade tenant tower, help Wax save the Isles, then dash away through the seas to the storm's edge, where the next fight would begin. "Vassal will cancel the treaty," Liviere said, as they shoved the last protesting guard in the cushy cell. This prisoner tower had enough amenities to put Kansa's own to shame. "He'll resume the war against Kans, my queen. We will have to be ready." The three of them stood near the exit hallway, waiting for Bliss and Torny to catch up. Wax and the others had left some minutes ago into the sprinkling night, and Yujo itched to be after them, but Liviere's words forced a response. "If you thought he was going to hold to that treaty, then you need to be around more politicians," Yujo said. "Everything he negotiated there was for the other tenants in the room." "Other tenants?" "The man was illustrating what he wanted most from Kans, what he plans to take." Yujo gave a swish with the sword, the flat blade heavy and crude next to a rapier's finesse. "Remember, he sent the firewalkers after us once. Vassal will try to do the same again, once he can claim he gave the fiends their new home." "But he's not. Wax is," Sawi said, mimicking Yujo's moves with her own sword. A weird thing to be practicing swordplay in the depth of night while in the midst of a secret mission, but then better to know what your weapon would do before bringing it against an enemy. "If you think Vassal's going to let Wax live or take any credit for this, then you also haven't been paying attention," Yujo replied. She didn't add, from what Wax had been suggesting, the Vis might not survive it at all. That was a thought she didn't give any time to. Instead, she went back to better, surer things. "Vassal's already won the last few days. Yarvik killed all his major rivals for power within the Najan, and now that thief's dead too. If he gets to remove us, force Kans to surrender,
while also getting the firewalkers on his side and bringing the fiends back as a threat?
Yujo wanted to laugh, but saying all this out loud made her feel more than a little ill.
The Najan will have more power than ever, and he'll be alone at the top. You're saying that like you've read his mind, Sawi said. He might not be so evil.
It's evil from your point of view, Livier mused, giving Yujo a nod. Vassal sees it differently. The chaotic isles need a strong hand to set them right, whether or not Wax brings the fiends back into play. My queen, I've underestimated you.
About time you realized that.
All three turned at the sound of footsteps on the stairs, Torny and Bliss arriving, the thief bleeding from a cut to her thigh, but not severely. Both had their own looted daggers from the spies above, and Torny shared the details as they went to the tower's exit, slipped out the door onto wet and quiet streets. That quiet didn't last long. The crash of metal on metal, of missed crossbow quarrels striking off stone, made Yujo and the others quicken their steps. The Khan's queen was suspicious of the empty streets. That they'd emerged from the tower without notice made some sense. But this? A battle in the Najan quarter? How had nobody called the alarm?
Hold, Livier hissed as they neared the trade tenant tower, the door flung open but the steps empty.
The fight's rattle continued inside.
There's a separate entry. He's right, Sawi said. This way.
Angling left down a broader avenue, one twisting down towards the distant Najan private docks, Sawi led the others away from the sounds to a side door, single and thin. And, at first try, locked.
Never get any rest,
Torny muttered, as they parted to let the thief through. Bliss stayed close, matting up torn cloth against the bandit's waist, where the wounded bled through.
This lock's bigger than the others, and I don't have my gear. We'll need brute force.
Without waiting, Torny took her own stolen sword, backed away from the door a pace, then jammed the point into the lock, pushed it in tight, and delivered a sharp kick to the sword's handle. The metal shrieked, bent, and a crack appeared in the wooden door. Bliss moved Torny aside, gently, and took her turn. Yujo knew Bliss had skills. The Vis also had strength. The sword shattered, breaking through the lock, leaving a hole in the wood, the busted seal hanging in the air. Livier pushed the door open, showing a deserted, red-carpeted, lantern-lit hallway.
Not elegant, but it'll do,
Torny said, as the assassin broke forward, the others following. Yujo fell into the group's middle, running with her sword drawn towards the cracks, clashes, and curses echoing off the walls. The tower center came fast, and with it a picture of pitched combat, albeit one changing fast. To Yujo's right, across the large central landing, a full Najan squad and reserves held a bulwark against Svard. The barbarian seemed to fight alone, taking quarrels and jabs while swinging that great black blade. The Najan must have learned, because the front fighting rank wielded went stone shields with their volges, holding the bulwarks high to catch Svard's swinging blows. Of Wax, Quick, and the others, Yujo couldn't tell, couldn't see beyond that line. How much more abuse Svard could take was a question without a firm answer, one Yujo didn't want to see determined today, tonight, now. Livier led the charge into the Najan rear, running in a berserker's assault past the stairwell that descended to the Skar chamber. 5 crossbowmen turned at the noise, their 2 leaders in gold-fringed robes twisting with them. That those twists didn't include fast draws of the blades at their belts meant the 2 leaders died first, Livier delivering a wide, sweeping cut across their necks. Their collapse would have left Livier open for a blind volley if Bliss and Sawi, following close, hadn't run right past with their own Najan swords leading. the crossbowmen dropped their shooters and went for close combat, bringing swords of their own to answer the charge. Yujo and Torny closed, followed by Livier, into an even melee. Yujo's enemy, a woman who looked even younger than Yujo herself, answered the queen's first straight thrust with a standard upward counter, done well enough to expose Yujo, who was used to a rapier's slighter weight and faster redirect. As it was, the poor soul tried to punch Yujo, a blow that sank into Yujo's robes. Yujo twisted her grip on her sword, let it fall past the Najan's block, and drove the pommel right into the Najan's too young face. The Najan stumbled back as Yujo reset her posture and hesitated. So young, caught up in a fight beyond her experience. Did the Najan deserve to die?
Your left!
Sawi's shout sent Yujo swinging that way, catching a sideways stab from Sawi's Najan, even as the swordsman kicked out at Sawi's knees and dropped her. As Sawi recovered, the Najan pressed Yujo with another fast jab, darting the cut in at Yujo's face and forcing the queen into a frantic slap, losing a few hairs but nothing worse. Sawi dove back in, stealing the Najan's focus and letting Yujo regain her footing. Her heart thundered, her ears rang with clashing blocks and softer thuds as strikes found fleshy homes. Cries and curses intermingled. Just like the night of the Najan raid on the storm's edge, the night when Yujo thought she lost wax and almost lost her own life. Yujo retreated as her own Najan, eye puffing up, found a shaky stance. Around the soldier, chaos enveloped the center level. With their archers ambushed, Svard's indomitable assault on the shielded line found better results, aided by sudden black slashes, each of which lanced into a Najan on the sides. The soldiers shook, dropping to the ground without a sound. The barbarian took advantage, swinging hard at the left side end and crushing the soldier without protection into his partner. Svard took another volge to the chest as a price, but the barbarian's dead, set face didn't react. Yujo did, pointing over her enemy's shoulder with her own sword.
"Run, Najan!"
Yujo called.
"This battle is over!"
As if raising a shroud, the Najan spun a fast look around, saw her squad's devastation, and circled back into a step towards Yujo in the hallway behind her, with pure terror guiding her flight. The Najan made it one more stride before Livier cut the woman down from behind, a slash that landed the Najan on the floor at Yujo's feet. The queen stared, a familiar ice taking shape in her gut, her arms, her mind. The same she'd adopt during a royal appearance, a job going awry. Yujo would be resilient because she had no other option, and others depended on her. This Najan had died because Ami wanted the Skars tonight. This Najan had died because of their choices. Wax had better make this worth all the blood. Chapter 48. A Dagger's Offer. The wild charge had never done anything for Torny, and watching Livier, a man who'd been trying to murder them all until recently, lead this one into the Najan crossbowmen, didn't change that fact. Sawi and Yujo went right along with the assault, though they could have waited, because Livier killed without mercy. Torny knew little about the Vientas and their training, but when Livier opened his attack by throwing his stolen blade in a single looping toss to impale the archer on the left, ducked a sloppy, frantic swing from the next one in, and withdrew his thrown blade, only to sweep it into the foolish attacker, Torny gathered the assassin group knew their stuff.
"Come on,"
Torny said to Bliss.
"We've got better places to be."
The Vis gave Torny a curious glance, perhaps owing to Torny's still stinging, seething wound, but followed when Torny broke for the stairs. Sure, the battle raged behind them, but that outcome was already decided. The Najan were fighting for time, waiting for reinforcements. Cutting those off was more important. Returning to the landing where Torny had nearly met her end, a landing still sporting reminders of the fight in the scattered table, chairs, and flecked blood on the walls, made the bandit twitch. Not quite the same as returning to Yarvik's cave, but still. If there'd been another Najan guard standing there, Torny wasn't sure she could have approached the Volge. Thankfully, she didn't need to make that choice, as the landing and hallway beyond was empty.
Vassal must have put all his faith in the squad up there,
Torny said, as she and Bliss reached the Skar chamber door.
Then again, more than 12 Najan, plus all the guards in our tower? Poor man probably thought he was being paranoid. Not the first time he's made a mistake.
Bliss's signed crack might have brought a smile if Vassal's penchant for traps hadn't been made so evident in the last couple days. Torny pushed open the Skar chamber door, expecting to find the Najan leader and his toadies, grinning and ready to launch into some speech about how obvious Wax's crew was. Then there'd be a zap, a burst of flame, or a dagger plunged into Torny's heart, and that'd be the end. But all they found were a few low-lit lanterns, the chamber empty. Peering over the descending stair showed the Skars piled in their cases, the central slab clear. Shadows abounded, sure, but none wielded teeth or came whirling towards the pair with death in mind.
Wow,
was all Torny said, as she caught the faint, salty air making its way up from the crumbled hole descending to the sea.
I thought he'd have more.
Then we take advantage. Bliss was right about that. Torny flashed down the stairs, gritting through the pain by telling herself in seconds it'd be gone. That wasn't a lie. The bandit cracked the Vis Skar case with her blade's hilt and picked up a couple turquoise stones. At once, the Vis babble shimmied in her mind, and the stab began to dissipate, as did the lingering aches from the near-death Volge stabbing she'd received, right above this damn room. Torny made a promise to herself as she located the other Skars she wanted. After tonight, she'd never come back to this tower again.
When Skars?
Bliss signed, using her hands to gather up more Vis stones.
Just another one of my brilliant ideas.
Torny didn't add any more, because Bliss trusted her. And that was the best feeling in all the Isles. The battle was done by the time Torny and Bliss made it back to the central landing. Most of the Najan were dead or badly wounded, with the rest surrendered and bound up by Ami and Sawi. 3 Najan had the shriveled, devastated look delivered by Annalise's strange device, one she'd blasted here and there as they ducked out of side rooms in the tower's opening hallway. Beyond minor injuries, nobody in their group was especially hurt, so Bliss handed the Skars to those Najan who might survive.
We're not evil,
the Vis signed to Livier, signals interpreted by Wax, who otherwise looked down the stairs as if they were the last steps he'd ever take. Torny, at least, would give him time to take them. The Went Skars had joined their heavier thwacks to the Vis babble in her mind, and as Torny's idea took shape, as she told the others to gather closer to the tower's middle, the 4 Went stones she held in her hand grew excited. Torny felt them reaching out, pouring their essence through her fingers and into the tower, feeling out the mortar, the stable stacks, and where those stacks could be broken without collapsing the whole building.
Ready?
Torny didn't so much ask as breathe, the Skars drawing her into their exercise, as if she stood on a tall cliff, about to jump.
Just don't kill us,
Yujo said.
No avalanches.
Torny grinned and let the Skars loose. The stones, like animals freed from cages, burst. The trade tenant tower shivered, a tremble reaching up through Torny's feet, legs, spine. The first crumbling happened before her, around the tower's front entry. The arched opening folded inward, the keystone dropping first, and the rest collapsing in a pile of broken wood and stone. Glistening wet shone through the gaps at the tops and sides, none large enough for a soldier to squeeze through. The went Skars didn't stop to evaluate their efforts, but swung Torny rightward, towards the smaller hallway and the side door. Again, the tower trembled. The stone at the door's base buckled, as if someone had scooped it with a shovel and flung it upward. The blocks slammed against the broken door and piled upon one another, the went Skars massaging the separate chunks until they melded into an ugly, impermeable barrier. Where the hallway had been, now lay mortar and flattened earth.
"One more,"
Torny whispered, her heart flying. The Skars hadn't yet drawn much from her, but as Torny looked upward, she felt the stones drink from her well. The upward staircase, winding, led to other levels that might hold reinforcements. Even a brave scholar who found a dagger might cause surprise, or help Vassal turn things around. Cut off all access, save one. Her scars didn't shatter the staircase. For one, raining rubble on wax and the others wasn't a great idea. But, though it took more effort, the Skars sculpted the stairs to match Torny's vision. What had been flat steps became studded with small, sharp spikes. Others twisted, sloping towards the center, and guaranteeing a misstep would send the poor soul plunging to a painful end below.
"I'm impressed,"
Livier said, as the Skars continued reaching up the tower, malforming the steps as they went.
"A diabolical idea."
Livier, standing before Torny now, studied the bandit.
"I thought you were a simple thief, but perhaps you might consider the Vientas when this is over."
The went Skars dwindled, snapping Torny back to the present, the Skar babble dwindling enough for her to catch Livier's question. Bliss stood behind the assassin, frowning at Livier's back. Even so, to be invited to a group like that? A family, again, after Yarvik's end? Torny met Bliss's eyes as Livier repeated the offer, began going over the benefits. In Bliss's look, though, Torny saw something far different. Nights flush with peach wine and music, days running through beautiful jungle, a soul at peace.
"Maybe next time, Livier,"
Torny said, then nodded past the man, to where Wax and the others had already descended.
"Besides, the world's probably going to end in the next hour, so let's not get our hopes up."
Chapter 49. Hold the Tower. Crossbows were rapidly rising to the top of Quick's least favorite weapons list. He'd taken a quarrel to the back, a wound that, despite 2 days of thorough Skar attention, continued to twinge with every move, and now found himself under a barrage of the same as he crouched in a side room not far into the tower. Kivy had effected that simple cover, the ferrite bashing through the locked door, while Svard sucked up the attention. By the time Quick and Annalise ducked in between withering rounds, the only safe spot lay in a simple space meant, Quick figured, for chatter over grain exchange rates and the volume of Tamas ale imports. Svard's indomitable defense consisted of hulking in the hallway's center and making a lumbering approach, one assaulted step at a time. Though the barbarian insisted he continued to feel pain, Svard didn't show it. Quick, with Annalise behind him, peeked around the doorway and watched as bolt after bolt pierced the man's slate, hairless skin. Svard would brush off each barrage, picking and throwing the quarrels aside as he kept up his march, bellowing out some Fodi song.
"He's invincible,"
Quick muttered.
"He can't die while he holds the blade,"
Annalise replied.
"That's not the same thing. Now move."
Annalise swapped spots with Quick and began shooting, sending black Noctia lightning from her device past Svard towards the Najan. Quick expected the men to die, but the death shots weren't immutable. They sparked off of Najan's shields, fading away to nothing, and forcing Annalise to correct her aim. A task that became easier when Svard collided with the Najan line, his black blade and torn body drawing attention, turning the Najan line inward and giving Annalise bigger targets. Then, too, came the surprised shouts from behind, the bloody sprays, and the fast collapse. Afterward, with the Najan tied up and dumped around the central room, isolated thanks to Torny's work with the Went Skars, Quick thanked Svard, reached to shake the man's non-sword hand, only to find it broken, fingers splayed or missing. The barbarian's Najan robe hung in tatters, skin and bone beneath similarly flayed. Deep purple edges formed along the wounds, bubbling up in grim revival.
"It doesn't feel any better than it looks," Svard said, pulling from Quick's ill expression. "At least I didn't lose an eye this time."
"Have you before?" Svard ruffled up a broken-toothed, split-lip grin.
"The only thing I haven't lost is the hand holding on to this sword."
The grin died as fast as it came.
"Can't wait for the day I can let it go."
The barbarian limped past Quick, then joining the others heading downstairs to the Skar chamber. Quick didn't follow, and his hesitance made Annalise stop too. The hunter twisted at the scientist's unspoken question, taking in the central level and its hallways. No easy ways in, tight confines. Short of planting Svard in the doorway to the Skar chamber, this would be the best place to hold their ground.
"We can delay them, at least," Quick finished to Annalise. "I don't know how long my brother will need to do something that's never been done before."
"Torny collapsed the doors," Annalise said. "No Najan crew is going to get them cleared for hours."
"Vassal has Skars too, and the Najan have been training more."
Quick let the facade slip, ever so slightly.
"And, Annalise, I don't want to be in that room. Not this time."
The groaning, cursing captives sapped the words of their gravity, but Quick's admission, to himself as much as Annalise, sank in nonetheless.
"I don't understand."
"I'm a hunter, Annalise. I act. In that room, with all those Skars, I'll just be watching as Wax either does something miraculous or dies. We've both seen what those stones can do, what they can take, and I won't watch it happen to Wax."
A sound, a sharp crack, echoed from the tower's front door. The first strike of a hammer, a pick on stone. Quick found a smile.
"See? They're already here. Will you help me?"
"You're asking me to miss out on the greatest event the Isles have ever seen?"
Annalise started to shake her head when a second crack sounded, followed by fresh pebbles running onto cobblestones.
"Bold move, Quick."
A hunter had to read signs, find clues, and in Annalise's quipped tone, the slight curl on the left side of her lips, Quick saw something he'd never seen before, and felt a rush no jungle vine, no tracked fiend had ever given him. He put a hand on Annalise's back, pulled her in, as another crack echoed through the tower. She let him, with the tiniest laugh. Just a kiss at the end of the world. Crossbows were the bane of Quick's life, and the hunter didn't even know how to use them. Quick's short stint among the Najan had given him rudimentary skills with the Volge, chakram, and swords in common use among the purple and black, but the Went crossbows were reserved for more experienced soldiers. As a result, he had no answer for the hole chipping through the rock wall. Annalise did. Despite Quick's continued misgivings about the death-dealing device, it was effective. Annalise waited until the hacking knocked enough stones clear to give her a shot at the Najan on the other side. The scientist, though, didn't fire right away. Instead, with her and Quick standing on the hallway's opposite side amid flickering lanterns and growing Najan voices, the scientist held the device out to him. Why? Quick said, not taking the tool.
Because you need to understand, Annalise said, and because I see how much you're still hurting.
I don't need... Another crack. Rock shifted. A hoarse cheer went up from soldiers still waking up. The dead of night, a harsh time to rise and fight.
I do, Annalise said. I need you to take this, just for a time.
She showed him how. A seconds-long lesson, accompanied by the Noctia Skar's irregular clanging in Quick's mind. Far from the pleasant vis burble, or a Count Skar's frantic whispers, Noctia charged around, demanding action. Quick could give it that. He crouched and walked along the rubble's back end, the stone joined at odd angles or melted together by Torny's random work. The Najan reinforcements had gauged one side thinner than the other, had hacked almost halfway through. Quick had expected Skars, but so far there'd been no sign of the magic stones. At least, not by the Najan. The hunter curled, raising the device and aiming it at the Najan soldier swinging the Fodi pickaxe. The soldier, robe replaced by drenched leathers, didn't notice Quick until the hunter pulled the trigger. The Noctia Skar leapt, the black bolt flashed, and the pickaxe wielder flinched mid-swing. He twitched twice and collapsed, the pickaxe clattering over his body. Behind him, Najan ranks fell silent, stunned. And Quick? The hunter was a new man. The shoulder ache disappeared. Lingering exhaustion from a long day and little sleep vanished. Almost as good as meeting Annalise's lips just a few moments ago. As nice as a bunch of Visp peach wine, music, and a bright tropical night. Annalise yanked him aside as a crossbow bolt flashed into the opening, bouncing off the wall near Quick's head. The hunter leaned on Annalise for a long moment as the rush faded, though his shoulder ache didn't return, nor did his exhaustion. Instead, Quick was ready to fight, to run, to hold fast against all the Najan could send.
See what I mean?
Annalise asked.
It's incredible.
I didn't understand, Quick replied, but you're right. Before Quick could dig into the feeling, what something like this might mean for war, for hunting across the Isles, the tower trembled. A new noise came from the other hallway, echoing toward them. Quick and Annalise broke off their conversation and ran back to the center, skidding to a stop as they saw fresh Najan soldiers climbing through a smooth opening in Torny's collapsed barrier. Leading them, head held high and showcasing a Skar sporting necklace, was Cassava. As Quick raised the device, Cassava snapped her fingers, catching Quick's eye and halting the Najan advance. The hunter hesitated. He had distance, time aplenty to squeeze off a shot. Behind him, Annalise was edging towards the downward stairs. A fighting retreat would buy Wax more time, but if the Najan wanted to talk first, well, those were free minutes to burn.
Quick, Cassava said. I'm lucky you're here, because, of them all, you might be reasonable.
The woman could see the captives behind Quick, the bodies too.
I'm sorry to see that Fassel was right. He suspected you would all try something tonight.
Suspected, Quick replied, or was told by the Tamas Skar.
Does it matter?
Cassava shook her head.
What does, Quick, is that you understand why we were never going to let your brother use the Skars.
An obvious admission, given the Najan squad posted, and the words had Quick putting his finger back against the trigger.
The fiends are gone, she continued, aside from Kant's, and Fassel would have honored that treaty. We could have peace among the Isles.
Annalise started to speak up, a protest against the creatures left to die, but Cassava cut her off with a crisp denial.
It is not our fault the gods left their old worlds to die. Your brother risks this one. He would take the Skars and raise a whole new isle from nothing? Allow fiends to pour into this world? And that's in the best scenario?
Cassava took another step forward. A clack echoed down the first hallway, the squad there resuming its more mundane breakthrough.
What happens if he fails, Quick? What happens if the Skars overpower him? Would Noctia collapse, burying not just the ringed city, but every went in the dark below? Could the fiends appear elsewhere, streaming onto Vis and Kantz, killing with mad abandon?
That won't happen,
Quick said.
No? Where's your confidence? Wax himself admitted he couldn't reopen the gates without more power. It's never been done before. Not by Demian, not by any other Aegis.
Cassava took another step, only 3 strides apart now, though her escort hadn't approached with her.
He's going to destroy our world, Quick. Your family, mine, all could die.
Quick flicked a look towards Annalise, the promise held in their reunion, a promise made in a world Quick thought he knew, one on the brink of vanishing.
This doesn't have to happen,
Cassava whispered, her words quiet, yet ringing Quick's every nerve.
Help me help your brother, Quick, and we can save the Isles together.
Chapter 50. Skar Song. The Queen of Kantz set 2 handfuls of her own isle Skars on the slab. Their flighty voices disappeared as Yujo let them go, the diamonds coming to rest in small piles near similar clusters of topaz, emeralds, sapphires, and opals. Bliss, Wax, and Sawi joined Yujo in grabbing the stones and bringing them to the one place in the chamber where Wax could, in a flash, grab more. The Vis wasn't sure, but he thought he might need all the Skars he could find. Their group's other members took up different tasks. Torny, hurting and exhausted after her work with the Went stones, clutched several Vis Skars and sat off to the side, watching with half-closed eyes. Svard and Kivi, the loyal rock lizard, had disappeared down the stairs to the sandy caves below. They'd ensure no assassins awaited, would keep the grotto clear for the escape to follow. Dew would be waiting. The Kant's captain had sent a messenger after several silent days, one who'd been stunned to find his queen awaiting him. Yujo had dictated a signal would come tonight, one Dew would understand if he saw it. If Wax could somehow bring up a continent and open the fiend gates in utter silence, then Yujo would just snag a 40 Skar and send up a fiery gout. The Storm's Edge would sail to their rescue, and by dawn, the whole group would be on their way back to Kantz. If that happened, if saving the fiends and breaking the Najan hold on the Isles was that easy, then Yujo would consider herself the luckiest woman alive. Ami and Livier stationed themselves on the stairs leading back up to the tower's lower level. With Quick and Annalise taking up the outer defense, those 2 would hold the last line in. Nobody expected their strike to remain secret for long, and Fassel's waiting squad proved the circle figured on this, which... "Ready?" Wax asked her, and Yujo realized there were 7 glittering piles on the slab already. Bliss had backed over to Torny's side, while Sawi held a Najan Volge and stood near the downward stairs, either to listen if Svard needed help or to put herself by a swift exit.
Yujo? Run it by me again, fast, Yujo replied.
Okay. Wax nodded, more to himself, which was why Yujo had asked the question. Attempting something new in the Isle's history, with all these stones, could bring disaster without real focus.
First, I'm going to try and open the fiend gates. I closed them, so I have some idea of how to at least affect them again.
Wax drummed his fingers on the gray slab.
Then, once that's done, I'll use the went Skars to rip up the ocean west of Fodi and make a new isle. You make it sound so easy,
Torny laughed, her voice thin.
With all these scars, I hope it is, Wax replied. But those are the easier parts. If all that works, then we get to the real crazy piece. I'm going to try and move the gates. From what I can tell, they're just scars all linked together somehow. So if I can shove them through the ocean with these Rana scars here, then I can push the gates right next to the new isle. Then the fiends will be mostly contained, and we can run out of here.
Wax glanced back at Yujo.
When it's done, though, you might have to carry me.
That cockiness belied the reality, where Wax's survival seemed unlikely. But that's why they'd piled so many scars on the slab. Each one had a little power of its own, and if Wax could keep swapping between the scars, Yujo and the others would shovel more scars from the room's stores as Wax ran through them. He might have a chance to keep his own energy untapped. As plans went, there were holes everywhere, filled with hope and guesswork. As plans went, Yujo didn't have a better one. She could, though, give Wax's hand a tight squeeze, his cheek a soft kiss, and a last look that promised a lifetime if the Vis could find his way through this.
Ready,
the Khan's queen said. Wax began with 7. A standard aegis set before him, swept into both hands. The Vis's eyes closed, and Yujo waited for something to begin, until the tower shook. A slight tremor, and one that had Bliss signing a question.
No,
Ami growled, up on the stairs.
That's not Wax. The Najan are breaking through.
Then we hold here, Livier replied, moving up to the wood door, shutting it and sliding the lock.
Whoa,
Sawi called from near the slab.
Quick and Annalise are still out there.
And I hope they fight to the last.
Fight to the last? They'll need to run, and they can run here,
Sawi said, as she moved away from the downward stairs, jabbing the Volge up towards Livier.
Open that door.
Wax, for his part, stood still without a shiver, without a broken sweat. Yujo felt nothing, not a breeze, a tremor, a brush against her mind from a Tama Skar. Wax would be questing now, reaching through the dark below to find those gates and tear them open, a much farther distance than when he closed them the first time. Possible? Who knew? But Yujo couldn't do anything about that. She could, though, keep her friends from fighting.
Open the door, Livier,
Yujo said, dropping iron into her tone.
We're here to save lives.
It's a risk, my queen.
It's an order, Livier.
The assassin bowed, slid the lock aside, and swung the door open. Sawi flashed Yujo a thanks, only to find herself pushed aside as Bliss, also holding a Najan Volge, close enough to a staff, or so Wax's sister signed, scampered up past her. Ami let the young woman go by, as did Livier, with Bliss vanishing out of the chamber and up, where cracking sounds continued in steady rhythm.
Where's she going?
Ami asked.
To help her brother,
Sawi replied, before continuing up after Bliss.
Vis don't abandon each other.
Ami and Livier didn't follow the two women, the assassin instead putting himself where he could watch down the hallway. If he had to lock the door, it wouldn't buy them much time, but hopefully they wouldn't need all that much.
Right, Wax?
Yujo muttered, turning back to the Vis.
Raising a new isle ought to be real quick and easy.
Wax shuddered. Whether he'd heard Yujo or not, the Vis shook his head at nothing, slow, before turning towards her. The Vis's eyes opened, a flicker, and in them, Yujo didn't see the Vis's pupils, his bright cheer, but swirling, shifting color. Blood red, ocean blue, the jagged lines of yellow lightning. Ice flooded Yujo, and she said the Viss's name, came closer, reached for Wax's arm as those sightless eyes watched her. And the Viss grabbed Yujo's hand, the scars in Wax's palm mashing against Yujo's skin. Wax pressed down, plastering her right hand against the slab, though Yujo barely felt the pressure, because she'd left the scar chamber far behind. Drink enough ale, eat the right mushroom, or smoke the right plant, and you could be transported. Yujo had experienced enough of that, more during her thieving days than under the regal lens, but nothing compared to the world-shifting sweep sending Yujo whirling away with Wax's touch. As the stone chamber blurred, Yujo heard Skar voices tumble through her mind. No, not voices. Music. Wax had mentioned the symphony, but Yujo hadn't ever heard the orchestration before. Now it came through clear and in cadence, with the Rana and Kant scars flying through higher notes in a constant melody, while Fodi and Went offered lower beats, their grumbles alternating, playing, driving towards the depths far below. Yujo sank below the Skar tower, through rock and stone, without feeling a single block. They blurred by in phantom browns, grays, and glittering geodes. When Yujo tried to reach out, touch, she felt nothing. The song sped up, along with Yujo's descent, the earth whirling by in a dark miasma, until space. A chamber, a pool, but a broken one. Fallen rock and jagged columns rested amid black waters. A single flame flickered low on one end, but Yujo didn't go towards it. Instead, the same force that had brought her this far pushed her further, into the water and beneath its surface. Yujo, Wax said, and didn't say, the words a thought, interrupting the Skar's continuing music. As Wax's voice echoed in her head, the man appeared, a stretched blur, distorted by the water. I need your help. Wax explained the rest without words, with impressions. A simple truth passed along through the Tama Skar, whose presence played into the symphony as a background buzz. Together with the other Skars, the Tama stone pulled their awareness all the way down here, to where Wax could see the dead gates. He pointed them out to Yujo. Each dead cluster sparked to life with an underwater swirl from the Rana Skar. What next? Yujo asked. I need all the Viss and Noctia Skars you can get me, Wax said. Every single one. Yujo didn't fly back, but snapped free back to the Skar chamber. She fell, catching herself on the slab. Torny asked what was going on, but Yujo didn't answer, getting herself to her feet and looking back at Wax. The Viss had his eyes closed, but his left hand had its palm upturned, waiting. Viss and Noctia Skars, Yujo said to the bandit, and Torny lurched up, joining Yujo in pushing a stack of the dark and green stones towards Wax's open hand. Where'd you go? Torny asked, as Yujo dumped as many Skars as she could of each into Wax's grip, the man shuddering again as the stone struck. He brought me in, Yujo said, stepping back and watching. He's going to need our help, Torny. It's not going to be easy. Oh, well, thank goodness. I was getting bored. As Wax closed his grip on the Skars, a new sound bounced into the room. Metal on metal. A shouted Viss curse. Sawi's voice. Worse, the noise didn't come just from the open door. Fighting had begun, both above and below. Chapter 51. Undoing the Impossible. The fresh vis and noctia Skars threatened the balance Wax had going between his first 7. Shoving the stones into place had come easier this time, like putting on an outfit, and the initial symphony let Wax drift down into the dark below, riding the noctia Skars' endless reach down past the dead city to the collapsed pool. Wax didn't so much feel that journey, instead picturing the destination, offering a vague direction to where he thought it would be, and letting the noctia Skar extend those invisible, seemingly infinite tendrils out to find the closed gates. Those 7 portals waited still, their scars floating in settled waters. Their impressions flickered, like stars in the night sky, as the stones retained their God-given energy, but no longer linked together. Disparate pieces, waiting to be chained again, and with their joining, the doors to old worlds again opened. But while the noctia Skar had found the gates, the death goddess seemed unwilling to conduct that joining. As Wax urged the stone to play a bigger role in the careful music, the noctia Skar refused, disinterested, until Wax oriented on a particular gate, the one belonging to Noctia herself. Then, like a person recognizing old friends, the Skar leaped into a blaring solo, throwing its energy at its sister Noctia Skars. Wax felt this from a far remove, as if he wiggled a toe and saw the blanket resting on top shift. The feedback came clear, though. The noctia Skars' initial rush floundered, its blaring notes breaking rhythm and cluing Wax into what he needed next. More Skars. Yujo provided them. With the noctia Skars in hand, Wax funneled the opal's dark energy into their buried brethren. Purple-black links fuzzed into form amid those watery deeps, binding each drifting Skar to the one next to it, siphoning away the needed energy from Wax's held stones back on the surface. Like a spiderweb's weaving, the Skars linked one by one, and as the last one joined, the Skars ceased being separate and found their old purpose. How? Wax wasn't sure. Perhaps some ancient pattern laid upon them by the gods, or maybe the Skars, as they often did, understood what Wax wanted and didn't need his express guidance to get them there. Either way, the stones began to move, glowing a deep purple, shining in the dark waters. A gate revived. If Wax was breathing fast, if his legs were weak, if he needed a drink or a day's rest, the vis didn't know it. All he heard, felt, understood was the Skar symphony. He lurched the focus away from the noctia gate and turned towards the vis one, a choice made by the impressions in his mind, the sudden blooming of the vis Skars in his hand as he pushed them towards their siblings. Again, the Skars coursed power from Wax's hand, riding the symphonic chain all the way through rock and stone, air and water, to the chamber and the waiting gate. Leaf-green lines linked the vis Skars, and soon the stones spun beneath the water. Another portal opened. With the path cleared, Wax brought himself back to the slab, the Skar chamber. He dropped the spent vis and noctia Skars, the stones bouncing off the slab to the floor, and asked a determined Yujo for Went and Rana next. Those went quick enough, as did Fodi and Tamas after. Kantz came last, and with all the gates spinning alive, Wax shoved himself back up to the slab with a wide grin. "Congratulations," the vis said, as the symphony fell away, as he dumped the Skars back onto the slab. "The fiends are back." "So are the Najan." Yujo swerved, the queen's well-hidden humor far gone in her icy look. "As
Svard and Kivi are getting pressed below, while your sister and Sawi are helping Quick up above, so far as we can tell.
Wax looked up and over his shoulder, saw Livier watching the door, while Ami positioned herself near the stairs base, ready to run to wherever she was needed. The flame-haired guardian with the golden face gave Wax a nod when he caught her eye, repeated his success with the gates.
One promise I'll actually keep, then, Ami said. Try to make it 2, Vis.
All he'd have to do is raise a new isle from the ocean floor. Easy enough, right?
Went Skars,
Wax said to Yujo and Torny.
All of them. You're okay?
Torny asked, as she and Yujo shoveled the remaining golden stones towards Wax, before dashing to the Went altar to grab more.
I'd think after what you just did, you'd be exhausted. As long as we have Skars to churn through, I'll be fine,
Wax said, then blinked at the wonder of it all.
The Skars, they're doing most of it on their own. I'm saying what I want to happen, but it's the stones that know how to do it. Remnants of the gods,
Yujo said, adding enough Went stones to give Wax at least 5 in each hand, plus more than double that number piled before him.
Figures they might remember a few things. Let's hope that includes building a new world,
Wax said, the Went voices blaring hard and fast in his mind. Ditching the other Skars meant there'd be no ethereal symphony to conduct, no phantasmal travel through rock and stone to glimpse and connect with gates. Instead, Wax had a Went solo, and with it came the sense of every rock, boulder, and block across the tower, Noctia, and the great floor beneath the ocean. As the Skars picked up on his idea, his dream of a new isle, the stones sped up their cadence, and Wax fell into the new song. His legs no longer ended with his feet, the sensation instead billowing out beneath the sea. The toe he wiggled beneath the blanket wasn't a Noctia Skar anymore, but Went, and the twitch rumbled the earth. Wax tracked the feel beyond the Noctia coast, less visual and more instinct, understanding that the toe beneath the blanket was really there, even if he couldn't see it. Wax told the Went Skars farther still, and the golden stones stretched. The Vis closed his eyes and traveled. He felt Fodi's coursing lava, the thrumming volcanoes at the isle's core. Going further into the cool, endless ocean, Wax and the Skars arrived at their desolate dream, an empty expanse, ready to be riven.
Here,
Wax murmured, and the Skars listened. The Went stones sent their energy coursing through the seafloor, grappling with the edges, a great big circle, and began to drill, to split, to weaken. Wax fluttered his eyes open, reached, and pulled in more Went Skars. He hugged them now, pulling every single stone together, their combined efforts carving deep furrows in land so very, very distant from here. The Skars were confident. They were assured. They were Went, and this is what they were made for, what their god could do, and they would build a new world together. Wax began sculpting, dashing in hopes for mountains, valleys, plains, and smooth beaches. Ideas delivered to the Skars to build, to act on. He focused on a particular peak, like the spires on Kant's, and as it began to funnel up from the ocean floor, Wax found himself grinning. This is what it was like to be a god. Until pain broke in. Sharp, instant, heavy. Wax fell into the Skars, his face buried in the Went stones. Yujo screamed, surprise and anger together. Hot wet ran down Wax's back, over his chest, onto the Went Skars, and the song shivered. The Skars grew confused, and Wax, gasping, falling into shock, lost control. Chapter 52. The Forbidden Stab. She would never go back to the Skar chamber, Torny resolved. She'd seen too many awful things in that stone room with its low-lit lanterns, glittering gems, and a stone slab last occupied by the one person she could have called a father. The impression wasn't helped by Wax, who appeared as if in a trance, shaking with the wet scars close up around him. In another scene, another place, the Vis might have looked like some wealthy man ecstatic over his own riches. Hard to see that, with sounds of fighting all around. Up above, where Bliss had gone and where the stairs curled, came shouts and bangs, curses and clashes. What had happened to Annalise and Quick? Torny didn't know, and it was easier to follow Yujo's orders to grab more went Skars, give them to Wax, than speculate. Below, familiar bellows rang out, Svard sounding out his Fodi song. His big blade would be swinging, bashing, killing. So many killed in a few days' time, not even counting the nimble fingers, her thieving friends either already dead or soon to be. The bandit linked her dire heaviness to the went Skars, their action. Yet, as she pushed a few more golden stones, just about the last of them, up against Wax's arms, she couldn't help but twitch towards the stairs. Bliss was up there, fighting for her life. Quick and Annalise, too. Torny could help. Could. The tower shook. The went Skars kicking in. Both Torny and Yujo grabbed the slab to steady themselves, the bandit again looking up towards the chamber's exit, searching for Bliss. Skar cages cracked, the stones on the slab tumbling off. Ami, on the stairs, pressed herself to the wall to keep from falling. Livier appeared in the doorway, rapier flashing as he danced with the tower's tremble. The Najan fighter pressing him didn't keep his feet quite so well, with Livier slipping back into the Skar chamber, only to pull the Najan with him, a grip and toss that sent the robed body flying down to crash near Wax. Torny groped around the slab, drew her stolen sword, steeling herself to put an end to the groaning Najan. The black robes and knife belt suggested third hand, a killer, one who deserved whatever Torny did, a fact Torny used to salve her strike. A single clean cut, the job finished, and Torny wiped the blade on the dead man's garment.
"Throw us another!"
Torny called up to Livier, while Yujo gathered, threw more went Skars at Wax, who continued to shovel all the golden stones into his arms. The avalanche on Went, the destruction of a mountain, hadn't taken more than a handful of the stones. Wax had so many now. Unease splashed in. Torny gripped her sword, as if the stolen weapon might fortify her against disaster. Bliss had a better head for all this, but the Vis hadn't yet appeared in the door above. Another face she recognized did, though. Quick, the Vis hunter, looking battered, bloodied, and dazed as he stood on the stair's edge, looking down at his brother. Holding a Volge, one Torny thought she recognized, thought had been in Bliss's hands a moment ago. Another Najan fighter rushed past Quick, interrupted Livier's questioning with another knife flurry, which the Khan's assassin countered by retreating down the steps. Again the tower rattled, harder than before. Quick planted the Volge, steadying himself. Another woman came through the door, stepping as nimbly as Livier, despite the rumbling earth. Torny recognized this one, Cassava, and swore as the woman wrenched the Volge from Quick's stupefied hands. The Vis hunter tumbled as the weapon and its support left him, the man curling into a fall right near Wax. Yujo shouted something, but all Torny could do one hand holding her sword and the other snatching the slab to stay upright, was watch as Cassava threw the Volge down at Wax. Curled, heavy, and sharp, the Volge buried itself into Wax's back, slamming the vis into the slab, the Skars, and drawing a wrenching scream from the renewal, from the man Torny was supposed to be protecting. Like a splash of cold water or a slap to the face, the Volge standing up from Wax's back broke Torny's hesitation. The earth spasmed, a violent shove sending dust and stone crackling around them. The bandit darted around the falling blocks, swept past a descending Ami, a panicking Yujo, and a stunned Quick to hit the stairs. Livier had used the violent shake to outmaneuver his opponent, sweeping the unsteady killer's defense aside and plunging the rapier deep into the man's side. Torny finished the job, sliding the sword across the killer's neck as she sprinted by, leaping up the steps with the precise alacrity of someone who'd spent a lifetime racing across the unfamiliar and unpredictable. Cassava still stood at the stair's top, steadying herself against the tower's wall as mortar cracked, blocks slid free. The door itself warped its hinges, the wood hanging at an angle across the exit. Torny ignored it all, made the landing at speed, heading right for her target, and saw the topaz scars around the woman's neck, caught the woman's eyes, her frown, and Torny, despite the shaking tower, Wax's wound, the chaos all around her, stumbled to a stop. The bandit couldn't kill this woman, couldn't hurt her. That wouldn't help Wax, wouldn't save anything anymore. The only thing that Torny could do now, with the tower collapsing, was run. Get out, find Bliss, and flee. Go, Cassava said, the Tama scars sparkling around her neck, and Torny twisted towards the doorway, abandoned her sword, and dove through. The hallway beyond the Skar chamber danced. The floor buckled and broke, stones lurching free from their spots. Wall art and lanterns smashed to the ground, the former offering fuel for the fire liberated from the latter. Torny navigated the disaster towards the tower's central room, jumping, weaving, and hoping Bliss was still alive. At the hallway's end, a familiar circle waited. The table and chairs had been overturned. Several more Najan bodies lay in bloody pools. Torny's focus went, though, to the three forms tied and pressed against the far wall, and the upward curling stairs' shadow. Bliss, Sawi, and Annalise.
Torny!
Sawi shouted at the bandit's appearance.
Help!
Doing that, the bandit said, closing as rubble rained around them. Torny went to Bliss first, found the Vis's head lolling to the side, but still breathing. Her eyes closed, hands and legs limp. The knots holding Bliss were simple, hasty, and easy enough to pull free. A sign their would-be captors hadn't expected any rescue. Or didn't care. Torny fought off a sudden urge to go back to the Skar chamber. Like a slow waking, Torny recognized why she'd come this way, why she'd left the third-hand leader alive. Those Tama Skars. But with the tower seemingly collapsing, Torny wouldn't be able to make it back to Wax anyway. The others would have to keep Wax alive. If he wasn't already dead.
Bent Quick's mind, Torny,
Sawi, whose lip bled, whose arms bore knife cuts, was saying.
I knocked out Annalise and Bliss handled the assassins, but Quick and the others overwhelmed us. They're going to stop. They already did,
Torny said, slipping off the last of the knots.
Come on, we have to get out of here.
With impeccable timing, the tower met Torny's words with a crumbling wall, the stones falling in behind her and revealing the naked cliffside. Those natural boulders didn't look any better, spidering cracks promising a bad end if they waited any longer.
You carry Annalise,
Torny snapped as Sawi stood. The bandit scooped up Bliss, no lighter than Torny herself, but desperation made miracles. Torny couldn't quite throw Bliss over her shoulder, but she could shuffle with the Vis over to the stairs. The quake almost made it easier, the lurching tower offering momentum to stumble forward. Together, the pair made the bottom step, Sawi and Annalise not far behind. Climb up, run for the exit, and the golden gash had vanished in a tremendous avalanche. A cascade Torny and the others had dodged by hiding behind stuck boulders. She hadn't been in it, hadn't felt the world sliding beneath her feet. The bandit felt it now, not a twitching shake, but a grinding, hideous cracking as the tower broke apart. Snapped in a wrenching totter as mortar, stone, and the grit beneath separated from its ancient home.
"Hold on!"
Sawi yelled, though to what, Torny wasn't sure. The whole tower bent to their right, throwing the foursome against the stair-cupping wall. Sparks flew, stone fell, and Torny rolled to put herself on top of Bliss. Unknown objects crashed into her back, stealing Torny's breath as the tower slammed onto the Noctia street, as it plowed through other buildings beyond, as it went off the cliff. The bandit's stomach dropped along with the plummeting tower. Torny screamed, tears rolling with the fear, the anger that she hadn't saved herself, hadn't saved Bliss. At the sound, the Vis's eyes opened, found Torny's. One last look, until the ocean took it away. Chapter 53. Dazed Defiance. His head rang with aching clarity. The rain splattering his face helped as the water came down in a torrent. Guilt, shame, and fear roiled, clenching Quick's fists and forcing his eyes to shut as the hunter tried to cut back through bent memories, the past few minutes each a jagged knife cutting into his soul. The cassava had broken his mind, just like Gladring was obvious now. She'd used those damn Tamas stones to wedge an opening in Quick's concerns, his worry for Wax, and what might happen if the Skars were let loose. A narrow gap became a wide swath as Quick met his sister and Sawi down the stairs. They'd already decimated several third-hand assassins, the stealthy killers not well versed to open combat. But against Quick, they hesitated. Every swing threatened to break Cassava's hold, and those were the flashes Quick returned to now, those brief moments of terrifying clarity after he'd caught Bliss's Volge and ripped it away, or pinned Sawi against the wall, letting Cassava and other third-hand assassins bind the women. It had been a careful dance. Every time Quick fluttered, Cassava pressed the Skars again, driving Quick's fear to the forefront. Wax had to be stopped before he destroyed the Isles, wrecked Vis, and to do that, Quick had to be willing to fight, to break through everything, including Annalise. She'd been the first. A curious question in the tower center, one Quick answered by knocking away her device, letting the third hand wrap her up and dump her against the wall. Along with Bliss and Sawi, the trio would be safe, would survive, no matter how much their stares of confused betrayal lacerated Quick. Such wounds were nothing against the Isle's survival, against Vis's untarnished beauty. And now, Quick sat up, bracing himself as the ground continued rattling beneath him. The tower had disappeared, dust and dirt drifting on the storm's wind. Roars, cracks, and close curses snuck around the raging weather, and the hunter tracked them all, found his own place in the chaos. To his right, on a broken stair, Livier clung to a cracking pillar. The Vientes didn't seem to have a weapon anymore, the man's robe soaked, his feet slipping in a mix of mud, blood, and water. Yet Livier's look stayed sharp, and he called a question to his queen. Yujo stood on Quick's left, her thief's talents on display as she moved with the shaking earth to scoop and deliver Skars by the handful to Wax. This, from the looks of them. But why would... Quick growled, a wordless mix of rage, pain, and frustration as he saw the Volge sticking from Wax's shoulder. Not his strike. Never his strike. But Quick knew it had been his offense that had confused Bliss and Sawi, his traitorous turn that had brought about his brother's death. The hunter rose, lurching right to the stair's base, only for something hard to smash his shoulder and spin him back around to the ground. Quick felt his teeth strike stone, a bloody splash in his mouth.
"Stay down, Vis,"
Ami snarled, the guardian pressing the stolen Went sword to Quick's back.
"Move again, and I'll kill you."
"Wax,"
Quick said, his cheek pressed to the wet stone.
"What's happening?"
"Your third-hand friend's blown this whole thing open. That's what."
Ami leaned in, near Quick's ear.
"Now the whole damn world's breaking apart. Wax might be dead, and all the scars are washing away. Nice work."
Out ahead, Quick saw the open air, slashed with rain, lightning, and dark clouds. Beyond the Noctia coast should have been sea, a clean horizon. Instead, new shapes loomed, giant and glistening, lit by lightning. Smaller lumps jolted and jumped, flinging rocks high overhead. Geysers spat from infinite depths, orange lava mingling with steaming water. Sulfuric scents, like Vodi's lava wastes, came in waves. Quick didn't understand at first, but Ami answered the riddle for him.
"Noctia's not an island anymore, and it's not done."
She dug the sword in deeper, ensuring any move Quick made would see him carved.
"The ringed city's falling into a sea that might not exist come morning."
As she spoke, Ami's anger fell off, as if she was stupefied by the moment. Quick sure was. Torny had told the story of the avalanche on Went, an accident caused by just a few Went Skars let loose. How, though, had Wax done this? Quick turned his head against the stone, looked back at the slab. He couldn't see much from his angle. Yujo wasn't grabbing Skars off the floor anymore, but stood next to Wax, who still had the Volge rising up from his shoulder. The Khan's queen seemed to be hugging the Vis. Mourning?
"Don't let her focus!"
Ami yelled, a confusing comment, until Quick realized it wasn't addressed to him.
"She's using Thomas!"
Cassava, the one behind all this disaster. The tower wasn't there anymore. He'd left Bliss, Sawi, and Annalise. Annalise, bound. If the tower collapsed into the sea, or dashed along the cliffs, they wouldn't have a chance. Any chance. All because... A stone caught Quick's focus, in between his ragged, rage-filled breaths. The silver stone ran along near his face, riding a rivulet between the choppy stones. Ami continued calling advice to... Livier? Quick couldn't be sure, couldn't let himself care, so long as the assassin didn't kill Cassava before the hunter had his chance. Ami's sword might have dug into Quick's back, but she had no weight on his right arm. Quick shot his hand out, splashed into a grip on the silver stone. The Skar's voice filled his head, and Quick let it loose, even as Ami cursed and shifted her stance, growled another pointless threat. Pointless because the Rana Skar had water everywhere, and it would get Quick free. The soaked robes around Quick sent their water to his back, putting Ami's sword point and her foot into a sudden gush. The Guardian fell, her chest hitting Quick's back before the Rana Skar swept that away too. As Quick pushed himself up, The Rana stone shoved Ami to the exposed cliff edge, a battered, toothy tower remnant. The guardian dropped her sword, scrabbled for a handhold as the rushing waters, boosted by the growing puddles all around, shuttled Ami towards oblivion. "Stop!" Quick ordered the Rana Skar to halt, but the Skars weren't muscles, weren't obedient. The stone sang with its victory, its carnal joy at the waters it moved, and Ami didn't even manage a curse before the waters ran her over the edge and away. The hunter stared at the flooding in a silent shock, any reflection of the chaos ruined by the continuing disaster, by another wrenching quake driving Quick to his knees. A called challenge drew Quick's eyes up to where Livier and Cassava danced amid the battered and broken stairway, lightning and crumbling buildings behind. The Kant's killer pulled a small dagger from somewhere and flipped it between his hands as he countered Cassava's sword breakers. Both weaved with the shivering earth, but as Quick regained his feet, the third-hand tenant used her high ground, kicked through a puddle to splash Livier's eyes. The assassin backstepped onto slick stone, onto shaking earth, and his knee bent sideways. Cursing, Livier pushed himself off the stairs, slamming into the ground in front of Quick, groaning on the stone. Cassava descended, and Quick rose to meet her. Rain drenched them both, and Quick discarded the soaked robe as he climbed, leaving only a ragged shift beneath. Cold, but light, and down 2 weapons to 0, Quick would need his dexterity. Cassava hesitated as he approached, 2 cracked steps between them. "Why?" Cassava hissed. "Can't you see the devastation your brother has already caused? You need to stop him. Now!" The now familiar sensation coaxed Quick, marking the reason in Cassava's words. He ought to turn right around and separate Wax from the Skars, kill him if need be, preserve the Isles, stop the carnage. He ought to, and in another world, one in which his love, his sister, his life could still exist, perhaps Quick would have. But that world was gone, and Cassava had been the one to destroy it. "You can't control me anymore," Quick said, flat. Cassava pressed her lips together, tightened her eyes, and stabbed with her right hand, a heart-stopping shot towards Quick's neck. The Rana Skar beckoned, and Quick let it free. The wet stone beneath Cassava's feet swirled, throwing her stab left, above Quick's shoulder. The same did not happen to Quick's counterpunch, low into Cassava's gut. She doubled over, gasping, but still swinging with her left hand, the sword breaker drawing a red line across Quick's chest. The hunter swept his hand lower, snagging Cassava's ankle and picking her up. The tenant cracked against the stone stair, her feet flying high. Quick grabbed her left heel, called again upon the Rana Skar, which wicked the stone at Quick's feet as dry as bone. The hunter braced as Cassava, stunned, tried to nick him. If she did, Quick didn't notice. If she called, screamed, or begged, as Quick threw her off the stairs, over the cliff, and into oblivion, he didn't notice that either. Vengeance had his full attention, and when it was done, the hunter turned back to the slab, to the Queen and his brother, and saw the Isles end. Chapter 54. The Link. The Vis Skars said Wax lived. The Noctia Skars would keep him that way. Yujo traveled from life to death fast after the Volge struck Wax and bent him down over the table, as those first crimson moments delivered him into unconsciousness. Wax didn't grab the Vis Skars Yujo shoveled his way, didn't respond when she yelled at him to do so. For a brief moment, Yujo tried tugging at the Volge, but the weapon's height, her angle, and Wax's scream when she tried had her leaving the weapon alone. With a Vis Skar handful, Yujo touched Wax, telling the Skars in their babbling curiosity to send their healing energies through her to him. The Skars responded with confusion, with limp attention to Yujo's chilled skin, the few leftover cuts and bruises from the travails to get here, a tower with its upper length ripped away, with wind, rain, and lightning lashing them all. Impossible, incredible, and overwhelming, unless she kept herself focused on the one thing that mattered. Yujo thought of Svard. The barbarian had been gone this whole time, disappeared down below to secure their getaway and prevent an ambush. Metal clashes, curses, and Svard's constant Fodi songs had rang out ever since, but not a soul had emerged up those steps. She thought of him, but that's not where she focused. Instead, she believed in the blade, the Vis and Noctia coupling that let the barbarian survive any wound. Wax had mentioned the opal stones could reach out to another living thing and touch it, take from it. Yet, in the moments before the Volge struck, Wax had said those same scars connected him back to the fiend gates, had opened them again. That hope had Yujo scrounging the black stones from puddles at her feet, then holding Vis Skars in her left hand, Noctia ones in her right. With fistfuls of both, she lunged at Wax's form, still hunched over the slab and the wet scars piled upon it. A different concert played this time. The Noctia Skars led, their sharp notes responding to Yujo's request. She didn't see the dark tendrils Wax had described before, but she felt the bite as they found Wax. Yujo fought back the first desire, to drain what faint pulse still rested in Wax's body. The Queen gave herself to the Vis Skars then, pushing them to run through the link between herself and Wax. The babbling Vis song seemed confused at first, but she did as Wax had said, pushed the Skars into a synchronized song with their Noctia partners. And, for the second time in minutes, the breaking world around her fell away. As if Yujo's hands reached out across an infinite space, she felt life all around her. Wax, quick, and Liviere, yes, but also the spiders tucked away in the shattered tower's nooks, cowering in the remnants of their webs. Curious, but not what Yujo wanted, and she pushed the Noctia Skars away from the critters, refined her desires. Only people, only humans, only those left behind by their gods. Down below, Yujo found more, the Noctia Skars picking out fresh souls and sending their warm pulses back to the Queen. Bright orange blurs amid a deep blue nothing. One stuck out, colder than the rest, a strange blank spot against an otherwise warm canvas. Svard. The Noctia Skars invited Yujo to pull on the links, to feed, and Yujo did. A slight press, like cracking a door. The Vis Skars joined with their Noctia sisters at the opening, following Yujo's guidance to siphon... what, exactly? Wax kept calling it energy, the will to live, to move, to breathe, and perhaps that would suffice, because the essence flew from those souls into Wax. He gasped, jerked upright, only to fall back on the slab. She reversed the move, again hugged the Vis to keep the chain intact. Quick and Liviere choked out curses, falling to the ground, confusing Yujo. Surely Wax wouldn't need more than all this to stay alive. Surely... The Noctia Skars hadn't stopped. The song continued, the Skars reaching out further and further, tying Yujo to Najan around the tower, in the collapsing quarter, and the devastated ringed city. Many were hurt, and those who weren't found their lives sapped to aid their brethren. The Skars sang louder and louder, and as the queen gathered what was happening, she refused to stop. Wax was breaking the world. She could hold its best part together. The Khan's queen didn't know how long their symphony lasted, only that, at some point, Livier and Quick shuffled more Skars into her hands. Wax, too, muttered requests for Rana and Vodi's stones, receiving what the assassin and hunter could collect from the soaked stones around them. The pair also, at last, extracted the Volge from Wax's shoulder, pulling the weapon free and staring as the wound sealed like sewn fabric before their eyes. Noctia and Vis continued their synchrony, scattering out beyond Noctia to the seas, the isles, the dark below, and Hochi's dreamhold. Yujo found the sick, the hurt, the scared, and salved them all. She erased poisons and cuts, knit bones broken from fresh falls and old accidents. The Noctia Skars took what they needed as they crawled along, binding everyone throughout the isles. "Yujo," Livier said, his voice close to her ear, slipping through. "What are you doing?" "I am healing the isles," Yujo replied, blending the assassin's drawn look with her distant impression, a great blue expanse, filling with orange souls. "Every single person." "You're killing them, Yujo. You're killing us." "What?" No. She was restoring. The queen shut her eyes, focused on the song, on how the Skars were continuing their work. The stones weren't infinite. They drank from their sources and from those linked to them. Yujo had tied the isles together, and in doing so, was drinking from the healthy to save the hurt. Healing a broken bone meant another man might lose his strength and fall. Curing a dire illness might cause a heart attack in someone else. Someone at Noctia's door might rack several others with pain or shriveled muscles just to survive. The Skars were hungry, indiscriminate, and they needed power. The idea came as Wax fell away, eyes closed and limp, from the went Skar pile into his brother's arms, revealing the dimmed golden stones on the slab. So many Skars, so much potential, so terrible, so beautiful, the cause of so much fear and hurt, power and anger. The gods had left a part of themselves, whether they meant to or not, but perhaps it was time to sever the bond. Use the Skars for what the gods themselves had never done, and save the Isle's souls. Yujo added a new beat to her Vis and Noctia song, one the black stones took to with zeal. More motes appeared in Yujo's discordant vision, but these weren't people, weren't living things at all. The Skars drank from themselves, Yujo bringing the god stones into her web and sending their power coursing into the wounded, the torn, the broken. Yujo found stones all around Noctia, then reached and grabbed the jewels in the golden gash, in Vodi's grand forge. She found the hidden gems in Tamas's back rooms and atop the Khan's spire, beneath the Rana whirlpool, and in the fresh buds atop the great sauna. With every one, Noctia drank deep, and Vis gave it away, those motes flashing bright before fading. When the last light died, Yujo still felt people aplenty with pain, sickness, fear, and worse. But as the Vis Skars turned back to others, back to her, to effect the healing, Yujo broke away. That split sent her falling back, dropping the dead Skars from her hands and landing on the wet stone, a breaking, cracking stone. Behind and above her, the Najan quarter shook. Livier and Quick tried to steady themselves, failed. Wax fell back from the slab, landed beside Yujo. Still unconscious, soaked in his own blood, but breathing. Yujo reached out, grabbed Wax's hand as the tower broke loose, as the cliff collapsed, and they fell, plunging into a cold, wet dark. Chapter 55. Grotto. Sharp pains brought Wax back to the world he'd ruined. Dark pervaded, distant flashes casting gray light into the soggy stone gloom. Heavy rocks and dirt coated his legs, but by some fortune, the vis hadn't been crushed outright. Neither had the woman who held his hand, though a bloody line dripping down Yujo's forehead suggested her eyes weren't closed by choice. Waves crashed close, and salty rivulets tickled Wax's feet. Shouts called out between thunder cracks, between collapsing earth. Voices Wax recognized. Was that Svard, bellowing as only that barbarian could?
Here!
Wax called, trying to move his arms, his legs, and finding them trapped by the rubble. That he could feel his toes and fingers indicated his body wasn't broken, but he wouldn't be digging himself out.
Yujo and I are in here!
Wax turned to the queen, pulled her to him, and clutched her tight. Yujo had dodged the worst of the fall, save the knock on her head, and her limp form moved easily enough. Wax repeated the calls as he pulled Yujo in close. When the answer came, Wax found a sigh. In the dark, as the lightning continued, he marveled, he wondered, he shook his head at what they'd done. The Isles had been remade, broken, and forged anew, but into what? Hours passed amid the rubble. Dawn and clearing skies approached before the blocks covering Wax were hefted away, Svard's endless effort clearing the collapse away one heavy piece at a time. Kivi helped too, the ferrite enjoying a feast amid all the scattered stone. Livier sat, dazed and half asleep, on the stone-strewn sand. As for Quick, Wax saw no sign of him.
"You're not the only ones who needed rescuing,"
Svard replied when Wax asked. The barbarian, to put it simply, appeared in bony shreds. The man's flesh had been cut by man-made blades and god-forged scars, a tale Svard relayed as he continued digging Wax and Yujo out. Third-hand assassins had been reinforced by Fassel himself, the man bringing more Najan with him in a bravura sweep down the cliff with a Kant Skar's aid.
"Bastard would have torn me apart without the whole island falling on him,"
Svard said.
"He dodged the first few rocks. Then those Skars stopped working, and so did he."
The barbarian didn't look particularly pleased about that last bit.
"Would have thought I'd go down with the stones, but seems this blade's not one to give up its power so easy."
"I'm still not sure how Yujo did it," Wax said. "How she killed the Skars."
Svard didn't break his stone shuffle, but he gave Wax a curious, dark look as his flayed arms lifted away more rock.
"The way you're saying that makes me think it's more than the Skars in that tower you're wondering about."
She kept muttering about keeping everyone alive. I think she meant more than just me and Livier.
"Hope so, because she didn't do a great job with you. Or herself."
When Wax wriggled himself free, when he and Svard excavated Yujo from the landslide, the morning was nearer noon than dawn. Clear skies let the sunlight crash upon a changed world, one Wax took in with an open mouth, while Svard and Kivi wandered off after other calls for help. The ringed city, or what was left of it, had swept down the crater slope, all the way past the port. Buildings mingled with mud, sprawling where waves used to be, where a vast sandy plain now stood. Ships large and small lay scattered about tan earth like toys tossed by a precocious child. Wax thought he saw the Storm's Edge among them, its brilliant silver sails marking its progress towards the planned pickup. Whether the ship would ever find water again seemed a good question, as Wax couldn't see or hear lapping waves. People clambered among the wreckage, groups already forming and digging. Robed Najan worked with bedraggled barkeeps and stunned sailors to move rubble away and free people trapped beneath. Back up the cliff face, above Wax, the Najan quarter's majestic spires had all tumbled, their broken ruins jutting out around him. What started as awe began curdling into a sick terror. Like Torny in the avalanche, Wax had started with a noble premise, only to have his dream undercut by rogue Skars. He'd done more than lift a new isle for the fiends. He'd remade everything with a blunt hand. No, not Wax. The leavings of a dead god. That's what had caused all this. Blaming yourself's not the way to go, Wax muttered to himself. No self-pity either. He set Yujo down as gently as he could among the muddy blocks. You wake up, Yujo. Just yell. I need to find my brother and sister. Quick wasn't far off, helping Svard lift a battered Ami from a sinkhole. The Fodi Guardian looked like some frightening beast, her every speck coated in brown and black. Her eyes were unfocused, her steps unsure, mouth a tight grimace. The reason was easy enough to spot, as both Vis Skars in her marred faceplate were dull and lifeless. Nevertheless, as she stood upon a narrow stretch of stone, with Quick on one side and Svard on the other, Ami slugged Quick in the stomach. That's what you get for throwing me off a cliff, Ami coughed, then sat on the stone. My damn scars aren't working. When nobody evinced surprise, Ami swore again, then looked over at the devastated city. Hope there's still some ale in there, because I'll need some. You won't be the only one, Svard answered. Wax went past the guardian pair, following Quick back out to the mudflats. The landslides had buried most of the grotto beneath the trade tenant tower in deep mounds. Wax didn't have to think hard to figure what Quick was looking for out there, and to guess at the grim odds. Chapter 56. The Breaking World. A crumbling tower didn't number among the isle's watertight places. Torny, holding Bliss as they plunged with Sawi, Annalise, and far too much stone into the sea, remembered to take a deep breath. This turned out to be unnecessary, as the blocks and rocks that struck first didn't sink immediately, instead hollowing out the waves and buying the quartet a gasping moment to take stock of their battered bodies, bit lips, and confused souls. What's going on? Sawi yelped, the Vis grabbing Annalise's hand with her own and pulling the pair towards Bliss and Torny, themselves at the higher end of the sinking tower. The duo's path to reunite with Thief and Hunter was a perilous few strides, interrupted by the tilting tower's upper stories. Those 6 or 7 floors kept their momentum, mortar splitting under forces its makers couldn't conceive, and Torny looked upward to find the stone ceiling collapsing down upon them. Under the stairs! Torny yelled, dragging Bliss along the sloping stone floor beneath the cracking, crumbling, curling blocks. Using collapsing steps as a shelter might have ranked among Torny's worst decisions, but the choice validated itself as rubble rained down. Sawi took a strike on her shoulder, the blow knocking the Vis's left arm into an angle that'd haunt Torny's nightmares. Yet the foursome reunited in a close-knit, terrified huddle. The upper onslaught hit hard for several brief seconds before Torny saw the tower's pointed spire and its attached length crash into the sea beyond them. A sea that was, now, soaking in around the sinking stones, drenching Torny's Najan boots. Lightning and rain matched the ocean in ferocity, blanketing the air with thunder and lashing the tower's final moments with hard-flung drops. As last moments went, Torny figured this was about as bad as it could get.
"We have to swim,"
Annalise said.
"No chance,"
Sowie hissed between gritted teeth, her right hand now holding her ruined shoulder.
"I can't anyway, and with all this current, we'll be sucked beneath the waves."
Torny took those words and the dour doom they projected with a quiet acceptance. It'd be painful, it'd be terrible, but soon her life would be over, the struggle done, and she'd go with Bliss in her arms. Maybe this last moment wasn't so bad after all. Until Bliss broke the spell by surging up from Torny's grip, stumbling towards the falling stairs. Her feet splashed through growing water, the Vis's left hand signing words only Torny and Sowie could understand.
"We're not done yet."
A simple, doubtful phrase, and one that prompted a question from Annalise and a curse from Torny.
"She says, get your ass going,"
the bandit growled, casting off the drenched Najan robe and its added weight to follow the Vis.
"Apparently, we're not allowed to die."
"That's right," Bliss signed, then dove into the tower's middle, now well beneath the waves, and started to tread water. As Torny half jumped, half fell into the roiling water, she sent off another thanks to Yarvik, who had ensured all of his nimble fingers could swim. Noctia was an isle surrounded by water, so said the bandit lord, and anyone who couldn't exploit the dark ocean to get away was useless. That Yarvik tended to dispose of bodies in the same ocean linked the start and end of so many nimble fingers over the years. The current tugged at Torny's legs as the tower sank beneath them, opening a whirlpool. Torny kept her eyes on Bliss, and the two found each other, staying close and kicking like mad as the tower vanished. Yet the full collapse never came, the whirlpool dying as fast as it formed, the building crumbling to a sea floor not all that far below. Of course, they'd fallen off Noctia cliffs, but they weren't far from shore. In fact, as Torny announced with giddy hope, the isle's wrecked coast lay only a few strokes away. A good thing for Sowie and Annalise. The scientist helped the Vis stay afloat, an effort Torny and Bliss swam over to assist. The foursome bobbed amid the rollicking waves, finding grips and gathering breath. Beyond, Noctia and the ringed city continued to shudder and fall. Dust clouds rose to meet their more natural cousins. Fires broke out and disappeared amid the rain. Cries and calls drifted between thunderclaps. Ships in the port found themselves shoved up on the docks, while those farther out were able to cast off fast, spun about, or capsized in the mad sea. The waves worsened with every second, a realization that had the foursome pushing towards the collapsed grotto, its black rock legs still standing. The cliff beyond them, including the tower where Wax and the others had been, was gone, leaving a concave hole. The sight sent another nerved clutch at Torny's heart. Had they gone through all this, destroyed so much, only to lose? While the grotto's only beach had its sands despoiled by fallen debris, the slope it offered worked well enough for them to climb free. Waves crashed their escape, rolling Torny onto sharp rocks and broken furniture, ruptured picture frames, and flagons that'd never hold ale again. Just a few more cuts and bruises added to her collection. Yet they hobbled up and over the mud, lurching with arms over shoulders, a miserable crew weaving with the shaking earth, until they stopped, as one, before a hunched man, his back to a black rock wall. Fassel seemed to sleep, a red line across his chest delivered through unnatural means. If Torny had to guess, Svard's black blade had done the work, a supposition aided by the other bodies scattered around. More third-hand assassins, prompting Torny to wonder just how many killer spies the Najan had. After today, at least, that number would be much reduced.
Looks like he got what he deserved,
Sawi said, shambling near Torny.
Svard must have held his ground. The barbarian did more alone than all of us together,
Annalise mused, staring along with the others.
I'm not sure I like what that says about our abilities. Doesn't matter if Wax isn't alive,
Bliss signed, before spitting on the ground at Fassel's feet and heading on up the beach. Sawi slumped near Fassel, her eyes nearly shut against her busted arm. Annalise crouched beside her, tearing cloth off a nearby third-hand body and wrapping it into a makeshift sling. Bliss kept going on by, ignoring Fassel for the rubble wall and what might lay beyond. Torny, though, wasn't one to leave a kill unconfirmed. Like Wax had when the bandit had first met him on Fodi, Fassel wore a Najan necklace. Little slots along its metal length served to hold Skars, and all of these were filled with gems of every color. More than 7, and Torny counted several Fodi stones among them. The Skars, though, seemed dull and dark, not glittering with the same pulsing energy Torny remembered. Even so, better to get that necklace off, take away the risk. The bandit reached for the chain at Fassel's neck, leaning in close, and froze. Fassel was still breathing, air coming from his lips and landing on her neck. She stopped herself from cursing, worked those fast fingers and slipped the necklace off, pulled it away, only to notice Fassel's bloodshot eyes watching her. The man's sharp face, calculating features, broke in a pained smile.
They're only gemstones now,
Fassel said, hoarse.
The Skars are dead, and so are we.
Torny glanced at the necklace in her hand, realized she heard no whispering voices, no scattered song in her head. Fassel might be right, and if so... She threw the necklace aside, let it be buried in the sand. Nearby, another fallen assassin still held his knives, as if the man had been struck dead and refused to let them go. Torny could walk right over, grab one of the blades, and put Fassel, at last, into Nocti's grasp. Instead, as Fassel stared at the necklace's resting place, Torny muttered a curse to herself, and a wholly alien sense that stayed her hand. Instead, she crouched back over Fassel, looked at the wound across his chest. Gnarly, but shallow. The mark of someone who'd been falling back as the sword swung. The man wouldn't die, at least not today. So Torny snorted, flicked Fassel's nose, which drew an offended yelp.
Quit moaning,
Torny said, aware that Bliss, Sawi, and Annalise had their eyes on her.
We're not going to die, but a lot of other people might if you don't get your act together.
Me?
Fassel asked.
My act? How?
Torny folded her arms, delivered a glare she hoped matched the ones Yujo delivered whenever she wanted to wither someone's soul.
It's done. Whether Wax brought the fiends back, changed the world, destroyed the Skars, or all of the above, what matters now is all this.
Torny nodded at the rubble, then at the shoreline behind Fassel and the ruined city beyond.
You're still the Circle's leader. You keep talking about power. Here's your chance to actually use it for something good. So get up.
Who are you to order me around?
Torny furrowed her eyebrows, deepened the menace.
It's not an order. It's an expectation. Who are you, vassal? Someone who makes excuses? Or someone who deserves the trust the Najan put in you?
Where'd that come from? Bliss signed later, when the rain had returned to a drizzle and the ocean had disappeared, shunted away into newfound salty lakes. The ships once atop its surface, now scattered across the sand.
Gave him the same stiff medicine I gave you back on Rana,
Torny replied.
There's no time to wallow in your feelings.
The bandit frowned.
And think about it. Who else could get everyone left here to listen? It's not perfect, but I think Noctia needs its leader now.
Quick had found them several hours ago, appearing like some apparition atop the muddy rubble at the beach's end, to beckon them back. They joined up on the slope's other side, on a dirty flat, where Svard and Kivi had finished freeing Wax and Yujo. On the whole, Torny was stunned that they'd not lost a single life, though everyone bore wounds, some that might stick around for a long, long time without the Vis Skars to heal them. Fassel, bandaged up by Annalise, had disappeared up the rubble, with Kivi as a guide, the man desperate, after Torny's admonition, to find out who, what remained of his Najan and his beloved ringed city. Any talk of war, punishment, or finger-pointing never started, though Torny wasn't naive enough to think blame and regret wouldn't have their day. Noctia had been devastated, and going by the scale, by what Wax was saying had happened, every isle might have suffered. Death, destruction, and all for what? The fiends? Not even Torny could find any hope in that. Chapter 57. Fresh Sand. The lines were hard. Borders once carved by the bodies of dead gods had been erased by risen earth, and nobody wanted to give up any ground. The summit happened at Noctia, of course, because what had been the central isle was now the center of a lake-spotted landmass. Quick confirmed that himself, taking his relatively unscathed self out with Annalise for long hikes, some lasting several days, into the drying mud flats. What had once been the sea floor held the matted fertilizer of plants and animals, yanked from their homes into a slow death. New life replaced it, sprouted as spring crawled along. Noctia's slim rainy season helped seedlings sprawl from Vis, Rana, and Went onto empty land, and Annalise cataloged the shoots, claiming that her friends would want to know what plants were growing, what animals were prowling. Why? Came the hunter's reply, wondering if Hanakos would start ranging out of Vis to prey on unsuspecting Noctia city dwellers.
Because all of this is ours,
Annalise replied, casting her arms over the sandy expanse. Noctia and the ringed city, ever noisy with construction, excavation, rang at her back.
Days ago, we had filled the isles and had nowhere else. Now, we can grow.
The warping of the world had been confirmed when the first wanderers arrived from the other isles. Brave souls, former sailors, trying to figure out what had happened. They'd walked for days on unbroken land bridges from Rana and Tamas, Fodi and Vis. Even Naro, the Khan's navy captain, had arrived by glider, saying the oceans had been pushed back in all directions. Time blurred. Early days were spent working to rescue the trapped, an operation all over Noctia and the other former isles, conducted in continual surprise at the lack of lives lost. Some, yes, had been buried too deep or destroyed when a ship broke upon a sudden mountain jutting from the sea. But many, even most, had found their wounds healed, their bones pieced back together, their health buttressed enough to wait for rescue. Wax and Yujo didn't bring up why that was, and nobody asked quick, so the hunter kept quiet. He'd had enough attention to last his whole damn life. Roles returned fast. Yujo dragged Wax into meeting after meeting, the latter telling Quick how jealous he was that the hunter could spend his days exploring. Ami, her faceplate removed and burns blunted, if not erased, by creams and old-fashioned care, had marched off with Svard and Kivi to the wound. The deep hole and its connection to Dreamhold had been severed once again by the collapse, but the barbarians' endless efforts and newfound tunneling expertise had restored words, then trade and transit. Hochi's messages confirmed the gates had been reopened, and fiends were once again climbing through, as desperate as ever to escape. This time, though, the Went warlord had a better plan. His engineers were burrowing, bombing, and breaking tunnels to the far western ocean, to the great new land Wax had brought up beyond Fodi. It would take time, but with the Firewalker's help, an underground tunnel ushering escaping fiends to a distant home would be finished. That such a route would be paved with endless carnage as the fiends fought one another went acknowledged, left alone. Hochi promised observers along the vast tunnel, with any intelligent fiends like the Firewalkers rescued and offered refuge. The extent of the Isle's mercy. Ami accepted it, and with her assent, the deal was done.
"Are you sure about all this?"
Annalise asked, after she finished noting a nearby bird, its blue-spotted feathers a long way from their Rana home.
"We could go, you know."
"You don't want to." Sawi, Torny, and Bliss were leaving tomorrow, with Sawi recovered enough to make the journey back to Vis. Torny had never seen the jungle, and Bliss hadn't seen their parents for far too long. When the Najan garrison, on orders from Fassel, gave up their hold on the Isle, Deshiva had been the first one to arrive in Noctia. Her appearance had served as a catalyst to Quick's sister, reminding her of the Isle she dearly missed. Annalise shook her head.
"There's so much still to understand. The whole world's different now, Quick. It's all new."
The sparkling excitement faded along with her voice, and the scientist looked away.
"And what happened back there? I'm not sure I'm ready for it."
Quick wrapped her up in a tight hug, planted his chin on her shoulder. The light Najan robes were warm, cozy. Nicer, if Quick could admit it, than a dry, scratchy weave. "We can go back when you're ready," Quick said. "You're saying the whole world's changed, but I think you're wrong."
"I am?"
"Feels familiar." The hunter pulled back, smiled as Annalise turned a curious eye his way. "You, me, that charcoal pencil, and a whole lot to discover." Annalise laughed, as bright as the sunny spring breeze.
"This time, I think, we can leave the fiends out of it."
Chapter 58. Queen of the New World. Endless debates replaced the silence left behind by the Skars. Yujo missed those voices as she spent one day after another at the seaside slab, chosen by Fassel as the new seat of Najan power. What that meant, what any of it meant, in this new world, remained undefined, but Fassel did his best to hold on to the past. Yujo, alongside representatives from the other Isles, none, thanks to Wax, still actually Isles, countered Fassel's claims of dominion with calls for independence, for unity, for some reason in a world gone mad. Cities and towns alike had been devastated by earthquakes, while, at the same time, those long sick or injured had found themselves restored. Deaths were few. The confused were many. The Kant's Queen and Vis Renewal kept quiet as to their part in both, and Vassal didn't bring it up. All three chalked it up to the gods' last mistake, the Skars finding each other and rupturing over the world. As an explanation, it lacked detail, but the blur deflected scrutiny, and, as Livier advised, few leaders would bother investigating something that had brought them into power. "You say that, but you never leave me alone," Wax teased late one night, over ale shared in one of the few remaining Noctia bars. The rat's fang had endured due to its odd construction, deluged with mud, but otherwise unharmed. "Without me, you'd—" "Finish that sentence, and I'll have Livier gut you," Yujo cracked back, then grinned. "And I can't let you alone because you'd do something stupid, and then it'd reflect badly on me." "Stupid? Like what?" Yujo waved her flagon at the doorway, the ruinous bounds beyond. "Okay," Wax said. "Maybe I went a little overboard." The Vis, still clad in Najan robes like Yujo, fell into a more serious frown. "I've been thinking about that moment, Yujo, and I'm not sure the Skars went wild on their own." Yujo knew Wax's patterns by now, gave him a moment by indulging in her drink. "I was trying to build another isle to the west, but deeper than that, I just wanted all this to end. The fighting, the Skars, the killing. I think the Went Skars picked up on that, ran with it when the Volge hit me. And their response was to link everyone by land? How's that going to stop all the fighting? Hasn't it?" This stopped Yujo short. It was true that in a stroke, the war between Noctia and Kant's had ended. The occupation of Vis was being negotiated away. Common borders would make trade easier, communication faster. Every other former isle, nudged by Olivier's missives, eyed Noctia with suspicion and spines stiffened by solidarity. That small fights would break out over this and that was inevitable. But wars? "Wax," Yujo said, "I think you might have brought peace for a while, but the gods made us, and the gods didn't play nice." Gods and war, though, were far from Yujo's thoughts as they walked into Kidai. The jungle city emerged from morning fog, its lagoon and nearby lakes retaining their tropical blues. The Kant's Queen and her escort, Dew had abandoned the Storm's Edge, selling her for more practical wagons and went oxen, entered the city under Wax's enthusiastic guidance, their first stop being a particular stand set up along the city's north side. There, worried eyes blending with a vigorous smile and a stocked stall, stood Wax's mother. As the Vis made introductions, Wax's father emerged too, both settling their gazes on Yujo with kind curiosity. That stories needed telling was obvious. That selling mushrooms could wait, equally so. "You know," said Wax's mother, after several cups of peach wine, fires, and song lacing the warm summer night, "my son is a wild man. He needs someone strong." Yujo laughed as Wax protested, then took over. "So do I, and so did the Isles. I'm lucky I met him." She gave Wax a lilting grin. "And you better believe you're lucky to meet me." Wax didn't argue, just reached for the wine. His attempt was bested by Sawi's faster swipe, as it had been so many times. Torny, sharing the fire and Bliss's hand, clicked her tongue. "Never would have made it on the streets with hands that slow, Wax," Torny said. "Shouldn't my guardian be helping me?" Wax shot back, grinning the whole way. while Sawi refilled their wood cups. Torny flicked her eyes at Bliss.
Think that gig's up, isn't it? We've wrapped up the fiends, stopped the war. What else is there? A vacation,
Bliss signed.
and some lessons.
Lessons?
Jumping across rooftops is nothing next to swinging from tree to tree.
You want to give it a try? Wax asked Yujo, and the Queen didn't hesitate to agree, but not right away. That they'd wind up back in Kant's, in the Sky Palace, whose spire survived the shattering quakes, was a given. That they'd explore this new world together was a truth they both knew, shared. When Wax asked how Yujo would ever find the time, with Kant's needing a leader to guide its recovery, the Queen had a ready answer.
2 queens, Wax,
Yujo said.
It's about time we chose another. And then you and I are taking a long, long vacation.
Chapter 59. Eternity's Hope. The barbarian lofted his blade and set his feet in motion, walking northward towards the surface. He and Kivi were a long way now from Dreamhold, where Svard had left Ami with Hochi, the pair working hard to get the fiend's new tunnel in shape. Whether that chaos fount would hold, Svard couldn't say, and he figured the blade in his hand would pull him back to the fiends in due time. Unless he let it go. Deep in the underground, Svard could sit down and accept a quiet end. He'd been ravaged in the fight with Vassal and the man's third-hand killers. The skin and bone knit itself back together well enough, but Svard knew there were other costs. Deeper cuts the Vis power couldn't heal. Which was why he walked to the one person who might help him find perspective. Not the dead king, a desolate mind so rotted by time as to be an unfeeling obelisk and nothing more. Svard had another goal, another person, and Hochi had given him direction. Behind him, Kivi snorted, took a bite from a tasty rock. The ferrite, at least, was enjoying herself. The small village lay on Rana's north coast, well past the whirlpool. Despite Wax's rending, the ocean here remained intact, as did the grassy hills put to good use feeding sheep and layering into rice paddies. The people settling here had gone looking for refuge, and from what Svard could see, they'd found it. A small tavern hung off the town square, unassuming save for the laughter, the music, the bright lanterns glowing inside. Summer's sweet smell hung in air lit by lightning bugs, Sichi's pink cast mingling with a late sunset. Beautiful enough to make Svard hesitate outside the door, at least until a hand hit his shoulder. Gnarled, bearded, yet looking more full of life than Svard had ever seen, Rasselbeck laughed at the barbarian's stare.
"Don't you be judging me," Rasselbeck said, "'cause it's you who looks like you lost a battle with Noctia herself."
Before Svard could tell the man just how right he was, Rasselbeck pushed past the barbarian and shoved open the door.
"Well, folks, we've a guest tonight, and despite his looks, I'd wager he could drink the lot of us under the table. Give the old guardian a greeting, you bastards."
They did, the collection almost to a person coming from the crew Svard had led into the dark below all those months ago. One by one, they welcomed the barbarian in with jeers and shouts, clanks of cups, and promises of future kegs to be tapped. The last of them, though, watched from behind the bar itself, already filling Svard's mug. She leaned her elbows on the counter as Svard approached, her teal dress a match for the sea.
I'd ask you to leave the sword outside, but I guess that wouldn't fly, would it?
Mena said, that curled lip smile catching in the lantern light.
Not unless you want a dusty old corpse on your hands.
Had enough of those for a lifetime, I think,
Mina replied, pushing Svard a fresh mug.
What brings you this far, Guardian?
Last time, when I thought I'd done the job, I went off alone,
Svard said.
Was thinking I might try something different this time.
Well, might be I could find a new job for you. Ever run a bar before?
Kivy, at Svard's feet, snorted. The barbarian, blade over his shoulder, picked up the mug in his right hand, clinked it against Mina's own.
I haven't, but I'm always up for a challenge.
That night, for the first time in far too long, the ale tasted as Svard remembered. The stories came carefree, and even when every other soul had drifted off to sleep or passed out on the floor, Svard didn't feel alone. Instead, as he ventured out to watch the sunrise, Svard figured he might hold on to that blade a little bit longer. Chapter 60. The End, the Beginning. Early fall had arrived by the time Wax made the Great Sauna's gorgeous heights. Yujo's political games continued, but Kant's had its second queen, and they'd made their temporary escape. Wax avoided all that as much as he could, whiling away the days amid the wind, practicing his gliding, helping repair battered buildings, and making new ones. Yet he'd been marking the weeks until this moment, this day. The flower's majestic middle had regrown since the Najan put it to the torch, but one thing hadn't returned to the indigo center. No Skars glittered among the pollen. That matched word coming from all the former isles. The godstones hadn't returned since Yujo's desperate linking, sapping, and healing struggle back on Noctia. Yujo declared that a comfort. The stones and their power would otherwise be a magnet for anyone looking to cause harm. Wax wasn't so certain, but the Skars were gone, so the issue was moot. Besides, Wax muttered, stepping onto one of the long petals. The afternoon sun shone over a windy jungle, birds lacing the skies. Fresh forest grew around the abandoned Najan outpost to the west. I'm not here to worry. I'm here to tell you, Pan, that I kept your promise. We did it. The Vis reached into his satchel, pulled out a single shrive, one he'd gathered a few days earlier. Part of a cross-Vis trip with Yujo, and a specimen Pan would have loved. Rubbing the mushroom between his hands, Wax watched as the wind grabbed the pieces and swirled them over the jungle Pan had loved so much. A hand found his, and Yujo, dressed in a Vis weave, fresh hunter's ink on her shoulders, shared his quiet vigil. After the last fragments vanished, Wax sighed, gave Yujo a wink. First one down buys the rounds? Yujo laughed. You're on, Vis. Annalise didn't expect the summons from Fassel, nor did she expect the only other person in the room to be Cassava, the third hand's recovering tenant. The Najan's leader handed Annalise several sheets of starched paper, a rare resource to spend, and a sign of the information's importance. Read it, Fassel said, nodding at the last empty chair around the table. The papers held names, ages, dates, and simple descriptions. All came in the last couple of months, and all noted phenomena. A child whose skinned knees healed in seconds. A street performer whose talents were lacking somehow always had her satchel stuffed with donations from adoring watchers. Minor earthquakes, rushing water where there'd never been either before. Annalise set the sheets down and looked at the other two, drawing up ideas. She could see in their tight expressions that the pair had already formed conclusions.
The Skars are gone, Annalise started, but the gods aren't done with us yet.
How? Vassal asked.
I can't say for sure, but if I had to guess, Yujo said she touched everyone when she tried to save them from the disaster. Perhaps she gave them more than their lives.
Then why isn't the whole world erupting with these powers? Cassava asked. If everyone had a Skar's ability at their hands.
Maybe they do,
Annalise said, feeling her way through as she spoke.
But not everyone could use a Skar. Some figured it out. Others never could.
If what you're saying is true, Vassal drummed his fingers, then everyone, ourselves included, might be a weapon.
Or a tool, a miracle worker.
Annalise pushed the sheets back towards Vassal.
How we handle this, Vassal, will decide which way this goes.
Vassal nodded. Together, then, as the Isles have always done, we will forge our futures as one. He turned to Cassava. Gather the tenets. We have a new world to build. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Chains of Hope by A.R. Knight. Read for you by Jay Ossing. Presented by Black Key Books. This program was produced by Simplify Productions. Text copyright 2024 by A.R. Knight. Production copyright 2026 by A.R. Knight. All rights reserved.